If you haven't heard of him, you're in for a surprise. So welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, America's Strangest Serial Killer, Ed Gein. First of all, we should say that Mr. Gein was not close to someone like Ted Bundy on the nasty scale, nor was he as brutal as Jack the Ripper or as despicable as H.H. Holmes. If anything, the man was warped beyond comprehension. Also known as the Butcher of Plainfield, Gein was no doubt mentally ill to an unfathomable degree. So, many of you will have heard of the movie Psycho. It's rather old, and most likely older than most of you watching. You might have heard of the series The Bates Motel, which is based on that movie. Well, the main character in the movie was based on Ed Gein, and indeed, Gein was said to have been brought up in an abusive family with a very oppressive and hyper-religious mother. He was born on August 27, 1906, in a place called La Crosse, Wisconsin. According to serial killer websites, Gein had a beleaguered childhood, having to listen to his mother's frantic preaching regarding sin and lust and the inevitable hell they would lead to. It's said his childhood was very isolated and he had few friends. He had a brother who died in an accident when Gein was still young. Some people have conjectured that Gein killed him, but there's no proof. People have ventured that Gein, being the shy and weaker brother, killed his sibling, and this could be compared to the Old Testament thriller Cain and Abel. But let's stick with what we know. One bio tells us at school he rarely socialized, although we are told his teachers remembered that he had demonstrated queer mannerisms such as laughing randomly. Later in life, his family moved to a farm, and there Gein became even more isolated. His mother may have been strict, but it said Gein was obsessed with her. He adored her. She told him that having relationships with women was a sin, and that all other women besides herself were prostitutes, and dating them essentially meant being in league with Satan himself. This was not a good start for young Ed, especially if you've read Freud on overbearing mothers. Gein's father died, and so it was just him and the zealous mother. But then she had a stroke, and Gein ended up having to look after her. He took odd jobs around town and was known as a quiet, decent guy who was reliable when you wanted something fixed. Apparently, he was quite a capable handyman. His devotion to his mother was unerring, but it said that Gein had become fascinated with stories about Nazis and cannibals, which he read in various books and death cult magazines. His mother then passed away in 1945, leaving Ed alone on the farm. It said he kept the rooms where she had stayed in the same condition and locked them so they would stay that way forever. He continued working his odd jobs and doing work on the farm, but a few years after his mother's death, Gein took up a new hobby. To some extent, that hobby was trying to become her. Now for the gruesome part. As we said, Gein was not a prolific serial killer, but what he did do makes up for the low body count. In 1957, a woman that worked at a local hardware store went missing. Her name was Bernice Warden. Her son told police that one of the last people to be seen in the store with her was none other than the habitual hat-wearing Mr. Gein. He was arrested shortly after, and police received a warrant to check out the Gein farm. This is not one of those serial killer stories with twists and turns, because the cops found what they were looking for immediately upon searching the farm. That was Mrs. Warden's dead body, shot with a .22 caliber rifle, hung upside down in a shed like an animal. The torso had been, what's called in hunting, dressed out, meaning it was opened and the organs had been taken out. The body was also mutilated from head to toe. Captain Lloyd show poster, who saw this grisly sight, said tendons in the ankles had been cut and a rod had been placed through them. The body was drawn up in the air by a block and tackle, the body was dressed out, and the head was missing. Her head was later found in a burlap sack. Ed had a thing for heads, as you shall see. This was obviously a sickening sight for the deputy that found the body, but inside the house, police got the shock of their lives. As we said, he liked to keep the heads of his victims. Police found 5 heads inside plastic bags, as well as 4 skulls. But more stomach churning, they also found masks, whereby Gein had carefully cut off the faces and kept them intact so he could wear them. One police officer told the press, "Some of them have lipstick on and look perfectly natural. If you knew them, you'd be able to recognize them." In fact, Gein was a handyman in many ways, and we are not talking about fixing creaking doors. Police found all sorts of things, and not just human remains. Gein had made lampshades, chair covers, and wastebaskets out of human skin. He had human skulls sitting atop bedposts, and in the kitchen you could find bowls made from skulls. A la Psycho, he made a skin corset that he could get into and thereby be a woman, or more specifically, his mother. He didn't leave out the bottom half, having made leggings out of skin as well as skin socks. Perhaps his piece de resistance in terms of fashionable items was a belt made from women's nipples. He also had a collection of noses and vulvas. If Ed wanted, he could become a woman by wearing all of this. But it wasn't all about dressing up. He even had lips he could grab hold of on the end of curtain drawstrings. According to one website, Gein would wear a death mask and the skin clothes and then go and dance around in the garden with his costume on. We cannot confirm this though. It doesn't really matter because Gein admitted he liked to wear the suit to become his mother, so just the thought of him watching TV in his face mask and skin suit is horrifying enough. Now, Gein didn't kill people for all of his handiwork. He told police that much of his raw material was gathered by robbing local graves. He did, however, admit to at least one more murder, and he was suspected of having killed more women. A famous quote of Gein was this: "When I see a pretty girl walking down the street, I think two things. One part wants to be real nice and sweet, and the other part wonders what her head would look like on a stick." Well, some websites, and even the movie American Psycho, attribute this to Gein, but other websites tell us it was another strange killer named Ed Kemper that said it. Such strangeness and brutality left its mark on Plainfield, which would never be plain again. Many people say the sheriff of the town died fairly young as a result of the trauma from investigating this case. In fact, one of the sheriff's friends said he was a victim of Ed Gein as surely as if he had butchered him. Gein was unsurprisingly found by the courts to be insane. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and a severe Oedipus complex. He died in 1984 from lung cancer in Mendota Mental Health Institute. It's thought he said this about his time in one mental institution: "I like this place. Everybody treats me nice. Some of them are a little crazy though." He was buried in Plainfield, although it's said parts of his grave are now missing because people wanted to take a souvenir home with them when they visited. The question we will leave you with today is this: are we correct in saying this is the world's strangest serial killer? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Serial killers, while being some of the worst humans in existence, never fail to intrigue and fascinate us. Some of the more famous of these include Ted Bundy, the educated maniac who murdered scores of young women in the 1970s, Jeffrey Dahmer, aka the Milwaukee Cannibal, and John Wayne Gacy, without a doubt the scariest clown in human history. Over the pond in the UK, they had Dr. Death, Harold Shipman, who could be said to be the most prolific serial killer in modern times, with a body count of around 250 people. Psycho Ed Gein didn't kill many folks, yet his hobby of making clothes and ornaments out of body parts inspired a lot of gruesome horror movies. But today we're going to focus on one of the most intriguing serial killers of all time. In this episode of the Infographic Show, why was Jack the Ripper never found? Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. We can't start this show with an introduction of who Jack the Ripper was because no one knows. Along with the Zodiac killer, Mr. Ripper has become one of the biggest mysteries in the bloody world of serial homicides. But let's have a look at what he did. His handiwork, which included killing and eviscerating women on the streets of London, scared the Brits witless in the late 19th century. He did most of his work in the slums of East London in the district of Whitechapel, which is why he was also called the Whitechapel Murderer. Another name he was given was the Leather Apron. He got the name of Jack the Ripper from a letter he ostensibly wrote to police known as the Dear Boss Letter. So, what did Jack do? Well, the story goes that in the 1880s, East London was a place of absolute squalor. Immigrants from all over the world flooded there for work, but that didn't always work out for them. Crowded streets were festooned with what the English might call habitual boozers, and women of ill repute could be seen lingering on many a street corner. People blamed the immigrants for high spikes in crime and overcrowded streets. Racism was pervasive, as were fights and robberies. The police had their hands full as London was on the brink of social unrest and rioting, but the police in 1888 got the shock of their lives when a murderer came to life, and he wasn't like any killer they'd ever seen. It's thought that he could have killed 11 people, but police report that they can only say he definitely killed 5 people. These are known as the Canonical 5, meaning they were part of his killer canon. Now, 11 bodies isn't such a big deal when you consider the Ted Bundys of the world, and while Bundy was a necrophile, the Ripper had arguably even stranger proclivities. He used a knife, as you might guess from his name, slashing throats and bodies, sometimes to ribbons, but he also mutilated women's genitals, made all kinds of incisions on their bodies, and skillfully removed their internal organs. This surgery might include removing the kidneys, uterus, or generally any parts of the abdomen area. Sometimes he'd just hack away at the women's faces so they were unrecognizable. Now, because East London was such a crap hole in those days, police can't be sure if lots of other murders at the time were his doing or people were just copying him. Jack the Ripper was huge in the media, and the frenzied, mostly working class public ate up this wicked story with as much enthusiasm as us modern folks might lap up horror stories in the dubious tabloid, the Daily Mail. Police worked hard trying to find out who was responsible for the heinous crimes, interviewing thousands of people and detaining over 80 of them. Rewards would be given for any advice on this Ripper, and so even regular people were out investigating this crime. East London was patrolled by cops 24/7, and amateur sleuths were not far behind them. Police were focused on people with certain occupations, given that removing a uterus is not something most people can do. It said Jack was an expert with his blade, and so cops looked at butchers, surgeons, doctors, physicians, and generally anyone who might cut up bodies for a living. As for the letters to police, quite a few of them claimed to be written by the Ripper, but the most famous of those was the From Hell letter. Police believed this letter was the only one that was genuine. Postmarked 15th of October 1888, it went like this. Mr. Lusk, I'm sending you half the kidney I took from one woman. I preserved a piece of it for you. The other piece I fried and ate. It was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out if only you wait a while longer. Signed, Catch Me When You Can, Mr. Lusk. The writer appears to be barely literate, so did this count out surgeons and doctors doing the killing, or was a well-educated geezer just being rather cheeky in his writing style? Over time, many suspects have been put forward as to the Ripper's identity. We'll give you a rundown on the main ones. The principal suspect was a verified sexually insane doctor called Montague John Druitt. He was found dead in the River Thames, and guess what? That was about a month after the last Ripper murder. The doctor was no doubt well educated, being rather posh, but was also of what then was called unsound mind. Another suspect was a Polish immigrant called Seweryn Klasowski. This wicked geezer poisoned and killed 3 of his wives. He was then hanged. Or was it the wealthy trader called James Maybrick? Maybrick's diary was apparently found in Liverpool in 1992. In the diary, this man talks about going on a murder spree, killing only women because his wife had been unfaithful to him. You are thinking that could have been any old murder spree, but this was also in the diary. I give my name that all know of me, so history do tell what love can do to a gentleman born, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Police also thought a man they called a mad Russian could have been involved. His name was Michael Ostrog. But everyone's favorite conspiracy theory is that of Prince Albert Victor Christian Edward, the Duke of Clarence. This aristocrat, grandson of Queen Victoria, died in an asylum after syphilis had destroyed his mind. It's also said he couldn't have done the wicked deeds as he wasn't in London at the time. But a lot of investigators believed it was Aaron Kosminski, as his mitochondrial DNA was found on one of the victim's shawls. His occupation? Barber. Now who wouldn't want to have a close shave from him? German merchant sailor Karl Feigenbaum even admitted to mutilating women, and his lawyer said he was the Ripper for sure. He emigrated to America, and guess what happened there? He murdered a woman, was caught, and was subsequently fried in the USA's infamous electric chair. In the 20th century, 2 more names were put forward, with some Ripperologists, yes, that's a word, confident that they'd got their man. One was artist Walter Richard Sickert, whose DNA was linked to the murders. The impotent artist chose mostly to paint, you guessed it, prostitutes. Last on the list is Francis Craig, a reporter that actually covered the murders. Oh, one special suspect we should mention was Alice in Wonderland author Lewis Carroll, real name Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, a great writer but also a man suspected of being a pedophile. Apparently his friend said he had seen diary entries in Carroll's diaries connecting him to the murders. So, why did the police never get him? There are a lot of folks out there that believe it was the Mad Prince. If it was him, police could never have made an arrest, not only because they wouldn't have the power to take down a royal, but because Britain was very much in those days under the spell of monarchical myth and power. A murderous prince with a penchant for pulling out women's kidneys would have been a devastating threat to national security and a huge blemish on England's ruling classes. If the so-called commoners were already fighting in the streets, a Ripper prince may have caused widespread havoc. But we might also remember that the Ripper was a very careful murderer. One reason why many people put forward names of educated people as suspects. He left hardly any clues in a time when police often relied on nothing more than catching criminals in the act or having bulletproof witness testimonies. There was no DNA testing, no such thing as fingerprints, no psychological profiling, no closed-circuit TV, and to top it all off, much of the public at that time hated the cops and were really unhelpful. He also killed poor people and prostitutes, and one could say these people in those days weren't considered very important. Some Ripperologists also believe there could have been 2 killers, as 2 murders sharing Ripper trademarks once occurred at the same time. We should take into account that London was jam-packed in those days, with 4 million people living in those sometimes dingy, unlit areas of squalor. It's a fact that in those dark, satanic London streets of the past, many murders went unsolved. Cops just weren't that skilled and were without modern technology. They were so desperate they even dressed up as women and hung about in the East End hoping the killer might strike them.
A young woman walks down an alleyway on her way home from college, illuminated only in small puddles of light by the lamps above her. Little does she know that a man will be waiting for her as she emerges into the car park. Poor soul, she thinks after seeing that well-dressed man is struggling to carry books to his Volkswagen Beetle, especially as one of his arms is in a sling. She walks over to him and offers assistance, to which the polite and softly spoken man gives her his utmost thanks. As she takes some of the books and leans down to place them in the passenger seat, he hits her over the head with a tire iron. He gets into the driver's seat and leaves the scene. He'll strangle her like he did many others. He'll do unspeakable things to her. He is the quintessential maniac. His name is Ted Bundy. The scene we've just described to you was the modus operandi of this particular serial killer. Well, when he had planned his murders. Bundy's thing was to use his good looks, his speaking skills, and his educated demeanor to lure people into his trap. At times, he'd put his arm in a sling or even walk on crutches to give his victims a false sense of security. How harmful could a man be on crutches, one dressed in a suit, driving a cute car? This is why he was so hard to catch. He just didn't fit the profile of a serial killer, one who did absolutely disgusting things to people at the moment they died and after they died. He probably should have been caught much earlier than he was. After all, when young women went out and never came back, on a few occasions witnesses came forward and said they had seen a man lurking around, a man with one arm in a sling, a man that drove a VW Bug. 22-year-old Brenda Carol Ball was last seen talking to a guy in a car park who had brown hair and an arm in a sling. Soon after, Susan Elaine Rancourt went missing, never to return. 2 people came forward after that and said they'd been approached by a man who wore a sling. He'd asked them for help putting some books into his car, a VW Beetle. Then, on June 11, 1974, University of Washington student Georgianne Hawkins went missing. Her body would never be found. We know that she'd been with her boyfriend and she left him after midnight. On her walk home to her sorority house, she was spotted by a male friend who was driving a car. He shouted out of the window, "Hey George, what's happening?" She chatted with him for a minute or two and expressed that she was a bit nervous about her upcoming Spanish exam. Later, witnesses told the cops that they'd seen some guy skulking around in an alleyway close to Hawkins's, a guy whose arm was in a sling. One woman said he'd asked her to help him load a briefcase into a light brown Volkswagen Beetle. Little did she know at the time how close she was to being murdered. Hawkins wasn't so lucky. She fell for the trick, as any helpful person might. We know what happened to her because Bundy later talked about it. When she was close enough to his car, he hit her over the head with a crowbar, which knocked her clean out. When she came around, she was obviously confused, although to Bundy's surprise, she seemed to think that he'd turned up to help her with Spanish. She was evidently in shock. This is what Bundy said about that. It's odd the kinds of things people will say under those circumstances. He strangled her and dumped her body, a body he would return to on at least 3 occasions. You can only imagine how demented he was returning to a body that was decomposing. He had his reasons, but we'll get to that. Bundy was brazen, there's no doubt about it. He didn't ever think he'd be caught. He thought he was too intelligent for the police. After all, he'd worked in politics. He worked as an assistant director of the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Committee, where he wrote a paper on rape prevention. He did a stint at the Department of Emergency Services, where he talked about missing women and how to find them. And that's likely why Bundy didn't have any qualms about returning to the alleyway from where he'd picked up Hawkins. The day after the abduction, he was there at the same time as the police, hiding in plain sight as he picked up one of the girl's shoes and her necklace. If he wasn't picking up girls in a car park or close by one, he was sneaking into basements while they slept and then bludgeoning the victim with some kind of iron bar. Bundy was like the boogeyman, a serial killer that crawled through windows and viciously attacked people while they were at their most vulnerable. But he was also a con artist. He played confidence tricks and he was very good at it. Investigators knew that when girls went missing, at times a man was seen with an arm in a sling, a man that owned a VW Beetle. Surely Bundy was easy prey after that. How many VW Beetles were there in those areas when the abduction happened? Areas dotted around the Pacific Northwest. The reality was Bundy's reign of terror was only in the early stages. The public and police were worried, that's for sure. Young folks stopped hitching rides and many became fearful of talking to strangers or leaving their windows open at night. Those with most to fear were young white women. Bundy's victims were almost always in their late teens or early 20s. They were Caucasian, and most of them were attractive. They studied at university and were said to be intelligent and gifted students. Another thing was the fact that each girl disappeared at a college where construction work was going on. Could the disappearances be linked? wondered investigators. They just didn't know. They had very little forensic evidence to work with, and there were no bodies. That didn't mean the cops thought the girls had just taken off someplace. Nothing about their personalities and state of mind suggested that. Only weeks after Hawkins went missing, 2 women were abducted in broad daylight at Lake Sammamish State Park, not far from the city of Seattle. Bundy had first approached 5 women in the park, and in what they later described as a Canadian or British accent, the man introduced himself as Ted. Ted, dressed in a pressed white tennis outfit with one arm in a sling, politely asked them if they could help him unload a sailboat from his bronze-colored Volkswagen Beetle. 4 of them said no, but 1 followed him to his car. Thankfully, she ran away when she became aware that there was no sailboat. That day, Bundy managed to enlist 1 woman for help, and he later abducted another close to a restroom. Both would die. Did he kill one in front of the other? He once said that that was true, but close to his execution date, he recanted that terribly bleak detail. This is not a story about his crimes, though. What we want to know is how the hell did the police not get closer to Bundy, seeing as he was using the same car and the same sling trick, and so the same modus operandi? He even told the girls that escaped that he was named Ted. What more did the cops need? A written confession? They were closer, but still a long way from getting him. They at least now had good description of this Ted guy, and it did quite look like him. In no time at all, this sketch appeared in many newspapers and was shown on TV. Remember that we said Bundy worked at the Department of Emergency Services? Well, one of his co-workers there saw the sketch and heard about the Volkswagen Beetle, and she knew she was looking at her colleague, Mr. Bundy. She made a call to the cops, as did another person that knew Ted Bundy. The cops at the time were receiving something like 200 of these calls in one day, and they quickly assumed that a clean-cut law student with no criminal record couldn't be behind the abductions. Serial killers didn't look like that, or so they thought. The heat was on though, and Bundy knew it. A couple of months after his last murder, bones were being found. Those bones were the remains of his victims, scattered in various places where the cops hadn't thought to look. It was fortunate for Bundy then that he was accepted to study at the University of Utah Law School. He packed his bags and headed south in August of '74. He was only in Utah a month when he started killing again. September 2nd, a hitchhiker. October 2nd, a 16-year-old girl. October 18th, a 17-year-old girl from a pizza parlor. It turned out that she was the daughter of a police chief. After her decomposing body was found on a hiking trail, the post-mortem exam revealed that Bundy had kept her alive for perhaps 7 days. Each had been subjected to the most brutal depravity, although Bundy admitted years later that after he killed them, he shampooed their hair and applied makeup to their faces, keeping them in a state that he liked. He wanted the physical possession of the remains, and he wanted to do what he wanted to them. He sometimes chopped them, sometimes kept heads in his apartment, and he dressed them in the way he wanted them to look. And then he took a photograph. When you work hard to do something right, he once said, you don't want to forget it. More abductions happened, more murders, as well as attempted abductions. The disappearances were reported in the media, and after reading about them, a woman named Elizabeth Klepfer, who dated Bundy back when he was in Washington, put 2 and 2 together. She not only called the King County cops and told them that she thought she had been dating the killer, but she also told the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office and said the same. She was still talking to Bundy at this point on the telephone, but she didn't say anything about her calls. For her, the sketch looked like Ted Bundy. The car was Bundy's, and so the murders following him around were just too much of a coincidence. Bundy started then killing in Colorado. Things didn't change much. Death by blunt force trauma, sometimes strangulation, bodies dumped, mutilated, sometimes wearing clothes that weren't theirs. 1975 drew to an end and there were more victims, some whose bodies have never been found. 76 turned out to be another bloody year, so how come Washington cops weren't at the very least looking at Bundy? They only did that after they discovered a new toy, a computer and a database. They found that they could input data about the murders and the computer would compare that data to data already in the system. Thousands of names were in that database, but only 26 names matched the crimes. Bundy's was one of them. The problem was connecting the Utah and Colorado murders to the Pacific Northwest murders. At the time, there were no large databases containing all the state's police departments. The fact of the matter was, while the cops should have known better after the tip-offs, because Bundy moved around, he managed to evade capture. But then, he was pulled over by a cop in a Salt Lake City suburb after he'd been driving around looking suspicious. On searching Bundy's car, the cop found quite the collection of suspicious items: a ski mask, trash bags, handcuffs, a crowbar, lengths of rope, and an ice pick. All that was pretty much the consummate serial killer's stash. It didn't take long for the cops to understand that they might have a maniac on their hands, and they had the phone call from Bundy's lover in their records, and they had his car description from one of the abductions. Still, after searching his house, the police didn't have enough to keep him. One thing they didn't find that day was a bunch of photographs of his dead victims. Things would have been very different had they discovered those awful snaps. Bundy was on the loose again, but he was being monitored all day long. Some of the cops flew to Seattle to speak to Bundy's lover. She told him that some things just didn't add up, such as why did he keep crutches in his house? And what about that plaster of Paris? Not to mention the surgical gloves, big knives, meat cleaver, and a bag full of women's clothes. Bundy was certainly in a fix now, but he was by no means done. He sold his beloved Beetle, but that was soon sequestered by investigators who gave the interior a good going over. What they found were strands of hair from females, and those females were very likely victims of murder. Police brought Bundy in and put him in a lineup, but they only had enough evidence to possibly put him on trial for aggravated kidnapping and attempted criminal assault. His parents paid his $15,000 bail and off he went, once again, a free man, but under heavy round-the-clock surveillance. He actually lived with his lover again while he was on bail, which should have been a very strange time for her. At this point, the lead investigators from Utah, Washington, and Colorado all finally got together and shared their stories and what evidence they had. They were pretty darn sure that they had a serial killer on their hands, and an utterly depraved one at that. Before they could get him for murder, though, he faced trial for kidnapping and assault. He was found guilty and sentenced to 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. While in there, he was charged with just one of the murders. Bundy was a desperate man around this time, likely knowing that his crimes or most of them would catch up with him and he'd be looking at the death penalty. He chose to defend himself, and because of that, he didn't have to wear handcuffs or leg shackles in court. On one of those court appearances, he managed to convince the court he needed the library and he leapt from a window. He actually survived for 6 days around the wilderness of the Aspen Mountains, but was eventually picked up by the cops. The case against him for that one murder was actually quite weak, but it seemed that Bundy believed they would get him. If he was done for that case, more cases might follow. Over a period of 6 months, he got his hands on a floor plan of the jail. He saved money after getting it smuggled in by visitors, and he also got himself a hacksaw. On December 30th, 1977, Bundy filled his bed with books, so it might look like he was sleeping. He then got through the ceiling and into an apartment. There, he changed into civilian clothes and then he walked out of the jail. He went from Chicago to Atlanta to Florida in stolen cars, only stopping to steal certain items or wallets from people. On January 15, 1978, he walked around at night in Florida State University. In the early hours of the morning, he assaulted, bludgeoned, strangled, and bit 3 sleeping women in 3 different rooms, all within about 15 minutes. 2 of them survived but were very badly injured. He left the sorority house and went to an apartment building where he viciously attacked another girl, fracturing her skull and jaw. There, he left behind one of his favorite things, his pantyhose mask. Police also found sperm and hair samples. Bundy later drove to Jacksonville where he abducted and killed a 12-year-old girl. A few days later, he was stopped by a police officer. During questioning, he kicked the man's legs and ran for it. The cop fired warning shots, but Bundy kept running. He was too slow, he was tackled, and in spite of his best efforts, he couldn't get the gun from the cop. Bundy was done for, sat in a car, handcuffed, on his way to certain death. Still, this Florida policeman didn't know who he had in the car. He was not aware that he was carrying one of the USA's most wanted fugitives. He certainly had no idea that the occupant of his vehicle would become known as one of the worst, most vile serial killers of all time. A demon whose warped brutality knew no bounds. And do you know what Bundy said to the cop while he was in the car? He said, "I wish you had killed me." Eventually, he confessed to 30 murders, but there could have been many more. On January 24, 1989, age 42, Bundy took his final breaths in the electric chair. His last words were, "I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." They said he was a pillar of the community. Friendly neighbors watched from their windows as he shoveled snow for the elderly. He became Pogo the Clown for the local children, who guffawed at his tricks and happily received a balloon for being such a good boy or girl. A close friend to politicians and professionals, when the mask finally was removed from this sadistic killer, society was shaken to its very core. John Wayne Gacy was a man who said in custody, "I've taken 3.5 hours of truth serum, sodium amytal, the maximum amount I could have. It shows I have no knowledge of the crime whatsoever." That's strange because his crimes were certainly memorable. When Gacy was not making kids laugh at tricks, he did one-on-one shows in his house that involved asking a young man to wear a pair of handcuffs to try to get out of them. Having already seen that Gacy was a respectable member of the local community, the victim gladly slipped his hands into the cuffs. His captor would then fasten a noose around his neck, pulling it tighter in increments. This was about the time when the victim knew there was no trick, and Gacy was certainly no pillar of the community. But let's go back to the start. Like many serial killers in the making, the young Gacy suffered a troubled upbringing. He stuffed his trauma down into the far reaches of his brain, but it wouldn't be long before his horrifying past resurfaced in new ways when he grew up. Gacy was an outcast as a young boy and had a father who was quick to reprimand the youngster. Gacy was powerless. This doesn't often bode well for the adult in the making. But at the age of 18, it looked as though Gacy was doing all right. That's when he became the assistant precinct captain for a local Democratic Party politician. It seemed like young Gacy was becoming a respectable young man. Still, he could never do any good in his father's eyes. His pop, an ugly human if there ever was one, was often calling his son sissy boy and other similar slurs. John Wayne Gacy was homosexual, but you can understand why he tried his hardest to repress his sexual urges and feelings with a father like that. A leading detective on the case will say Gacy was actually a homophobic homosexual, his denial being so strong. Gacy moved away from his father and ended up working as a mortuary assistant in Las Vegas. There he took perhaps a too keen interest in the embalming of bodies. One day he got into a coffin of a recently deceased man. He hugged the body, he stroked the slick embalmed skin. For those few moments he didn't feel powerless at all. He then jumped out of the coffin in a state of shock. With actual living young men becoming intimate posed more problems. Even though Gacy got married, it was just a charade. When he became a manager at a KFC outlet, he'd often invite young male workers back to his house to play pool and drink alcohol. He'd usually come on to them, and when they pushed him away, he'd just say he was kidding. The guys usually weren't gay, and even if they were, Gacy was hardly attractive. His solution to those unreciprocated advances was simple and vile. Abduct them first, torture them, and kill them. He did this many times, and it seems he did so without so much as stirring anyone's curiosity. He was, after all, a community leader, an organizer of parades, a successful businessman and fundraiser whose mask remained tight against his doughy face. He was, as people later said, the devil in disguise. But let's be frank here, viewers. Had any of you more discerning people known Gacy back then and really talked to him, you'd have known he was screwy in about 20 minutes. If you'd hung around him for a few weeks, you'd likely have seen his massive stash of pornography. There's nothing wrong with that, of course, but you'd have to notice that he spent as much time hanging out with guys in their late teens as he did with his wife and children. You'd then have found out that he had two clown characters, Pogo, the nice clown, and Patches, the sometimes devilish clown. You wouldn't have had to read Sigmund Freud to figure out that this was a two-sided man. Sometimes he'd keep the clown outfit on, and you'd later see him collapsed over a beer in a local bar. Had you not come to the conclusion by then that Mr. Gacy might have been hiding something perhaps a little dark, your intuitive faculties were as dull as a potato's. But you didn't even need heightened intuition to see what he was like. He sexually harassed a number of his staff, all young men. He once told one of them, "Do you know how easy it would be to get one of my guns and kill you, and how easy it would be to get rid of the body?" You might have even seen how young men went into his house and never came out. You could have talked with a young man who Gacy tried to handcuff, likely with the intent to kill, only to be out-wrestled. Gacy told that guy, "Not only are you the only one who got out of the cuffs, you got them on me." There were other survivors too. If you were a young guy back then living anywhere near that neighborhood, you would have heard of Mr. Gacy, the creepy clown who couldn't keep his hands to himself. If you'd been able to look deeper, you would have seen he served time in prison for assault on a young man. So this begs the question, how come he wasn't investigated? It was partly because people back then, even the police, didn't expect serial killers to look from the outside as upstanding members of the community. Gacy wasn't just a pillar of the community, he was the lodestone, especially once he'd gotten his painting, decorating, and maintenance business off the ground. His political work even got him a photograph with the First Lady Rosalind Carter. If there was a serial killing university degree, the first thing you learn in evasion tactics class is that if you want to become a prime wolf, you first have to know how to perfect playing the lamb. It also helps to earn money, since money and power afford a killer cloaking device. Ask the United States Secret Service, which gave Gacy special clearance. Okay, let's now get down to the business of how he was finally caught. On December 11th, 1978, a woman named Elizabeth Peist went to the local drugstore to pick up her teenage son who worked there. She was in great spirits that day. It was her birthday, and she had invited all her friends to her party. The devoted son Robert had helped her get things ready for the party. Robert told his mom to wait in the parking lot. He said he just had to speak to a guy about a possible summer job, a job that paid a whole lot more than his drugstore gig. All Miss Pice was told was that the guy offering the job worked in construction. Robert had met him when the guy went to the drugstore to talk about possible maintenance. Elizabeth sat in the car, giddy about the party to come and glad her son was helping out with making sure everything went well. But then 20 minutes passed and he still hadn't come out of the store. She never saw him again. She couldn't enjoy the party that evening with her son still not having contacted her. Not even a phone call just to say he got waylaid. Later that night, when everyone had left, she called the police and reported Robert missing, informing them about the contractor he said he was meeting. The cops soon discovered that the contractor was 36-year-old John Wayne Gacy. This guy was known to almost everyone in the community. In 3 different cities, he'd been voted Man of the Year by the Junior Chamber of Commerce. He had a successful business and had even met the president's wife. When the cops looked more into the man, they found out he often visited the local hospital children's ward. There, playing Pogo the Clown to seriously ill kids, he bounced around doing tricks. One was handcuffing the kids and then pretending he'd lost the key and telling them they'd stay that way forever. Another was running around and tying them up with rope. The children couldn't get enough of it. When police interviewed his neighbors, they told him Gacy was a lovely guy, despite going through 2 divorces and not seeing his 2 kids much. Every Christmas, his house was always the one with the most Christmas lights. When it snowed, he never failed to go out in the street and shovel old folks' driveways. So police didn't immediately think, serial killing sadist. In fact, they might have left Gacy alone had he not denied going to the drugstore that day Robert went missing. Witnesses had put him there. This encouraged the cops to dig a little deeper. They only had to scrape the surface to find the part-time party clown had been imprisoned in the past for attacking a teenager. They also saw that similar charges had been dropped in another case that mirrored that one. What was just as shocking was a police report from 1978, which Gacy had invited a 28-year-old man to smoke some weed in his car. He told police at the time that Gacy knocked him out by putting a rag soaked in chloroform over his mouth. Gacy took him back to his house and assaulted him. Police didn't charge Gacy, and the matter was settled over a $3,000 payout. Now, a few months later, he'd been connected to a missing teen. Police had to investigate. Too many things just seemed wrong about Gacy. Police got a warrant and went to search his house. They found all kinds of books and films related to sex, a starting pistol, a length of nylon rope, drugs that can make someone sleepy, police badges, and if that wasn't suspicious enough, lots of IDs and underwear that did not belong to Gacy. In his bedroom was a giant clown painting. Close to that was a TV alarm clock and radio, unbeknownst to cops, something that had belonged to one of his victims. On closer inspection, police found their pièce de résistance, a drugstore receipt in a wastebasket that had at one point been in Robert Pice's pocket. They didn't know this just yet. Police also found a class of 1975 Maine West High School ring. On it was the initials JAS. They didn't know it at the time, but the ring belonged to one of Gacy's former employees, John Allen Syke, who became a victim himself. They surveilled his house after that and followed him everywhere he went. Gacy seemed to enjoy this at first, going over to the police car outside his house and telling the cops where he was about to go. As time went on, he said the police were harassing him for no good reason, all the time trying to prove how important he was. One time, detectives went to lunch with Gacy. They asked him about his clown thing. Gacy said he loved being Pogo. Being a clown, he said, meant you could go out in public and grab women, and all they did was laugh about it. He told them being a clown, you can get away with murder. Police then interviewed one of his former employees, who told him Gacy once asked him to spread lime in a crawl space under his house. That's when they started working on getting a second search warrant. One day, Gacy lost his temper and went out to the surveillance vehicle. He said to the cops, "Come inside, have a coffee, look around, there's nothing to see." Meanwhile, the neighbors wondered why those horrible cops were harassing poor Mr. Gacy. In the house, one of the cops noticed something when he flushed the toilet. It wasn't physical, it was a smell every detective knows well: death. That second warrant couldn't come soon enough. Soon after, Gacy turned up at his lawyer's office looking rattled and drunk. He told his lawyers he had something to say. When they asked what, he pulled out the newspaper, pointing at the article about the missing boy Robert Pice. Gacy said, "The boy's dead. He's dead. He's in a river." Through the night, the drunk Gacy said he'd been the jury, judge, and executioner of many, many people. He said some were under the house and others were in the river, although Gacy was worse for wear throughout his rambling. He wasn't under arrest at this point and so left, now badly hungover. He wouldn't remain a free man long, but while he was, he drove over to meet a friend and said, "I've been a bad boy. I killed 30 people, give or take a few." On December 21st, police got the second warrant to search his house. As they looked around, they found a kind of trap door. That led to a crawl space, so one of the detectives got in and started crawling along the tunnel. His nostrils were immediately filled with the stench of decomposition. He shouted up to the other detectives, "I think this place is full of kids." At first, police found 3 bodies, all in various stages of rot. They also found bits of bodies. What they were looking at was perhaps one of the USA's worst serial killers. Turned out Gacy had been killing for a while, even when he was living with his second wife. Once she was out of the house, he lured young men back to his place on the promise of booze and weed. He'd often play his clown game with them, strapping handcuffs over their wrists to see if they could get out. They'd become worried, and then he would strangle them. He usually did this slowly, first by putting the rope around their neck and telling them it too was a game. He gradually fastened it tighter and tighter by twisting a stick until they could hardly breathe. He tortured some of his victims while they were in this state of terminal distress. His wife would often complain about the horrid smell, to which Gacy would always blame dead rats. When she complained too much, he told her to mind her own business. She asked about all the clothes and wallets she found, seemingly from the young men. Again, Gacy told her not to pry into his personal business. That's when she left. Police interviewed survivors, mostly poor kids and prostitutes he found on the streets. Although Gacy was open to picking up any kind of hitchhiker, he'd take them back to his house and show them that photo of himself with the First Lady. This was usually enough to make the men feel safe. The only reason they survived was that they outright refused to play the handcuff game with him. They didn't tell the cops, for the sad fact that most of them saw police as the enemy. If they did take part in the trick, they died. Gacy told police that when he was tightening that rope around his victim's neck, for the final time he would often recite the 23rd Psalm. It starts with the line, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." And later comes the unforgettable line, "Yea, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." God knows what might have been going through the minds of his victims. Gacy was doing most of the killing when he was the most famous for playing pogo, so he could have killed and entertained a bunch of sick kids or the children of his politician friends. As for why he did it, Gacy once told FBI profiler Robert Ressler that all his victims were just worthless little queers and punks. He later denied the murders, saying he'd been set up. In his many interviews, he said the media made him into some kind of monster. He said, "They've created this fantasy monster image, and it's been going on for the last 12 years, and I never had no comment. And I had no need to talk to the media for the simple reason that they were looking for sensationalism. They were looking for the monster." It wasn't exactly a cogent defense, seeing as a mass of bodies were found under his house and their belongings inside of his house. In a separate interview, Gacy said, "If you want to say I slept in the house of a dead body, okay, fine, I'll buy that. But in the same room? No. And besides, the dead won't bother you, it's the living you gotta worry about." He once created a document winning correspondence to the New Yorker. It was a Q&A which he answered himself. Here are some of the answers, just to give you more insight into how he either fooled himself or was an outright liar. My biggest regret, being so trusting and gullible, taken advantage of. Favorite song, Send in the Clowns, Amazing Grace. I consider myself liberal with values. Gacy told the interviewer he hadn't committed the murders. He said at one point, "I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna make no damn Ted Bundy's last-minute confessions." The interviewer didn't expect him to, nor did he believe much of what Gacy had said over many hours of chats. Gacy should have been caught much earlier, or at least should have set off a few lights in the radar of the local police departments. In 1975, an 18-year-old former employee of Gacy named John Butkovich had an argument with him over some missing pay. Butkovich went missing after that. Gacy was interviewed by the cops, but nothing came of it. Remember, this was a man with a very sketchy record of hurting young men. The boy's parents called the cops over 100 times, each time demanding that they investigate Gacy. They didn't. Gacy later told police that he got Butkovich stoned and drunk and then inveigled him to put the handcuffs on behind his back. Gacy said he sat on him for at least an hour before strangling him. He then had to rush to bury the body since his wife and kids said they were coming back. During the trial, the prosecutor said John Gacy has accounted for more human devastation than many earthly catastrophes, but one must tremble. I tremble when thinking about just how close he came to getting away with it all. That is true. He could have gotten away with so many murders. Maybe it was his political connections and air of importance that helped him escape the eyes of the police. That and the fact that he was Man of the Year. There was also linkage blindness, meaning different police departments didn't or couldn't link up his earlier offenses. Still, maybe Gacy wasn't working alone. An investigator later said there was overwhelming evidence Gacy worked with an accomplice. He could have also been part of some depraved ring, which is what many people now think. There's fairly convincing evidence that he was involved with a man who operated such a ring. Gacy was convicted of 33 murders in all. On May 10, 1994, he received a lethal injection. He had no last words, although some dubious sources state he said, "Kiss my..." You need to fill in that final word yourself. Cursing offends some people.
Okay, so first let's get one thing straight. Count Dracula wasn't a real person. He was the creation of writer Bram Stoker in his 1897 novel Dracula. But Stoker didn't pull Dracula out of thin air. The myth of the vampire had been circulating around mostly Eastern Europe for centuries, sometimes leading to accusations of vampirism in the public, and a few brave but perhaps demented people digging up corpses and plunging a stake into a stopped heart. There are reports of people doing this in Serbia in the early 1700s, but tales of soul-destroying, blood-sucking dudes with a fine set of shiny incisors are thought to have originated in antiquity. If you type vampire arrested into Google, you'll quickly see that the vampiric age is not dead. But today, we're going to focus on a real devil in this episode of the infographic show, Tsutomu Miyazaki, the human Dracula. Miyazaki is also sometimes referred to as the Girl Killer, which explains clearly how he entered the serial killer hall of infamy. You could say he's almost the Japanese version of Jeffrey Dahmer if you switch teenage boys for very young girls. Like Dahmer, Miyazaki had a thing for expressing a twisted adoration of dead bodies. This is our way of describing necrophilia without veering too much into the realm of X-rated content. He also ate parts of them for dinner. Yes, he was a cannibal, but how did this maniac transform from cute little Japanese boy to wretched killer of kids? Let's take a brief look at his past. If you've seen our other serial killer shows, you can bet he didn't have the best start in life. His rotten luck started the moment he took his first breath, but if you want to be more precise, it started while he was still in the womb. He was born on August 21st, 1962, which makes him a Leo. We actually looked up famous serial killers and their star signs, and Gemini had the most. So if you are a Gemini, you are in some bad company. Okay, sorry about the digression. So, this guy was born with very deformed hands. Not only was it hard for him to use them, but they looked like the hands of Nosferatu, long and thin and gnarled and utterly creepy looking. As you might imagine, this didn't go down well with the girls, and it was an endless stream of amusement for young boys that liked to bully him. It's said Miyazaki soon learned it was best to stay alone. That he did, while reading fantasy comics and watching slasher films. Only he soon graduated from comics and horror movies to watching Japanese pornography. It was later discovered he had amassed over 5,763 of these screamadelic videos, and as weird as they can be, it wasn't enough, and soon he was into anime and illegal films whose victims were children. He once said about normal Japanese pornography, they black out the most important part. They weren't good enough for him, and aside from searching for and finding illegal videos, he filmed girls' underwear when he managed to get shots while they were playing tennis at a nearby court. The thing is, this was a kid with opportunities. His dad owned a newspaper, but Miyazaki wasn't interested in taking it over. He was a black sheep as well as a lonely cripple. He watched videos all the time rather than work, and it said the two sisters that lived with him didn't like him at all. His dad never listened to him, and his mother wasn't exactly doting. The one person he did have was his grandfather, whom he loved so much he ate part of his ashes after he died so he could stay with him forever. Things went downhill after the death of Grandpa. On one occasion, Miyazaki was caught spying on one of his sisters as she showered. She expressed her concern, and rather than apologize, he beat her up. His mother admonished him for crime 1 and crime 2, and so he beat her up too. You get the picture. This is one unhappy kid. As is the case with so many abused kids who attempt to gain power and control in their lives, he soon turned to murder. And so, on August 22, 1988, Miyazaki abducted a 4-year-old from a park in Tokyo. He took her to a quiet spot under a bridge, and the two chatted for around 30 minutes. He then strangled her and proceeded to engage in sexual acts with her corpse. He stripped her and took home her clothes. Only a few days later, he had a change of mind and went back to the decomposing body. He chopped off her hands and feet, which would later be discovered in his closet. He took the rest of the body, burned it, and ground the bones into powder. He then sent some of this powder to the girl's parents, along with a few of her teeth and some photos of her clothes. He sent a postcard too, which cryptically read, "Mary, cremated, bones, investigate, prove." Soon after, he did the same with a 7-year-old girl who had been walking around by herself. Again, he engaged in necrophilia, and he did that at the exact same spot where he had done it before. He kept the clothes again, presumably for later gratification. He took his third victim, another 4-year-old, just a couple of months after. He drove her to the prefecture of Saitama to a parking lot and took photos of her while she was alive. He dumped her body there and left her clothes close by in a green area. Again, he sent the parents a postcard, but this time he used letters cut out from magazines. The postcard cryptically read, "Erica, cold, cough, throat, rest, death." It said that a passing driver saw the two together, and if he'd have done something, he could have stopped the murder, but he drove on. soon after the girl was strangled. It's also said that his car got stuck in a gutter where he had stopped and then taken the dead girl from the car. After he had dumped her, a bunch of guys helped him get his car out. Because of all the things that went wrong, he waited a while before he next struck. But about 6 months later, he took a wandering 5-year-old girl from a park. He took her to his car, killed her, then covered her in a sheet and took her home with him. There he spent 2 days molesting the dead girl, and he took photos and videos of this. The videos were later found in his room. When decomposition made it impossible for him to further exploit her body, he chopped her up. He dumped the torso and head in separate locations and kept the hands. He admitted to eating part of these hands and drinking blood from her, but he got paranoid and soon dumped what was left of the hands. He got caught soon after this when he was attempting to insert a zoom lens of a camera inside a young girl's vagina, or according to another report, just in between her legs. He was trying this in a park, it said, but the girl's dad turned up, hit Miyazaki, and he ran off absolutely naked. The dad reported him, of course, and when cops went to Miyazaki's house to confront him, they found his stash of terrible homemade videos, as well as all the other sexual videos. Police also later found some girl's hands. It said during his trial he showed no remorse whatsoever, and even once said that he had done a good job. He said he was a Japanese hero, and during the trial he thought he was on stage. He refused to apologize for what he had done, compelling some people to think he was insane. Court-appointed psychiatrists had 2 different opinions. One that he had a personality disorder, but knew exactly what he was doing, and another that his mind was not working correctly during his reign of terror. In Japan, that's called having a feeble mind. And if the judge agreed with that, the sentence would be more lenient. But the judge believed the first diagnosis, and he was sentenced to death. Considering the cruelty of his crimes, their social impact, and the sentiments of the victim's kin, capital punishment is unavoidable, said the judge. This was in spite of Miyazaki saying he had felt as though he was dreaming when he committed the murders, and that he had been hallucinating about something he called the rat people. One psychiatrist said he may not have an incapacitating personality disorder, such as paranoia or schizophrenia, but I think he may be borderline. His rich father didn't offer any money to help with his son's defense, as he said it would have been an insult to the victims' families. In fact, in true Japanese style, the father took his own life a few years later after this huge loss of honor. It said after his arrest, Miyazaki wrote a letter to his dad, blaming him for everything. To his mom, he simply wrote, "Mother, I've caused you much heartache. Don't forget to change the oil in my car, or it will get so that you can't drive it." Before he was executed, he told more of his story, saying how being hated or just ignored by his parents and his sisters made his life miserable. It turned out he hurt animals, as many serial killers do before they turn their attention to human flesh. He strangled his pet dog to death and killed 2 cats, one of which he boiled to death. After some retrials relating to the man's sanity, his death sentence was upheld and Miyazaki was hanged on June 17, 2008. "I like killing people because it's so much fun." These were the chilling words written in a letter by someone we know as the Zodiac Killer. But where did the killing begin? Well, the Zodiac, a name he gave to himself in the letters he sent to police, claimed to have killed 37 people in total, but that may not be the case. Police are pretty sure he killed at least 5 people and injured 2 others, but they also say there is a possibility he was responsible for another 20 to 28 murders. The earliest confirmed murder didn't take place until 1968, but it's widely believed that the Zodiac was working much earlier than that. The first confirmed murders were those of a young couple, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, killed on December 20th, 1968. The couple pulled into a place named Lover's Lane, probably about to reach first base on what was said to be their first date. They didn't get too far because a man approached their vehicle and shot the man in the head. The girl ran, but was shot 5 times in the back. A few months later, the Zodiac would claim these murders as his own, and he would share details only the killer could have known. You can go back much earlier though to 1963, and again, this terrorizer of the night picked on young people. High school lovers Robert Domingos and Linda Edwards used Senior Ditch Day to go for a sunbathe at Gaviota State Park in California. They never made it home. The boys' dad found the bodies after becoming worried about his son being out for a long time. When he went to the beach to look for them, he found both his son and the girlfriend tied up. The boy had been shot 11 times and the girl 9 times. This may or may not have been our man. Did the Zodiac kill 18-year-old Sherry Josephine Bates, brutally stabbed several times and her throat slashed so hard it almost decapitated her? That was in 1966, and it was some years later that police thought this too could have been the work of the Zodiac. Police are sure the Zodiac almost killed 19-year-old Michael Magoo and did kill his 22-year-old girlfriend Darlene Ferrin. Both were shot in 1969 while sitting in their car at Blue Rock Springs Park in Vallejo. The killer later called the police and described exactly what had happened. He finished the chilling call saying, "I also killed those kids last year. Goodbye." He was referring to Jensen and Faraday. Perhaps the grisliest confirmed crime was that of two lovers, 20-year-old Brian Hartnell and 22-year-old Cecilia Ann Shepard. The pair were relaxing at a lake in Napa County, California, when a man in a hooded costume with the Zodiac emblem sewed on it told them he was a prison escapee. He bound them with clothesline while they were on their backs. He then stabbed the boy 6 times in the back, turned to the screaming girl and stabbed her 10 times. Hartnell actually survived. The killer then went up to the couple's car and scrawled in pen some information about the other murders. Hartnell unfortunately wasn't able to give police much information about the man that almost took his life. The last confirmation, and perhaps the closest the Zodiac came to being caught, was when he shot 28-year-old Paul Stein in the back of his head from his taxicab in San Francisco. He only just got away as police approached the scene, but for some reason the cops were looking for a black suspect. The cops thought it was a robbery until shortly after the San Francisco Chronicle received a letter signed from the Zodiac. The letter stated, "I am the murderer of the taxi driver." And just to be sure the police believed him, also inside the letter was a piece of the bloodstained shirt that Stein had been wearing on the night. People did see a man near the cab that night though, and now police thought they had some idea concerning what he looked like. The Zodiac said that was a bad version of him, stating in a letter that the night of the murder he was wearing a disguise. There were many more suspected murders, but we can't go through them all. Let's talk about these letters instead, most of which were written with terrible handwriting. The first letter sent in 1966 was titled The Confession. He gets straight to the point, starting with the lines, "She was young and beautiful, but now she is battered and dead. She is not the first and she will not be the last." Still, it's thought this could have been any delusional person, perhaps not the actual Zodiac killer. Many more letters are suspected to have come from the Zodiac, but others have been confirmed. On July 31st, it's thought the Zodiac sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle, San Francisco Examiner, and Vallejo Times. Each newspaper had been sent one part of something called a cipher. This may also be called a cryptogram, and is a coded way of sending a message. In this case, it was a block of letters and symbols. The Zodiac was some trickster. While he later wrote a letter saying the cipher contained his name, it was actually later discovered to have said, "I will not give you my name." He sent a series of letters, sometimes with ciphers. The first cipher, when worked out, contained a message, part of which read, "The best part of it is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and all those that I have killed will become my slaves." He even wrote to Chronicle reporter Paul Avery, who had been working on the case. It was a Halloween card that contained the text, "Peekaboo, you are doomed." This was a threat, a matter that became serious for Avery. Despite what the Zodiac movie tells us, it was later said by Avery's friends and colleagues that the case didn't drive him to drugs and drink and his eventual death. That part is fiction, said the people. The last letter received was on January 29, 1974. In this letter, the Zodiac wrote that the film The Exorcist was a great satirical comedy. He left a symbol that has never been explained, and like that, he was gone. So, why was he never caught? Well, firstly, some people do think the police had their man, they just didn't have the sufficient evidence to get a conviction. The prime suspect has always been Arthur Lee Allen, and he's the only one that police gained search warrants for. Several police officers have said they thought it was him. Robert Graysmith, the cartoonist at the San Francisco Chronicle who was very close to the case at the time of the murders, wrote a book called Zodiac, and in it, he puts Allen as the main culprit. Police were all over him for almost 20 years and in the end, had a lot of leads. Bloody knives in his car, matching footprints at the murder scene, a knowledge of ciphers, a positive ID from a survivor, being seen close to one killing, other people saying he had bragged about killing and had talked about naming himself Zodiac. He even had a history of abusing children and an apparent hatred for women, although police said they just could not find enough evidence to convict him. So perhaps it's as simple as that. Cops had their man, but he slipped through their hands. His handwriting didn't match, and neither did his DNA on the envelopes of the Zodiac letters. Allen was found dead in 1992 at his home. Was it Richard Gaykowski, a good fit for the sketch, mentally unstable, and most of all linked to the ciphers that were sent? Still, the man's friends have given him solid alibis for some of the murders. Was it Earl Van Best Jr., an absolute dead ringer for the Zodiac sketch, and his name seems to appear in the ciphers? Some people have said it might have been the Unabomber, aka Theodore J. Kaczynski, but given his intellect, modus operandi, and of course his twisted but profound reason for killing, it just wouldn't make sense. One connection we suppose is that they both wrote to newspapers to spread the news of their wicked game. Was it Ricky Marshall, who owned a typewriter and liked the same movies as the Zodiac? That's hardly a strong case. Was it mentally ill Lawrence Kane, who knew coding, whose name may have been in the ciphers, and who was actually a colleague of one of the victims? What about Ross Sullivan, another mentally ill man that was close to the location of the murders and a good fit for the sketch? And guess what? The Zodiac once mentioned the opera The Mikado, written by none other than Gilbert and Sullivan. The list goes on, but these guys have all been discussed widely by people that have followed the case professionally, and also all those online sleuths we have these days. There are plenty of zodiologists out there, and many have differing opinions. Why was he never caught? Many hypotheses have been put forward, from bad police work, different police departments working on the case and not communicating well, to good old plain luck on the killer side, to the fact the killer was likely not related in any way to any of the victims. They usually are, even if it means they regularly catch the same bus. He chose his locations carefully, for the most part, which were often totally remote and far from each other. We might also add that back in the 60s and 70s, the forensic technology was primitive compared to now. These days, it's likely his murders would not have only been on CCTV, but they'd be going viral after being posted on something like LiveLeak. Even the lead investigator on the Zodiac case doesn't know why they didn't catch him in the end. His name was Dave Tashi, and we'll leave you with something he said. Why didn't we get this guy? I ended up with a bleeding ulcer over this case. It still haunts me, it always will. He's dead now. Rest in peace, Dave.
Soon, cops will raid Edward Gein's house, and what they'll find there won't just disturb them, it'll break them. Many will never be the same after that. But today, Edward scoops one last spoonful of soup from the bowl he's fashioned from a human skull. He then empties the remnants of the soup into a wastebasket made from skin. Today's a big day for Ed. He's finally finished stitching together a very special suit he's made. Illuminated by the light of a lamp that's covered with what looks like faces, Ed first slips on a pair of leggings that look like legs, and next he slips onto his corset, a garment that once served as part of the torso of a woman. He pulls everything tight with a belt decorated with, you guessed it, bits of what used to be a person. He's almost ready now. There's just one last piece of his new outfit to put on, a human face mask. He looks in the mirror and thinks, perfect. He's finally become his mother. His masterpiece is complete. Reeling with joy, he runs into the garden and dances under a full moon. We're talking now about possibly the strangest serial killer to have ever walked the planet. His story is like no other. Ed was truly unique in his depravity, and that's why he inspired movies such as The Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Silence of the Lambs. But if there's one movie that fits Ed's life like a glove, it's Psycho. We're sure you'll agree with us after you've watched the story that Mr. Edward Gein was a true American psycho. The question is, how did he get away with his crimes for so long? Did no one in that small town of his not wonder if there was anything a little bit strange about the man? His entire house was full of things made from human body parts. To do that, he needed quite the stock of bodies. How did he get them? How did he manage to do it without the local cops noticing? But first, let's go back in time and talk about the young Ed Gein. How did a young man become such a monster? A guy that would become known as the Butcher of Plainfield. Edward Theodore Gein was born on August 27, 1906 in a place called La Crosse County in the state of Wisconsin. His parents, George and Augusta, had one other son named Henry. Life wasn't easy for the family. George couldn't hold down a job for long and support his wife and sons for the simple fact that he devoted much of his time to something other than family. That thing was whiskey. Augusta, someone who you might call a controlling matriarch, wasn't happy with the life she had. To try and improve matters, she made the decision to move the family across counties to the small rural village of Plainfield. There, they would work on an isolated farm, barely ever seeing the 700 or so other residents of the village. The two boys went to the local school, but it seemed to the teachers that there was something wrong with the boys. Ed had this habit of just laughing out loud for no good reason. He didn't have many friends, and even if he did make friends, his mother would soon put a stop to the relationship. You see, to understand Ed's later behavior, you really need to know a thing or two about his mother. She might have had an alcoholic husband who often returned home stinking of demon liquor, a man who could barely put food on the table. But she was no angel herself. She not only despised her own husband, but she despised everyone besides her kids. The only reason she didn't ask for a divorce was that it was against her religious beliefs. When not in school, both Ed and Henry weren't allowed off the farm. Augusta's reasoning was that most people were evil. She preached to the boys daily about the depravity of mankind, reading chapters from the Bible about the fires of hell awaiting most folks. She told her kids that those who take to the bottle will meet with eternal damnation. She told them that women were loose, that they couldn't be trusted, and that they too would one day have a date with the devil. Of course, Augusta said she was not one of those women. She was moral. She had committed herself to God. Her Bible was her blueprint for life. We don't need to tell you that this kind of overbearing mothering isn't great for kids, especially when you throw demons and hellfire into the mix. We'll get to the crime soon, but you need to know a little bit more about Ed's pre-skin suit life. The whiskey eventually killed George when Ed and Henry were in their 30s. After that, both men worked on the farm and did odd jobs around the village to make ends meet. They did handiwork for locals, but something Ed really enjoyed doing was babysitting. Yep, the butcher of Plainfield was great with kids, likely because his own development had been arrested due to his mother's strictness. This is what one of the townsfolk actually said about Ed's way with the kids. Good old Ed, kind of a loner and maybe a bit odd with that sense of humor of his, but just the guy to call to sit in with the kiddies. And get this, people still sent their kids to stay with Ed long after his mother died. Some of those kids told their parents that they'd seen shrunken heads and strange masks around his house, but the parents dismissed this as the kids being over-imaginative. So Augusta still had a firm grip on Ed's mind even though the child had grown into a man. Henry had at least managed to get into a relationship with a local woman, but Ed was still too attached to his mom to think about other women. Henry would actually talk to others about how Ed was way too obsessed with their religious zealot of a mom. And when Ed heard this, he wasn't happy. He didn't want to hear anyone talking badly about Augusta. With that in mind, what happened when Ed was 38 years old might not surprise you. There was a huge fire at the farm. Firefighters were called and managed to quell the flames, and then they left. Ed later called the police department and told the cops he couldn't find his brother. A search party went out at night with their lanterns glowing all over the farm, and they eventually found Henry. He was dead. He wasn't burned at all. He was just lying on the ground with his face in the mud. Surprisingly, the cops said no foul play. The coroner said Henry had died of asphyxiation. He said that, even though it appeared that Henry had been hit over the head with something. Was it Ed who killed Henry? Did Ed want to be the sole benefactor of his mother's adoration? Most people think yes. Had the cops worked a bit harder, they likely would have prevented the rise of the monster. Not long after Henry's downfall, Augusta suffered a terrible stroke that left her paralyzed. Now Ed had to play nurse for his mother, with her shouting orders as her devoted son ran around doing all the jobs in the house. Nothing Ed could do could save her. She had another stroke soon after and died. To say the least, the adoring son of that Bible-waving beast was devastated. The house just got messier and messier, but not in one room. Ed kept his mother's room as clean as possible, making it a shrine to her. He also boarded up many of the other rooms in the house, with his main room being the kitchen. He still babysat from time to time, but his biggest joy was reading books about Japanese and German atrocities during the Second World War. He also had a thing for detective pulp fiction. Books back then often included gory stories of cannibalism in the Pacific. Ed managed to get by doing odd jobs, and he also enjoyed a windfall from some land he sold that had once been his brother's. What the locals in the village didn't know at this time was that Ed had lost his head. The death of his mother had traumatized him to the extent he was dangerously psychotic. He had become deranged and there was no going back. We don't know the exact time when Ed started playing around with corpses, but it's thought that during the late 40s and early 50s he was grave digging and killing. He'd sometimes wait until someone had been buried and then he'd sneak off to the graveyard in the middle of the night and exhume the corpse. He's now called a necrophiliac serial killer, which means he gratified himself sexually with the bodies before he got to work on making things from them. Let's now fast forward in time and tell you about what the cops saw when they entered the property and had the shock of their lives. A shock some people say killed the local sheriff. What he saw that day was so terrible, so unthinkable, he was overwhelmed with feelings of disgust, horror, and sadness. He died soon after from heart failure. It was the deputy sheriff that first arrived on the property. He opened a barn door and before his eyes he saw a dead woman hanging upside down from a beam. To him, she looked like an animal that had been killed and was in the process of being butchered. She had already been split down the middle and her internal organs had been removed. It was enough to make the cop vomit on the spot. Her head had been removed and the tendons in her ankles had been cut and a rod thread through them. It sure was a sight to behold. Worse still, the police found her head in a burlap bag. Ed had driven a nail in each of her ears and fastened a string to them as if to make a kind of hanging trophy. There was much worse to come. The rest of the police department arrived on the scene. Now it was time to check the rooms of the main house. In the kitchen, they discovered Ed had likely been thinking about doing some cooking. On the stove was the heart of a woman, kept next to a bunch of cooking pots. Cops would later say Ed was no doubt a cannibal as well as a necrophile, and what really turned the stomachs of the town folks was that they'd often eaten packages of meat Ed had given to them. Did that make them cannibals too? Inside the houses, they found stacks of human bones. They found at least 10 severed heads. Some of those heads had the faces peeled off of them. They ended up becoming Ed's face mask collection. To make them more realistic, he'd adorned some of their lips with lipstick. One of the cops who saw those masks remarked that the people were very recognizable. One of the faces of a recent victim had only just been removed, and Ed had placed that one in a paper bag. The cops weren't anywhere near finished with their search. They found the skin wastebasket we told you about. They found chairs with human skin coverings. There were skulls with the tops sawn off, female genitals stored in a shoebox. They found noses, lips attached to a drawstring, female fingernails, a human skin lampshade, skulls on bedposts, and of course, Ed's pièce de résistance, his human bodysuit replete with the breasts of a woman. So after his arrest, how did Ed explain himself? He admitted that he robbed the graves of women. He wanted his mother back, and making things from the body parts of women was kind of like having his mother around all the time. By making a woman suit, he could actually become his mother. It turned out that those kids had been right, and indeed Ed had kept shrunken heads in his house. One kid, a 16-year-old who sometimes went to see ball games with Ed, said Ed always had told him the heads and faces were all stuff he'd collected that had come from the Philippines. That wasn't true. They were all local women. Cops did wonder how a man could dig up a grave all by himself in just one night, but when they went to the graves of the victims, sure enough, the women or most of the women were missing from their coffins. Occasionally, Ed would take what he needed from the body and later return the body parts he wasn't interested in. So, what led the police to Ed's house in the first place? That was because the police went to a local store and found a trail of blood. The blood of a woman named Bernice Warden. Ed had shot her and slit her throat, and then he proceeded to drag her body out of the store and take it to his house. Hers was the body hanging from that beam, and Ed had literally left a trail of blood for police to follow. The cops also found out from Bernice's son that Ed had been in the store the day before and said he'd come back in a day or two to buy a gallon of antifreeze. On the floor of the store, the cops found a bloodied receipt for a gallon of antifreeze. Ed didn't immediately admit to his crime, but the cops used a tried and tested technique to get him to confess. It was simple enough. They just made him look at the corpse of the woman he killed and mutilated, and in the end, he cracked. He also admitted to killing a tavern keeper he knew well, a woman named Mary Hogan. A mask made from her face was found in his house. At first, the cops didn't believe that all those body parts in Ed's house had been robbed from graves. What they thought they had on their hands was one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. But as we said, Ed told them about the graves he'd robbed, and he wasn't lying. He also said he only killed people when the ground was so hard from the cold it made exhuming bodies impossible. He guessed his grave robbing lasted from 1947 to 1952, and he added that at times he'd been helped by a man named Gus who stopped helping Ed when he was forced to live in a home for the elderly. We probably don't need to tell you that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab had never heard a story like this before. At first, Ed was reluctant to open up to investigators, but the longer he was with them, the more he talked. They listened as he explained the thing he liked to do the most was put on his tan skin suit, don one of his face masks, put female sex organs over his male sex organs, and then run around in the garden, especially when it was a full moon. That may sound about as crazy can get, but with only 2 murders under his belt, how come Ed Gein is called a serial killer? Isn't it 3 or more kills that gets a person into the serial killer hall of infamy? Well, it's generally thought Ed killed quite a few more people. Remember, he lived in a pretty remote area, and so we can tell you that other people went missing around the places where Ed frequented, and well, the cops thought he likely was behind those disappearances. Police found the genitals of girls in Ed's house, and it's now believed that they belonged to some missing local girls. It's also believed that Ed was behind the disappearances of 2 deer hunters who left the Plainfield Tavern one night and were never seen again. One of the missing men's jacket and his dead dog were found on the Gein farm. The judge who presided over Ed's trial later wrote that there was little doubt Ed had killed more than 2 people. That judge found Ed not guilty by reason of insanity and sent him to serve out his sentence at Central State Hospital for the criminally insane. It's actually quite unusual for serial killers to receive this verdict, but we don't think many people would disagree with the judge in this case. Ed Gein almost certainly had a case of what's called the Oedipal complex, a psychosexual condition in which a child desires his parent of the opposite sex. Ed's mother's fanatic talk of God and the devil and telling her sons that all women were bad except for her no doubt was the foundation of Ed's obsession with her and his exclusion from other women. He actually told the police in what they said was a chatty way that he was also obsessed with the power of women, but unable to actually be close to a living woman. He decided he'd surround himself with dead ones. He told police his victims were usually quite plump, just like his beloved mom. He always denied he had intercourse with the bodies, saying they smelled too bad. The cops didn't believe him, but were taken aback when Ed told them he took great pleasure in skinning women. The police said what was surprising was the cheerful, matter-of-fact way he spoke. It seemed to them as if Ed felt he hadn't really done anything wrong. Ed Gein died from lung cancer and respiratory illness in 1984 at the age of 77. If there is such a thing as an afterlife, he's probably quite made up since he's buried with his mother. There's just one problem though. Henry also takes up space in that plot. As for that old farmhouse, the building that was the inspiration for the house in the movie Psycho, it was burned down in 1958 while Ed was serving time. It was no accident, of course, but no one was ever arrested. When Ed was told his dear mother's house was gone, that his childhood home had been destroyed, he replied, just as well. Believe it or not, the nurses who were charged with taking care of Ed said he was a lovely man, although some of them said he liked to stare a lot. He was docile most of the time and proved to be quite excellent at sewing and other handicrafts. 78-year-old Samuel Little sits across a table from a Texas Ranger matter-of-factly describing how he took the lives of many of his victims. He's frail, wheelchair-bound, and has heart disease and diabetes. With armed guards around him, he talks about how he got away with over 90 murders in 19 states over a period of decades. He doesn't seem to have a care in the world, which is why he's been described as pure evil. From 1970 to 2005, this man traveled from state to state, covering much of the U.S. in search of vulnerable women that would satisfy his deranged needs. In 1971, in Kendall, Florida, there was a Sarah or Donna. He describes this Jane Doe perfectly and then sketches her face for investigators. He does the same for a 25-year-old woman he says he met outside a strip club in 1984 when driving to Cincinnati. Slight of frame, short blonde hair, blue eyes, and with the look of what he calls a hippie. Her fate was sealed when she got in the car. These confessions, with their detailed descriptions, and it has to be said, fairly accomplished sketches, not only surprised investigators but rocked the USA. The authorities knew very well that Little wasn't making it up. Not all his confessions have been confirmed, but enough of them have for the FBI to announce that Mr. Little is the most prolific serial killer in US history. Before we get into some of those cases and how on earth he got away with his crimes, what do we know about Samuel Little, the child? We know he was born on June 7, 1940 in the small town of Reynolds, Georgia. This is a place that right now only has a population of just over 1,000, with almost a quarter of these people living below the poverty line. According to Little, he wasn't exactly born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Describing his mother's job of being a lady of the night, it's thought he was born in prison after his teenage mother had been arrested for plying what some people have called the oldest trade in the world. At one point, she gave up trying to look after her son and ditched him on the side of the road. That's a reason why, when growing up, Little spent a good deal of his time living with his grandmother in Lorain, Ohio. He attended Hawthorne Junior High School in Ohio, but it seems his grades were poor and behavior even poorer. He soon dropped out and set in motion what would become a lifetime of crime. At age 16 in 1956, he was convicted of the crime of breaking and entering and spent some time in a juvenile detention center. 5 years later, he was sent to adult prison after being arrested for breaking into a Lorain furniture store. For the rest of his free life, he moved from state to state, occasionally holding down jobs, but always committing crimes. It's believed that before the man hit 35 years old, he was arrested at least 26 times in 11 states. Those crimes included assault, theft, fraud, DUI, breaking and entering, solicitation, armed robbery, shoplifting, aggravated assault on a police officer, and more. Little did the police know, though, by this time he'd already started killing. By that time, the mid-70s rolled around. Stealing through the day and going out looking for women at night was how he spent many of his days. Those women were almost always African Americans living on the fringes of society. They were women who worked as prostitutes or were addicted to drugs or were homeless and living in shelters. or all of those things. Little once commented, "They was broke and homeless, and they walked right into my spiderweb." His modus operandi didn't often change in that he went to the places where the most vulnerable people could be found, and then he befriended women. Sometimes he'd offer them a ride in his car, sometimes he'd ask to go for a drink with them. At other times, he tempted them with the promise of drugs. Once they'd gotten into his car, they had a little chance of surviving. This was a strong man, a muscular man who'd fought as a light heavyweight boxer. He'd often knock his victims clean out before strangling them, an act which gratified his perverse desires. Sometimes he'd stroke their necks, feigning intimacy, kindness, and then his powerful hands would tighten around him. His crimes shouldn't have gone on for as long as they did, but as you'll find out later, his choice of a victim was very likely the reason why he could do what he did and get away with it. He almost came unstuck at the start though. On September 11, 1976, a woman named Pamela K. Smith was found half naked, her hands tied behind her with electrical cord. Pounding on a stranger's house door, she screamed and shouted until someone came to help her. This woman, a drug addict, said Little had picked her up in the city of St. Louis. They'd driven around for a while and then parked in a quiet area. Little attacked her. She managed to escape, and soon the cops found Little still in his car. He denied any kind of sexual motive for the attack and said, in his own words, "I only beat her." For that crime, he spent just 3 months in the county jail. Had the woman not escaped, that could have been a murder. Had she not been in trouble with the law in the past for her heroin addiction and failing to turn up in court on occasions, Little might have been scrutinized a little more. In 1982, a mentally disabled woman named Patricia Ann Mount was found in Forest Grove, Florida. This woman, who had an IQ of just 40, was last seen dancing with a man in a tavern. That man was Samuel Little. He was acquitted of the crime, with a defense attorney stating there's more doubt than there is fact. Many years later, Little would let the authorities know that he indeed had committed that murder. She wasn't his only victim in Florida either. Then there was Melinda Rose Lapre. Her body was found in 1982 in Pascagoula, Mississippi. She'd been dead a long time, so the body was in a state of advanced decomposition, which didn't help investigators. The night she went missing, she'd been working as a prostitute. When she left the streets in a station wagon, other women on the street saw the man who was driving the car. They gave a description of him to the police, and so when 6 weeks later Little was picked up in a traffic stop, he was taken in for questioning. Not only did one of those women pick out his image in a photo lineup, but another woman came forward and said the same man had assaulted her in the past. The problem was, prosecutors said there was no physical evidence to link Little with the murder. They said a positive ID wasn't enough to take the case to trial, so Little was allowed to go. An even worse blemish on the justice system is the fact that the district attorney's office said it wasn't happy about prosecuting a man when the only witnesses were prostitutes. Investigator Darren Versiga later said that the police back then were hesitant to believe assault claims from black prostitutes. Such discrimination is of course sad and patently unethical, but it's not that unusual, and certainly wasn't so unusual in the past. You'll see there's a term in the world of crime called the less dead people. These are the folks that serial killers often prey on. They're the poorest, most disenfranchised citizens, folks who can go missing and no one even reports it. Sometimes they end up as Jane or John Does, even if the police do have an ID. Due to their low socioeconomic status, and in some cases their rap sheet, they might not exactly drum up a lot of sympathy from the public or be the most pressing cases for homicide detectives. They were seen as less alive, less valued before they died, and so when they did die, they became less dead, even though you'd think they'd elicit the most sympathy given their difficult circumstances. This is how one person described how law enforcement sometimes treats the less dead. A great deal less pressure is felt by the police when victims of crime come from the marginal elements. Samuel Little knew what he was doing by targeting society's most vulnerable. He talked about it once in an interview, saying, "I never killed no senators or governors or fancy New York journalists. Nothing like that. I kill a journalist, it'd be all over the news the next day. I stayed in the ghettos." The FBI has since said that many of his victims didn't look as though they'd been murdered. Since he punched and strangled the women, police often thought the cause of death was a drug overdose or an accident or death from natural causes. Still, others have written that police didn't look hard enough, and that's because the lives the women had led. Perhaps rather than rigorously scrutinize the cause of death, a death of a woman with a history of petty crime or drug use was sometimes overlooked. If you look at Little's many victims, almost every single one of them fits into the less dead category. We'll get around to them soon, but first let's see how Little was caught. In 1984, he was arrested in San Diego. He kidnapped one prostitute and left her for dead on a dirt road. And then a month after that, he was found on that same dirt road with an unconscious woman in his car. Both women had been hit hard and then choked, but both of them survived the ordeal. A jury couldn't reach a verdict, and Little in the end pled guilty to the crimes of false imprisonment and assault with great bodily injury. He was out after only 2.5 years, then moved to Los Angeles. During this time in the City of Angels, it's thought he killed at least another 10 women, and at one point was arrested for possession of cocaine. He never turned up in court and then fled LA. He moved around yet again and had many brushes with the law, although because the warrant for his drug possession charge was non-extraditable, he was never sent back to LA to face the charges. It wasn't until September 5, 2012, when he was staying at a homeless shelter in Louisville, Kentucky, that his web of crime started to become untangled. An LAPD detective named Mitzi Roberts had been working on murder cases, and she found that Little's DNA could be connected to 2 murders. He eventually was extradited to California on a narcotics charge, and it's there that DNA testing linked him with a 3rd murder. Shortly after this, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was in contact with police from Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Los Angeles detectives were talking to these people too, and it soon became apparent that this is the guy that could have killed the women from one coast of the US to the other. He was charged in 2013 for the murders of 3 women in LA. One had been found in a dumpster, another in a garage, and the 3rd down an alleyway. All 3 had been strangled. For those brutal crimes, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, all the time maintaining that he was an innocent man. It wasn't until 2018 when Little started dropping confession bombs. He was 78 and on the verge of death, and it's then that he started talking to law enforcement from various US states. These confessions solved the cases of many deaths police had deemed suspicious, as well as unsolved murders. Little had a good memory when it came to faces and how he'd killed each victim, although he wasn't always good with dates. What was surprising was the fact that he was able to accurately sketch many of the people he'd murdered. While cops might have suspected him to be behind a lot of murders, they weren't prepared for what he told them. They were in fact interviewing the most prolific serial killer in American history. There's such a thing as serial killers that have claimed to have killed many more people than they are convicted of killing. It's said serial killer Gary Ridgway might have killed many more than the 49 people he was convicted of killing, but that's not been proven. Richard Cottingham, aka the Butcher of Times Square, claimed to have killed 85 to 100 people during his 13 years hunting down women, but it remains to be seen if that's true. As for Little, it's now thought that he killed 93 people, but the FBI has said for now they can only confirm that he killed 60 women. It's likely he killed his first person back in 1970. The FBI had said this about Little's confession. He remembers where he was and what car he was driving. He draws pictures of many of the women he killed. It's very likely he did kill 93 women, given his honesty about the other murders and the details he could recall. Although corroborating his stories is still a work in progress. We'll give you some examples of what he told the FBI. The reason the FBI has put these examples on its website is so someone might be able to help them with their investigation. Maybe some of our viewers could be of help after hearing this. Little said sometime between 1992 and 1994 he met an African-American woman in an area of Little Rock, Arkansas. He said it was a cold night and that it might have been snowing. The two went shoplifting together and Little was arrested for that. Police records corroborate the story. He got out of jail and went to move his car, which he said was a Cadillac Eldorado or a yellow Dodge. His accomplice was sleeping in the car. The next day, after driving down an old dirt road, he stopped the car and committed the murder. He told police that he dumped the body near a cornfield. The problem is, Little couldn't remember her full name. He said he thought her first name was Ruth, but he wasn't sure. He was also able to sketch her face. Then there was the African-American woman who he said he met in 1982 in New Orleans. He described her as being 30 to 40 years old, 5'8" to 5'9" inches tall, and weighing in the region of 160 pounds. He said her skin was honey-colored brown and her hair was medium length. She was in a club celebrating someone's birthday when they met. Little and the woman left the club in a Lincoln Continental Mark III. She told him that she lived with her mom and that her mom was either very sick or an invalid since the woman had to look after her. Together, they drove toward an area called Little Woods and took the exit off I-10. He said he drove down a dirt road where the canal was being dredged. He killed her and left her body next to the canal. He drew a picture of her, too. It was 1971 or 1972 when he met another one of his victims, this time in Miami, Florida. He said she was an 18 to 19-year-old African-American transgender person named Marianne or Marion. She was 5'6" to 5'7" inches tall and weighed around 140 pounds. The two met at a place called the Pool or Pool Palace, which Little said was on 17th Avenue in Miami. It wasn't until a few days later that they met again. This time the location was the historic Overton neighborhood. During these meetings, he said he learned that she lived with a bunch of roommates in either Brownsville or Liberty City. Little said he turned up at that house and one of the roommates asked him to go out and buy some shaving cream. He agreed and set off in his gold 4-door Pontiac Le Mans. Except he had no intention of buying the cream. Instead, he and Marianne headed north on Highway 27. He said he stopped the car close to the sugarcane field and killed her there in someone's driveway. He then continued down Highway 27 until he reached the Everglades. He turned down a dirt road until he arrived at the river or a swamp. He dragged the body through the mud and the water and left the scene. These are just a few of the unmatched confessions. Others have been matched and murders have been solved. Although in some cases the bodies were never identified, so they're still Jane Doe's. It's uncertain how much guilt Little felt for what he'd done. Sometimes he smiled a lot while being interviewed. There was certainly no trace of remorse or shame in his voice or his face. He also once said he didn't fear God for what he'd done. "I live in my mind now with my babies and my drawings," he said in one interview. By his babies, he was perversely referring to the women he'd heartlessly murdered. He also said in that interview, "The only things I was ever good at was drawing and fighting." In fact, that's how he sometimes lured women, telling them that they were beautiful and then promising to employ his formidable artistic skills to draw them. He did just that to the victim in Odessa, Texas. He kept his promise, but she was already dead when he sketched her. Little died on December 30th, 2020. The cause of death wasn't reported in the media, although he was a sick man. A very sick man.
What makes a serial killer the worst of his or her kind? Well, it's probably a few things, such as the body count, but for most people, it would more likely be the nature of the killing. The UK's Harold Shipman, aka Dr. Death, may have killed well over 200 people, but you could say his modus operandi wasn't as depraved as some killers. Richard Ramirez, the American Satanist, got up close and personal to his victims and did all manner of horrific things to them. Albert Fish tortured, mutilated, killed, and ate children, and he was subsequently called a psychiatric phenomenon. The list goes on, and the total depravity of killers can chill your spine. Today we are going to feature one person who often receives the superlative of worst. In this episode of the Infographic Show, H.H. Holmes, is he the worst serial killer in US history? Where do we start? Well, what about the fairly recent revelations that the killer who is the focus of today's show may have been none other than Jack the Ripper? It's an outside chance, and no indisputable evidence has been seen, but the great-great-grandson of Herman Webster Mudgett, aka H.H. Holmes, aka the Devil in the White City, came forward in 2017 and said he had evidence that proved his deceased relative was London's infamous Ripper. The great-great-grandson, Jeff Mudgett, believes Holmes was never actually executed, having found a way out of it after employing his well-known trickery. He also claims that Holmes's diaries, which he is now the owner of, described viciously mutilating and murdering prostitutes in London. Could the man said to be America's first serial killer be much worse than we thought? This is very likely not the case because in 2017 his body was exhumed and was found to be largely preserved due to the fact that Holmes got his wish and was buried in a coffin filled with concrete. A DNA test was performed and indeed it revealed that the preserved body was that of H.H. Holmes. So what about H.H. Holmes? Why is he said to be one of the worst, if not the worst, in history? What exactly did he do to get that epithet? First of all, we don't know how many people he killed. He confessed to 27 murders, but police have only ever been sure about 9 of his murders. Some people believe that he may have killed in the region of 200 people, but that is very questionable. It isn't how many people he killed, however. As we say, Dr. Shipman is never regarded as the worst killer, but the manner in which he supposedly killed people. He was said to be a sadist, a fellow with a brutal propensity for watching people suffer and feel pain, and he would do this when they were locked inside one of his torture rooms. But let's start from the beginning. He was born in New Hampshire on May 16, 1861, and his childhood has been written about extensively. Did he torture animals, as many serial killers have been said to do, or was his childhood fairly normal? He is said to have admitted himself, "I was born with the very devil in me. The inclination to murder came to me as naturally as the inspiration to do right comes to the majority of persons." His early life fits the pattern of regular folks. He graduated high school, got married, had a kid, went to university. He then dropped out of one university and later went to another from which he graduated. If anything does point to his wicked ways, it's that he studied human dissection and as a young man was said to be violent towards his wife. But then things got out of hand. He started to move from city to city, and on at least 2 occasions was linked to the murders of young boys. One boy disappeared after allegedly being seen with Holmes, and another died after taking drugs from the pharmacy where Holmes worked. He certainly liked to keep moving, which could be the reason why most accounts of his life state that before he finally arrived in Chicago, he had become a big-time fraudster. Notably, it said his cons involved insurance, with one biography saying Holmes was stealing and mutilating medical cadavers and pretending they were victims of accidents to collect money. As for the dead children, police never linked them to Holmes. It's only in retrospect that we might wonder if he had anything to do with them. In Chicago, though, that's where the ghastly stuff really took place, when Holmes created his sick piece de resistance that became known as his murder castle. This was a 3-story building on Chicago's 63rd and Wallace Streets. A huge place, it took up an entire block. He called it the World's Fair Hotel, built for the upcoming World's Columbian Exposition, but it never really became a proper hotel. Holmes had all manner of problems with suppliers and was accused of possible insurance fraud when part of it burned down. It was always a shady project, only because Holmes seemed to have a difficult relationship with anyone involved with it. In 1937, long after Holmes' arrest, the Chicago Tribune described the place as queer, stating it had chimneys stuck out where chimneys should never stick out, its stairways ended nowhere in particular, winding passages brought the uninitiated with a frightful jerk back to where they had started from. They called it mysterious and crooked, as distorted as the killer's mind, with rooms with no doors and doors with no rooms. The stuff of nightmares. The thing with the house is that Holmes was the only person who knew how it actually worked. It was kind of a maze, a house of horrors that made no sense to other people. It was to this mad place that he invited mainly young women to stay. Some say it's hard to tell exactly what he did though, or who he killed, only because the man who was married to 3 people at the same time liked to tell a lot of lies. Benjamin Petezel was a friend of Holmes, and also an accomplice in some of his crimes. Petezel had agreed with Holmes to do a scam, whereby Petezel's death would be faked and they would share a $10,000 life insurance payment. However, Holmes never got a cadaver which he would say was his friend's, rather he knocked his friend out with chloroform and then set him on fire. Holmes later said he murdered 3 out of 5 of Petezel's children, 2 of their bodies were found buried in the hotel. Holmes is also said to have murdered his mistress, Julia Smith, as well as her daughter Pearl. No one knows exactly what happened to them, but they went missing while staying at the hotel. This was not the first young woman who'd fallen for Holmes, who would die when staying with him, with several young women said to be his victims. One of the reasons why Holmes is so notorious is because of the stories that surfaced about his home being a massive torture chamber. Some skeptics, though, have said that this has been greatly exaggerated. These supposed exaggerations tell us that some of the rooms would have instruments of torture hidden in the walls, such as blowtorches, tools for tearing apart bodies, hidden poison, and corrosive acid. It said there was a hanging room, a torture rack, and that there were gas chambers, a quicklime pit, and also that the walls were ironclad to prevent people from escaping. Once they died, there were chutes from which the bodies could easily be disposed. But at the time, newspapers were well known for their exaggeration, and later others said perhaps Holmes was not as bad as first thought. In The Gem of the Prairie, an informal history of the Chicago underworld by Herbert Ashbury, he writes that perhaps Holmes wasn't quite the sadistic torturer others had said he was. Maybe even his house of horrors was less of a trap made by a demented man than it was a badly built hotel. We can find many websites that write sensational stories about him, but more serious journalism is skeptical about his deeds. Some people even doubt he said, "I was born with the very devil in me." In fact, it was later revealed that he was said to have a hanging room only because police found a rope, and that he chopped his victims up only because they found knives in a worn-out table. Mr. Holmes was no doubt a dastardly character, a heartless scammer, and a cruel murderer and thief. But as for the rest of the story, maybe, just maybe, there has been some embellishments. If you're knowledgeable about serial killers and have done your reading, or even watched a few of our shows on the topic, you'll know that many, if not most of these killers dealt with some kind of trauma in their childhood. Wickedness usually has its genesis, and that is often a messed up family. Abusive father, overbearing mother, molestation, abandonment, oppressive religious zeal, etc. But it's not always the case, and we might ask if evil is sometimes more nature than nurture. It might also be likely that the children of violent parents will learn to detest such violence. The kids of cruel parents might end up being angels, but it's likely they'll bear some scars. Today we'll look into the kids of actual murderers and see how they grew up. In this episode of the Infographic Show, 7 children of serial killers. Number 7, the daughter of Ted Bundy. We'll start with Ted because for the American people, he seems to be the epitome of the psychopathic killer. A stalker, a slasher, a boogeyman in a suit that sneaks into your room and kills you in your sleep. He was also known to be a necrophiliac, so it's hard to top Ted in terms of evil. He did have a child, and her name was Rose. Was she the flower for the thorn of her father? She was born in October 1981 and is now 36 years old. Ted's ex-wife, named Carol Ann Boone, gave birth to Rose while he was in prison. Carol never said much to the press over the years about Rose, but on one occasion said that she was kind and intelligent. It's rumored that Rose changed her last name and possibly has had 2 kids of her own who might well be watching this show today. They might also not know who their notorious grandfather was. There are some people on Quora who seem to think they know something about Rose, stating that she's a good Christian. Another person wrote she is currently living a happy life in anonymity. She changed her name, and she and her mother are still alive and happy. We don't know if that's true, but it seems Rose Bundy certainly hasn't been making any headlines. Number 6, the son of Yuri Chikatilo. Now let's look at the person often called Russia's worst serial killer. While the Rostov Ripper was busy killing and mutilating 52 women and children, mostly in the 80s and 90s, he also had a child called Yuri Jr. How did Jr. get on in life? Well, it's said during his life, he also went to the dark side, being charged with fraud and extortion. A UK tabloid adds rape, racketeering, and kidnapping to that list, but we can't find another source to back that up, and UK tabloids are less than trustworthy at times. The Russian press tells us that in 2009, he was arrested for stabbing a man several times in the belly in a bathroom in Ukraine. Although Yuri said he was only partly to blame, telling the cops the man had stolen his car and the 2 guys got into a scrape. Number 5, the daughter of Keith Jesperson. We know more about this killer's daughter because she has talked openly about her father, Keith, who raped and killed at least 8 women in the USA in 1995. The truck driver became known as the Happy Face Killer, as his trademark was to leave a painted happy face near victims or on letters he sent to the media. His daughter, Melissa Moore, told Oprah Winfrey that she had seen glimpses of her father's cruelty during her childhood. "I could hear the cat screaming," she said tearfully, telling Oprah how her sadistic father had put a cat in a barrel, doused it in gasoline, and set it on fire. It took her a while to come to terms with what her dad did, saying, "I couldn't see the heinous actions that he committed, I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was just too big for me." She wrote a book about her life and even hosted a TV show called Monster in My Family. Number 4, the son of Gary Ridgway. Known as the Green River Killer, this man was convicted of killing 49 people in the 80s and 90s in Washington state, and so is one of America's most prolific serial killers. His son Matthew has talked openly about his father, who he said was just a normal dad, a soccer dad in fact, turning up to support him during his games. "Even when I was in 4th grade, when I was with soccer, he'd always, be there for me. I don't think I ever remember him not being there." Matthew, then 29, told investigators in 2001. They would hang out during the weekends and eat donuts, ride bicycles, all the while the doting father was killing women. He once even picked a woman up with his son in the car. The 2 went off, but the woman didn't return. He told Matthew she had decided to walk. On another occasion, he had intercourse with the dead body of one of his victims while Matthew was sleeping nearby. He said his dad never even cursed or ever yelled at him. Talk about family secrets. Number 3, the son of Joseph Kallinger. Michael Kallinger was one of at least 7 sons of Joseph, a schizophrenic serial killer who had been horribly abused as a child himself. It's said Joseph killed one of his own sons, Joseph Jr., over a life insurance policy. Young Michael, though, would see the horror of his dad's ire firsthand. In 1973, he took Michael across 3 US states on a rape and murder spree, getting into people's homes by pretending he was a salesman and bringing along his innocent-looking son. Once inside, the victims were often tied up and brutally murdered. But it seems Michael had a hand in these crimes, according to eyewitness testimony, although it was said he was under his father's control. He was still put on probation until he reached 25 years old. One source says he then changed his name and was never seen again. Joseph died of a seizure in prison in 1996. Number 2, the daughter of Dennis Rader. Mr. Rader, aka the BTK Killer, murdered at least 10 people from 1974 to 1991 in Kansas, USA. He was called BTK because of his signature, bind, torture, kill. This former Cub Scout leader had 2 children, one of whom has been outspoken about her father and her life. Her name is Kerry Rawson, and since her father's arrest, she has suffered from depression, PTSD, not to mention being hounded by the press. She said all she wanted was a quiet life, but she later came forward when angered at a Stephen King novella that was supposedly based on what happened in her childhood home. The story suggests that Kerry's mother knew about the murders. So, Kerry spoke to the press after a long silence, saying, "All of a sudden, this famous writer is talking on television about my family. I just had enough and decided to finally say something and stick up for my mom." In 2017, she was working on her own book called Someday My Heart Will Mend, holding on to faith, surviving the trauma of my dad, the BTK serial killer. Talking about the writing process, she said, "It's helping me to work on it, to face what my dad did, and to deal with it." And finally, number 1, the son of Fred and Rose West. No doubt you've seen our show on perhaps the most gruesome husband and wife that have taunted the halls of serial killer infamy. The English couple had so many kids, we can't talk about them all, and of course, they killed 2 of their own children, burying one of them in the garden at the House of Horrors known as 25 Cromwell Street. Let's focus on Stephen West, who has been outspoken about his life and his very peculiar parents. In 1995, he and his sister were interviewed talking about the book they'd co-authored and their lives growing up. "I couldn't get a bank account or a loan or anything. You would fill in 25 Cromwell Street as your previous address, and they either thought it was a joke and chucked the form away, or didn't want to know," Stephen said. He said he couldn't get a job because of his name, and he was followed around by social services and police, some of whom thought he might carry on the cycle of abuse. He actually said he worried himself he might turn out that way. "I've sat down and thought, Jesus Christ, what if it entered my mind one day to hurt someone? I know I'm so much like my dad in his nature," Stephen admitted, but added he wasn't referring to the violent nature of his father. 5 years later, he was jailed for having a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old girl. The judge was sympathetic though, saying, "You went through an experience when you were younger that no one would wish on anybody." Stephen was raped, beaten, and constantly humiliated by his mom Rose while he was young, not to mention some of the things he must have seen in that house. His defense lawyer told the court that this had somewhat skewed Stephen's outlook on sexuality and what is acceptable. Up until then, he had not committed any other crimes. He got 9 months. The relationship with the girl was a mutual romance. He was caught after taking her to a clinic to get her an abortion after making her pregnant. He then went under more psychotherapy to help him deal with his traumas and also help him understand right from wrong. Today we will again be entering the realm of the macabre. We've already featured some despicable men in our other shows on killers, but perhaps today's focus beats the other serial killers hands down in view of his sheer murderousness. What's perhaps more surprising is that today's serial killer was an educated fella, and in appearance could have been the quiet boy next door or the guy who sat opposite you in the office. This is one of the reasons he was able to gain the trust of the people that he brutally killed. He plagued the streets of the USA in the 1970s, and it's thought he committed even more crimes than he admitted to. So, without further ado, welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, America's most evil serial killer, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was born on November 24th, 1946. His life ended in Florida's electric chair on January 24th, 1989. His last words were, "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." He didn't ask for any kind of special final meal, so he was given the standard meal for Florida's death row, which was steak, eggs, hash browns, toast with butter, jelly, milk, coffee, and juice. According to reports, he didn't touch any of it. Bundy denied killing women at first, and fought the charges for around a decade. He even married a girl while he was on trial, but she gave up on him when the truth came out. Ted had a strange start in life, as his young mother was ashamed she had him out of wedlock, and so young Ted grew up believing a lie he had been told, that he was actually the adopted son of his grandparents and that his mother was his sister. He discovered the truth later in life. He would never know his father. Stories differ as to what his household was like, but it seems his grandfather had violent rages and that his grandmother was often an unhappy victim of those rages. While Ted was handsome and apparently easy to talk to, he would later admit that he found making friends difficult. "I didn't know what made people want to be friends," he once said. "I didn't know what underlay social interactions." He did normal things any young man might do, such as go to church and date women. He had girlfriends, but upon any kind of rejection, he would seek vengeance. He went to university, but it seems he was often distracted or not interested in the subject matter. It seems psychology was his thing, and he graduated with honors from the University of Washington in 1972. He even worked on the phones at a suicide prevention hotline center, and again, he seemed to his colleagues like a normal sort of guy. Soon after this, he enrolled in law school and became the assistant director on the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Commission. One of the most unsettling things he did while working in this position was write a pamphlet offering women advice on how to prevent being raped. Bundy, of course, would become a serial rapist. In fact, he probably already had raped by then. So why do people use the superlative most evil? Well, firstly, it's thought that Bundy killed many more people than he admitted to killing. He admitted to murdering at least 30 women, but some people believe he may have killed as many as 100 women. Bundy told different people different stories, but police investigating him believe that the killing may have started when he was just a teenager. This is just speculation though. It's widely believed that he kidnapped and killed an 8-year-old when he was just 14, but there is no significant proof, and Bundy always denied that. We can say the real proof of his villainy started in 1974, when Bundy was just 27 years old. We can't go into details about every murder, because there are too many, and we feel that some of the crimes are just too gruesome to describe to you. We will say that he chose young women, usually students. He would often attack them with an object while they were sleeping, bludgeoning them to death or close to death. After this, he would sexually assault them. On other occasions, it's thought he would gain women's trust just because he knew how to talk, and sometimes he would wear his arm in a sling to give the women the feeling he was injured and so perhaps not very dangerous. Bundy would often decapitate his victims and sometimes keep the heads as a kind of trophy. Sometimes he would keep the bodies of his victims, even grooming them and applying makeup to them, and also performing certain acts with their lifeless bodies. This makes him a necrophiliac, perhaps something 99.99% of people on this planet just cannot understand. Many of his victims' bodies were never found. Did he have a conscience? He told police that he actually intended not to kill one of his victims, a 16-year-old girl, and that he planned to allow her to go after he had sexually assaulted her. According to him, he wanted to give up killing, but he told the cops that he had accidentally strangled her to death as he was trying to stop her screaming. But one of the worst things is that Bundy was actually on the radar of the police for some time, but they just needed more evidence to arrest him for murder. It's likely they had no idea as to the extent of his viciousness. In 1976, he was charged with kidnapping and assault, and a year later, he was charged with murder. In prison, it seems escape was always on his mind, and at one point while serving time in Utah State Prison, he was found hiding outside the prison yard with a bag containing what was called an escape kit. Bundy was in some ways very smart, and he outfoxed authorities on many occasions. In 1977, he was sent to Pitkin County Courthouse, whereupon he asked to go to the library. He had chosen to defend himself, given his law experience, and so did not have to wear shackles and handcuffs. He said he wanted to visit the library to do some research. Whoever gave him permission to do so must have regretted it for the rest of his or her life, because Bundy jumped out of a window and ran. He headed towards Aspen Mountain and found an old abandoned cabin in the woods. 6 days later, he was recaptured, was tired, hungry, and in pain due to a sprained ankle that resulted from his window jump. Believe it or not, Bundy would escape again, but he would get much farther, relying on stolen cars and stolen food. After his next escape, he headed to Florida, and once settled, he went over to Florida State University's Chi Omega sorority house. There, he walked into dorms where female students were sleeping. He attacked 4 women in the space of 15 minutes, some sources say more like an hour, bludgeoning them and assaulting them in other ways. He killed 2 of them and left the other 2 with serious physical injuries and psychological scars that would last a lifetime. The community was in shock, and notices were left around campus warning students to keep their windows and doors locked. Years later, one of the surviving girls told the Washington Post, "I looked hard at him, but to this day I remember nothing." Bundy had used a blunt object to savagely and quickly beat the girls unconscious. At the time of the report, Bundy hadn't yet been executed. One of his victims, still bearing the scars of his attack, was asked if she wanted to see him die. "He never gave any of us a stay," she said. "The biggest injustice is that Margaret and Lisa had to die so violently, so young. It hurts all the time." But, she added, "Being a Christian, it is very difficult to watch him die." It's thought Bundy killed a young girl of 12 shortly after the attacks at the sorority house. He was later picked up for driving a vehicle listed as stolen. He tried to run, but to no avail. The cop who arrested him had no idea who he had got in his car. Apparently, on the way to jail, Bundy told the cop, "I wish you had killed me." Films and documentaries have been made about this maniac, and you can even watch interviews of him on YouTube. Most people think he was a classic sociopath. He seemed to fly into rages, had a very high view of himself, could be very charming and articulate, and seemed to have a distinct lack of empathy. In one interview, Bundy blames not himself, but pornography for leading him down a very rotten path. He said it was possession that made him want to kill, the possession of taking a life, and later of keeping the body. He would keep some bodies for days, assaulting them up until the bodies became putrefied. All kinds of psychological diagnoses have been made to describe Bundy, ranging from psychopathy, bipolar disorder, multiple personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder, but we will let you decide what drove this demon to do the things he did. Today's new entry into the Serial Killer Hall of Infamy might just be the worst Russian serial killer of modern times, although you could argue that Andrei Chikatilo, aka the Rostov Ripper, takes that spot due to the utterly brutal nature of his crimes. While we've mostly concentrated on American serial killers, you could say we are trying to branch out, having now featured a Japanese child killer, the blight of Victorian London, Jack the Ripper, and the globe-trotting conman and backpacker killer from France, Charles Sobrage. The man today is slightly different in that he didn't really choose a certain kind of victim. Anyone would do, it seems. He did once say, "For me, life without murder is like life without food for you." So it's understandable that he wasn't picky. Welcome to this episode of the infographic show, Alexander Pichushkin, the Chessboard Killer. The first thing we did when researching this show was to watch a clip of Pichushkin being interviewed, which you can find on YouTube in Russian with no subtitles. He's certainly a strange-looking man, with a kind of oversized head, sunken eyes, and he doesn't seem to like making eye contact. Unlike many of the serial killers we featured, he didn't do too many interviews, neither did he make money from books or have movies made about him. Nope, this sad-looking guy just went to jail, and that's where he remains today. He was sentenced to life in 2007, with the first 15 years of his sentence to be served in solitary confinement. He's held at an unknown jail where it said his only visitor is his mother. Russian authorities don't want him anywhere near other people. He even appeared in court in a cage. You might wonder what he did to be given this kind of special treatment, so here we go. First, a quick bio. Pichushkin was born on April 9, 1974. As an adult, he went on a killing rampage, with the victims numbering somewhere between 49 and 60. He's called the Chessboard Killer, we'll tell you later why, and also the Bitsa Park Maniac, because that park is where he did his handiwork. And let us tell you, this is one strange killer, someone that no doubt had a modus operandi unlike anyone in history, and it's not likely anyone will ever copy him. But let's now go back to his childhood. He was born in the industrial city of Mytishi, which lies northeast of Russia's capital, Moscow, only a short drive away. Many people who live in this grim city call it Zhopa Mira, which translates as butthole of the world. His childhood is very important when discussing this man because it's said that an event that happened when he was just a young kid may have been the reason he turned into such an animal. At 4 years old, little Alex fell off a swing backwards. If that wasn't bad enough, the swing struck him in the head on its way back down. This caused severe damage to his frontal cortex, and that's the reason his forehead is a bit misshaped today. But worse than the cosmetic aberration was what it did to his brain. When you badly injure this part of the brain, it can result in not being able to control impulses and aggression. This happens to a lot of sports people who've incurred such brain injuries. But for the poor, once sociable Pichushkin, life got very tough. Not only did he have learning disabilities, but he was bullied in school because of the way he looked. He would often become violent with these kids, making sure they knew that calling him retarded would result in dire consequences. His mother then took him out of mainstream school and entered him in a school for special needs children. The Guardian interviewed a childhood neighbor of Pichushkin. Her name was Svetlana Mordyakova, and she told the newspaper that he was always polite and pleasant, and that he had a great fondness for animals, especially dogs. It said he was devastated when his cat died. We also know that in spite of having some learning difficulties, he was very good at playing chess. It was Pichushkin's grandfather that noticed and admired these abilities, and he believed special school taught him nothing, so it was best the boy go live with him where he could hone his chess skills. It said he became outstanding at the game, and it was through this that he vented all of that emotional energy he was carrying around. Unfortunately, the grandfather died. It said this was the turning point for Pichushkin, whose rage would once again come to the fore. Some analysts said it was the terrible grief he felt at losing the one man that had seen his talent and loved him dearly that sent him over the edge. Nope, the boy didn't stay gentle for long. Police now know that when Pichushkin was just 18, he committed his first murder. The victim was a boy that lived close by, and he was killed because Pichushkin was in love with his girlfriend. The girl he ostensibly loved 5 years later was found dead in the infamous park, and police believe that was also the work of Pichushkin. But let's not get carried away. So we have a chess champion who had just lost the closest person in his life. It didn't stop him playing chess, but it did start his drinking campaign. Apparently, the young man would hang out in Bitsa Park, swigging neat vodka and looking for opponents to play chess with. It seems there were plenty of people that wanted to play, but reports state Pichushkin's game was never affected by the hooch. Prior to his first murder, when he was about 16, it said he would take a video camera to the park and shoot children playing. It's also said that one time, he picked up a small boy by the leg at the apartment block where he lived, held him upside down, and uttered the ominous words, "You are in my power now. I'm going to drop you from the window and you will fall 15 meters to your death." This was apparently later found in some footage he had taken. Anyhow, the teenager was depressed, we are told, and would spend days in the park walking his beloved dog, drinking and smoking. Then, the dog died too. Psychologist Mikhail Vinogradov has said that the death of his grandfather became an abandonment issue. Add the dog to that, and it seems as if he lost everyone he loved. So, this is where the killing starts. As he is one of the most prolific killers of all time, we can't go into all the murders, of course, but we will say many of his victims, most in fact, were old men. But he did kill some children, young folks, and middle-aged people, and on 3 occasions he chose women. One of those women was found with stakes nailed into her skull and close to her eyes. Yes, he was quite sadistic, and some theorize he got a sexual buzz out of it. He did once admit that killing gave him a perpetual orgasm. He said murdering people made him feel like a god. Sometimes he'd just invite folks to drink with him, even go sit where he had buried his dog, and then when their back was turned, he'd smash in their skull with a hammer. He also killed a few people by throwing them down into a sewer. Not the best way, and it's believed some people survived this. As we just said, sometimes he would do bad things to the bodies, but he made little attempt to hide them at times, especially near the end of his spree. Other people were thrown down those sewage wells after being killed. We might also remember that it was easy to kill in this park and hide bodies, as it is more than 4 times the size of New York Central Park. In all cases, I killed for only one reason. I killed in order to live, because when you kill, you want to live, he once told the press, adding, "I felt like the father of all these people, since it was me who opened the door for them to another world." As for the strange MO we mentioned at the start of the show, he had a habit of inserting a bottle of vodka, neck first of course, into the holes he had bashed in his victims' heads. He wedged them in well too, and that's how police found the bodies. This became big news, and especially as so many bodies were turning up. Locals talked of an animal that stalks at night, a monster that hides in the park. At the same time, Pichushkin was working in a grocery store, and it said he was always very amiable. He actually once talked in court about how he liked to be friendly, even to the people he killed. Prior to slaughtering them, he said he'd get intimate, have fun, be open and friendly. He said the closer a person is to you and the better you know them, the more pleasurable it is to kill them. It's said 10 of his victims lived in the same apartment block, so why wouldn't they go for a stroll in the park with the young man? Many were friends, former schoolmates, or acquaintances. GQ writes that making new friends was his hobby, saying one of his favorite books was How to Win Friends and Influence People. He even gave some of the victims their final wish. He asked one such victim what he would want if he could have anything in the world. The man said, "I wish I could stop drinking." Pichushkin's reply to that was, "I promise you, today will be the day you stop drinking." He also said that he wanted to beat the body count of killer and fellow Russian Andrei Chikatilo and have a body for every square on a chessboard. He didn't quite make 64 squares, but he got very close. Even so, when interviewed, he said even if he had reached that target, he would have carried on killing. One report says police found his diaries describing the murders and found a chessboard. On it, 61 squares from the 64 were marked according to his body count. He was caught though, and that was because inside of the pocket of one of his victims, 36-year-old co-worker Marina Moskalyova, was a train ticket stub. Police then looked at closed-circuit television footage of the station where she had been, and who was with her? None other than the 32-year-old Alexander Pichushkin. Police knew they had their man as the woman, suspicious at being invited to the park to see Pichushkin's dog rave, had told her boyfriend who she was with and gave him Pichushkin's phone number. We might add that some critics say it took police so long to catch this man, who sometimes just left bodies in the open, replete with vodka bottle and head adornment, was because the victims were mainly poor and so not important in the eyes of authorities. Reports describe the squalor of the Russian-style projects where these people lived as the back end of the country. During his court appearance, as you know, he was caged in glass. He was convicted of 49 murders and 3 attempted murders, but that wasn't to Pichushkin's liking. He asked to be convicted of 11 more murders, bringing his tally to 60. Chikatilo, his serial killing opponent, had been convicted in 1992 of 53 murders. In terms of what's on the official scorecard, Pichushkin did not come out victorious. For the killer, his moment of fame was important. Andrei Superneko, who was the lead investigator in the case, once said, "All maniacs want to talk." It made him feel important. I told him I admired him, and he liked that, and then he opened up. It was very important for Pichushkin that people think he was a hero, so I made him feel like a hero.
A once bullied nerd leaves a toothless head on a golf course. This isn't his only victim, and he gets away with multiple murders for years. A child whose brother was eaten by starving neighbors becomes an almost invisible killer, while another man, a respectable grandfather, would never have been caught had he not once explained what the backside of a human tastes like after 30 minutes in the oven. These men are 7 deadly sinners of the highest degrees, men who would have killed many more people had fate or ego not intervened. Number 7. One of the worst serial killers ever, and certainly one of the strangest, is busy at work in his upper management job at a government office in London. This is always a polite man and is well liked by the staff. And even though he can be quiet at times, he's a conscientious worker and boss. His name is Dennis Nilsen. As evening approaches on February 8, 1983, he has no idea he will soon be explaining how he killed people, many people, and that he often sat with the bodies propped up in the chair as he laughed and joked with the corpse about what he or they were watching on television. He neatly places his pens into his office drawer and announces he's going home, that is, to 23 Cranley Gardens, situated in a leafy suburb in middle-class London. At that moment, he puts on his coat, ready to face the wintry evening, and something strange and perplexing is happening outside his house. He's a clever bloke, Nilsen, there's no doubt about it, but my oh my did he get caught in one of the weirdest ways imaginable. Some say Nilsen's fascination with death and holding on to dead bodies crystallized during his time serving in the army. Some say it went further back to his childhood, and maybe he learned how to get away with murder when he was a cop. But it wasn't until he became a trusted civil servant in the 1970s that he really started to thirst for company. Not so much blood, more for friendships of the dead. Truth be known, he didn't enjoy the killing part. He really didn't enjoy the dissecting and dismembering bit, especially when the bodies were already in terrible states of decomposition. After his one true living love left his life, he started killing for company. In 1978, lonely and depressed but successful at work, he invited a guy back. He waited for him to fall asleep and strangled him. This was at his previous house on Melrose Avenue, number 195, a veritable house of horrors. One trick Nilsen had up his sleeve is that he was an alcoholic, and boy could he drink. He invited more young men back for booze, sometimes just tourists visiting the UK armed with cameras and full of curiosity. Nilsen got them wasted and strangled them. Then they became his friends. He washed their bodies, he stroked them as they lay in bed next to him, he propped them up in chairs and slapped them on the knee when something on the TV made him laugh, treating them like the living. But the problem with bodies is they bloat and they decompose, and Nilsen didn't much like watching Coronation Street with lovers who were stinking and falling apart, so he buried them under the floorboards. He later burned their bodies in the garden near a stack of tires. Local kids used to come around and enjoy what they thought was a nice man having another one of his bonfires. At night, he drank with the dead, and throughout the day, he gave orders in the office. He once explained his routine, saying, end of the day, end of the drink, end of a person, floorboards back, carpet replaced, back to work. But then he had to move house, and his new place, 23 Cranley Gardens, a lovely-looking 1930s semi-detached with Tudor-style exposed wood on the facade, was a large place but with separate apartments. That meant no place to bury or burn bodies. But as you know, serial killers aren't quitters. They can't quit, and Nilsen kept on killing. This brings us back to the beginning. When Nilsen returned home that evening, he found a drain cleaning company outside his apartment. The other residents complained of often smelling something terrible in the air, and they didn't know where it was coming from. But get this, even Nilsen had complained to the landlord about that. Yeah, go figure. So, a hired drain cleaner named Michael Catron started looking for blockages in the drains, where he too could smell something akin to dead animals. Perhaps he thought a dead rat, but then he pulled out what looked like bits of meat. And that's exactly when Nilsen walked up to him and said the famous words, "It looks to me like someone's been flushing down their Kentucky Fried Chicken." But Catron was pretty sure it wasn't chicken. In fact, he thought he found part of an eye, a human eye. He sent what he found off to a pathologist, while Nilsen went up to his flat and went about his life as normal. During the night, he was in his vest as snow fell outside. He was doing a bit of drain cleaning, but there was no way he was getting out of this. The next day, the cops were at the house. It was a human eye. They asked to look inside Nilsen's flat, to which the polite man did not refuse. The place stank. The cops looked startled. Nilsen then pointed to a wardrobe and said, "I think that's what you're looking for." He added calmly, "It's a long story. Goes back a long time. I'll tell you everything. I want to get it off my chest." After being led out of the house, an investigator asked him how many. Nilsen, again in a calm voice, said 15 or 16 since 1978. There were bits and pieces of bodies all over the house. The police had never seen anything like it. One of them, perplexed later at the station, said, "Why?" Nilsen responded, "I'm hoping you'll tell me that." He killed 12 to 15 people, and the cops were never onto him at any point. Let's remember that many of his victims were young, gay, homeless men. To the police's shame, they were less than caring when those young guys went missing. Had the victims been wealthy, you can be sure the story would be different. And if it weren't for Nilsson's poor choice of flesh disposal, he might have had a lot more dead lovers. He died in prison, 2018, age 72. With this next maniac, his massive ego led the cops to him. Number 6. Bind, torture, kill. That's what this man was known for. The BTK killer confounded cops and made panic pervasive for almost 2 decades in America's Midwest. He later became Dennis Rader, but only after he left many bodies on the streets and had his fun taunting detectives. Again, the classic quiet guy next door who might have tortured animals as a kid and played with himself dressed in stolen panties while peeping through neighbors' windows, but as an adult, he was just another normal-looking family guy. Rader had a degree, he had decent jobs, he married, he had 2 kids. He became president of the church council and was a trusted Boy Scout leader. But my God, was this guy sick in the head. As a child, he kept detective magazines out near his family's chicken house. Magazines that showed women tied up with ropes and knives at their neck. Young Dennis tied himself up and fantasized about killing at the same time. He was just 14. He later admitted even getting turned on by the Rocky and Bullwinkle show when the damsel in distress got tied up on a railway track. And so bondage and torture became the thing for this father of 2. He got away with it time and again, and the cops were for a long time not even close to solving the crimes. That was until 2004, when Rader was pulled over and asked, "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" That's when things went wrong for the BTK, a man who thought he couldn't get caught. On January 15, 1974, he murdered a family of 4. They were the Otero family. He first cut all the lines to the house with his murder toolkit, ropes, knife, gun, and he broke into the house. There he found the husband and wife and 2 kids. At gunpoint, he told them they were safe and that he'd soon be gone once he'd gotten what he wanted. He tied them up one by one and killed them all. Rader wasn't just a perverted sadist, he was also a narcissist. That's why he hid a letter in a library detailing what he'd done. It read, in part, "I did it myself with no one's help. The code words will be for me: bind them, torture them, kill them. BTK." In another part of the letter, he tried to explain his madness, saying, "It's hard to control myself. You probably call me psychotic with sexual perversion hangup. Where this monster enters my brain, I will never know, but it's here to stay." He even talked about his heroes, H.H. Holmes, Jack the Ripper, the Boston Strangler, and other fiends. He killed again in much the same style, and again, this arrogant beast wrote letters. He committed one murder while he was on a Boy Scout trip, being a good role model to boys learning how to tie knots and make fires. Rader had some outdoor skills. Like Nilsson, he'd served time in the military. He'd even won a Good Conduct Medal. He killed another woman named Nancy and another named Shirley. He wrote letters to the cops with the titles "Oh Death to Nancy" and "Shirley Locks." He said in the former letter that he was driven by Factor X, a force only serial killers would understand. A killer who'd frustrated the police just as the Zodiac killer had done, then just vanished. He'd stay vanished for a long time, but Mr. Rader was not immune to making silly mistakes. As you'll see again today, ego is sometimes the downfall of murderous men. What's dark and unfortunate is that in order to catch a killer, it often requires them to make a mistake. So to get justice, the police in some ways need the killer to strike again. But Rader, he went completely off the radar for many years, so there didn't seem like there was any hope of catching him anymore. In 2004, the BTK became a cold case. But Rader just couldn't stop himself. He sent a newspaper of a photocopy of a driving license of a dead girl. He signed the letter Bill Thomas Killman. Later, he sent more letters and even a puzzle with one of the letters titled The BTK Story, and another along with a package titled The Sexual Thrill Is My Bill. In 2005, he left the cereal box in a pickup truck at a Home Depot. And although the box was thrown away, Rader told the cops what he'd written in another letter. It was then the detectives looked at the CCTV footage in the parking lot. They saw a Jeep Cherokee. He then had the temerity in another letter to ask the cops if they thought it could be traced if he sent them letters on a floppy disk. They replied in a newspaper article in the Wichita Eagle and said no, they couldn't trace that. Rader was no computer scientist, and he didn't know whether there was metadata in the Microsoft Word document he sent them. It revealed the name Dennis and the words Christ Lutheran Church. It didn't take long to find a Dennis Rader who was the president of the church council, and lo and behold, he drove a Jeep Cherokee. DNA did the rest, and Rader went down. In court, his confession was likened to a speech at the Academy Awards. What a narcissist he was. But in the end, his self-adoration put him behind bars. Like Nilsson, he could likely have killed many more and gotten away with it. Now, for a maniac like no other, arguably the sickest man that's ever lived. Number 5. The story of Albert Fish, once heard, can never be forgotten. The story of a seemingly kindly grandpa who committed crimes that would have made Jack the Ripper blush that might have compelled Ted Bundy to proffer words of concern. He was also another man that thought he was too clever to get caught. Mr. Fish got off on not just inflicting pain on others but on himself too. When he was arrested, X-rays showed he had a total of 28 needles deeply embedded in his thighs and groin area. Not only that, he often beat himself with a studded paddle and set his nether regions on fire. He claimed to have murdered 100 victims all over the US, but we doubt that's true. Still, he definitely deserved all the monikers he got, which included the Brooklyn Vampire, the Moon Maniac, and without a doubt, he was the living version of the Boogeyman. At some point, he developed a liking for human meat, at times feeding himself and his kids on raw meat because that seemed like the closest thing. During this period of his life, he was seen by numerous psychiatric doctors, and all of them said he was sane, despite Fish telling him he had regularly hallucinated. If only they listened to him more. By 1924, still acting like the good dad of 6 kids, his psychosis got to a point that he thought that God was telling him to hurt people, often of a young age. But because he looked like a stable fella, working hard to feed a family, people trusted him. This was at a time when he kept various killing tools which he called his implements of hell. He murdered people in the preceding years, but we only really know about one particular murder. In 1928, he responded to an ad in a newspaper, an ad made by one of the sons of the Budd family. Part of it went, "Young man 18 wishes position in the country." The son wanted work, and Fish, using a fake name, visited the Budd family and regaled them with tales of being a single parent. They liked him, they trusted him. Fish told the son that he had a job for him on his farm in Long Island. There was no farm. Fish wanted to lure him there and kill him. He did later confess that he intended to bleed the son out. Bud, excited, ran out of the house to buy a new suitcase, while Fish told the parents that his niece was having a birthday party and would like their daughter Grace to attend. Delighted that this man had given their son a job, they said sure, yeah. The last time they saw Grace, she and Fish were holding hands and waving goodbye as they entered the dark mouth of a subway station. It was 6 long years before Mrs. Budd discovered what had happened to her daughter. One day she woke up to find a letter addressed to her. She was illiterate, so she asked one of her sons to read it. Here are some of the parts of possibly one of the worst letters sent in history. My dear Mrs. Budd, in 1894, a friend of mine shipped as a deckhand on the steamer Tacoma, Captain John Davis. They sailed from San Francisco to Hong Kong, China. On arriving there, he and 2 others went ashore and got drunk. When they returned, the boat was gone. At that time, there was a famine in China. Meat of any kind was from $1 to $3 a pound. So great was the suffering among the very poor. Fish went on to talk about how these people became cannibals and acquired a taste for human flesh, young flesh, according to Fish. This was all fiction, of course. Fish was just being a creative demon. He wrote in another part of the letter, he was roasted in the oven, boiled, broiled, fried, stewed, that kind of thing. Then he talked about his own taste for flesh and the time he invited Grace to his house and fed her strawberries and pot cheese. He said he took her to an empty house and prepared himself while she picked wildflowers without a care in the world. When all was ready, I went to the window and called her. Then I hid in a closet until she was in the room. You can guess what happened next, especially when we tell you he used the word sweet and tender. He was talking about meat, not personality. The cops were not surprisingly shocked, and even though the part about Hong Kong could not be verified, the part about Grace looked like the truth. But Fish, too confident for his own good, had used an envelope with the letters NYPCBA on it. That stood for New York Private Chauffeurs Benevolent Association. The police discovered that the envelope had belonged to a janitor, and he had left it at 200 East 52nd Street after he moved out. The landlady there said another guy had lived there but had just moved out too. His name was Fish. Detective William F. King got on the case and found this Fish guy who pulled out a razor blade after being escorted to the police station. He was easily wrestled to the floor, and not long after in an interview he admitted to killing Grace Budd and other young folk. Subsequent investigations found that Mr. Fish wasn't just a killer, but he was an avowed madman with sadistic impulses. He later admitted to not just killing but mutilating and drinking blood, after which he ate the flesh. That's when a newspaper rightly called him the most vicious killer in criminal history. At the trial, psychiatrists invoked numerous words, isms, and ilias, which most people had probably never heard before. They called him a psychiatric phenomenon, of which he definitely was, but he wasn't insane by the standards of the law. To think he would have gotten away with it had he not written that letter. On January 16, 1936, Fish uttered the words, "I don't even know why I'm here," right before the switch was pulled for the electric chair. Prior to that, he had written a detailed document as to the full extent of his crimes and passed it to his lawyer, James Dempsey. When journalists asked Dempsey about the contents, he replied, "I will never show it to anyone." As you will now see, other maniacs could have gotten away with murder, many more murders in fact, and they would have continued had the cops not been given the facts on a silver platter. Number 4. If ever there was a serial killer who a casting agent would want to play the devil in human form in a movie, it would be the British killer Peter Sutcliffe. Let's now talk about how he got away with killing for so long. The date was July 1979, and a police constable named Andy Laptew had just knocked on the door of a fairly nice-looking semi-detached house in Yorkshire, in the north of England. A woman invited him in for a cup of tea, and her husband Peter joined them. Laptew was one of the many cops who'd been looking for a man who'd been plaguing this part of industrial England for years. The police had so much paperwork for the case that the room where it was kept had to have a reinforced floor so it wouldn't give in to the weight. Somewhere in that paperwork, Sutcliffe's name popped up many times, but the organization was so bad it was hard to connect the dots. But when Laptew spoke to this man, he got a feeling that this could be the guy they were looking for. After all, he was a dead ringer for the police sketches compiled by some survivors of the attacks. When this young officer told his boss about this suspicious man, he received the loud reply, "Anybody mention photo fits to me again will be doing traffic for the rest of their service." After that, Sutcliffe went on killing. His MO was just about always the same. He'd sneak up behind a woman at night and bash them over the head with a hammer. After that, he often went to work with a knife, hence he got the name the Yorkshire Ripper. The women were often poor, with some of them selling their bodies on the streets in some of England's most run-down areas of Leeds and Bradford, places that looked as though they belonged not in wealthy England but some of the poorest places on the planet. This is one of the reasons why the cops were later criticized. Had the victims been well off, perhaps they'd have felt more pressure to solve the case. In truth, they tried hard, but their minds and investigation techniques were old. The case ruined not just the victims' lives and their families' lives, but it made the hardworking investigators so ill, some of them died from stress-related illness way before their time. Still, when at first it seemed as though the Ripper was only killing prostitutes, the cops seemed less than compassionate. When it seemed Sutcliffe had killed the first woman who wasn't a prostitute, unbelievably the cops issued a statement saying that the Ripper is now killing innocent girls. They were all innocent, of course, but that statement shows how the cops felt and how out of date their thinking was. As the years passed, more and more women were being found with similar injuries, but the police didn't always connect the killings. They had an innumerable amount of survivors coming forward, some stating this man had a definite Yorkshire accent and that he had dark hair with a dark beard. They actually interviewed Sutcliffe 9 times during the long investigation, but he was let go each time. After all, he was a working man with a wife and they shared a nice house. He didn't look like a killer. As you now know, it can literally be a fatal mistake to discount people who don't look like killers. Serial killers will look like you, like me, like your neighbor, and like your boss. Then in 1977, Sutcliffe made his fatal mistake. He was already many victims in, so this time he decided to choose the city of Manchester for his next killing, about a 45-minute drive from Bradford. He killed her, mutilated her, and left the scene. But later, he realized he'd given this woman a £5 note for services that were never rendered. Furious with himself, he drove back to this bit of wasteland to retrieve the note. When he couldn't find it, in anger, he almost took the head off of her with a spanner. Knowing how mean the streets were, the clever woman had hidden the note in a secret compartment in her purse. But the cops found it. Tracking a note isn't easy, as you would guess, and it took some pretty amazing police work to eventually find out that that note had been paid to someone who worked at a T&WH Clark Holdings, where Sutcliffe had a job as a driver. He was interviewed like all the staff, and when police interviewed him again at his house, his wife lied and gave him an alibi for the night of the murder. She didn't actually know about his extramarital murderous activities. Then the cops received a tape recording in the post. It read, "I'm Jack. I see you're having no luck catching me. I have the greatest respect for you, George, but Lord, you're no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started." George was the lead investigator, a man who'd soon die from stress, but George was stubborn and he was convinced that the guy on the tape was the killer even though his accent was not from Bradford or even close by. The man was a hoaxer, and he later sent a letter to a newspaper that read, "I am the Ripper. I've been dubbed a maniac by the press, but not by you. You call me clever, and I am. You and your mates haven't a clue that the photo in the paper gave me fits." Even the FBI's behavioral unit, who literally invented criminal profiling, went over to England and said that man is not the killer. But those Yorkshire cops kept looking for the man who'd been dubbed Wareside Jack due to his accent, while Sutcliffe murdered more women. Then the unbelievable happened. Even in a case already implausibly bad, one of Sutcliffe's buddies, who long suspected his friend was the Yorkshire Ripper, sent a letter to the police. It was marked Priority Number 1, and it read, "I have good reason to know the man you are looking for in the Ripper case. This man has dealings with prostitutes and always had a thing about them. His name and address is Peter Sutcliffe, 5 Garden Lane, Heaton, Bradford, Shipley." Remember, the police had already interviewed Sutcliffe 9 times and had been to that house. He looked almost identical to the man in the sketches, and he had a Yorkshire accent just as some survivors had said. For Pete's sake, he even worked where the note came from. That friend even went to the police station soon after to say what he knew verbally, but it seems he was ignored again to the cops' utter discredit. That talk he had at the police station, which must have been noted in the station files, seemed to have not happened. The police later said all the evidence of the chat had somehow disappeared. And so Sutcliffe was preparing himself to kill again. He couldn't believe his luck, even though he just killed a woman with a hammer and severely mutilated her. That murder had not even been connected to the other murders in Bradford. It was a carbon copy in a city that didn't have many murders. Sutcliffe thought he could just keep doing this forever. He later said God must have been helping him, but no, it was just shoddy police work. He killed again, even after being charged with a DUI. He then attacked a woman studying at Leeds University who'd been so scared she slept with a knife under her bed. Sutcliffe's buddy died from a heart attack, so he wasn't alive to hear that on January 2, 1981, a man had been pulled over in the city of Sheffield, not far from Bradford. It was just a routine stop at a police check, but the guy that stopped him was still in police training. He soon discovered that Sutcliffe's car had a fake license plate. It was then recalled that this guy looked a bit like those sketches he'd seen in the newspapers. Sutcliffe then said he needed to pee, and so before the cop took him in for further questioning, he was allowed to go for one. There, out of the view of the officer, he threw things over a wall: a knife, a hammer, and some rope. In the police station, they had no idea they had the Ripper, and Sutcliffe was sent to a holding cell without being searched. He not only had another knife on him, but he was wearing a V-neck sweater on his legs, a kind of undergarment that gave easy access to his private parts for when he killed. The next day, the cops went back to the scene after the constable had told the peeing story. They found the evidence and were soon interrogating Sutcliffe. He held out for a bit, but cracked in the end, saying, "The women I killed were filth. I was just cleaning up the place a bit." In court, it was incredible that the judge said this: while some of the victims were prostitutes, perhaps the saddest part of this case is that some were not. The last 6 attacks were on totally respectable women. Sutcliffe went to prison and then to Broadmoor High Security Psychiatric Hospital, a place where he was viciously attacked and lost sight in one eye after someone put a pin through it. He was attacked more times after that. He lasted until 2020 when he died of heart conditions as well as COVID. This next killer is straight from hell, and likely one of the most terrifying people you've never heard of. Number 3. On the morning of March 13, 2012, 2 Texas police officers go over to a man in a parking lot at a cafe in Lufkin, Texas. It's still early in the day, and it's a fairly routine stop after the guy had been seen driving a bit erratically. But little do those cops know that the man they're talking to is one of the vilest, unforgiving creatures that has ever been put in this sometimes wicked world. It will take a long time for them to figure it out, and not without the killer's help. His name is Israel Keyes. This is a man that tortured and terrorized, a man that was so unrepentant that he despised other serial killers that had apologized for their crimes. When your idol as a teenager is Ted Bundy, there sure is a problem. The term evil personified springs to mind, and it is only by chance that this evil was contained when it was. He started killing in 1998. He did his stint in the army and then started killing again. He had one thing on his mind while driving all over the US, robbing stores and burglarizing houses. That was murder, or what he called hunting. He often chose isolated areas to pick his victims, with campgrounds being one of his favorite places. And when you drive from one side of the US to the other and pick a few people from campgrounds, well, that makes the job of law enforcement pretty darn hard. When he brutally murdered Bill and Lorraine Currier in Vermont in 2011, he made sure their bodies were never found. According to Keyes, he shot the man and strangled the woman. He bought weapons all over the country, and when he bought chemicals to get rid of the bodies, he also bought them in locations far and wide. He paid only in cash, and he often kept his phone turned off. So how do you catch a man like this? Even one who is robbing banks and breaking into people's houses numerous times. No sooner than he committed a crime, he became a ghost. But at some point, he had to make a mistake. On February 1st, 2012, a young woman named Samantha Koenig was just finishing up her shift at Common Grounds coffee stand in Anchorage, Alaska, when a man walked in waving a gun. She did as told and handed him the cash, but Keyes had more on his mind than money. He took her out to his Ford Focus at gunpoint, her hands now zip-tied, and she fought and struggled, but with sharp warnings about the gun being used, she had no choice but to comply. And anyway, Keyes assured her that she wouldn't get hurt, that he was only after a little ransom money. At some point, he drove back to the coffee place to pick up her phone. Keyes then told her to send a message to her boyfriend. It read, "Hey, I'm spending a couple days with friends, let my dad know." Later, Keyes went to her house to get her credit card. That credit card, Keyes knew, was in the boyfriend's car, and so when he went to get it, the boyfriend saw him. Instead of confronting Keyes, the boyfriend went inside and called the cops. Keyes returned to his home, where he eventually strangled Koenig. Calmly, he drank some wine and then made some notes about his upcoming cruise ship trip close to New Orleans. He woke his daughter up and they went to the airport. The cops knew someone had used that bank card, but that guy was on the move, and strangely, Even though they had a video from when Keyes took the girl from the coffee place, they wouldn't release it. 7 days after the abduction, news website in Alaska wrote this: Anchorage police say showing the video now would be purely for entertainment because besides containing evidence that could be used in a courtroom, they say the video shows nothing that would help them solve the crime. But as he'd committed numerous murders, bank robberies, and burglaries, surely they must have had a face on file that looked similar. Surely someone in the public would have recognized Keyes. Possibly, but in a book about Keyes called American Predator, the writer says it's possible that Keyes once went to Mexico for plastic surgery. He might also have removed the skin on the tips of his fingers. After his cruise was over, Keyes went back to Alaska with only a bit of cash in his pocket. He made a decision and applied makeup to the now dead body of Koenig. To ensure her eyes stayed open, he tied the lids with fishing line. After that, he took a picture of her and sent out a ransom note. To make it look real, he placed a new copy of Anchorage Daily News beside the body. Soon after, he chopped her up and threw the parts in a lake. He later drew money from Koenig's account in New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas, but when in Arizona, he was caught on camera. So when those two cops pulled him over in Texas, they had a guy fitting the description of the kidnapper. Sometime later, CBS News wrote, investigators believe Samantha died within hours of her abduction. The article also said investigators further believe the person responsible for Samantha's death acted alone, and we're confident that we have that person in custody. But at this point, those investigators really had no idea who they had on their hands. They thought Keyes was an idiot who'd messed up kidnapping. They had no idea he was a serial killer. He ended up telling the cops about his other murders, explaining that doing the deeds so far and wide made him virtually undetectable. In 2012, he was found dead in his cell. Close to his body lay a piece of writing titled Ode to Murder. Some of it went like this: the reality is you were just bones and meat, and with your brain died also your soul. Your wet lips were a promise of a secret unspoken nervous laugh as it burst like a pulse of blood from your throat. There will be no more laughter here. Yeah, this guy wasn't exactly a bag of laughs. But how many people did he really kill? It's hard to say, but investigators found a pentagram drawn next to 11 skulls in his cell. Under the drawing were the words, "We are one." Those 11 skulls, maybe they meant 11 victims. And let's be honest here, before that kidnapping, police had no idea who he really was, even after all the confirmed robberies. His name had popped up only in Washington state for the offenses of driving without a valid license and a separate DUI. Now for a disturbing case of a man who really knew how to get rid of a body, even though he was bullied all his school life because of his learning difficulties. Number 2. Viewers, don't ever bully people. It's always wrong. It's the jurisdiction of the stupid. And you never know if that person whose life you made a misery might one day put the head of a woman inside a paint can and leave it lying on a golf course. You could really put someone off their game by doing that. A head in a can would usually be pretty useful to the cops, but not when all the teeth have been meticulously pulled out. And not when the legs for that head are lying miles away and the torso and arms are swimming down a river somewhere. When all that happens, as did happen in this case, the pieces might not be put together for 24 years, and even then, the perpetrator had to lend a helping hand. On February 20th, 1989, this guy committed his first murder, and his victim was Heidi Bulk. When she was killed at the age of 25, she'd been working as a prostitute in the Manhattan area of New York City. Sometime later, as you know, her head was found on a golf course stuffed inside a paint can. One of the cops that worked on the case, not surprisingly, said it was shocking. The cop also said as the years passed, they never thought they'd arrest someone for the crime. This guy had gone to great lengths not to get caught, so despite his learning disabilities, he was certainly what detectives called forensically aware. His name was Joel Rifkin. Had he not told the police that he killed this girl and killed many others, he'd still likely be known to few friends as merely an oddball who wasn't very charismatic when it came to the opposite sex. This troubled and sexually frustrated young man might have killed up to 17 women, many of them prostitutes. Unfortunately, sometimes when the poor and most vulnerable people on this planet get murdered, there's not always the most energetic police response. That's why there's a theory of what's called less dead people, meaning such folks don't mean as much in life, and so in death they are less dead. Rifkin would almost certainly not have gotten away with murdering 17 middle-class students in New York, but to be fair to the police, he was also very good at not leaving clues. When he murdered Bulk by hitting her over the head and strangling her, he then used an X-Acto knife to remove her fingertips, on top of throwing her dismembered arms in the East River. Taking out her teeth was also a testament to his forensic awareness. Soon after, when he killed another prostitute, Julie Blackbird from Long Island, not only did he do the dismembering, but he weighed the body parts down with concrete and threw them in a canal. He kept killing this way, mostly prostitutes or drug-addicted people whose existences were tenuous to say the least. One addict, 28-year-old Lorraine Orvieto, was killed by Rifkin and then stuffed into an oil drum and dumped in Coney Island Creek. She was found by a fisherman, but notably her family took 2 months to even tell the cops their daughter was missing. It seems she was less dead to her family too. In June 1993, Rifkin strangled a prostitute named Tiffany Bresciani. He proceeded to drive her body back to where his mother lived to presumably take her apart. On the way, he stopped at a hardware store and picked up some serial killer necessities, tarp and rope. He then made the rookie mistake of leaving her body in a wheelbarrow in the garage for 3 days in the summer heat, which, as you will know, will speed up the decomposition process and create quite the stink. With that malodor starting to perfuse the nearby area, Mr. Rifkin decided it was time to make a move. He got in the car and started driving to an area which he knew was an excellent spot to dump a dead prostitute, but again he'd made the rookie mistake, especially for a man who'd become an accomplished killer. He drove in a car with a missing license plate, which for a serial killer is tantamount to the folly of a politician opening his mouth and speaking his mind. When Rifkin was spotted by state troopers Deborah Spergarin and Sean Ruin, and those blue and white started flashing, he knew he couldn't stop because he'd allowed that body to progress to putreficative stinkiness. At first he didn't speed up, but he didn't stop either. A high-speed chase ensued, which ended with Rifkin and his eternally quiet passenger being wrapped around a utility pole right outside a courthouse. When the cops ran over to the wreck, guns in hand, before they could even assess the damage, they smelled the familiar odor of a dead person. Rifkin was subsequently questioned at the station, and in time, he just told the cops everything, stuff they had no idea about. He even drew them maps so they know how to find the bodies or body parts. Some Jane Does finally got a name. Although the head in the can on the golf course was named Susie, her working name and the name she'd given Rifkin, it wasn't until 2013 that she became Heidi Balk. In 1994, Rifkin met another killer in prison named Colin Ferguson, a man who opened fire at a train in 1993 with the intent of killing white folks. He shot 25 and killed 6. Close to the prison telephones, they both started arguing over who was the better killer, and with 17 bodies to his name and an exemplary background in body disposal, no doubt Rifkin got the upper hand in that debate. But his troubles with other prisoners in the end meant solitary confinement. Presently, he's at Clinton Correctional Facility. He's due to see a parole board in the year 2197. Number 1. Okay, the last one. This is a very original story of how killers get away with murder. The killer's name was Andrei Chikatilo. He was arguably Russia's worst serial killer, although the killer cop Mikhail Popkov and the infamous Chessboard killer might have something to say about that. Chikatilo possessed a rage from hell. He did indescribable things to his victims. He was Monster Incorporated, and he got away with it for years. He really shouldn't have, given that when he was a young man it was obvious he was a fiend. He was impotent from a young age, and some girls mocked his non-working member. This shame manifested into rage, and the angry young man groped his way through university while being roundly reviled. When he later taught Russian literature, he was a creep who groped his own students. He spied on young women, watching them from a distance as something stirred in his loins. He acted on that as well many times and was so removed from schools. If he started at another school, he did the same again. You might wonder, how did he even get another job? Well, the reason is connected to why he got away with so many murders. At the time, the Soviet Union and the Soviet education system didn't want to admit such criminals could come through the system, so it denied the wrongs that this man committed. And even when he started killing, detectives didn't look at a literature teacher. Former academics didn't mutilate people and rip parts off them with their teeth even when the victim was still breathing. Only wild animals did that. Sometimes these bodies were literally torn to pieces, which is why the killer became known as the Rostov Ripper. Chikatilo had by this point become a traveling businessman, which is an ideal job for a serial killer since bodies far from each other in a massive country like Russia can't easily be connected, even when they did start turning up in numbers, with utterly disturbing crime scenes. Moscow didn't want to admit Russia had a serial killer. It said that kind of thing only happens in the decadent West. But bodies kept piling up and Moscow had to face the truth. Soon there were hundreds of cops after this killer, many hanging around train stations where the majority of victims had gone missing. Operations happened where undercover cops were stationed on trains and around railway depots, but Chikatilo kept killing pretty much under their noses. One time he was spotted by an undercover cop at Donetsk station right after he'd murdered a woman. The cop asked him what those stains were on his clothes, to which Chikatilo replied that he was a mushroom forager. Huh, thought the cop, a mushroom forager with a nice duffel bag. It didn't make sense. But it was only by sheer luck that when another cop was looking at the names of men who'd been questioned, he actually noticed the name Chikatilo. He recalled seeing the name before, back in the day, related to a missing person. But this time, unlike the other times, the cop dug deeper. And guess what he found? He discovered that this traveling businessman had been kicked out of numerous schools in the past for sexually motivated crimes. He then saw Chikatilo's name had popped up again when there had been a sexual and violent crime. No one had joined these dots in years, and now they seemed to form a picture of a violent, murderous maniac. Chikatilo was last put under some serious surveillance, and even though they arrested him right before he was about to commit another murder, under questioning he never cracked, and the cops really didn't have much hard evidence. He might not have done 1 year in prison had something strange not happened next. Police did something that had not ever happened in the Soviet Union. Instead of grilling him again, they called in a psychiatrist named Alexander Bukhanovsky. It was this guy that once rightly told them you were looking for an educated man, a sadist, who is likely impotent and hates women. Now the cops knew he was right, so gave him a bit more credit to the art of understanding the motivation of a madman. Bukhanovsky sat in front of Chikatilo and told him what he'd suspected, that he was a sad, lonely man, a man with a terrible childhood, a boy who'd been traumatized. Bukhanovsky didn't know right then that the Chikatilo family literally starved in famine, and his own brother was killed and cannibalized by neighbors, after which the mother blamed the bedwetting murderer-to-be. Childhood could not have been any worse by any human standards, and when the psychiatrist said this to Chikatilo, by the time the doctor was done, Chikatilo, now in tears, said, "It was me, I did it, I killed them all." He told the police not only about the murders they'd been investigating, but about many other murders they didn't even know happened. Then on October 15, 1992, Chikatilo was sentenced to death for 52 murders. On February 14, 1994, a bullet to the back of his head ended his life. He was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison. There's a book that has been called by many the most comprehensive work on serial killers. It's called The Method and Madness of Monsters and was written in 2003-2004 by a man called Peter Vronsky. In the introduction, he explains one of the reasons why he started writing the book, telling the reader that one Sunday morning in 1979, he checked into a New York City hotel. He was momentarily irked by the fact someone had held the elevator on the top floor. When that person finally came down, he passed Vronsky. He had a bag in his hand. Years later, Vronsky would discover that 2 heads and body parts were in the bag. The mutilated torsos of the women whose heads belonged to were on fire in a room on the top floor. Vronsky later smelled burning, but he didn't know it was the smell of roasting flesh. That's our introduction to a man who could be the USA's most prolific serial killer. We say could, and we'll explain later why. First, let's start the story at the beginning. Before Cottingham got the title the New York Ripper, or the Butcher of Times Square, or the Torso Killer. How do you kill a torso? He was a young man from a middle-class family living in New Jersey. His father was a vice chairman at an insurance company, and his mother was a homemaker. By all accounts, the family was a loving one, except for the fact that the dad enjoyed binge drinking his weekends away at the local bars. It said the family was large, and Cottingham as a boy was always surrounded by lots of young people. Most of those people, however, were girls and women. Since his own family and relatives, we're told, were mostly of the fairer sex, Cottingham has said that he grew up doted on because of this and always received lots of attention. We know all of this because many years after Vronsky's book was written, he would go on to interview Cottingham. In an interview in 2018 with a Bangkok-based podcast called This Strange Life, Vronsky talked about those interviews and partly about Cottingham's childhood. By all accounts, he did indeed come from a normal, loving family. He did not fall into the category of what's called the McDonald Triad. This is related to 3 things common in the childhood of serial killers. Those are cruelty to animals, setting fires, and constant bedwetting. If you're watching this and are now thinking, "Oh my god, that's me," don't worry, as Vronsky is quick to say that this is common for many kids. It just seems the triad is a feature in many serial killers' early lives. Cottingham loved animals, with Vronsky saying he had homing pigeons as a boy. He loved animals and still does. He explained that he couldn't even kill one when he needed to be put down. He couldn't have possibly killed one of those homing pigeons, said Vronsky, but he didn't mind killing humans later in his life. In his book, Vronsky writes that Cottingham would drug, torture, and mutilate women, and whether they were dead or alive at the end of this, he didn't much care. It's said at times he made sure some women were dead, but that's only because he had known them and so wanted to get rid of their hands and heads so they could not be identified as a trail led back to him. What Cottingham would do is pick up women selling their bodies on the streets. And we must remember that back in the 1970s around New York, those women were plentiful. Young girls were traveling from all over the US to work the streets of a city which we might say were not paved with gold. If the women went with Cottingham, he might drug them and torture him, and sometimes they might survive. But an awful lot, perhaps as many as 80 women, did not. Some sources say as many as 100. According to Vronsky, many of those women might have died during the mutilation and beating, and that it was not always Cottingham's intentions to kill them. They died on him, said Vronsky. The women were often tied up, and then Cottingham would start his process with his hands, teeth, and a bag of tools. We cannot go into details, but those details are nothing short of horrific. I have a problem with women, Cottingham once said, and that might be the understatement of the century. It's said that many of the women that did survive this ordeal didn't report it, mostly because they were already doing illegal things. Some did, some didn't, but Cottingham was never under suspicion. He was, for the most part, invisible, an American psycho, a man with 3 kids who loved him, and a very normal family life. 1 hour he might be standing over his small child as she blew out her birthday cake candles, and the next hour he might be dismembering one of his victims. According to the experts, Cottingham was what is referred to as a sadistic killer, a person who derives excitement from the process of causing extreme pain, a person who gets off on the woman's expression during her ordeal. The type of killer doesn't often care about the coup de grace, the death blow, the process where the other killers get all their pleasure. Murder is often just a way to prevent capture by the police. Asked what Cottingham, now an old man in bad shape, is like now, Vronsky says he's very shy. He had given just one interview before he spoke with Vronsky, with the reason likely being he didn't want exposure as it would hurt his 3 children. They no longer visit him, not after he admitted what he'd done. "What's he like? Evil?" asks the interviewer in Bangkok. "He's a great guy," replies Vronsky, surprising his interlocutor. But this is how it often works, because serial killers might need to be charming to lure people into their web. "I could see why all those women trusted him," says Vronsky. He adds that Cottingham is amiable, intelligent, well-read, talkative, and yet, he adds, "You know you're sitting next to someone tremendously evil, someone who is open but at the same time deceptive." Vronsky says the psychologist 30 years ago said the same thing about Cottingham. The only reason he talked to Vronsky is a lurid story in itself. One of those women that Cottingham had decapitated in 1979 and then set fire on had a child. Forensics knew this because she had a scar where the cesarean had been performed. The child was adopted, and years later that child found out who her mother was. She subsequently read Vronsky's book and went to visit Cottingham in prison, after which she asked Vronsky to help her talk to him to retrieve any information pertaining to her mother. "As we speak," said Vronsky a few months ago when he did the interview, "police are trying to find the head. Cottingham had at least been helpful there. He's close to death now, and it seems he wants some kind of redemption. The problem is his memory has faded, and Cottingham has said he's never remembered the torture and killing part, but only his meticulous cleanup. He said during the time he was getting rid of evidence, he was in what he called the zone. He was rather good at evading detection by police, and he'd been doing it for a long time. Cottingham was only ever convicted of killing 5 women. Vronsky says that some serial killers have lied about the number of people they killed, but he believes Cottingham might be telling the truth about the number 80. Ongoing investigations have indeed found that he definitely did kill more people. But as for the 80 count, it just won't be possible to prove if that's true. He was just 21 when he committed his first murder in 1968, but the next murder he was charged with didn't happen until 1979. That's a big gap, and Cottingham has said he was prowling the streets finding and hurting women all that time. Many women, as he said, he didn't kill, but he says a lot of bodies of women found by police throughout the 70s were on him. He was bringing up children at the time of the murders, and those kids, we're told, loved him dearly. He did have 2 mistresses in New York, but apparently he was also very kind-hearted with them. In fact, it's said they thought he was very shy and often unable to manifest his more normal sexual desire on them. He held down a good job and he was liked by those who knew him. So how did he get caught, this invisible monster? According to Vronsky, he'd gotten sloppy. Police had been discovering dead women at hotels, each of them having been strangled and tortured. In 1980, Cottingham did this to one girl and then just stuffed her under the bed in the hotel. She was later found by a maid covered in bite marks, badly beaten, throat slit with a knife. A maniac was on the loose. Then Cottingham just a short time later picked up another woman, and he took her to the same hotel. The staff didn't think anything of it. For some reason, they didn't remember Cottingham and the fact that he had gone there just 18 days before with the girl that ended up being killed. He took this girl to a room and told her he would like to give her a massage, and then he proceeded to hold her down, handcuff her, and torture her. She screamed, and she later said in court He had told her, "You have to take it. The other girls did. You have to take it too." But those screams had been heard, and because staff at the hotel were already shaken by what had happened before, they immediately called the police. Cottingham was caught red-handed, the girl still on the bed, alive. At Cottingham's side were replica pistols, slave collars, a knife, and lots of prescription drugs. Police wasted no time in searching Cottingham's house, and there they found trophies he'd collected from other women he had murdered. The game was up. It was an easy case to solve from there. As we said, he was only convicted of 5 murders in the end, but that number certainly isn't the number of his actual victims. Vronsky said during his visits with him, which are still ongoing, or at least they were not too long ago, he appears looking like Santa Claus with his portly figure and white beard. He uses a wheelchair, and now at the edge of his own life, Vronsky says he is in a confessional state. Not because he feels bad about what he did, according to Vronsky, but because he's hedging his bets on the afterlife. According to Vronsky, Cottingham says there's more to what he did that has not come out. He hints that no one knows exactly what he did, said Vronsky in the interview, and people will be shocked when they find out. Needless to say, Cottingham won't ever be getting out of prison. So there you have the story of a loving family man who had a double identity. A man who evaded arrest in part because he didn't fit the profile of what most of us would think is a maniac who's capable of doing the most despicable things to another human being. Maybe there were signs, but if that's true, no one talked about them. In time, most of us realized that the real monsters in life come with human faces, sometimes all too normal. The boy next door, the doting dad, the guy with the briefcase and business suit who spends his weekends watching his young kids play sports. Cottingham is perhaps the perfect example of a Jekyll and Hyde character. There are many in the serial killing world.
There have been plenty of serial killer couples, but you could argue that the Brits had the worst of them. Couples like the literature-loving, psychopathic sadists Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, who murdered children in England in the 1960s. While those two murderers were sick to the nth degree, sometimes taking photos of themselves with their dead victims and once recording a female victim pleading for her life, Fred and Rose West could be said to be even more vile. These were not natural-born killer types, wayward youngsters lost in the madness of a killing spree. This terribly odd couple tortured, mentally abused, and murdered many young female victims in what certainly deserves to be called a house of horrors. Welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, Fred and Rose, the sickest serial killer couple of all time. We should warn you that this is a horrific story that could be upsetting for some viewers. Fred West was born on September 29, 1941, in a small idyllic village in Herefordshire, England. Rosemary Letts was born in Devon on November 29, 1953. Can anything that happened in their childhoods explain their turning into torturers and killers? We think you'll agree that the answer is absolutely yes. Fred was the youngest of 7 children, and he was doted on by his mother. Some reports state that the doting went way too far, and his mother had an incestuous relationship with him. Although after his arrest, Fred's brother, Doug West, told the press, "None of us was ever abused in any way by anybody." In spite of this, after his arrest, Fred privately told a social worker he had slept with his mother but didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After his arrest, Fred told police that his father had relationships with very young girls, including his own sisters, and also taught him how to have sex with sheep. But Doug says these are just crazy fantasies and life was normal for the family. Fred also said he was made to cut the throats of pigs, something Doug also says is just one of Fred's lies. Another person who knew Fred as a boy said this about him: he was a bit cheeky, a bit mouthy, but that was the way these kids were. I would say that he was probably naive and easily led. But then, at 17, Fred had a motorcycle accident which left him in a coma for 7 days. Even before that, his IQ was said to be only 84. 2 years later, he was hit hard in the face by a guy after groping a girl. Fred fell 2 floors and his already damaged head was hit again. This could be vital to understanding what happened later in his life, as head traumas can do strange things to people, including affecting moral judgment and inhibitions. In fact, a document, unearthed, showed the family saying Fred's personality totally changed and he suddenly started lying, bragging, boasting, and stealing. Shortly after these accidents, Fred's 13-year-old younger sister told her mom that Fred had been raping her for 6 months and she was impregnated. When asked, Fred said that he'd been molesting girls for a long time, saying, "Doesn't everybody do it?" Fred never went to prison as his sister refused to testify in court. There are other reports stating Fred also impregnated another young girl who was a friend of the family. One thing is for sure, he was unbalanced, dangerous, and certainly became the black sheep of this farming family. And now, Rose. Allegedly, both Rose's parents were mentally ill, and her mother even went through electroconvulsive therapy when Rose was in the womb. It's possible this decision by British healthcare workers may have resulted in Rose becoming what some call a slow child. She also grew obese in school, was bullied for that, and had little interest in studies. Some people believe this was all because of the prenatal injury. Rose's mother, Daisy, suffered from extreme depression, the reason for those electric shock treatments. If that wasn't bad enough, her father Bill was said to be a violent, paranoid schizophrenic who beat the women and ruled the house like a despot. Rose was sometimes called Dozy Rosie. Dozy as in slow thinking. And young Dozy Rosie wasn't even allowed to play outside. They just walked around the garden. They didn't play in the garden, just walked around all sort of stiff-armed. They weren't allowed out of the wall, said one person who knew the family. Some reports say that the father would at times make wife and daughter clean the carpet with a toothbrush. After the murders, Rose's lawyer said that Rose was never fully honest about this time in her life, adding, "You know, there was this man in a dark cape and dark hat, almost a shadow, following her as a child when she'd walk. And that was about as near as she'd get." Other reports state that she was raped by her father as a child, and Rose herself told a court that she had been raped by 2 different men in her youth. In a recording with police, Fred later would say her father was making love to her. She was more evil than he was. The family eventually moved to Gloucestershire, and guess who Rose would meet there in the future? Prior to the murderers meeting and Fred moving to the same county, he met an already pregnant Scottish runaway stripper/prostitute called Rena Costello. Together, they moved to Scotland and she became Rena West. In time, Fred got her pregnant again and worked as an ice cream seller from a van. The couple then took a girl as a nanny, 16-year-old Anne McFall. Fred had seen her crying in the streets and invited her to spend the day in his ice cream van. Fred then fell out with drunken, violent Rena and moved to Gloucester after he killed a 4-year-old boy by accidentally running him over with his ice cream van. He wasn't suspected of doing it on purpose, but reports say he feared locals would be angry with him. He took the 2 kids with him. Fred next worked at a local slaughterhouse, which is where some say he developed a strange fascination with dismemberment and mutilation. 16-year-old McFall soon followed. Fred got McFall pregnant, and she wanted for him to stay with her and not with his wife, who had left him but returned unannounced. Fred wasn't keen on this idea and killed McFall instead. Fred later told police he'd even told his father about this. The story of Fred and Rena is a long and chaotic one, but she was dismembered and buried too. He told different stories about how both these murders happened, and like with all his victims, said he suffered their hauntings. At this time, he met a 15-year-old who had a thing for older men. Her name was Rose. The 28-year-old Fred met her while she was hanging around a bus station in Cheltenham. They became acquainted, and soon Rose was part-time nanny for Fred's 2 kids, Charmaine and Anne-Marie, who he had taken out of care. This took a lot of gifts and persuasion, but Fred got his way. Rose even introduced Fred to her own parents. The mother said Fred was a pathological liar, and the father threatened to get the social services involved. Rose began living in a home for troubled teenagers, but she then moved in with Fred, became pregnant, and was put on social care. She told the local services she would return home to her family, but she went to live with Fred instead. He was soon imprisoned for petty crimes, and Rose had her child. She was now looking after 3 children whom it said she violently abused often, once tying one child, Charmaine, the child Rena was pregnant with before she met Fred, naked to a chair, gagging and beating her. Charmaine's body was found years later, Rose having killed the young girl while Fred was in prison, telling the other girls that her mother had taken her away. Fred and Rose were married after all this, and they moved to an address that might be one of the most notorious addresses in UK history, 25 Cromwell Street. They had another kid, May June, but times were hard with all those children, so Rose began a new enterprise, selling her body. It said she slept with men for money that she met on the street, but also some of Fred's workmates, and sometimes men who were lodging at their house. This just got out of control, and soon she was doing acts for people with fetishes, which involved roleplay, being beaten, tied up. Rose would later say she was forced into these acts by Fred. Time went by, and now they had 8 children, some of different colors, as some of the fathers were clients of different ethnicities. Despite Fred being very much a maniac, some survivors who were abused said Rose was the beast of the house. She beat and abused the children, with some of them running away and sleeping on the streets. She'd kick and punch them in the head, even give them little cuts on their bodies with knives, and in all, the kids went to the emergency room 31 times for what were called accidents, and this is when they were really hurt, not just bruised up or suffering from bloody noses. One of her sons said she liked to tie him up. The Wests had a cellar downstairs where they would keep a mattress and instruments of torture, as well as ropes. On one occasion, they took one of the daughters down there. It's reported that Rose told her daughter afterwards, "Everybody does it to every girl. It's a father's job. Don't worry and don't say anything to anybody." This girl, Anne Marie, was one of the children not murdered by her parents. She ran away at 15 and later told the press about this, and also that her uncle, John West, had raped her at least 300 times at that house. She later told the court, "You must try and understand the regime of that household. It was very much sexually orientated there, and we were never told that anything that was happening was not a normal family environment." Once arrested, John West killed himself while awaiting trial. Even one of the lodgers who'd seen what was going on or taken part later killed himself. All in all, the Wests had over 100 lodgers over the years. So didn't anyone suspect anything? Well, the children were too young and afraid to do anything. The Wests did once pick up a young hitchhiker, tie her up, and rape her, and the 17-year-old girl told the authorities. The two Wests were charged with assault, indecent assault, actual bodily harm, and rape. But they were only given a fine of 50 British pounds, or around $63. The girl tried to kill herself after hearing that. We can't go into every murder from here, but they involved young girls being picked up from the streets, abducted, or invited to become a lodger. They were often taken to the cellar, where they would be masked, sometimes with tubes stuck into the nostrils so they could breathe, and suspended in the air using a contraption. It's hung up like this, like animals, and all manner of horrible things happened to them. They were then killed. The bodies were almost always found with parts missing, toes, arms, feet, fingers, kneecaps, with a Home Office forensic pathologist said it was hard to say what parts were taken while the children were alive, or if all the dismemberment took place after they were killed. One of the victims was Lucy Partington, the cousin of well-known British novelist Martin Amis. In sad detail, he talks about her disappearance in his autobiography, Experience. Other lodgers, often from care homes, were sexually abused but got out of the house. As all this went on, one of their own kids, Heather, started telling other kids at school that her parents had quite strange sexual proclivities. Word got back to the children's parents about what Heather had said. Soon Heather was not seen again. The remaining kids told police and media later in life that their parents would threaten them if they said anything about what happened in the house, telling them they would end up under the patio like Heather. It said Fred and Rose said this as if it was a family joke. They even put a table on the patio where the kids were asked to sit when people came around to visit the house. The rest of the children kept quiet. Things just kept getting worse though, even though the children kept their promise. But this was their downfall, because the brave girl did not keep quiet. Enough was enough. She told a friend what had happened, and the friend told her mom, who then told police. The girl was put into care with 4 other children. Fred was accused of rape and Rose as an accomplice, but the daughter wouldn't testify. This was 1992, not long before the words Cromwell Street were etched into the minds of the British public. Police could quite easily put 2 and 2 together when the investigation started. Fred's missing wives, missing child, rapes, kids going missing from the area. You didn't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that something was rotten in Gloucester, but it was a long investigation. One of the children, Anne Marie, even told the cops about the family joke, the one with the punchline that said you'll end up under the patio if you breathe a word. The police started digging. The bodies of 9 girls were eventually found buried in the garden and under the cellar, and one under the bathroom. Another victim, one of Fred's pregnant lovers, was found in the house they had lived in before. Police told the press the victims had suffered extreme, violent, and degrading sexual activity before they were killed. Even before this, Fred knew he was caught and even rang his mother and said, "I've done something really bad. I want you to go to the papers and make as much money as you can." He initially admitted to killing only Heather, saying Rose was not involved in the murder. Police dug, and West, whose low IQ is evident if you listen to the interview tapes, slowly admits to more murders. At one point, he is asked if there is one more body, and he even slips up saying, "Yeah, 3 bodies. 2. He changed his story many times and eventually told police he had killed as many as 20 people, which has led to ongoing investigations in England and Scotland, and a strong belief West was behind many missing young girls. His son Stephen later told police that his father had told him that too. He never did say where all those missing bones were. He did once admit in a tape recording, "I keep souvenirs." Rose was later arrested after Fred changed his statement, first saying Rose was involved, then saying Rose was the only one responsible. He told police, "I didn't kill Heather, I loved Heather." He said he no longer wanted to take the rap, saying Rose was sick for cutting up young girls. He even said he had no idea about the murders until Rose told him much later, but on some occasions, he'd witnessed Rose torturing the girls to the point of death. We may never know the truth, but police did know from forensic evidence the murder of Charmaine happened while Fred was in prison. On January 1st, 1995, Fred West hanged himself in his cell while still awaiting trial. He left a note saying, "In loving memory, Fred West, Rose West, rest in peace where no shadow falls. In perfect peace, he waits for Rose, his wife." The courts heard at times from victims that it was Rose who had been the one who instigated the violence and pushed it too far. Another girl said that Fred had abducted her for Rose's gratification. One of their children even said he had witnessed Heather being killed. He said Rose had stamped on her head until she was lifeless. But that was many years after the trial. Rose told the courts a very different story, that she was forced by Fred to have sex with people and do despicable things. There are many different sides of the story told by many people involved. One book tells us Rose was not innocent at all, stating her warped and brutal childhood experiences meant that once she met Weird Freddy, 12 years her senior, she would find his behavior neither abhorrent nor strange. She felt comfortable and even excited by him. Former nanny at the house, Caroline Roberts, said they were both equally involved when they raped her. She escaped but didn't tell the police. Later she said, "Not a day goes by when I don't think about the girls who didn't make it." Rose was convicted of 10 murders and sentenced to life in 1995. She was attacked in prison, with her attacker saying, "I am a mother. I just can't live with someone like that. I hate her." Reports also state that the woman was annoyed that West received lots of fan mail. In 2017, it was said Rose was gravely ill, but the media did not know what from. The trauma will live on. In 1999, one daughter jumped from a bridge into a river but was rescued, close to death. She later said, "People say I am lucky to have survived, but I wish I had died. I can still taste the fear, still feel the pain. It's like going back to being a child again." In the same report, The Guardian explains how Fred would kick his daughter in the head wearing steel-toe-capped boots, that he gave one syphilis, and if they cried, he'd call them crybaby. The newspaper said the public at the time couldn't bear to read the news, and journalists were told not to go into details about what happened to those strung up in that sadistic torture chamber in the cellar. 25 Cromwell Street was demolished by authorities.
In the early 1940s, the Nazis controlled Paris, but even then they were terrified of a depraved maniac whose body count might have been as high as 150. The cops wanted him. The Nazis really wanted him, but this highly educated psychopath wasn't so easy to catch. This is the story of a man who became known as Dr. Satan, and it's arguably one of the most messed up tales we've ever told. Let's start at the beginning. 1940 was a bad time for most Parisians. Before those German tanks made their way into the city, around 2 million residents of Paris had already moved out. For those left behind and who understood the perils of Nazism, it was a depressing time. Their bones chilled as they watched the swastika flag fly above the Arc de Triomphe. Some of these were people who'd be spied on by the Gestapo and worse, interrogated and possibly killed. It was a time of great fear and paranoia, so the last thing anyone needed was a serial killer to add to their woes, a man that left decapitated heads and other body parts for the cops to find. Nonetheless, Dr. Satan was a hero to many, albeit folks who were continually fooled by him. As for the Nazis, it would be reasonable to say that the evil doctor was always one step ahead of them. His real name was Marcel Petiot. How he ever became a doctor boggles the mind, which is something we'll think you'll agree with after you hear about his strange life from childhood to adulthood. He was born in the French city of Auxerre on January 17, 1897, and he was a delinquent at a young age. At age 11, he brought a gun to school and used it to threaten a girl. He got involved with theft, smashed up public property, and he did terrible things to small animals. It said he also put on a kind of circus act one time in school, standing against a locked door in class and throwing knives at the other students. It's not surprising then that he was deemed mentally ill by child psychiatrists. According to the book Death in the City of Light, the serial killer of Nazi-occupied Paris, he got expelled from school a few times as a teenager and so was evaluated by professionals who said this kid is just not right in the head. His parents, of course, were very concerned, telling doctors that he wet the bed and had occasional convulsive fits. They were also a bit worried about his constant sleepwalking. If you were to ask an expert now, they might assume this kid at some point had a serious head injury, and that's what caused all the problems. A psychiatrist in 1914 seemed to suggest that his frontal lobes weren't working right, stating that he was an abnormal youth who didn't take responsibility for his acts. As you'll see, nothing really changed when he became an adult. Still, he ended up at a special Paris academy, and later in 1916, when he was 19 years old, he went to fight for the French army in the trenches of World War I. What could possibly go wrong? A kid with mental health problems and a proclivity for violence being hired to murder people. Physicians among the French forces said what others had said before. Petiot had some serious mental health issues. The kid wasn't fit to fight. He was already walking close to the edges of insanity when he was gassed and wounded in battle, after which it said he had a complete breakdown. At first, he was sent to Holmes where he could be looked after properly, but then he took up the bad habit of stealing morphine and other supplies, including people's personal stuff and their letters and photos from loved ones. For that, he got some jail time, but after being professionally diagnosed with more than one mental illness, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital. It was those diagnoses that kept him out of prison, with doctors saying he wasn't a criminal but mentally ill. One psychiatrist wrote in a report that he suffered from mental disequilibrium, neurasthenia, mental depression, melancholia, obsessions, and phobias. If you're wondering what neurasthenia means, it's basically a term for being persistently mentally disturbed. After 3 weeks' leave, he went back to the army. During his stint, he complained of headaches and blackouts, memory loss, and sleepwalking. At first, he was let go from the forces and given a 40% disability pension, but then after review got 100% pension. He was then sent to the asylum, a place he'd one day say he was a doctor, not a patient. In 1919, he was finally released from that institution. The war was over, he was 22 years old. You could say it was time for a new beginning. Although the doctors that had seen this young man and studied his temperament said it was important that he was kept under continuous surveillance. That didn't happen. Being mentally ill or having a personality disorder just doesn't necessarily mean a person can't do well in life. Look at the other lives of many serial killers that you all know well. Some of them excelled in certain areas, and while they were busy cutting up victims, they held down decent jobs, and some had a wife and children at home who loved them dearly. So it was that Monsieur Petiot joined an accelerated medical education program for war veterans, and he absolutely nailed the exams. He landed an internship at a hospital, and by the time December 1921 rolled around, he could proudly say he was the owner of a medical degree. He then set up a practice in his town of Villeneuve-sur-Yonne, a lovely little place in the Burgundy region, and a place that would feel the wrath of Petiot's violence. Now he was a professional, but his mental health issues were still there. He'd even got arrested for stealing at one point, but he kept his job. Petiot very likely had a touch of the psychopath in him. We say that for various reasons, with one being that he was very cunning and absolutely without a conscience. He needed more patience, so he went about saying he was one of the best doctors in town. He printed flyers that said so. One of them said, "Dr. Petiot is young, and only a young doctor can keep up to date on the latest methods born of a progress which marches with giant strides. This is why intelligent patients have confidence in him. Dr. Petiot treats but does not exploit his patients." That could not have been further from the truth. He charmed his way into getting a long list of patients who he enrolled in a government program, thereby ensuring he got paid once by them and once by the government. It said someone would come to his practice with a regular kind of illness and he'd say, "Here's some morphine, that should fix it." No doubt it helped, but opiates are generally not the first line of treatment for a bad cold or a bout of tonsillitis. One time, the recipient of his morphine was just a kid, and the kid almost died from an overdose. When a pharmacist told Petiot that in no way should he be giving opiates to children for minor problems, he replied, "What difference does it make to you anyway? Isn't it better to do away with this kid who's not doing anything in the world but pestering his mother?" Now, we should say right here that when Bayer first started marketing heroin in the late 19th century, one of its uses was to give kids help with their coughs. Heroin is basically strong morphine. It worked, because the drug tends to work in many ways, but it also was highly addictive and dangerous as hell. So while Petiot might have had a point about morphine being an excellent product to shut up talkative kids, he shouldn't have been doing what he was doing. Those frontal lobes, it seems, were still not doing their job and helping this man think about the consequences of his actions. He spent most of his time alone, only coming out to drive his sports car and occasionally smashing it into other cars. It was at this time in his life that he stole from his brother Marcel and was kicked out of his rented accommodation for theft. In 1922, the Commission de Réforme told him that he had to undergo a new examination regarding his disability pension. A doctor later said his tongue was badly injured because he was always biting it during his convulsions. He added that Petiot had an indifference about his life and the way it was going. How he kept his job as a doctor beggars belief, and more so because he was even allowed to claim 50% of his disability pension. Well, guess it was the 1920s, you could get away with such things back then. He began an affair with the daughter of one of his patients, a young woman named Louise Delavaux. After a few months, she disappeared. Neighbors of Petio told the cops that they'd seen him putting what looked like a really heavy package into the back of his car. The police looked into this but concluded that Delaveau had probably just skipped town. It was certainly a strange case though, seeing that at the time Delauveau's parents' home was broken into and burned to the ground. Later, something that looked like the trunk Petio had stuffed into the back of his car that day was pulled out of a river in the town. Inside it was the badly decomposed remains of a young woman. But this being the 1920s, the cops didn't have ways of properly identifying the body. Undoubtedly, this was his first murder, although it was never proven. If this story couldn't get any crazier, and we promise you it's going to go off the rails, Petio decided that he wanted to be the town mayor. Being the trusted town doctor, he actually won the mayorship, but only after he paid some guy to spoil his opponent's speech when the two were debating. At one point, just after he finished his own speech, the town lights all went out and a bunch of fires were started. That was the work of Petio's man, and when the votes were counted, it was revealed he'd won by a landslide. During his time as mayor, he got busy stealing again, and among other things, he took a drum from the town band and a stone cross that he didn't like much. When he was accused of this, he said he was the best mayor the town had ever had, and those accusations were just his political enemies reeling with envy and trying to taint his good name. In 1927, age 30, he married a 23-year-old woman named Georgette Lablé. You probably wouldn't be too surprised to hear that she was the daughter of a wealthy landowner in the region. They had a kid together, Gerhardt, and things were looking up. Even so, Petio was accused of stealing oil from the town's railroad depot. He was fined 200 francs and sentenced to 3 months in prison, but he managed to get that decision reversed. In 1930, there was a huge fire at the house of a dairy unionist named Armand de Bouve. When the flames were finally out, his wife was found inside, having been beaten to death with what cops said was a blunt instrument. 20,000 francs were missing too, and police found footprints leading from the house back to the nearby town of Villeneuve-sur-Yonne. On top of that, there were rumors going around that the dead woman had been the mistress of none other than Monsieur Petio. He'd even been seen near her home on the night of the fire. The witness who'd seen Petio was Monsieur Fisco. He told the police that he would testify to that in court. But with not many doctors around, he had no choice but to visit Petio's practice when his rheumatism was acting up. Fisco was given an injection, and 3 hours later, he was dead. Petio said the man had an aneurysm. You're probably now seeing why he was nicknamed Dr. Satan, but we're just getting into the story. A few years later, all those complaints about him came to the fore, and he was forced to resign as mayor. People were so fooled by the guy that the council resigned with him, saying what had happened was just unfair. In 1932, he got a job on the council himself, but a year later he lost the seat because it had been found that he was stealing electricity. The case went to court with the judge saying Petio's defense was nothing but a fantasy. He was subsequently sentenced to 15 days in jail and handed a 300 franc fine. As usual, Petio appealed the decision, and later his jail time was suspended. In the end, he stayed out of jail and was only fined 100 francs. Still, that meant the end of his council seat and a bad reputation that was becoming harder to shake off. With his character now tarnished, he made the move to Paris, the city where his cruelty and criminality would soar to new heights. Petio started what became a very popular practice on the Rue de Coumartin, using fake documents at times so that people thought he was the best doctor around for miles, handing out morphine for just about any condition or illness, which, as tends to happen with highly addictive drugs, had people queuing up every day to see him. He even had the audacity to counterfeit a document that claimed part of his work experience had been as an intern working at a certain mental health institution, although the truth was that he'd been a patient there, not part of the medical staff. He just changed the word interned to intern. As crazy as it sounds, he kept his job after being sent to a mental health facility for his stealing. Later, when he got out and was working again, he was given the médecin d'état civil so he could write death certificates. Now he could more easily knock people off. One of his victims was a 30-year-old woman named Raymonde Hans. She went to see Petio about some painful abscess in her mouth, and it was decided that he'd surgically remove them. After the operation, she'd never again regain consciousness. He drove her home in that state, and she was pronounced dead a few hours later. Her mother, Madame Anna Coquille, said something just wasn't right here. Her daughter had been in good health despite the abscesses. She ordered an autopsy, and it was found that her daughter had been given a very high dose of morphine. This should have rung alarm bells, but after an investigation, it was ruled that the woman had died of natural causes. Not long after, in 1936, Petio was caught shoplifting, and then when a cop tried to arrest him, Petio beat him up. It was after this event that the authorities started looking at him more seriously. He ended up in court again, this time crying his eyes out, saying he'd had one of his funny attacks. He told the court to look at his army record and the fact that he'd at times been mentally ill, and the court didn't charge him in the end, saying that instead he'd been hit with temporary insanity. Still, it pleased the court when they heard that Petio's wife had arranged for him to spend some time in a sanatorium. Not long after he arrived there, he told doctors that he was actually in good shape mentally and he asked to be released. He said his lapse of madness was due to stress. He lied and said he'd been working on a machine for constipation, a device that literally sucked the poop out of people, and he said the stress of finishing the device had negatively affected his mental well-being. The main psychiatrist for the court wrote that Petiot was chronically imbalanced, but the judge concluded that Petiot was sane enough to go back into society. How very wrong he was. After his release at the beginning of 1937, he actually seemed to start adhering to the law, including taking a break from stealing. Still, his one big transgression was tax evasion, with him claiming he'd earned only about 10% of what he actually made. He went to court again for that, but again he turned on the waterworks, claiming he'd been driven to the crime because of poverty. And yet again, the psychopath walked out of court with a great big grin on his face. As you know, in 1939, war broke out, and in 1940, German tanks arrived in Paris. Marshal Philippe Pétain became the head of the Vichy government, and French life was about to change in many ways. For a lot of people, this was a distressing time, but for a psychopath, it afforded many new opportunities. One of Petiot's first moves was making fake medical certificates. You see, many French folks were told by the Nazis that they'd now be working for them, and that meant a kind of slave labor. It seems they could get out of this with a medical certificate, and Petiot was the man to go to for one of them. On face value, it looked as though he was on the side of the French resistance. He treated French people who'd been wounded or fallen ill in Germany, and through those people, he learned a lot about the movements of Nazis and the Gestapo that was busy trying to hunt resistance fighters. He helped spy on the Gestapo through something he called the Fly Talks Network. He then gave information to resistance fighters so they could assassinate members of the Gestapo. This is what he told people anyway. Maybe it sounds quite heroic to you, given what would have happened to Petiot if he'd been found out. The Nazis would very likely have tortured and killed him. But remember, he was a psycho, and because of this, he made up stories all the time to make it look like he was helping the resistance. He even told them he had some kind of super weapon that when used could kill a Nazi and make it look like death by natural causes. He told a big tale about working with some anti-fascist Spaniards in Paris, and he spun all kinds of lies about making bombs and booby traps with which he killed plenty of Nazis. All these stories only ever really happened inside his own head, but they were about to help him make lots of money. He started telling people, mainly Jews and resistance fighters, but even criminals, that he could get them safe passage out of France and to somewhere safe on another continent. All they had to do was hand him 25,000 francs. In 1941, he bought a house on Rue de Sueur and used it to hide these people before they were sent on one of his so-called underground railways to someplace like South America. Two of his customers were Joseph Riocreux and Adrien Estebetegui. These guys had been pimps, but what really irked the Nazis is that they committed an armed robbery while wearing Nazi uniforms. That was definitely a death sentence if they were caught. Petiot, now calling himself Dr. Eugène, told them no sweat. He could easily get them out of France. These two guys went to the house on Rue de Sueur, followed by their lovers and also another couple who were said to be a pimp and his prostitute, and presto, all 6 of these people did in fact disappear. But rather than spend time and money getting them to South America, Petiot took their money and killed them. They weren't the only ones to go to that house and not get what they wanted. In fact, so many people heard about this place where you could visit and then vanish that Petiot got quite the name. We don't need to tell you that he killed them all, but to others, it looked as though they'd safely escaped France. Even the Gestapo heard these rumors, with the commander saying this mysterious man had to be caught immediately. Gestapo documents that were later found noted that there was a great deal of talk in public about an organization which arranges clandestine crossings of the Spanish border by means of falsified Argentine passports. There was talk, but no one ever left Paris. Then the Nazis put a plan together to get the man. One of their agents named Robert Yotkum blackmailed a French Jew named Yvon Dreyfus. Dreyfus was told he had to find this guy and tell him he had the cash to pay for a quick exit out of France. The plan might have worked had Dreyfus ever been seen again after he talked with Petiot. He was certainly making hay while the sun didn't shine in Paris. He then killed a pregnant woman, and soon after he murdered a man named Dr. Paul Léon Braunberger, a Jew who paid Petiot for safe passage out of France. He also murdered Braunberger's wife, and Petiot did the same with 3 German Jews, all members of the Neller family. Soon after, the entire Wolf family just disappeared, as did a pimp and his mistress, Joseph Pierrechy and Josephine Aimée Grippe. More and more people went missing. These disappearances were investigated by the French, but for the Nazis, their beef was with a guy who was getting people out of France. They had no idea he was killing them, and had they known, they might not have been that bothered. He was saving them a job, not knowing they were still intent on catching him out, and so they devised a plan. In 1942, the French police started making a bunch of ugly discoveries. Body parts kept washing up from the River Seine. heads, hands, arms, legs, and other body parts. That is, of course, because Petiot would have struggled to dump an entire body at once. It worked out well for him because it was hard to identify the bodies and not possible to link them to any murderer. Still, things were about to get quite difficult for Mr. Petiot. In 1943, his fake network was infiltrated by a Nazi collaborator named Charles Beretta. Beretta told the Nazis names of people who had applied to escape, but it seems he didn't have enough information to lead them directly to Petiot. Still, some names were enough though. 3 of them were Raoul Fourier, Edmond Pantard, and René Gustave Nezonde. Each was arrested and taken back to Gestapo HQ to be tortured. It didn't take long for them to spill the beans, each saying they paid a guy named Dr. Eugène 25,000 francs for safe passage out of France. Petiot was soon arrested by the Gestapo and tortured, although it's not certain if he let the Nazis know much about what he knew about the resistance. He was then sent to prison, although it seems they had only ever found his home and not his storing and killing house on Rue de Sueur. If they had, they'd have had quite the surprise. The question is, and it did come up later, was Petiot being heroic by not speaking to the Nazis? After what you've heard today, you'd likely say no, and you'd be correct. It's assumed that the only reason he did talk is the fact that he didn't really know anything. And anyway, if he told the Nazis about what his real line of business was, they'd probably have given him a pat on the back. So, he did 8 months in prison and was released when it became obvious he had nothing to tell. Now he had the best story of all, and one which made him seem very trustworthy among enemies of the Nazis. He now had torture scars and stories of prison. Business, he thought, while smiling, was about to boom. He was wrong. Very wrong. That's because on March 11, 1944, the neighbors of Petiot on the Rue de Sueur had finally had enough and went to the police saying they could no longer put up with the terrible stink coming from next door. The smell was unbearable, as if bodies were rotting in the house. They also complained about the smoke that was always billowing from the chimney. Police told the local firemen to check it out, and when they did, they found a large stove in the basement from which flames were in full flow. On inspection, they also saw that body parts were burning in the fire. They found bits and pieces of humans stored in bags and some other body parts in a quicklime pit. This was a real-life house of horrors, with enough parts to make up around 10 people. Not only that, but there were also suitcases everywhere containing the clothes of many different people. Even though this was wartime, it was still big news. France had a new madman on its hands. Petiot was now a wanted man, but let's remember that many of his friends and patients thought he was a French hero. They kind of ignored the news reports about bodies and hid Petiot, thinking he was still a great doctor and a devout enemy of the evil Nazis. Petiot moved around between these people, adopting new identities and doing all he could to change his appearance. If anyone asked, they told him that the only people he'd killed were informers and Nazis. This seemed true enough when he joined the French Forces of the Interior while calling himself Henri Valery. The FFI was basically the resistance in its later stage, for which Petiot had played part as captain leading interrogations. His stint didn't last long since Paris was soon liberated. But again, he saw an opportunity. He was captain after all. One day, some of his men went to the house of a wealthy mayor. There, they threatened the man and called him all sorts of names, including a Nazi collaborator. They took from him 2.5 million francs, and then they murdered him in cold blood. Some young folks had seen this, and they went to Captain Valery, Petiot, to complain. They explained about the murder and all that cash. Valery had said he'd taken care of the matter, although the men only spent a very short time behind bars. It seems the sequestered money just went missing. Only a few days later, the Resistance newspaper came out with a leading story about some killer and Nazi collaborator named Petiot. The story said he was a soldier of the Reich. At the same time, police in Paris were still looking for him. Valery was even hired to look for him, so Petiot was in fact looking for himself. He knew he had to get away, but he fell at the last hurdle. At precisely 10:15 a.m. on October 31st, he was recognized and arrested at a metro station in Paris. He was carrying a gun, a large amount of money, and at least 50 different documents covering a bunch of identities. In court, the defense argued that Petiot had only killed enemies of France and that those bodies at the house were not his doing. Petiot told the court that he'd only found out about them after his release from prison, but that they were likely the remains of collaborators killed by members of his patriotic network. He told them that he was indeed a great patriot, one of the best there was. But when stories of his bombing campaigns and killing Nazis with superweapons were investigated, it was revealed this was pure fantasy. Meanwhile, many members of the resistance said that they'd never seen him, and those that had said he'd done nothing to help them. Petiot was charged with killing 27 people and raking in the realm of 200 million francs in cash, gold, and jewelry. None of this bounty was ever found. Some of the experts involved believe that Petiot had murdered as many as 150 people. In the end, he admitted to killing 63 enemies of France, and as for all those missing people he hadn't killed, he said South America was a big place, and that's why those people were never found, adding that some of his victims were alive and well and just getting ready for the next war. In his psychopathic way, at one point the judge got angry with him because he wasn't paying attention and was instead doodling on some paper. He then looked up at the judge and said, "I'm listening, but it doesn't really interest me very much." When he was told he was to be executed, he didn't seem the least bit bothered. On the big day, May 25, 1946, he was said to have been very calm. He was asked if he wanted to see a priest, which he declined, stating that he wanted to take his baggage with him. A portable guillotine was then brought to the prison at around 3:30 a.m. When offered a glass of rum, which was protocol, he said no thanks, but he did take a last cigarette. His neck was shaved, his collar was cut, and his hands were tied. A witness to the execution later said he moved with ease, as though he were walking into his office for a routine appointment. His head was then placed on the machine and he uttered his last words, "Gentlemen, I ask you not to look, this will not be very pretty." At 5:05 a.m. the blade dropped, and as it did, Petio smiled for the very last time. Some people later said there was still a smile on his face as his head fell into the basket.
Just about all serial killers seem to have experienced some amount of trauma in childhood. But one thing that splits them apart is their intellect. Some of these killers seem like wild savages, barely self-aware. Others are extremely gifted, yet often display signs of psychopathy. Some are eloquent, attractive, and extremely cultured, such as the backpacker killer and lifelong scammer turned celebrity George Sabrage, who read Nietzsche and Jung, classics in law, probably to be a better conniver. Then you've got the incredibly talented Ted Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber, who is said to have an IQ of 167. That's slightly higher than violin prodigy Charlene Gallego, who with her husband brutally raped and killed mostly young girls in the late 70s. Today we'll look at another talented killer in this episode of the infographic show, John George Haigh, Acid Bath Murderer. Just looking at pictures on the web, Haigh wouldn't look out of place in a Hollywood movie of days gone by. It's said he was incredibly charming as well as suave and not too distressing to the female eye. But, like many killers that come across this way, he suffered from narcissistic personality disorder. In short, that means someone who has feelings of grandiosity, is always seeking admiration, yet seems to have no empathy whatsoever. Do you know anyone who fits that description? If so, they can tick a box for possible future serial killer. So, our charmer Mr. Haigh was born July 24, 1909. He grew up near a place called Wakefield, which is located in West Yorkshire, Northern England. They say it's grim up north in that part of the UK. Back in Haigh's day, it really was a grim place, being the backbone of industrial England. But it seems John wasn't sent to work down the coal mine or in one of the textile mills. No, this lucky lad had it easier than some. But he had some setbacks. Haigh is yet another serial killer that came from a very religious family. We sure are seeing a pattern in this series. In fact, Haigh's dad, it said, had a mark on his head that he told his son had been put there by God as a brand to show that he had sinned in the past. The dad apparently told young John that if he sinned, he'd get a mark too. But the mother could not fall victim to God's branding iron, as she was an angel. Not surprisingly, with this being told to John, he had a fuzzy sense of reality. He even committed a few sins as a child, and as he wasn't marked, it said he sinned some more. He thought he'd escaped the wrath of God. Meanwhile, it said he went through his childhood suffering from terrible religious-themed nightmares. He didn't even get to talk to other kids, as his dad built a huge fence around the house to keep other, not-so-pious people out. But young John had some skills. He was brilliant at playing piano, and from a young age showed an interest in classical music. He won scholarships to good schools, and later a scholarship to Wakefield Cathedral. There he became a choir boy, which is perhaps a vocation you don't expect of a future serial killer. After that, he worked in a garage as he was very fond of automobiles, but he had to leave because he couldn't stand the dirt. It's even said he would only work on cars wearing rubber gloves and a mask. Haigh found a job to his liking, one that could be said to be in line with acts of cunning. That was working in advertising. But this is where his life of criminality started. He was fired for stealing. That didn't stop him from getting a wife though, and he was married in 1934 to a woman he hardly knew. She filed for divorce within a few months after our man was charged with fraud. The child inside her would later be adopted. So now we have a single man serving some time in jail. He gets out and becomes a recidivist, meaning he didn't stop committing fraud. In fact, he was jailed many more times for doing things such as forging signatures on checks when buying cars or selling fraudulent stock shares that were too good to be true. He was good at his job as he was articulate, smart, and handsome, which goes a long way if you want to become a good fraudster. The problem was he kept getting caught. And so, while sitting in his jail cell, he came up with a cunning plan. If it's the victims that keep getting me in trouble by blowing the whistle, just make sure there are no victims. Meaning nothing left of them at all. Vanish them. His inspiration for this was a French serial killer named George Alexander Sarret, who had dissolved his victims in acid. Perhaps John should have read further in that his inspiration ended up losing his head to the guillotine. Out of prison, Haigh got his hands on some sulfuric acid and dropped some mice in pots of it. Yep, they dissolved. Now, does that work on humans? Yes is the answer, and it's very effective. According to one story about certain ways of dissolving bodies, acid is a great way, although the fumes are terrible and it is dangerous as it can burn you. According to that same article, Haigh did this. He processed the bodies in a 45-gallon oil drum and reported that the victims dissolved completely in about 2 days. It said he did this to 6 people, but there could have been 3 more. Who were they and how did he kill them? More importantly, why the hell did he kill them? Maybe this quote from him can partly answer that. When I first discovered there were easier ways to make a living than to work long hours in an office, I did not ask myself whether I was doing right or wrong. That seemed to me to be irrelevant. I merely said, this is what I wish to do. He added, go after women. Rich, old women who like a bit of flattery. That's your market if you are after big money. But he didn't just kill older women. His first victim was a friend and former employer named William McSwan. He hit him over the head and threw his body in acid. A few days later, and McSwan was nothing but sludge. Haigh told McSwan's parents that their son had run away to avoid being called up for war. At the same time, Haigh was collecting his pension checks, living in and later selling his properties. He was flush with money at this point, but often gambled large amounts away. The parents became very suspicious, so Haigh invited them to his house after telling them their son was back and was dying to see them. Only they died after being hit over the head. Then they took a bath John had prepared for them. This conniver would be invited to the houses of the wealthy to play piano, only while hitting every note, he was noting what he could steal. He shot a wealthy couple he had played for and then stole all their belongings as well as forging their signature to buy more things. They took a bath and John emptied out the sludge later. His final victim was a wealthy old woman, one whose husband had passed already. She met Haigh, who said he was an engineer. She then told him she had this great idea to make artificial fingernails. Haigh said, wonderful, come to my place and we'll get to work. Only he shot her and she became another person to take his special bath. He took her valuables, but it seems that was all. The cops had a lead, as someone had seen Haigh with the missing rich woman. They visited his workshop, whereupon they found evidence that linked Haigh to all of the murders above. He was arrested, but he actually thought he would get away with it. You see, Haigh thought that if there were no bodies, then you couldn't be convicted. He studied law and the term corpus delicti, which basically means there must be evidence before you can be convicted. Corpus meaning body and delicti meaning crime, so body of the crime. But the cops had evidence. They even found parts of bodies where Haigh had dumped the sludge, including bits of dentures, gallstones, a bit of a foot, and some human fat. Even though this sounds repulsive to us, some reports tell us that Haigh was also repulsed and found the whole matter of killing and dissolving rather unpleasant. For him, it was just the best way to steal and get away with it. Haigh tried to plead insane given the gravity of his crimes and the fact he was versed in law, but the judge didn't believe him. He talked of nightmares he had from being a young child, trying to sound crazy, but it didn't work. He was hanged at the hands of prolific hangman Albert Pierpont on August 10, 1949. As the story goes, just before he was hanged, he was asked by one of the guards if he wanted a drink, perhaps a brandy. Haigh replied, "Make it a large one, old boy."
On November 17, 1974, Sandy Fox was watching the evening news in a state of pure shock. Staring back at her from the TV was the charming and handsome man with whom she'd recently had a 2-day whirlwind romantic fling. He had the same movie star good looks and devilish grin that had drawn her to him in the first place, and so she could see how he had earned the nickname the media had given him, the Casanova Killer. The man she knew as Paul John Knowles was really a vicious serial killer who had killed as many as 35 innocent men, women, and children over a 5-month period across 6 different states. Sandy now knew just how lucky she was to have survived their encounter. Paul John Knowles was born in Florida on April 14, 1946, and as a young boy he began getting into trouble with the law for petty crimes. After he was caught stealing at the tender age of 9, his father was fed up and decided he wanted nothing to do with young Paul. He was disowned and given up for adoption, and would spend the rest of his childhood years in reformatories and foster homes. Unsurprisingly, this did little to curb his criminal tendencies, and the young Knowles would continue to steal, vandalize, and generally get himself into trouble with the law throughout his teens. His first true arrest happened at the age of 19. and from that point on, Knowles would spend an average of half of each year in jail for crimes ranging from burglary to auto theft. By early 1974, Knowles was serving a prison sentence in Florida's Rayford prison when he found himself a new pen pal in Angela Kovic. After exchanging letters for months, Kovic had fallen head over heels for Knowles. She traveled from California to Florida to visit him in prison, and soon the two were engaged. She used her meager savings to hire a lawyer who was able to successfully get parole for Knowles. Upon his release, he immediately flew from Florida to San Francisco, where the two planned to marry immediately. However, just days before the wedding was set to take place, Kovic called it off. She claimed that Knowles had an aura of evil surrounding him and that her psychic had warned her about a dangerous new man in her life. Angela didn't know it at the time, but that decision quite possibly saved her life. Knowles did not take their broken engagement well, to say the least. He would later claim that on the night of their breakup, he murdered 3 people in a blind rage, although investigators were never able to corroborate the story. What they do know for sure, though, is that Knowles flew back to Jacksonville, Florida, where he was jailed yet again after picking a fight in a local bar. If only that was the end of his story. Instead, on July 26, 1974, the veteran jailbird picked the lock on his cell and escaped from jail, setting off one of the most brutal crime sprees in American history. That very same night that he escaped from a holding cell in Jacksonville, Knowles broke into the home of 65-year-old Alice Curtis, gagging her and tying her up while he ransacked her home looking for cash and valuables. Sadly, Curtis choked to death on her own dentures, making her the first confirmed murder victim. Whether or not he intended for her to die, her death seemed to unleash something truly evil in Knowles and kicked off a brutal months-long murder spree. Knowles spent a few days hiding out in Curtis's home with her dead body, eating her food and watching her TV. When he saw his own mugshot on the local news, he realized he needed to get far away from Jacksonville. Shortly after stealing Curtis's car, Knowles was driving through Jacksonville looking for a place to drop the hot vehicle when he saw 11-year-old Lillian Anderson and her 7-year-old sister Millette walking down the street. He recognized them as friends of his mother's, and fearing that they might be able to identify him, he kidnapped the 2 young girls, strangled them both, and dumped their bodies in a swamp outside of town before hitting the open road. He had now killed 3 innocent people, and he knew that he needed to get out of the area as soon as possible. By the next day, Knowles was in Atlantic Beach, Florida, where he broke into the home of Marjorie Howe. This time, he wasted no time strangling Howe with a nylon stocking before stealing her TV and getting back on the road. As he had made his way aimlessly north, Knowles strangled a hitchhiker that he had picked up, bringing his official total to 5 victims in just a few short days. After the murder of the hitchhiker, Knowles appears to have laid low for a few weeks, but before long he would be back to his evil ways. On August 23, 1974, Knowles strangled Kathy Pierce in Musella, Georgia, with a phone cord while her 3-year-old son looked on. Oddly, he left the boy unharmed. On September 3, 1974, Knowles met a businessman, William Bates, in a bar in Lima, Ohio. After drinking together for several hours, he strangled Bates, dumped his body in the woods, and stole his money, credit cards, and car. Bates was Knowles' first known male victim, and his body wouldn't be found until October. Knowles drove Bates' stolen car all the way to Sacramento before making his way back east through Utah and Nevada, where he murdered campers Emmett and Lois Johnson near Ely, Nevada, on September 18th. 3 days later, Knowles assaulted and murdered a female motorist who was stranded on the side of the road, leaving her body tangled in a barbed wire fence. On September 23rd, Knowles met beautician Ann Dawson in Birmingham, Alabama. The two traveled together for a few days until Knowles grew bored of her. He killed her on September 29th, but her body would never be found. After brutally murdering at least 10 people across 5 different states, Knowles once again laid low for a few weeks, but it was only a matter of time before the urge to kill became unbearable. On October 19th in Woodford, Virginia, Knowles shot 53-year-old Doris Hovey in her home with her husband's rifle. This time, he did not assault or even rob Hovey. Clearly, his lust for blood was all that mattered to Knowles now. Shortly after the murder of Hovey, Knowles picked up 2 more hitchhikers. He planned to kill the pair, but before he could, he was stopped by police in a stolen car for a routine traffic violation. The careless cop let him off with a warning, but the experience rattled Knowles. After dropping off the hitchhikers, he contacted a lawyer and confessed to his crimes. The lawyer recommended that Knowles turn himself in, but he refused. Instead, he allegedly taped a confession and handed it over to the lawyer before skipping town once again. He instructed the lawyer to make the tape public in the event of his death and insisted that any proceeds from his story go on to his mother. Despite his close call, Knowles was unable to stop himself from continuing to kill. On November 6th in Macon, Georgia, he met and befriended Carswell Carr. Carr took pity on Knowles, who he took for a drifter, and invited him to spend the night at his home. Over drinks, Knowles stabbed Carr to death and then strangled Carr's 15-year-old daughter. After fleeing this murder, Knowles might have killed hitchhikers Edward Hilliard and Debbie Griffin, but their bodies were never found. On November 8th, Knowles was bar hopping in Atlanta, Georgia, when he met British journalist Sandy Fox. Fox recalls being infatuated with Knowles' gaunt good looks and his resemblance to movie star Robert Redford. The two spent the night together, although Knowles was unable to do the deed, so to speak. Over the next 2 days, after repeated failed attempts at intimate relations, the pair separated on good terms on November 10th. Fox had no idea at the time just how lucky she was to escape with her life, but she would later say that she suspects that he let her live because, as a writer, she would be able to spread his story and increase his notoriety. The day after separating from Fox, Knowles made his first big mistake. He attempted to kidnap Susan McKenzie, a friend of Fox, and assaulted her at gunpoint. Amazingly, she escaped and reported Knowles to the police. Officers now had a name to link to the rash of mysterious killings and tracked Knowles down and pulled him over. Knowles was prepared though, and he managed to escape by brandishing a sawed-off shotgun. Days later, Knowles was back in Florida. After murdering Beverly Mabee in West Palm Beach, he abducted Mabee's sister and stole her car. The next night, he released Mabee in Fort Pierce, Florida, unharmed. On November 16, 1974, a Florida state trooper recognized the stolen car that Knowles was driving and pulled him over. However, Knowles was ready for him. He took the officer hostage at gunpoint, put him in the back of the police car, and took off in the stolen cruiser. Realizing that a stolen police car was incredibly obvious, Knowles used the cruiser to pull over another innocent motorist. After kidnapping the driver, James Meyer, he put both hostages in the back of Meyer's vehicle and drove out into the woods of Pulaski County, Georgia. There, he handcuffed the men to a tree and shot them both in the head at close range. The blatant murder of a police officer would spell the beginning of the end for Knowles. Just hours later, Knowles approached a police roadblock that had been erected to capture him. With no other options, Knowles crashed his stolen car through the barrier, lost control of the vehicle, and crashed into a tree. An injured Knowles then escaped on foot into the woods, firing shots at officers as he fled. Knowles was pursued by officers from several agencies armed with dogs and a helicopter, but in the end he would meet his downfall at the hands of a civilian. 27-year-old David Clark, a Vietnam veteran and avid hunter, spotted Knowles in the woods several miles away from the official search area on November 17th. Seeing that Knowles was bleeding from the wound on his head, the suspicious hunter cornered Knowles with his shotgun and held him at a neighbor's home until police arrived, finally putting an end to the vicious murder spree. Once in custody, Knowles claimed to have murdered more than 35 people between July and November of 1974, though police were only able to verify 18 of his murders. On November 18th, the day after his capture, Knowles was being transferred to a maximum security facility when he made one last desperate bid for freedom. He made a grab for the sheriff's revolver, which went off during the scuffle, prompting FBI agent Ron Angel to shoot Knowles 3 times at point-blank range, killing him instantly. The Casanova killer had met his own brutal and final end. Even after Knowles' death, the police and the public remained fascinated by his crimes. His movie star good looks, charisma, and devilish smirk endeared him to his victims and earned him his nickname, the Casanova Killer. His constant movement crisscrossing the country and the fact that he murdered victims in 6 different states made it hard for police to link his various murders to a single killer. There appeared to be no pattern to his victims, and he indiscriminately killed men and women and children and adults. Knowles had no consistent MO, stabbing some victims, strangling others, and shooting the rest. Some were assaulted and robbed, while others were simply killed for no apparent reason. By the time the police connected the seemingly random crimes to a single killer, it was too late for his victims. His death in custody at the hands of the FBI meant Knowles would never have to explain the motivations for his crimes in court. The taped confession he had left with his lawyer may have been the key to unlocking the Casanova killer's motives, but sadly the tapes were allegedly destroyed when the courtroom they were being stored in was damaged by a flood. The lawyer who received the tapes from Knowles claims to not have listened to them before they were destroyed and refuses to speculate on Knowles' motives, standing by his commitment to client confidentiality. Perhaps his traumatic childhood and his father's abandonment set the stage for Knowles to go on to become a killer. Maybe the heartbreak of his broken engagement prompted him to graduate from petty crime to vicious murder. Or maybe his motive was simply to gain notoriety and fame for his brutal crimes. The fact that he let journalist Sandy Fox go free and unharmed, and the fact that his murders seemed to be crimes of opportunity rather than targeted killings appear to add credence to this theory. But we'll never know for sure why Paul John Knowles was driven to kill. Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and of course, the mysterious Jack the Ripper. They're names that strike fear into the hearts of any true crime buff. These are the household names of serial killers, but they're not the whole story. It's estimated that in 1987 alone, there were almost 200 serial killers operating in the US, and you probably haven't heard of most of them. But that doesn't mean that they were any less deadly than the more famous ones. Here are 13 of the most terrifying serial killers you've never heard of. Number 13. Vicki Dawn Jackson. Hospitals are places of healing, and of course, one of the most important positions is the nurse. While the doctors do the trickiest procedures, nurses are the ones who interact the most with patients. That gave Vicki Dawn Jackson, a nurse at a North Texas hospital, the opportunity she needed. She was known as a wallflower in town, a quiet woman who never attracted much attention. But at her hospital in 2001, there was a mysterious epidemic of cases where patients came down with mysterious respiratory ailments and died, despite sometimes being hospitalized for minor ailments. Up to 20 patients had died, and the hospital soon realized that Jackson had been the last person to see all of them. But what was killing them? The investigation soon revealed missing vials of mivacurium chloride, a drug that can paralyze the breathing reflex. Despite a syringe with traces of the drug being found in her house and witnesses reporting that she referred to taking care of patients who were causing trouble, it took over a year for her to be arrested. While she could have faced the death penalty for the 10 counts of murder she was charged with, she ultimately pled no contest to the charges and is serving a life sentence, but her attorney is calling for a new trial. No one expected her to be a serial killer, but the same can't be said for the next killer. Number 12. Karl Panzram. Born to East Prussian immigrants in Minnesota, Karl Panzram was trouble from the time he was young. He was a notorious bully. He was in court for being drunk and disorderly from as young as 11 years old in 1902. His parents sent him to a reform school and he was treated horribly by the staff members, leading him to burn it down. He spent the next decade in and out of juvenile hall and eventually prison, getting into fights wherever he went. But he was just ramping up his campaign of violence. Under an alias, he joined a ship's crew, and he and a fellow sailor stole a boat and killed the inhabitants. While his partner in crime was arrested, Panzram had his key to the world. His reign of terror was only beginning. After robbing the William H. Taft Mansion in Connecticut, Panzram had enough money to go anywhere he wanted. He traveled the world killing men and boys alike. He was particularly fond of luring drunken sailors away and killing them. While he was arrested a few times for minor crimes, they never tied him to his murders, and he went on to travel to Portuguese Angola and kill people while working on an oil rig. It was 1928 when he was finally arrested back in America for a burglary and confessed to several murders. He was given a sentence of 25 years to life and quickly turned it into a death sentence by murdering a foreman. As he awaited execution, Panzram penned an autobiography where he claimed to have murdered 22 people, although only proof of 5 was found. He went to the gallows in 1930, taunting the executioner before the final drop. The next killer had a distinctly more innocent personality. Sometimes. Number 11. Harrison Graham. Harrison Graham was a seemingly nondescript man living in Philadelphia in the 1980s. He had a history of problems in school and showed signs of an intellectual disability, but had lived mostly a quiet life and worked in the construction industry. But by 1983, he was living in a notorious drug den and had begun dealing pills himself. He still had a reputation as a good neighbor, but there was just one problem: a foul smell coming from his apartment. His landlord tried to evict him, but Graham refused to let him in and fled out the fire escape. The police were called to break open the apartment. What they found was horrifying. 2 recently killed women's bodies were found within, as well as 5 skeletons of women who had been killed long ago. A massive manhunt was launched for Graham, and he was eventually convinced to turn himself in by his mother. There, he confessed to the killings, saying he strangled the women while on drugs, but it soon became clear that he might not have been in his right mind. He was fixated on a Cookie Monster toy and seemed to switch between 3 personalities: Frank, a drug-addicted killer, Junior, a confused toddler, and Marty, a friendly man eager to cooperate. While the judge rejected his insanity defense and he was convicted of all the murders, there were doubts about his competence. He was sentenced to death but was required to serve out a life sentence first, meaning he would never be executed. In prison, he was a model inmate and actually became an ordained minister. The next killer was discovered in an even more shocking fashion. Number 10. Bella Kiss. The year was 1914 and World War I was sweeping across the European continent. Countless young men on both sides of the conflict were drafted into action, and one was the quiet Hungarian tinsmith Bela Kiss. Twice married and the father of two, Kiss was very interested in finding himself another woman. He had a long-distance correspondence with women through newspapers and claimed to offer his services as a fortune teller. His neighbors thought him an odd man, particularly for his obsession with the large oil drums he used to hoard gasoline for the coming war. They had no idea how right they were. After Kiss was drafted, the Budapest police came to confiscate the drums of gasoline for use by soldiers, but the drums were given off an odd smell, and when the soldiers opened them, they were horrified. Each of the drums contained the body of a murdered woman. In total, 24 bodies were found, and suddenly Kiss became one of the most wanted men in Europe. A search of his house had found that he'd been collecting information about murder and had been defrauding and killing women for years. The military police eventually tracked Kiss down to a Serbian hospital, but the savvy serial killer was one step ahead. He placed another soldier's body in his bed, escaped, and was never seen again. He wasn't the only serial killer to terrorize the European continent in the early 1900s. Number 9. Peter Kürten. German Peter Kürten had one of the most common stories of serial killers, being raised in an abusive home himself. Kürten didn't take long to follow in his father's footsteps, enjoying torturing animals and attempting to drown a playmate at the age of 5. He would later claim to have begun his killing spree at the age of 9, pushing a child off a raft and leaving him to drown. As an adult, he spent time in and out of prison for a series of petty crimes, and his crimes soon escalated. Unlike many serial killers, he didn't have a favorite weapon. He would use whatever was available, and the police had no idea a serial killer was on the loose. But Kürten would soon gain the nickname the Vampire of Dusseldorf. Kürten would kill at least 9 victims over his decades-long killing spree, but he was undone by a simple mistake. When a young woman named Maria Budlick escaped from him in the woods, she told of her close encounter with Kürten in a letter to a friend. When the letter addressed incorrectly was opened by a postal worker, she gave it to the police, who got enough information from Maria to finally arrest Kürten. While his attorneys attempted an insanity defense, the jury was horrified by his many crimes and sent him to the guillotine. His head is currently on display at Ripley's Believe It or Not in Wisconsin. This next killer was about as unassuming as it gets. Number 8. Lydia Sherman. Born in 1824, Lydia Sherman was an orphan raised by her uncle and married her first husband at 16. But after he lost his job in 1864, Sherman wasted no time. She poisoned him with arsenic after taking out insurance money on him. She collected the payout and then set her sights on more targets. 3 of her young children died tragically of typhoid fever within the next year, except that the true case of the death was arsenic, once again, allowing her to collect the insurance money. In total, she would poison 6 of her own children, 3 husbands, and 2 stepchildren, but would go undetected until 1872, because who would suspect a widow? When she was eventually arrested and convicted of second-degree murder, she would even be able to escape and find work as a housekeeper to a rich widower. He would be soon to meet an unfortunate fate as well, but Sherman was eventually caught and returned to prison, dying less than a year later from cancer. The next killer was able to carefully abuse his position of authority. Number 7. Gerard Schaefer. In Martin County, Florida, in 1972, Gerard John Schaefer Jr. was the law. A sheriff's deputy, he had been working patrol since he was 25 years old. But he had a sick obsession. From a young age, he had been fixated with spying on young women and killing animals. He was fired from a teaching job and rejected from the priesthood in quick succession before turning to law enforcement. That job would come to an end as well when he picked up 2 teenage hitchhikers and kidnapped them, tying them up in the woods. When they escaped and reported Schaefer, he claimed he had just been trying to teach them a lesson. He was fired, but it was only the beginning. 2 months later, Schaefer would kidnap and murder 2 teenage girls, and similarities between that case and the hitchhikers who escaped led police to look into Schaefer. They searched his house and found disturbing stories full of descriptions of kidnapping and murdering women who he referred to as whores. While Schaefer was only convicted of the 2 murders and given a life sentence, he was suspected in the murders of up to 30 women and girls around the country, something he would boast about to anyone who would listen. But he would take those secrets to his grave when he was stabbed to death by a fellow inmate in 1995. This next killer led to a campaign of terror across the Great White North. Number 6. Robert William Pickton. Robert Pickton was a pig farmer in a small town in British Columbia, and he had a dark past. He and his brother's farm was a run-down place that many people suspected was a front for criminal and gang activity, and in 1997 he was arrested for the attempted murder of a sex worker. But Bill Hiscox, a worker on the farm, noticed one thing he couldn't ignore. Women who visited the farm kept going missing. After police obtained a warrant to search the farm for fireworks, they were able to get enough evidence to charge Pickton with 6 murders, for which he was sentenced to life in prison, but they eventually added charges for 20 murders. While he wasn't convicted of those new charges, he reportedly taunted authorities that he was only one short of 50 murders when he was caught. Pickton wound up being notable not just for being the most prolific serial killer in Canadian history, but for inadvertently bringing attention to the number of First Nations Canadian women who go missing each year. Our next killer was able to hide behind a pretty face for a time. Number 5. The Co-ed Killer. It was 1967 when an area of Ann Arbor, Michigan was terrorized by a serial killer. Young women started turning up dead one by one after being stabbed, strangled, or mutilated. The first victim, Mary Fleeser, would be found on an abandoned farm by 2 teenage boys, but it would be almost a year before the horror repeated itself. When the second victim was said to have been seen with college student John Norman Collins, the police questioned him, but the charming young man was soon let go for lack of evidence. 6 more young women would be found dead, but when Collins' name came up again, the police zeroed in on him and searched his house. They found bloodstains, and Collins was charged with murder. The handsome all-American boy was revealed to have a dark obsession with bondage, torture, and murder, and it earned him life in prison where he remains to this day. But the rest of these killers made a name for themselves in sheer numbers. Number 4. The Harp Brothers. Often considered America's first serial killers, Micajah and Wiley Harp were terrorizing the American South almost as long as there was a United States. These 2 loyalists to the British Crown had been on the wrong side of the war and became notorious outlaws. Unlike many other serial killers, they didn't have a specific type of victim, and they didn't seem to be obsessed with killing itself. They committed robberies, they set fire to buildings, and they targeted women and men alike. It wouldn't be long before posses were organized across Appalachia to hunt for them. While they shared many traits with the highwaymen of the time, often brutal robbers who targeted travelers, the Harps seemed to be in it as much for the thrill as anything. They may have killed as many as 50 people before joining up with the notorious Mason gang of river pirates. But when they killed the leader and tried to collect a bounty on him, they were recognized and arrested. And after a brief escape attempt, the violent rampage of the Harp brothers ended at the gallows, their heads put on display as a warning to other outlaws. These next killers were among the most unlikely. Number 3. Los Poquianchis. Rancho El Angel was a notorious hub of prostitution and other criminal activity in the Mexican state of Guanajuato. But it wasn't run by your everyday cartel leader. It was run by the Gonzalez Valenzuela sisters, a quartet of the most ruthless women Mexico has ever seen. Maria Delfina, Maria del Carmen, Maria Luisa, and Maria de Jesus got away with their crime spree for years, until police picked up a woman named Josefina who had been working as a go-between for the sisters. She was suspected of kidnapping girls to be taken to Rancho El Angel, and she quickly spilled all. What she revealed shocked everyone. The sisters had made Rancho El Angel one of the worst sites of mass murder in Mexican history. The police raid found the bodies of almost 100 people. The sisters had been killing prostitutes when they became too sick or old, forcing them to swallow drugs for transport, and murdering men who came there with lots of money on them. Their crimes exposed, the sisters finally faced trial. Delfina and Carmen died in prison. Maria Luisa went mad and was sent to an asylum, and Maria de Jesus completed her 40-year sentence and was released, with her whereabouts post-prison unknown. The next killer turned the last frontier into his personal killing grounds. Number 2. Robert Hansen. Scarred by acne and shy due to a stutter, Robert Hansen didn't seem like the intimidating type, but his unassuming appearance hid a seething hatred for the women who ignored him. After serving a stint in the Army Reserve, Hansen moved to Alaska with his second wife and became deeply involved in hunting. He was arrested several times for assaults, thefts, and abductions, but it wasn't until 1972 that the horrors really started. Robert Hansen was about to go hunting for bigger game. He began targeting sex workers around Anchorage, kidnapping and torturing them, but he wasn't satisfied with simply killing them. He would release them and then proceed to hunt them like animals. Bodies were found around Anchorage, but no connection was found until one of his targets managed to get away. Cindy Paulson managed to escape before being taken to Hansen's isolated cabin and described his truck enough to police that they were able to find him. Hansen was charged with 17 murders, but is believed to have killed up to 21. he was sentenced to 461 years plus life in prison, where he remained until his death in 2014. But for the most prolific killer of them all, you have to go to South America. Number 1. The Monster of the Andes. Pedro Lopez grew up in Colombia, one of 13 children, and displayed disturbing behavior from when he was young, reportedly abusing his siblings. By 18, he was a car thief and did time in prison where he reported being horribly abused. He was released, but what came out of prison was something different and terrible. He would soon move to Peru and began targeting young girls. He claimed to have killed over 100 when he was captured by a local tribe. They planned to execute him, but a local missionary convinced them to hand him over to the police instead. The police released him, a terrible mistake. He would return to Colombia and then to Ecuador and continue his hunt until he was caught in 1980 while trying to abduct a girl by some market traders. When he was taken into custody, he confessed to killing over 100 girls. While the police were dubious, they were about to get horrifying proof. A flash flood revealed a mass grave containing many of his victims. He was sentenced to prison for killing 110 girls, but was shockingly released in 1998. It wasn't long before he was suspected in another murder in Colombia, but he was never found. The Guinness Book of World Records briefly acknowledged him as the world's most prolific serial killer, but the award has since been removed. After all, no one wants someone to try to top it. Serial killers. Every true crime buff knows all about them, and they often debate who the worst of the worst actually is. Ted Bundy's trial was probably the most highly publicized in history, and Jeffrey Dahmer's twisted appetites were tabloid fodder for years. Neither of them, however, reached the shocking number of murders that one serial killer reached in the Pacific Northwest. He stalked Washington for decades, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. The media called him the Green River Killer, and he almost got away with everything. It was the early 1980s in King County, Washington, and horror was about to come to the winding Green River. The long river snakes from the rural areas of northwest Washington to the bustling city of Seattle and forms the approach to the former logging area of Stampede Pass. But for a group of children playing along the river on July 15, 1982, it would be the end of innocence. They discovered the body of Wendy Caulfield, a 16-year-old from nearby Puyallup, floating in the river. An investigation quickly began, but no leads were found to her killer. Wendy was likely the first to die, but she would be far from the last. It was just over a month later when 4 more bodies of young women would be found in the Green River. It was clear the Pacific Northwest had a serial killer on its hands. A massive task force was formed, the biggest since the hunt for Ted Bundy in the previous decade. Many more bodies would follow, all of them young women, many of them runaways and sex workers. But it would be a long time before the police had answers, despite them intersecting with the killer many times in the decades that followed. Who was this serial killer striking fear in the whole region? His name was Gary Ridgway, and he was one of the most effective and dangerous killers the country had ever seen. Born in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1949, Gary Ridgway seemed like a normal boy, but under the surface there were early signs that he was disturbed. He was a middle child with a strict, domineering mother. He struggled in school, battling with dyslexia, and was held back a year in high school. Evidence later showed his IQ was only in the 80s, but there were darker signs. His father was an angry man, a bus driver who frequently complained about sex workers along his route. Ridgway had a problem with bedwetting, and his mother humiliated him after every episode. Gary Ridgway's journey to becoming a killer would begin early, when he was still a teenager. Ridgway liked hurting things from an early day, starting with shooting birds with a BB gun. But he had a taste for bigger prey, and one day when he was still in high school, he approached a random 6-year-old boy with a knife and stabbed him, deep enough to injure the boy's liver. The boy, who asked to remain anonymous, remembers asking Ridgway, "Why did you kill me?" He survived but spent several weeks in the hospital. Ridgway was never caught for the attack, and the victim realized years later that he had almost become the first murder victim of the Green River Killer. What made Ridgway so dangerous? He knew how to bide his time. After his first foray into attempted murder, Ridgway seemed to be slipping back into normal life. He graduated high school, married his high school girlfriend Claudia Craig, and joined the Navy. It was 1969 and he was soon sent to Vietnam. But while wartime was a formative experience for many young men, for Ridgway it would lead him further down the path to becoming a serial killer. Like many young soldiers, he had frequent sex with local sex workers, contracting gonorrhea. This enraged him, but not enough to stop doing it. And when he returned from Vietnam, he discovered his wife had been having an affair, leading to the end of their marriage. The combination of Ridgway's resentment toward his mother and his wartime experiences were about to collide. He soon married again, a woman named Marcia Winslow, and had a son. But she noticed disturbing signs of the monster he would become. Sometimes he was pious, obsessively reading the Bible aloud and preaching to the neighbors. Other times he would become inexplicably violent, even putting Marcia in a chokehold at one point. He would get randomly emotional, crying during sex, and if there was one thing he loved talking about, it was sex. He would frequently demand it, sometimes in a public place, and he was obsessed with the local sex workers. He seemed to hate them and want them out of his neighborhood, but he couldn't seem to stop patronizing them. His anger and obsession built until it exploded in a cocktail of violence. No one knows why Gary Ridgway decided to start killing, but when he did, he acted like he had been planning it all his life. He stalked Seattle and Tacoma, primarily among Pacific Highway South, where young sex workers and teen runaways could easily be found. He had a manipulative go-to move, a picture of his son that he always kept on him. He would introduce himself to the woman he had decided to target, showing them a picture of his son to get them to trust him and let down their defenses. He'd invite them into his truck. It would be the last decision they ever made. Sometimes Ridgway would drive them home, sometimes he would drive them to the woods, sometimes he'd decide to do the deed right there. But what came next was always the same, and his chosen victim would have sex, and midway through, he would make his move. He wrapped his forearm around their neck and pulled as hard as he could, killing them from strangulation. He would then drive them to a dumping ground and hide their bodies. He started in the Green River, but eventually started dumping bodies in more wooded areas and near the local airport. When asked how many young women he had killed over the years by investigators later, he would simply answer, "I lost count." Despite his low IQ, Ridgway was a highly competent killer. He knew exactly how to hide kills, spreading out the bodies and transporting some across state lines. He would sometimes contaminate the bodies with pieces of evidence he had taken off other people, like gum, cigarettes, and even written notes. He would sometimes pose the bodies naked before burying them, and he remembered where every body was, because sometimes he liked to return to them and dig them up so he could engage in necrophilia. It seemed like the perfect crime wave, but not quite. The police were onto Gary Ridgway surprisingly early. It was April 30th, 1983, and Ridgway had just taken his latest victim, Marie Malvar. But Malvar didn't vanish unnoticed. Ridgway's pickup truck had been sighted by her boyfriend, and the man chased down Ridgway, reporting him to the police. The police interrogated him, and Ridgway denied any involvement in Malvar's disappearance. They let him go, but it wouldn't be the last time he had contact with the Green River Task Force. But the next time, he would come looking for them. It was May 1984, and the toll of victims kept on rising, with 42 bodies being found in the area. The task force received a call from Gary Ridgway claiming to have information. He was still on the radar of the officers after their last encounter, and they made him pass a polygraph test before they'd work with him. He passed, denying any involvement in the killings. This would make experts later think he was a sociopath who could lie so convincingly he wouldn't be flagged by a lie detector. The task force would look at Ridgway again, but he would keep on slipping away. As the bodies kept showing up near Green River, the task force became desperate. Experts Robert Keppel and David Reichert, both of whom had been involved in previous hunts for serial killers, even interviewed Ted Bundy on death row for his insight into the Green River killer's psychology. He identified many of Ridgway's patterns and told him to stake out one of the graves to see if Ridgway returned. But Ridgway was good at biding his time. While many serial killers escalate until they get caught, Green River had a pattern and he stuck to it. His third wife, Judith Mawson, who he married in 1985, realized years later that he'd been pulling off killings right under her nose. When the carpet disappeared, she didn't give it a second thought until investigators told her he had likely removed it to wrap up a body. His irregular working hours were a cover for him leaving to hunt his victims and dispose of their bodies. She was contacted by authorities in 1987 as they renewed their interest in Ridgway and took DNA samples from him, but she never had even heard of the Green River Killer. This was also the period where Ridgway killed the fewest women, and Mawson claimed he had never been violent with her. Was he truly in love and able to suppress his darkest instincts, or was he just waiting to strike again? Gary Ridgway's reckoning would have to wait more than a decade when the DNA samples collected in 1987 were finally analyzed by a state-of-the-art DNA lab. This time they turned up a match and the task force had finally cornered the Green River Killer. Ridgway was keeping a low profile working at a truck factory, and his co-workers must have been very confused when their workplace turned into the biggest police raid the country had seen in a long time. They swept in and arrested Ridgway, charging him with 4 of the murders, only the first they had been able to link him to. It was going to be the trial of the century, or would it? When a prolific serial killer is arrested, most would expect him to be held in the most high-security prison possible. That wasn't the case here, as a little over a year into his pre-trial detention, Ridgway was moved to a medium-security prison. Soon it was announced that he had reached a plea deal with prosecutors. In exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table, Ridgway would plead guilty, receive life in prison, and name every single one of his victims to give closure to the families. The true scale of the Green River Killer's crimes were about to be revealed. In total, Gary Ridgway pled guilty to the murders of 48 women, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. He was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years for evidence tampering for every victim. He won't be getting out of prison ever again unless somehow he discovers the fountain of youth in his prison toilet. With the new evidence he gave them in prison interviews, police were able to track down the bodies of many of his carefully hidden victims around Washington and near Portland, Oregon, giving closure to grieving families decades later. So is Gary Ridgway the worst serial killer in American history? That depends on who you ask. Ridgway's confirmed 48 killings puts him at the top tier, and he's confessed to killing 71 women in total, although many of the others are unconfirmed. He continues to be cooperative with investigators as they look into missing person cases from the time period he may be linked to, but he's not the only serial killer who claims to have a horrifyingly high death toll. Samuel Little, another prolific serial killer doing life in prison in California, traveled the country weaving a career of mayhem from 1970 to 2012. Constantly in and out of prison for crimes ranging from drunk driving to armed robbery, he was convicted of only 4 murders in California and Texas. The FBI thinks differently. The federal investigators have linked Little to 50 murders around the country, which would eclipse Ridgway's mark if proven accurate. But many of those killings happened decades ago and don't match a specific serial killer's MO. Little also targeted women, but didn't have as uniform a technique as Ridgway. If you ask Little, he'll tell you a different story. He boasts killing over 90 people, but many cannot be confirmed. So who is the worst serial killer in American history? Both men are doing life in prison. Both claim many more killings than they've been convicted of. Both are in their senior years, and the odds are the truth will go with both men to their graves. If you ask the people around the Green River in Washington, they'll tell you that Ridgway's reign of terror is something they'll never forget.
What do we know about the Golden State Killer? Okay, so the Golden State Killer, we now know, is named Joseph James D'Angelo, and he's a 72-year-old man who is allegedly responsible for 12 murders and at least 50 rapes that cops say he committed in California in the 70s and 80s. In case you didn't know, California is nicknamed the Golden State because gold was found there in the mid-18th century. It's got nothing to do with the many sunny days the region experiences. The police had been looking for this man for many years, and if you are an arch criminal, you should know that while the cops don't always get their man, they do keep looking. He moved around the state and picked up various monikers from the press, such as the Visalia Ransacker from the city Visalia, the East Area Rapist, the original Nightstalker for killings in Santa Barbara, and the Diamond Knot Killer due to his acumen for tying knots around his victims. The police linked all those rapes and murders because he fits the bill due to his modus operandi, which basically means someone's mode of operating or how they do stuff. Police believe that this man, who was once a cop himself, would surveil houses and the victims contained in them before he committed his vicious acts. He would usually choose women in middle-class areas who lived alone in single-story houses. He would also always choose houses near a place where one could easily escape from, such as near a creek or some kind of trail. He was a cop. He knew which places offered the best kind of getaway plan. But he went even further. It said for weeks or even months before he attacked, he would sneak into the house, empty guns of their bullets, leave windows unlocked, and occasionally call his victims to better know their daily schedule. He hung up on them, of course. Once he had their routine down and was confident he could easily escape from the scene of the crime, he would strike, which often entailed tying the victim up with shoelaces. If there was a man around, he would tie the woman and man together, and it said he would sometimes leave dishes on the man's back, telling him if he heard them fall, the couple would die. With this setup, he would leisurely ransack the place. He would sometimes steal valuable stuff, but also take things that didn't have much monetary value. It's believed in 1974 and 1975, he was very active as a burglar in Visalia, and one time killed a journalism professor who was just trying to help his 16-year-old daughter. But it's also said most of the time the people he robbed didn't get hurt besides the wounds they suffered from being tied up. In the case of the professor, news reports tell us D'Angelo was stealing things when he and the girl woke up and confronted him. The masked man pulled out a gun, fired twice, kicked the girl in the face, and ran, we are told. Many more burglaries happened, but after a while they stopped, only for similar things to happen in other parts of California. police were always aware that one man was probably behind the many similar crimes. As he was seen by many of his victims, he was described as being a big white chap around 200 pounds with size 9 shoes, apparently he was a fan of Converse, and at the time said to be about 25 to 35 years old. He moved on to the areas of Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, and Carmichael, and so got the name the East Area Rapist. In the late 70s and early 80s, he moved to the areas of Goleta, Ventura, and Dana Point, and was then known as the original Nightstalker. The other Nightstalker is the vicious Satanist and serial killer Richard Ramirez. Then it all stopped, with police saying this clever killer gave up because police were using DNA to catch culprits and he was too smart to think he could keep getting away with these crimes. If you believe you saw him anywhere in Santa Barbara County or personally know him, please contact the Sheriff's Criminal Investigations Bureau, police said in one newspaper back in the day. Then, in 2016, cops offered a $50,000 reward, telling the public they didn't need much more to get him, as DNA from some of the houses where he had killed had given police a possible suspect. It sounds crazy, but the cops used an online genealogy database to find out who he was or who he was related to. They found relatives of his who had used the same service. According to news reports, around 100 users of this service matched the killer as a distant relative. It took us only 4 months to get to the right pool of people, an investigator told CNN. This guided us to the right pool of people without having to ruffle the sensibilities of a whole lot of people. The police then looked at this small pool and knew they had got their man. Cops couldn't charge D'Angelo with some crimes due to the statute of limitations, too much time had passed, but he was charged with 8 counts of murder. In court, he said nothing other than to confirm who he was. His arrest has caused some speculation regarding the capture of other serial killers that were never caught, and we are not talking about the infamous Jack the Ripper. The one guy everyone wants caught is the murderer we have already featured in this series, none other than the Zodiac Killer. One man who spent his life informally investigating the cryptogram maniac told the press that the Zodiac no doubt used saliva when he licked those envelopes he liked sending to the press. You just need to get the evidence, get it to the lab, just copy what was done with the Golden State Killer, Voight told the media. Similar sentiments were echoed by a real police investigator, albeit former investigator, when talking to the Sacramento Bee. The killer of at least 7 people remains at large, but if he's still alive, he might still get caught, said the ex-cop. Legend has it she killed over 650 people and bathed in their blood. Named by the Guinness Book of Records as the most prolific female serial killer of all time, aristocrat Elizabeth Bathory targeted her young servant women and tortured them before killing them in cold blood. She chained them up until their hands squirted blood before bathing them in stinging nettles and forcing them to cook and eat their own body parts. Could a woman so evil have actually existed in 16th century Europe? That's what we'll find out today, in this episode of the Infographic Show, The Blood Countess, Elizabeth Bathory. Countess Elizabeth Bathory de Exid was born to a noble family in Hungary on August 7, 1560. At age 10, she was engaged to the son of Baron Ferenc Nadasdy, but as her social standing was higher than her husband's, she refused to change her surname. She was married at the age of 15 in a Hungarian palace in 1575. They moved to Nadasdy Castle and she spent much of her time alone in the castle while her husband studied in Vienna. Her husband then went to fight in the Ottoman War, leaving Elizabeth to take care of matters in the castle. It appears she did this successfully until on the 29th of December 1610, soldiers made their way into the castle and arrested Elizabeth on hundreds of charges of murder and torture. Over 300 townspeople were questioned about the events that took place in the castle, and their reports are all on record. Charges against her included the burning of her servants with metal sticks and rods. She was said to have strangled a servant to death with a silk scarf, which is the Turkish method apparently. She would chain her underlings at night so that their hands turned blue and squirted blood. She would stab and prick her servants in the mouth with needles, and cutting their hands, lips, and noses with scissors was an everyday occurrence at the castle. Plunging burning white rods into her female servants' most private regions was also a popular pastime. Stitching her servants' lips together if they complained, pleaded, or screamed was a common method of keeping the staff in line. Then there were the hot baths. She forced her servants to bathe in stinging nettles, rubbing the nettles into their back and breasts while doing so. She was also said to have smeared a naked girl in honey, leaving her outside to be bitten by ants, bees, wasps, and flies. She starved her servants and allowed them to drink only their own urine. Finally, when the hunger became critical, she would force her servants to cut off a chunk of their own buttocks, fry it up in butter, and then watch with glee as they ate their own flesh. Elizabeth was also accused of casting magic spells to summon a cloud of 90 cats that she would let loose to torment her enemies. These and many more complaints piled against her. After her death, the stories grew wilder. She bathed in the virgin blood of her victims to induce beauty and longevity. She was syphilitic and epileptic, was raped when she was young. Her aunt was a lesbian who thrust upon her an incestuous relationship. Well, they do say the abused becomes the abuser, and Elizabeth had, by any standards, led a colorful existence. Following the trial, sentencing for her female accomplices was harsh. The old ladies who had helped Elizabeth in her diabolical spree had their fingers removed from their hands with iron tongs and were then thrown into open fires as the townspeople cheered. Elizabeth was bricked up in a room in her own castle, where she died 5 years later. The highest estimate of Elizabeth's victims stands at 650. A servant named Susanna claimed she had seen the figure in one of Elizabeth's books, indicating that she had not only kept count of her victims, she also kept a written record. The stories are verified by more than 300 witness statements from survivors and onlookers of the period. Along with Vlad the Impaler of Wallachia, who was the basis for the fictional character Count Dracula, Elizabeth, also known as the Blood Countess, is one of the most feared figures in Hungarian history. And yes, Hungary has itself a healthy history of horror. However, the story doesn't end there. Years later, authors such as Laszlo Nagy and Dr. Irma Sadecki Kardos have postulated that Elizabeth Bathory wasn't in fact the criminal, but the victim of an anti-aristocrat conspiracy plot. They argue that the proceedings against Elizabeth were politically motivated. Due to Elizabeth's extensive wealth in the region and her ownership of vast amounts of real estate in Hungary and Slovakia, she was singled out as part of an elaborate plan to seize her wealth and assets. This theory is consistent with Hungarian history at the time, which was rife with political and religious conflicts, especially during the wars with the Ottoman Empire. But just why the conspiracy, if it is true, is so elaborately detailed with such horrific accounts of abuse and torture remains to be seen.
February 8, 1983, a plumbing company has been called out to 23 Cranley Gardens, a large house in a respectable leafy suburb of North London. The occupants of the flats in the property have been complaining to the landlord about blockages. Some of them at times have noticed a strange malodor wafting into their nostrils, something akin to the smell of a dead animal. Michael Catran, the guy tasked with the job of finding the cause of the blockages, opens a drain cover. He's immediately repulsed by the stench, but determined, he digs his hands into the drain and pulls out the sludge. To his disgust, he attracts what looks like flesh and small pieces of bone. Two of the house's occupants come outside to talk to Catran. One of them remarks, "It looks to me like someone's been flushing down their Kentucky Fried Chicken." The person that says this is Dennis Nilsson, the occupant of flat 23D. He's amiable and seemingly intelligent, a bespectacled man with the appearance of the cliched accountant. In truth, he's a seriously deranged serial killer, a former soldier and ex-cop whose crimes are so appalling, so hideous, they would make any person ponder the deformities of this thing we call human nature. Dennis Nilsson was born November 25, 1945, in a small rugged fishing town in Aberdeenshire, Scotland. His father, a Norwegian, arrived in Scotland after the German occupation of Norway, and that's where he meets Dennis's mother. As is so often the case with future killers, the vast map of childhood for young Dennis was marked with many periods of sadness. The three children of the marriage were all conceived only when the itinerant soldier decided to visit now and again. And there was no love, just carnal instinct driven by a soldier's loneliness. Not surprisingly, the marriage didn't last long. Still, the one person that young Nilsson adored was his grandfather, a man that took him on walks through the sand dunes as the waves of the foreboding North Sea smacked the shore. He loved his grandfather dearly, and then, aged 62, while out fishing, the grandfather died of a heart attack. Even as a young kid, Nilsson was plagued by melancholy, often saying that until his grandfather returned from those fishing trips, his life was just empty, and then he was gone for good. This constant needing for someone there, someone to love who'd never leave, could have been the making of the monster to come. That's something you budding psychologists can tell us at the end. In his early teens, Nilsson realized he was a homosexual, but this was something he kept quiet. He felt confused, ashamed, more so because he was attracted to boys that looked similar to his own sister and brother. At one point, he touched his brother while he slept as if exploring his feelings. The brother woke up, and from then on, he belittled Dennis at every opportunity, calling him a sissy. In public, the brother called him a hen, a Scottish term for a girl. It was excruciatingly embarrassing as well as saddening. Dennis felt he had no choice but to leave that small-minded, windswept town. At age 16, he did just that, moving to England to train with the Army Catering Corps. He loved it, every minute of it, except for the fact that he had to keep his attraction to his fellow soldiers a secret. Deployed in West Germany, these mixed feelings of his coalesced and churned. His antidote to his agony was hitting the bottle, a habit it would turn out that was very useful for a serial killer. He wanted a man, but he knew what would happen if he came out in the army. Let's not forget this was the early 1960s England, a time of pervasive homophobia. Nilsen was struck with his fantasies, ones that consisted of a passive lover, a man completely subdued to his will. Better still, an unconscious man. He was then stationed in the Middle East, where for the first time soldiers in his regiment died. He was even kidnapped by an Arab taxi driver at one point and almost died himself. He got away, but the darkness that had always enveloped him grew more intense. He'd seen death, he'd almost died, and now his fantasies were driven by death. They often included intimacy with dead soldiers. It was only a matter of time until fantasy would manifest as fact. In the early 70s, he moved to London and joined the police force. It was then that for the first time he started going to gay pubs and had short-term relationships with other men. You'd have thought his fruition of his sexuality would have been a good thing, finally able to be intimate with another man. But now we're reminded of the loss of his grandfather again. He detested casual dating. He wanted the men to stay with him, perhaps for eternity. He later became a civil servant and eventually rose to the position of executive officer. He was affable, hardworking, a nice guy who folks liked having around the office. But somewhere during all his success, he'd started murdering the men he never wanted to leave him. November 1975, there's a scene outside a pub, such an ordinary sight in the rough streets of England. Nilsen helps a guy out, a 20-year-old who he later discovers after a drink or two is gay like him. Soon a relationship blossomed. Things were looking up. They both moved into a house on Melrose Avenue, number 195, the first place that would become a house of horrors. Like a scene from a Hollywood rom-com, the two loved-up men spent months cleaning up the place, planting flowers in the garden, painting the walls, giggling as they threw soap suds at each other while doing the dishes. Seemed like domestic bliss. Although as time went on, that pale of darkness soon hung over Nilsen's head again. Just a year into the relationship, the soap suds turned into plates and glasses. They hurled abuse at each other, they slept in separate beds and brought other men home. By 1977, the two had gone their separate ways. This would be the last living love of Nilsen's life. He met men, but like others before them, they had no intention of staying with Nilsen. This was problematic for our killer, to say the least. 1978 arrived, lonely and distraught. Nilsen put all his efforts into working hard through the day and drinking heavily at night. That was when he met his first victim, a teenager who'd been trying to buy booze without much success. Nilsen was out that night on the prowl, and as luck would have it, the boy found someone to buy him booze. After a heavy session on their acquisition, Nilsen woke up to find the sleeping boy next to him. He didn't want him to leave. He couldn't leave. In his mind, he said, "You'll stay with me over the new year, whether you like it or not." Nilsen took out a tie from a drawer and walked calmly over to the sleeping boy. He strangled him and then drowned him in a bathtub full of water. After that, he bathed and caressed the body. Now the boy was his. He could do what he wanted. The body stayed under the floorboards for months until Nilsen burned it in that garden he'd once made so pretty. Just a few months later, and the hard-working civil servant felt he was in need of another long-term partner. This time, he met a young man in London from Hong Kong. Again, after the victim was plied with strong alcohol, Nilsen brought out his tie. This time, it didn't work, and the man escaped. The victim told the cops, of course, but then decided he didn't want to take things any further. Did the cops investigate the matter? What they saw was a well-spoken man who had a tryst with a stranger and things had gotten out of hand. Maybe that's just what they do in that community, they thought. If only they'd have watched Nilsen for a while, because soon after he met a young Canadian who was visiting England. Nilsen offered to show him the sights, but first, what about some hard drinks? "Why not?" said the Canadian. After ample shots of rum and whiskey, Nilsen was in one corner of the room listening to music on his headphones. The Canadian, feeling rather wasted, had his back turned to him. Nilsen crept across the room and strangled the man with the headphone cord, whereafter he sat back and carried on listening to music. For the next week, during his boozy nights, he sat next to the dead body. He placed it upright in an armchair to make it seem like the body was still alive. Together, they watched TV. Nilsen laughed out loud at the comedies he liked, occasionally turning to his partner, the corpse, and remarking how funny the show was. The relationship ended when bloating and putrefaction started. The body went under the floorboards, but now Nilsen was single again, the great problem of his life. There were more victims, more housemates, more lovers, call them what you want. Each of them watched TV with Nilsen, listened to music, shared his bed. He bathed them and talked sweetly with them. He chatted to them while he was cooking and asked their opinion about the bad weather, but all of them would decompose and so essentially leave him. Even though Nilsen committed those obscene acts, some part of him knew it was wrong. Sometimes he'd spit at his own reflection after a murder. Sometimes he'd break down in tears, but it didn't stop him. The bodies he hadn't burned piled up under the floorboards, but never mind how much deodorant or whatever other odorant he sprayed down there, he couldn't mask the smell of decaying flesh. One by one, he pulled them up, each of them riddled with maggots, oozing the liquids of decomposition, no longer boyfriends he wanted to have. He chopped them all into pieces and then took them out to the garden where he burned the evidence. To hide the smell of burning flesh, he added to his great fire tires from cars. Kids from the neighborhood came around excited that some man had made a bonfire. In Nilsen's mind, they were dancing around a great pyre of his former lovers. When the fire turned to ashes, he raked out the bone fragments and smashed the bits of skull. He stopped killing for a while, but he couldn't fight back those fantasies of his. A year later, he was at it again. Why? Why did he need to do this? Maybe the answer to this is something he later said. I could only relate to a dead image of the person I could love. The image of my dead grandfather would be the model of him at his most striking in my mind. The next victim was a young Scottish man who'd made the mistake of not just talking to Nilsen, but agreeing to have a drinking competition with him. In another life, Nilsen could have drank booze for Scotland in the non-existent boozing Olympics. He killed again and again and again. Even a young man who he'd helped take to the hospital after seeing the guy slumped over after taking too much epilepsy medication. When the guy returned from the hospital to thank Nilsen, that was the end of him. After a few drinks, of course. This was his life. He'd even admitted later, saying at times his days consisted of end of the day, end of the drink, end of a person, floorboards back, carpet replaced, back to work. He had to take a lot of sick days, by the way. Dissecting bodies and burning them was time-consuming, and anyway, when the bodies were still fresh, he wanted to spend as much time with them as he could. Then the shock came. Nilsen's landlord asked him to move out. He wanted to renovate the house. There were 5 more bodies under the floorboards, most of them already dissected, one whole. It was looking like he'd have to call in sick again, this time for a few days. He burned the bodies and collected £1,000 from the landlord in compensation. So now we come to 23 Cranley Gardens, a 1930s semi-detached with Tudor-style exposed wood on the facade. A dream house for some, a nightmare for others. It was also quite inconvenient for a serial killer, given it was divided into flats, and it didn't have a garden. Nilsen still invited young men up to his attic flat, but knowing the disposal of bodies would be hard or impossible, he stopped himself from killing them, even when they were blind drunk. Then, in March 1982, one man got so drunk Nilsen couldn't awaken him. He tried numerous times, but the man was out cold. Nilsen just stared at the body, like a famished dog that's been ordered to wait before eating. Then he snapped, wound a strap around the man's neck, and pulled it tight. The sleeping man was thrust out of his slumber and he attacked back, wrapping his hands around Nilsen's throat, almost killing the killer. He passed out and Nilsen emitted a sigh of relief, only for the guy to breathe and moan. It took Nilsen 3 attempts to finish him off. When he went back to work the next day, he had to make up a story about the bruises around his neck. His colleagues weren't suspicious, of course. Mr. Nilsen was the salt of the earth, a lovely bloke. The next victim changed everything. It was only 2 months after the last one. Nilsen met the 21-year-old in a drag cabaret bar in the famous Camden town. They drank together while the guy told him about how lost he felt after being dumped by another man. Nilsen's answer to that grief was a few drinks at his house. Sometime later, the man awoke, partly stuffed into a sleeping bag. He looked up at Nilsen, whose hands were around his neck. Only partly conscious with the image blurring, the last thing he heard, in a faint whisper, was "Stay still." The next thing he knew, he was inside a bathtub, with Nilsen holding his head under the water. Everything then went black. Nilsen, thinking he was done with the man, placed him in the armchair next to him so they could watch some television together. Nilsen's dog, Bleep, joined in the fun. It got up on the armchair and started licking the man's face. To Nilsen's surprise, he thought he noticed some vestige of life in the body. Rather than try to finish him off, Nilsen rubbed him all over and tried to shake him awake. The man did wake up, after which Nilsen told him he'd almost strangled himself while trying to zip up in that sleeping bag. He said he'd placed him in the bathtub of cold water to bring him around. Nilsen, the hero, had resuscitated him and saved his life. Over the next 48 hours, the man didn't know what was going on, only ever being partly conscious. When he finally came to, Nilsen just let him leave and he went off to the nearest hospital. Before they parted, Nilsen told him that they'd hoped they'd cross paths another day in the future. They would, but not quite as Nilsen imagined. On October 9, 1982, Nilsen called in sick. He'd killed again, and dissection needed to be done. Only this time, there weren't many places to hide the body parts. A few months later, he met 20-year-old Stephen. Together, they larked around, drank copious amounts of booze, and listened to The Who. Moments later, Nilsen leaned beside the man and said, "Oh, Stephen, here I go again." It seems he almost felt sorry for this victim, since while he was killing him, he noticed the boy had bandages over his wrists. Now he had 3 dissected bodies in his small flat. He decided to dump the organs and smaller bits of flesh and bone in the toilet and flush them, but he was still stuck with some heads, arms, legs, and torsos, some that he boiled to separate the flesh. Believe it or not, sometime later he had the audacity to call the landlord and complain the drains were blocked. Maybe he just wanted to be caught. The neighbors were also complaining, so time was running out for him. And so we come to those 2 words we so often read in the media: gruesome discovery. That plumber had an inkling that what he discovered was not the remnants of Kentucky Fried Chicken. When he returned to the house the next day with his boss, they were both pretty darn sure they were looking at the remains of a human being. They were sure that one thing they found in the drain was a human eye. Suffice to say, they didn't just unblock the drains and collect their cash. It was discovered by a pathologist that the flesh was human, or various humans. The next day, the cops waited at the house for Nilsen to return home from work. They didn't tell him he was under investigation for murder, but they were just interested in what looked like a health hazard. They asked if they could look inside the flat. He didn't say no. It took about 3 seconds after entering the flat to notice the awful stench of human decomposition. That's a smell you never forget. When the cops told him they'd found human flesh in the drains, Nilsen pretended to be shocked, acting like someone else had put the flesh there. That lasted about 2 minutes because he knew he was finished. When the cops asked where the rest of the bodies were, he pointed them to a wardrobe. Before they even opened it, they didn't really need to due to the stench. They asked him if there was more. Nilsen replied, "It's a long story. Goes back a long time. I'll tell you everything. I want to get it off my chest." In handcuffs, he was put into the back seat of a police car. One of the officers asked him if the remains belonged to 1 or 2 people. Seemingly unperturbed, even glad he'd been caught, Nilsen answered, 15 or 16 since 1978. Sometime later, investigators found in his flat hands, a skull, a severed head, a torso, arms, organs, and other body parts. During the many hours of interrogations, he told them a lot, but not everything. They asked him why he did it, at which point he said, "I'm hoping you'll tell me that." He said at another point, "I wish I could stop, but I couldn't. I had no other thrill or happiness." He eventually told them most of what you've heard today, from the TV watching to the loss of his grandfather to how much he worshipped those bodies and how much he enjoyed the ritual of killing people. During the trial, he tried to claim diminished responsibility, his argument being that when killing people he thought he was doing the right thing. But then the ones who got away came forward as witnesses, proving that Nilsen was in control all the time and knew exactly what he was doing. The young man he'd let go could barely speak, he was so traumatized. The jurors seemed in a state of utter shock, as they'd heard about how he made the bodies his lovers as if they were alive. They almost threw up as they listened to how he dissected the bodies. Nilsen stood in the dock looking like he didn't have a care in the world. And when he spoke about his crimes, he did so as if he'd done nothing wrong in the slightest. On November 3, 1983, he was sentenced to life with a minimum of 25 years. In 1994, the British Home Secretary ruled that he would never get out of prison as long as he lived. He had to be kept away from other prisoners, as he was attacked on a few occasions. He spent the rest of his life reading and writing, including his memoirs, which were put together from over 6,000 confessional notes. In those memoirs, he explains why he committed those crimes. One time writing, "I caused dreams which caused death. This is my crime." In 2018, age 72, he died of a pulmonary embolism and internal bleeding. No family members were present during the cremation. Several years later, his renovated flat was up for sale at what seemed like a bargain price for an affluent London suburb. Anyone who read the ad for the flat also read this warning. Buyers are kindly asked to research the history of the property or inquire with the marketing agent prior to viewings. August 27, 1964, Grandma Kemper is sitting at the kitchen table editing the manuscript of her Boy Scouts book, Boy's Life. Her 15-year-old grandson, Edmund, walks up behind her and puts 2 bullets in her head. He then stabs her 3 times. He later explains to police why he did it. "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." That's brutal. But in the great scheme of things, it was the least shocking of Edmund Kemper's crimes. To know the man, you have to know the child. Ed Kemper was one disturbed kid, but it's not surprising when you hear some details about his life. That day, when he shot his grandma, someone he loved dearly, he then stabbed her 3 times, and he said he had to make sure she was well and truly dead because he didn't want her to suffer. After that, he carried the body up to one of the rooms, and he waited for his grandpa to get home from grocery shopping duties. When he heard a car pull into the driveway, he greeted this man he also loved dearly. With shopping bags in his arms, Grandpa Kemper smiled widely and said, "Hey, buddy." Ed later told the police, "When he turned, I placed the rifle this far. He used his forefinger to demonstrate the distance from the back of his head and shot him. By the time Ed was 15, he was already messed up, although we think we didn't really need to tell you that. This kid, massive in height and build with a very high IQ, was not like other kids. He wouldn't be like other adults either, unless it's not that unusual to sleep with the heads of the women you've killed. Kemper blamed his mother for that, for the most part at least. Clarnell Kemper wasn't easy to please. She'd grown up wanting only the best. She was intelligent and very ambitious in high school, expecting to marry the ideal American Prince Charming. She got what she wanted, too. After finishing school, she became president of the National Federation of Federal Employees. She stood at a great height, both figuratively and literally, but even the best wasn't good enough for her. That's when she met Ed's father, also called Edmund. He was a behemoth of a man standing 6 foot 8 inches. He wasn't a man to be messed with, his status as a Special Forces commando in the Army impressing the hard-to-please Clarnell. Then Ed Sr. went to war, fighting in the Devil's Brigade, an outfit known to take on the riskiest missions from which many soldiers did not come back. In one such mission, fighting against an elite German squadron, he was only one of 23% of his battalion to come back alive. When he got back to the U.S., to Clarnell, he was wounded both physically and mentally. He was a changed man, no longer the dashing soldier that Clarnell admired. He was downbeat and depressed, having discovered hell on earth in the war. She became disappointed in him, crestfallen that her hero was all too human. He later said that facing his nagging wife was more difficult than facing the German elite soldiers. The atomic bomb testings were nothing compared to living with her, he said, adding that she did more damage to him than 396 days and nights of fighting on the front did. You might wonder, why are we telling you all this? The answer is, this story can't be told without knowing something about Clarnell. Leaving her out would be like talking about a malignant tumor and not mentioning the cause of cancer. On December 18, 1948, their second child was born. His name was Edmund Emil Kemper III. He was the malignant tumor, the product of a cancerous relationship. He grew up with his mother after Kemper Sr. could not take it anymore and left the family home. Now young Ed became the sole focus of Clarnell's frustrations and failures, belittling him at every opportunity she got. Growing up, his mother used his sisters to bully and harass him. He was made to feel shame about himself, something from which his mom derived much enjoyment. For that, young Ed would sometimes cut off the head of his sister's dolls. As you know, he'd be preoccupied with the heads later in life. One time, his sister teased him about his crush on his teacher, to which Ed replied, "If I kissed her, I'd have to kill her first." Fearing her own son, Clarnell locked him in a basement in the dark, making him sleep there with the scurrying rats. As he got taller, she moved his bedroom down there for good, turning the key to the sounds of his sobbing. There, he fantasized about violence, once beheading the family cat on his return upstairs. He kept the skull in his closet. Meanwhile, Clarnell tried and failed to meet a man that lived up to her very high expectations. For all her woes, she blamed Ed, the product of the man that had left her. Ed cried for days on end, pleading with his ma to let him go live with his pop. His father eventually took possession of young Ed, although he quickly moved the teenager in with his parents, Edmund Sr. and Maud, where they lived on a farm. They adored the child, showering him with love and gifts. One of those gifts was a .22 rifle, which, unbeknownst to them at first, Ed used to kill just about every single animal in sight. When summer came, he was returned to his mother. He later went back to the farm a changed boy. He killed more animals with that rifle, after which his granddad confiscated it. You know what happened next. Ed was subsequently sent to a psychiatric institution. There, doctors remarked on Ed's friendly demeanor and high intelligence. He was called a sociopath, but a boy with outstanding qualities who could use those qualities for good in the right environment. All the time, Ed was well aware of how to manipulate the doctors that treated him. After all, his IQ was near genius level. At age 21, he was released and sent back into the heart of the furnace that founded him, aka his mother's house. Almost immediately, they had what he later called vicious battles. He got a job working for the California Highway Department and also got his own place. Still, his mother kept tabs on him, calling him nightly to complain. Ed called her a manipulating, controlling beast, echoing what his father had said. Something was about to blow. May 7, 1972, Ed, now 6 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 280 pounds, was driving his car down the freeway when he spotted two young women hitchhiking. They were Marianne Pesci and Anita Lucchesa. He then picked them up, although somewhere on the journey they realized he wasn't going in the direction that he said he would go in. He then stopped the car at a quiet area and got into the back seat. There, this huge man put handcuffs on Pesci and took Lucchesa out to the trunk. He later remarked of sitting with Pesci in the back. I was really quite struck by her personality and her looks, and there was just almost a reverence there. There was absolutely no contact with improper areas. He said what bothered him, though, was the fact that he might have accidentally brushed up against her breast. Embarrassed, he said to her, "Whoops, I'm sorry." This was a man that was about to kill her. Just after the apology, he put a bag over her head and stabbed her to death, slitting her throat at the end of the attack. He then went to the trunk and did pretty much the same to Luchessa. But the act of killing wasn't what actually thrilled Ed. He wasn't a sadist per se. What he wanted was complete control over his victims' bodies. The killing was just a necessary act for what he wanted to do later. He took the bodies back to his apartment, where he dissected them and beheaded them, later remarking how he heard a little pop when their heads came off. Again, he told detectives there was absolutely no contact with improper areas, although this was certainly a lie. Ed said he just sat there looking at their heads when at one point one of them fell off a chair and made a loud noise on impact with the floor. He later told the detectives, "The neighbor hates my guts. I'm always making loud noises at night. He gets a broom and whacks on the ceiling. Buddy, I say, I'm sorry for that. I dropped my head. Sorry. That helps bring me out of the depression." He also said that he had fallen in love with Pesci, or what remained of her. He went back to the grave where he buried part of her, talking to her like a boyfriend. He told detectives that he was well aware of his twisted psyche. He knew what he had done was demented, but it just felt right to him. He then said words that have gone down in history. "When I meet a pretty girl, one side of me says, I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side of me says, I wonder what her head would look like on a stick." Just for you serial killer geeks out there, these words were once wrongly attributed to Ed Gein in the movie American Psycho. Ed told police he didn't have the confidence to actually meet a woman and start a relationship. Instead, he made dolls out of them. They were more manageable that way. It was only a matter of time before he made another doll. On September 14, 1972, he picked up another hitchhiker. She was named Aiko Ku. He killed her and then went for a beer at the local pub. Halfway through his beer, he couldn't resist going back to look at the victim in the trunk of his car. He said he admired his catch like a fisherman. He did with her what he'd done with his first two victims. He buried most of the body parts, but he saved her head. When he went to see a psychiatrist for one of his regular appointments, her head was in his car trunk. This is what the psychiatrist wrote in the report that day. "If I were seeing this patient without having any history available or without getting the history from him, I'd think we're dealing with a very well-adjusted young man who has an initiative, intelligence, and who is free of any psychiatric illness. I would see no psychiatric reason to consider him to be a danger to himself or to any member of society." A second psychiatrist that day added his own thoughts. "I would consider it reasonable to have a permanent expunction of his juvenile records." The doctor added that he was glad Ed had gotten rid of his motorcycle, something he said was the only threat to himself or anyone else. Ed's record was wiped on those recommendations. He then went back to live with his mom after getting injured at work. In January 1973, he picked up Cindy Shaw. He snuck her body into his mom's house and dissected it the next morning after draining it of blood in the bathtub. When he finally buried the head, he put it in the garden facing up to his mother's bedroom. He later said he did that because his mom always wanted people to look up to her. Now that a few young women had gone missing in the same area, police told students not to get in cars with strangers. They still did, though, and on occasions with Ed. One reason was the fact he sounded so articulate and with his spectacles looked quite academic. But also because, due to her work, his mother's car had a university car park sticker on it. In February, Ed killed two more women. They were Rosalind Thorpe and Allison Liu. He did the same with them, playing with his dolls when his mother was sleeping in the next room. Later, he explained to police why he was so fascinated with the heads of his victims. The head trip fantasies were a bit like a trophy. You know, the head is where everything's at. The brain, the eyes, mouth. That's the person. I remember being told as a kid you cut the head off and the body dies. The body is nothing after the head is cut off. Still, part of him knew he had to stop. Ed Kemper knew he was crazy. He understood the duplicity inside him. Maybe he thought one particular trophy might end my madness. April 20th, 1973, it was then that Ed finally decided to fight the demon he'd been fighting all his life, his mom. That night, she'd arrived home drunk as usual. Ed walked into her room as she was reading a book. He just stared at her, and she said in a belligerent manner, "I suppose you're going to want to sit up all night and talk now." He walked back out of the room. At 5:15 a.m., she was sound asleep in her bed. Ed walked in and hit her over the head with a hammer. He grabbed her moaning body and slit her throat. He stood there just looking at her, thinking how weak she was. He asked himself how this thing in front of him had managed to have such power over him his entire life. He cut off her head and put her larynx into the garbage disposal, taking much enjoyment from that part. He said he did this because of all the complaining she'd done throughout his life. But when he turned on the machine, the organ wouldn't quite go down. He later told detectives even when she was dead, she still wouldn't stop expletive at me. I couldn't get her to shut up. What remained of her head he placed on a shelf and screamed at it for an hour or so, intermittently using it as a dartboard. Ed then got on the phone and talked to his mother's closest friend, Sally Hollett. He told her he'd arranged a surprise party for his mom and could she come around the house. He killed her too, sleeping with her head in his mother's bed. It was at that moment that he realized something. There had been no need to kill anyone except his mother. He later recalled his decision to stop killing. The original purpose was gone. It wasn't serving any physical or real or emotional purpose. It was just a pure waste of time. Emotionally, I couldn't handle it much longer. He drove to a call box many miles from home and phoned the police. He told cops he'd killed his mother and her friend, but they didn't believe him and told him to call back later. He then called back again, this time asking to talk to a cop that he knew. One of the reasons Ed had gotten away with his crimes is he used to drink with the police at a local bar. They'd tell him about their hunt for the killer. No one ever expected Ed, the amiable, clever fella, to be a killer. He later said in interviews that when his victims got in the car with him, they discussed the terrible maniac doing such terrible things. He'd think, man, how come they never suspect someone like me? It was this high IQ and obvious capacity to fool others that made Ed Kemper the focus of the FBI's new serial killer unit, which formed the basis of the Netflix series Mindhunter. He might have been a monster to the public, but for cops and criminologists and the media, he was an endless source of information. One time, when being interviewed back in the day by the FBI's famed mindhunter Robert Ressler, Ressler got anxious and pushed the button for the guard to come. Ed looked at him and said, "I could screw your head off and place it on the table to greet the guard." By the time the guard arrived, Ed had said he was just kidding. Ressler later recounted, "My mind raced. I envisioned him reaching for me with his large arms, pinning me to a wall in a stranglehold, and then jerking my head around until my neck was broken. It wouldn't take long." Ed asked for the death penalty and to be executed prior to torture, but he didn't get his wish. He was imprisoned and later on a few occasions denied parole. He once said, "Society's not ready in any shape or form for me. I can't fault them for that." The last time he was denied parole was in 2017, and he won't get his next hearing until 2024. He'll be 76 years old. He's always been considered a model prisoner, but it's likely even as he approaches the twilight of his life, he'll remain behind bars. It's a bitterly cold night in the Siberian city of Angarsk. Bars are emptying out. People say their goodbyes and diverge in the snow-filled streets. A woman, her name is Christina, crosses the road ponderously. She's had a few too many drinks. Shivering, she takes her scarf and wraps it tightly around her neck. She's about to come face to face with the werewolf, a man who will soon become known as Russia's worst ever serial killer, and perhaps one of the most demented and cruel men that ever walked the earth. He pulls up beside her in his police car, just a concerned officer of the law helping out a slightly drunk, obviously cold female in the middle of the night. The maniac gives her a reassuring smile. Christina gets in the back of the car, not knowing she's sitting just inches away from an array of instruments of torture. What we've just described is based on a true story. In fact, it's based on many true stories that have happened between the years of 1992 and 2010. This serial killer was so prolific it's hard to imagine he had much time to do anything else but murder. He was so brutal in the way he murdered, it's hard to fathom how his mind worked. What's shocking is that he was never caught during the time he committed the murders. He almost got away with all of his utterly depraved crimes. He was a cop, after all, and by all accounts, a great father and husband. So what do we know about Popkov the Kid? Did he have some of the traits of some serial killers to be? Childhood abuse, extreme trauma, hurting animals, arson, or substance abuse? We can't say for sure, but we know that he was born in Angarsk on March 7, 1964. There's little said about his childhood, although he's claimed at times that he suffered abuse by his mother. One thing's for sure, he had a problem with women. A big problem. We know that this bad lieutenant, the so-called cannibal cop, married a woman named Elena, and we know they had a daughter named Ekaterina. To them, Popkov was a doting father and a loving husband. He was kind, dependable, sweet, although much like America's notorious Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway, he lived a double life. He'd be at his daughter's school musical performance one minute and tearing a woman to shreds the next. Popkov killed his daughter's music teacher, by the way. He was a career cop with a family. He had a wife who called him a perfect husband and father, and who after his arrest refused at first to believe he was the killer. He was the guy next door, the guy you appreciated living next door to, because he was a trusted member of law enforcement that could be called upon in times of need. But something snapped when he was 28 years old. 1992, the year he committed his first murder. Why did he do it? It's a difficult question, but it seems it was because he suspected his wife had cheated on him. One day he found 2 used condoms in their trash, and this sent him over the edge. He wanted to get back at loose women rather than hurt his own wife. After his arrest, he just said this: "I had some reasons to suspect her. I'm not looking for excuses, but this was the impetus for my future." He started killing and doing it in the most horrific ways. On October 28, 1998, 20-year-old Tatiana Martinova and 19-year-old Yulia Kuprikova went out to a concert. They didn't return home. Their bodies were found the next day, torn apart, showing signs of abuse. They'd been drunk, looking like they were having a good time. For Popkov, this meant they were promiscuous, not womanly in the way he'd like to see women act, and so he raped and slaughtered them. At times, he'd pick on prostitutes. As a missionary type of killer, he told himself he was purging his small part of Siberia of bad people. It's the kind of excuse many of these types of killers give so they can derive thrills from their unbounded sadism. This is what he once said about the women he murdered. They abandoned their husbands and children at home and went out to party as if it was the last day on earth. Indeed, at times he would play a game of live or die. He'd get them in his police car, a lot of 4x4, and ask them if A, they wanted to return home, or B, carry on the party somewhere else. If they chose answer B, he'd take them to a secluded place and do his worst. He once said the women he chose were usually the ones that showed him no fear. To him, they were the most immoral. If they wanted to drink with him, God forbid, sleep with him, he killed them. Not all women became victims, he said, but those of a certain negative behavior I had a desire to teach and punish. Most of his victims were just women having a good night out, enjoying the springtime of their life. As we said, one of his victims was Ekaterina's music school teacher. When his daughter came home and asked him for money to go toward her teacher's funeral, he gladly gave some to her, helping to pay for your victim's funeral. Over the years, mutilated bodies were being found in Angarsk in the Irkutsk Oblast region, but the police never managed to secure a lead. They were, after all, seeking one of their own, a man who knew very well how to evade arrest. It didn't make matters any easier that his murders may have covered some 2,423 square miles. It wasn't easy catching him. For 18 years, the bodies piled up. One time, the police found a woman whose head was missing. Another time, the victim's heart had been torn out. He later denied that one. Some were stabbed over 100 times. Some victims were covered in bite marks. This was a monster, make no mistake. What seemed evident was the man used a number of tools to kill and mutilate his victims, and we now know that these tools were baseball bats, screwdrivers, knives, axes, a hammer, and of course, his own snapping incisors, hence the name, the Werewolf. During the 1990s, the cases piled up, but there were also 2 cases in which women managed to escape Popkov's grasp. They each gave statements to the Russian police, but still he wasn't caught. He could have been so easily. When he murdered 35-year-old Maria Lashena and 37-year-old Lilia Pashkovskaya, he made a mistake. After ditching the bodies, his police ID fell out. He went back to get the ID. It was still there, but so was a woman still breathing. I was shocked by the fact that she was still alive. I finished her with a shovel, he later testified. Then there was Svetlana Misevichus, a 17-year-old survivor who Popkov saw walking alone one evening. She said the day was bitterly cold, and so when a police officer pulled up close to her to offer her a ride, she was grateful and got in. Her heart sank and her pulse raced when Popkov drove past the turn to her house. He just kept going, driving toward the wilderness. The next thing she remembered was him smashing her head against a tree, for what she later said felt like an eternity. She was naked, cold, bloodied, semi-conscious, but she still managed to get away from him. She ran and ran, a naked girl in the snow. But unbelievably, when she screamed at passers-by, no one helped her. His dreaded car caught up with her. He got out and beat her senseless, leaving her for dead. The next day, she woke up in a morgue. In her own words, "I felt so cold, I woke up, sat down, and spotted a label on the toe of a corpse next to me." Later, she identified Popkov in a photograph, but after questioning, police took the matter no further. His wife provided a solid alibi, which of course was a lie. Misievichus and one other victim are the only people to survive a Popkov attack. Her hair turned gray and she developed a stutter after her ordeal. Such was the shock. Not only that, she had some brain damage, frostbite, and she was put on medication for syphilis. After the attack, she developed what's called a conversion disorder. The psychological trauma led to motor disturbances and she couldn't walk very well. She recovered, but on seeing Popkov in court some years later, her legs failed her again. This is an important part of the story because Misievichus was a virgin before that attack. What that meant was that Popkov was infected with syphilis from someone he had killed. We know that he got out of the police force in 1998, but the murders didn't stop then. He started working in security for Angarsk Oil and Chemical Company, but didn't stop killing for at least another 2 years. That's what police originally thought, anyway. It was believed he stopped killing in the year 2000 because his syphilis infection had made him impotent. That's one hypothesis, but it must be remembered that he didn't assault all his victims. We should also say that more recent reports state that he carried on killing until the year 2010. What we do know is that in 2012, police were onto something. They discovered that close to many of the places where the bodies had been dumped, there were tire tracks. And often those tracks belonged to a Lada Niva 4x4. This kind of vehicle was often used by cops in Siberia, so investigators asked 3,500 retired and current policemen for DNA samples. It was all downhill for him from there. He stopped killing, though he'd gotten away with it, and then one day there was a knock on the door. How many people did he kill? In his own words, "I can't exactly say. I didn't keep a record." First, he was convicted of 22 murders and he went down for them, but then there were many more cases. In fact, he confessed to 59 more murders, the ones he could remember doing. He took cops to some of the scenes of the crime where he dumped the body and gave them all the details he could. Things all added up. At 83 murders, he is said to be the worst serial killer in modern times in Russia. The worst of all time was a wealthy 18th century countess and peasant killer, Saltechika, Daria Nikolaevna Saltykova, who confessed to 138 murders. His tally makes him the third worst in the world, behind Colombian Luis the Beast Garavito, who murdered 138 children, and another Colombian, Pedro Lopez, the monster of the Andes, who killed 110 people. Both men are suspected to have killed many more. We should also say the former British doctor Harold Shipman killed at least 219 people, although medical murders are sometimes said to be a different class of killing. Popkov, the family man and the devil next door, was described by many people after he was given a life sentence. One investigator said of him, "He is charming and sociable. Women like him, but he's a beast inside, and it's always hard to fight a werewolf." One person that worked with him on the police force said she nearly choked on her food when she saw his face in the newspaper. She said he seemed like a decent man. He liked to run biathlons. He was even praised for shooting a rapist while on the job. Another person said he was the life and soul of the party. So let that be a warning to us all. The organized type of serial killer is often not what you'd expect. They might be well educated like Ted Bundy was, or they might hold down good jobs, have loving families, and look like Santa Claus like Richard Cottingham, aka the Butcher of Times Square. There's an old saying they have in northern England that goes, "There's naught so queer as folk," meaning people can be strange, stranger than they let on. No kidding. When his daughter was in her late 20s, she didn't believe he did those things or was even strange. When he was behind bars, she said, "We walked, rode bikes, went to the shops, and he met me from school. We both collect model cars, so we have the same hobby." She said she wanted to become a criminologist, so for a long time she read books on serial killers, their classification, their various signatures, how they worked, and she knew her pop couldn't be a killer. "I do not believe any of this. I always felt myself as Daddy's girl," she said. Daddy doesn't fit any of these classifications. He doesn't look like some maniac. Looks, as we've pointed out, can be deceiving. The year is 1871, and a lonesome traveler is making his way on horseback through the state of Kansas, hoping to head west where he's heard there's money to be made. As he's passing through the Great Osage Trail, drained after days navigating windswept plains, he comes across what looks like a quiet homestead. There he meets the Bender family, an odd-looking group of people if there ever was one. Unbeknownst to the weary traveler, Old Man Bender has quite the reputation among the few families that live in the remote area. What do people say about him? They call him a hideous brute, ill-tempered, repulsive. As for Mrs. Bender, she's called a midnight hag with murderous ambition. Indeed, after his belly was full of stew and his head had hit the pillow, the traveler's life came to an abrupt end. He was found some days later dumped near a creek with his throat slashed and his skull crushed. This is the story of the Bloody Benders, America's first serial killer family. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. This was a time in U.S. history when European settlers were trying to make a go of it in the sometimes quite remote and unforgiving parts of America. The Bender family was no exception. They arrived in Osage in northwestern Labette County in the year 1870, along with a handful of other families. The locals didn't exactly welcome them with open arms, but neither did they turn their backs to them. They were just another bunch of folks that were going to see just how hard it was settling in such a harsh environment. It was just too much for some of the new families, and they packed up and left quickly. But the Benders were made of tough stuff. They weren't going anywhere. John Bender Sr. made a claim on some land adjacent to the Great Osage Trail, which would later become known as the Santa Fe Trail. It was Native Americans who forged the trail, but it was Europeans who would name it the Osage Trail. If a person back then wanted to move west along an open road, then they had to pass through this trail and at some point come close to the warped homestead of the Bender family. The Benders soon got their hands dirty and built a barn, a corral, and a cabin. The cabin had 2 rooms, only separated by the cloth of a wagon cover. They made a kitchen and they converted part of their cabin into a general store and a place a traveler could have a bite to eat. On top of that, they made a small compartment where someone could rest their head for the night. You could call it a bed, but it deserved to be called a butcher's block. So who were the Benders exactly? Well, we know that John Bender Sr., aka Pa, could barely speak a word of English. We knew that he grunted a lot, and to those who met him, he was seen as something of a brute. They were right. Mrs. Bender, Elvira, aka Ma, was said to be equally unfriendly, and while better than her husband, her English wasn't perfect. Both her and John communicated most of the time in German. She was sometimes called a she-devil, but not because of her appearance, but because along with her daughter, she told anyone in the area that she had psychic powers and could even communicate with the dead. That daughter, Kate Bender, was the only family member who was fluent in English, and so she was very useful when it came to writing and distributing flyers that explained that she and her mother were advocates of spiritualism and could heal the sick with their supernatural powers. As for the son, John Jr., word on the street was, or shall we say the trail, was that he was a half-wit, a young man prone to sudden outbreaks of laughter for no apparent reason. Some sources state that the brother and sister were not actually related but a married couple. This is the problem with the story of the Benders. The family was something of a mystery. There was never any documentation stating that they were German immigrants. This was just taken for granted. It may or may not have been true, just as the rumor that Mrs. Bender had actually come from the Adirondack Mountains in New York State and that she'd killed previous husbands might not have been true. They were a weird bunch, a family that promoted free love who claimed that they could talk to dead spirits. For that reason, they were gossiped about a lot. It didn't help their reputation when Kate Bender gave lectures on spiritualism, and during those lectures she would sometimes say that murder might not be such a bad thing and might actually be a brave and noble act. She also advocated free love, saying that staying with one partner alone was just the miserable requirements of self-constituted society. Notably, she also once said in one of her lectures, "Shall we confine ourselves to a single love and deny our natures their proper sway? Even though it be a brother's passion for his own sister, I say it should not be smothered." As you can imagine, folks that lived near the Benders were somewhat apprehensive about making friends with them. You had the brute of a father, his wicked wife, the idiot son, and a daughter that claimed she was in contact with the dead and didn't believe in any kind of sexual propriety. They were outcasts, strange-sounding pariahs living in the middle of nowhere, and so people kept their distance. But travelers, people looking for a new life in the American West, they knew nothing about the Bender family. They just wanted a place to rest their head for a night or two and a good meal to restore their energy. The Bender homestead was like an oasis to these travelers, and they were only too happy to have a place to stay, to be able to fill their wagons with food, water, gunpowder, booze, and tobacco. Not only that, they were reportedly entranced by Kate's good looks and her way with words. "Come rest," she told them. "I will heal you with my psychic powers." Healing was far from the truth. Traveling down that trail was not for the meek. Not only could a person or a group of people starve out there, but they needed their strength and they needed weapons if they should come into contact with bandits or unfriendly Native Americans. Let's not forget that many groups were traveling with everything they owned. That's why when the young man we described in the beginning of this story was found with his throat slashed and his head caved in, it wasn't exactly a big shock to people. Everyone knew that the trail was a treacherous place, and one could easily be set upon by a gang who wanted what was in their wagon. In 1871, 72, and 73, people went missing, always close to where the Benders lived. The locals at the time grew quite worried. People were told not to go out on the trail alone or at night, but no one suspected that it was the Bender family that was behind the strange disappearances. In fact, mobs at times would accuse some man down on his luck and proceed to chase him out of town. They would soon discover that they'd been chasing away the wrong people. In March 1873, a physician from Independence, Kansas named Dr. William York alighted a train in Cherryvale, a town not too far from the Osage Trail. This guy was a person of standing, so when he went missing, it was big news. What was he doing in the middle of nowhere, you might ask? York had made the journey because he was looking for two people that had gone missing. Those two folks had been acquainted with York and he was determined to find them. The friend was George Newton Longcore, and he was accompanied by his young daughter, Mary Ann. They left Independence with the hope of resettling in Iowa, except they didn't get very far. They found the Osage Trail and later disappeared. We know that on his quest to find his friend and his friend's daughter, that York arrived at the place called Fort Scott in Kansas. We know that on March 9th he left that place, and we also know that he never made it home from there. What the Bender family didn't know is that they had now bitten off more than they could chew. You see, Mr. York wasn't just a man of standing. His two brothers were also extremely powerful people. One was a colonel in the military and the other was a member of the Kansas State Senate. Those two guys were obviously upset that their brother had vanished into thin air, a brother that had been looking for other people that had vanished. While the brothers at first thought that the disappearances might have been down to attacks by Native Americans, they also wondered if some of those homesteads contained something quite insidious. What they were about to discover was something way more evil than they had bargained for, something that would shock America for many years to come. They got 50 guys together and went out to visit those homesteads, arriving along the tracks like a small army. At one point, the group, led by the brother who was a colonel in the U.S. Army, arrived at Bender's place. He spoke to the family, well, as best he could do since the older Benders were terrible with English, and he was told that his brother had stayed the night with them, but he'd left the next day. The Benders told the colonel that the trail was fraught with danger and his brother might have come across dangerous natives. There was just something wrong about the family, and Colonel York grew more suspicious when he learned that Mrs. Bender had recently threatened someone with a knife. We know that it did indeed happen because the newspaper clipping still exists today. The colonel went back and again asked, "Do you know where my brother is?" He was rather less friendly this time. Mrs. Bender was enraged that the men were back, while Kate Bender told him that she'd use her clairvoyant skills to find the missing man. At that point, the colonel and his men were pretty sure that this family were not what they claimed to be. In fact, some of the men in the group said that they were guilty and should be hanged. But the colonel needed more evidence before he sent a family to the gallows, and they went to talk to more people in nearby communities. Weeks passed, and then one local noticed something strange. He passed the Bender house and realized that the place seemed to be abandoned. It looked like the Benders had just taken off, leaving some of their animals behind. That man reported what he'd seen to the members of the township, and soon the colonel heard about the missing family. Due to terrible weather, it took some days to go out and search for the Benders, but in the end, a search party of several hundred people was formed. When they got to the Bender house, they discovered that it was pretty much empty of clothes and provisions. All that had been left behind was something that smelled awful, as if a decaying body was under the floorboards. The men found a trap door that was bolted shut, but they soon managed to wrestle it open. The door led to a dark room under the house, and there they saw blood splattered everywhere, some of it not so old. The group moved to the cabin, and they started digging, thinking that bodies must be buried. Later that evening, they found Dr. York's decomposing body. He'd been buried in the nearby orchard. The next day, they found another 8 bodies buried in shallow graves. When they looked down the well, they found another body as well as various body parts. It was a horror show, a terrible thing to behold. Some of the bodies had been mutilated, while the body of a young girl didn't seem to have been injured at all. The group suspected that the family had buried her alive. In all, the Benders might have killed as many as 21 people, although a more conservative estimate is 11. The Benders had a few good friends in that area, but suffice to say the now growing crowd of people weren't too kind to folks that had known the family. One man was hanged just because he knew them, although the crowd pulled him down and he survived. The media arrived at the Bender place, coming from as far away as New York City and Chicago. The public came from far and wide, all wanting to look at the place where the evil had lived. Rewards were offered to anyone who could locate the family, which in today's money were around $20,000 and $40,000. But where were the Benders? Well, vigilantes wanted that reward, with some claiming they had caught up with the family and killed them all. Some claimed they shot and buried them, others said they shot and threw them in the river, but these were all likely lies. No bodies were found and no reward was given. The Benders were either very good at hiding or they were all 6 feet under. The reward then went up to more than $60,000 in today's money, but still no one could find them. As this was happening, the story spread to every state. Books were written, including one called The Five Fiends or The Bender Hotel Horror in Kansas. It wasn't easy finding this family for the simple fact that not much was known about them. Were the parents legally married? Were the children even their children? Were they even called Benders? It was soon speculated that Mr. Bender was actually named John Flickinger, and that Mrs. Bender had likely been married several times. Worse, her husbands always seemed to end up dead with wounds to the head, and it was likely that Kate and John Jr. were the children of some of those men, and their real names were Eliza Griffith and John Gebhardt. Where did they all go? We just don't know. Their story remains one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in U.S. history. Maybe they were killed by an angry posse, but if they were, no bodies were ever recovered and no one claimed that handsome reward. They might also have moved west, started another life, and then filled the ground with more bodies. Maybe their descendants are living next door to you right now, just waiting to carry on their murderous legacy. We're all evil, in some form or another. Richard Ramirez, aka the Nightstalker, said in an interview after being imprisoned for his heinous crimes. He relished evil, has even been called the embodiment of evil, not just because of the murders he committed, but because he believed his sadistic impulses were in line with what Satan would have wanted. A one-man epidemic of madness and murder, the American media said about him after he was captured. Lock your doors, lock your windows, intoned the Los Angeles police, because you could be next. Ramirez was the boogeyman. He sneaked into houses at night and left a trail of blood behind him. Men, women, boys, girls all saw this face of evil. But what drove him to do these things? What were the precursors for his sadism and siding with Satan? The man who had signed his gruesome crime scenes with Jack the Knife, or inverted pentagrams, was born on February 29, 1960. Before becoming an avowed Satanist, he was, like us all, an innocent young boy. What happens to the boy is the molding of the man. And as with many or even most serial killers, childhood is filled with terror and trauma. According to the seminal book on serial killers, The Method and Madness of Monsters, Ramirez's childhood fit the description of many killers' younger years. He grew up with a father who had once been a policeman in Mexico, but later had moved to El Paso, Texas. This father was prone to fits of violence, of which Ramirez was said to be a victim. His mother was a religious zealot. The same book tells us that Ramirez experienced something else many other killers have, and that's serious head injury. He was knocked unconscious twice as a child, which later resulted in him having epileptic seizures. It's also said that when he was just 7 or 8 years old, he may have had witnessed one of his brothers being molested by a neighbor, but it's unknown if this happened to Ramirez himself. Nonetheless, during childhood, he was liked in school, had girlfriends, with one of those girls later saying he was always sweet and gentle with her. So, what happened? One of the things often mentioned when people try and understand the madness of Richard Ramirez is when he was just 12 years old, he was witness to a grim sight. These were photos shown to him by his cousin, a Green Beret who had returned from the Vietnam War. Those photos should have been traumatic for Ramirez because what he saw was American soldiers forcing young Vietnamese women to perform fellatio on them. Other photos revealed something even more horrific, and that was the severed heads of those girls. Was he traumatized by those photographic scenes? Years later, Ramirez would say no. He would say that he had been aroused by what he had seen. At that same house where his cousin lived, Ramirez would eventually see that cousin shoot his own wife in the face in cold blood. Ramirez, then 14, was told to keep quiet about the murder. He did, but the cousin was arrested. He wasn't convicted of murder for the reason of him being insane. After this, Ramirez was sent around to that house to pick up some property. He later said he could still smell the blood, saying he found that to be a mystical experience. The young boy was withdrawn, quiet for years after. Here we have the killer in the making. But before he embraced sadism, he began burgling houses. He pretty much dropped out of school, went to LA to visit his heroin-addicted brother, and that's when he was trained in the art of stealing. There, he began experimenting with the powerful hallucinogenic drug LSD, and if that wasn't bad enough for an obviously fragile mind, he started to take an equally powerful drug, a horse tranquilizer nicknamed angel dust. This drug is well known to cause delirium and mania in some people, and with Ramirez at this point becoming obsessed with dark heavy metal and slasher horror films, we might see where his fixation with Satan was born. In the summer of 1978, while exploring one of his new pastimes, injecting cocaine, Ramirez read a book by a man who claimed to be a fully fledged Satanist. The book was called The Satanic Bible, and it would inspire the 18-year-old Ramirez to drive out to San Francisco to meet the author. There he got involved with satanic rituals, and said later that during those dark ceremonies he actually felt the hand of Satan touch him. At this point, he pretty much cut off all ties with his family. We know little about what happened to Ramirez in the ensuing years, but it's said he took a part-time job in an El Paso hotel while still a teen, and started robbing guests as he had the door keys at times. It's also said that he was beaten very badly at one point after a male guest had returned to his room to find Ramirez attempting to molest his wife. After that, Ramirez moved to California for good, where his darkness would be consummated in the act of various depravities, including rape, extreme violence, and murder. In 1983, Ramirez's sister went looking for her estranged brother. According to the book we mentioned, she found him living in a cheap hotel situated close to an LA bus station. He was still injecting cocaine, and he told her that he sustained his addiction by robbing from houses. He'd done this many times, informing his sister that the reason he had never been caught was because Satan was on his side. A year later, and we have the first of his murders. This terrible deed was only found out much later after his arrest, with investigators matching his DNA to the scene of the crime in 2009. He raped a 9-year-old girl in the hotel where he was staying while in San Francisco. He then stabbed her and hanged her from a pipe in the basement. Just 2 months later, and Ramirez would commit his second murder, which was originally said to be the first of the dreaded Nightstalker's kills. This time, Ramirez had entered the house of a 79-year-old woman and found her sleeping in her bed. He stabbed her multiple times and then almost decapitated her after slashing her throat. His second attack came almost a year later, when he waited for a young woman to pull into her driveway. When she got out of the car, he shot her. She survived, as would many of his other victims. He shot another woman in her house sometime later, this time killing his victim. Just 1 hour later, he shot and killed another woman. It's at this point that he got the name the Walk-In Killer. Here's a man who just entered people's home, their safe haven, and in Ramirez's case, literally let hell break loose. His killing spree in 1985 shocked the city of Los Angeles. Another time he entered the house of a husband and wife, shot the husband dead, then raped and killed the woman. He took out her eyes, walking off with them and the rest of his stash. It's said he took those eyes with him inside of a jewelry box he'd stolen. Often he would take out the husband and then bound and gag the wife. Then he'd rape the wife, sometimes telling them that they had to say the words "I love Satan," leaving them dead or close to dead. That same year, he entered the house of 2 women over the age of 80. He bound and raped them both, bludgeoned them with a hammer, after which he drew a pentagram with lipstick on one of the women's thighs. They were found alive but unconscious, and one of the women died from her injuries. Another time, he got into the house of a woman and her 11-year-old son. He brutally raped the woman but spared them both after tying them up. Later, he found a 16-year-old girl sleeping in her bedroom. He hit her repeatedly across the head with a tire iron, only then to look for a knife to finish her off. He didn't find one and so tried to strangle her with a telephone cord, but electric sparks scared him off. He immediately fled, believing those lights to be God intervening and saving the girl. The girl survived but needed over 450 stitches. He committed many more similar crimes, entering the houses of families, killing the husband, and brutally raping the wife. Often he would make his victims swear to Satan. Sometimes he would leave them breathing, sometimes he would make sure they were dead. Other times, people just miraculously survived the ordeal. This was confusing to police as to why he would sometimes leave people alive. What some criminologists did know was that here was a man who talked about Satan, left satanic symbols at crime scenes. He killed for thrills, but he might also be what's called a missionary killer, sent to do his business by a power higher than him. As his crime spree in 1985 was almost coming to an end, Ramirez attempted to enter the house of a family, but his attempt was thwarted. Ramirez drove away, but his stolen car was clearly seen. Not long after, he broke into the house of a family and shot the husband 3 times in the head. He then raped the wife and left her tied. On his way out, he said to her, "Tell them the Nightstalker was here." The woman was able to give a very precise description of what her assailant looked like, and police found fingerprints. They also found that stolen car. They had their man, and soon police released a picture to the public of who the Nightstalker was, adding that he was a drifter with a very long rap sheet. At the press conference, police said to the cameras, "We know who you are, and you cannot hide." They were right. Ramirez wasn't aware of this, but his face was all over the TV. It said he only got suspicious when he heard a group of aged Mexican women calling him El Matador, the killer. He attempted to carjack a citizen soon after, but was caught by what one might call an angry mob. It said they beat him to within an inch of his life. He appeared in court in 1989, looking the part of a Satan worshiper, dressed in black, wearing dark sunglasses. During the trial, one of the jurors was actually murdered, and rumors abound that perhaps Ramirez had orchestrated this. Was he really in league with Satan? Asked some people who were perhaps overly devout. There was no way to link him to the murder, however. It was just a grim coincidence. This man from the dark side developed his own following, people were mentally arrested by the specter of a devil worshiper. And then on September 20th, 1989, Ramirez was handed a down-to-earth verdict, convicted of 43 charges. The judge said what he had done was beyond any human understanding. This included 13 counts of murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 sexual assault charges, and 14 burglary charges. After hearing this, Ramirez said all he could see in the courtroom were liars, haters, and killers. He growled, "You maggots make me sick, hypocrites and all." And again, he blamed the government, the world itself, for his crimes, concluding his vitriolic speech with, "You don't understand me. You're not expected to. You're not capable of it. I am beyond your experience. I will be avenged. Lucifer dwells within us all." Women all over the country, including one of the jurors at his trial, fought for his attention while he was in prison. The handsome but literally devilish man was attractive for some women. This might seem implausible, but many serial killers have found such affections while in prison, some of them even getting married while behind bars. He gained attention from the media too while in prison. One time in a TV interview, he was told how he was now ranked among the worst serial killers in American history, besides people such as Ted Bundy. At this point, he couldn't hide a smile of appreciation. This kind of focus by the media on killers has been said to be perhaps one of the reasons serial killers ply their depraved trade, because even beasts sometimes want attention. In that same TV interview, he tried to mitigate what he'd done by invoking wartime killing, once saying, "Serial killers do on a small scale what governments do on a large one. They are a product of the times, and these are bloodthirsty times." In 2013, he died from cancer, age 53, with one of his surviving victims saying that was too good for him. He'd been on death row for 23 years, having been married to one of those serial killer-loving women we talked about. There's no complete data that tells us which era had the most active global serial killers. If we look at the USA alone, though, in the 70s and 80s, they did seem to have a lot of maniacs killing multiple people. It was the 1970s when we first had serious criminal profiling as we know it today, as you might have seen in the show Mindhunter. Such profiling techniques were used to track down the likes of the notoriously brutal Ted Bundy. Psychological profiling was not just used to track down serial killers, but it is the modus operandi of killers that has made the most compelling tales. Are these profilers about to get very busy? That's what we'll find out today in this episode of the Infographic Show. Why this generation might have more serial killers than ever. Okay, so let's look more closely at the question of if the 70s and 80s really had more serial killers. The BBC asked this, and indeed the conclusion was, yes, it is a fact. The Beeb interviewed a man who had been studying serial killers for many years. He said serial killing started becoming more common in the 1960s, and then got even worse in the 70s and peaked in the 80s. We might recall the names of some of the worst killers we've ever heard about in the aforementioned Ted Bundy, and add him to the likes of John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, William Bonin, the Freeway Killer, or over in the UK, the infamous Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper. Why did all these killers emerge during these decades? Criminologist James Allen Fox told the BBC there were a few reasons. He said all violent crime, at least in the US, was on the rise during that era, mainly due to the fact that people were moving around a lot more. Folks often didn't know their neighbors, and of course vulnerable people often hitchhiked in those days. It just created an environment which was ideal for serial killers to prey on victims, said the criminologist. Add to that, the police didn't yet have large databases in which to track down killers, and the use of DNA didn't start until the 80s. That meant killers could commit way more crimes before they were caught. Another person interviewed on the matter said that there was more to it. You had public fascination with killers, and this may have inspired more of them. Then, in the book Sons of Cain, A History of Serial Killers, it's written that World War II had something to do with it. Some of the children of those soldiers lived with fathers that had experienced the worst kind of savagery that the world has ever seen, and that, according to the book, may have had a profound effect on how a few of those kids grew up. You had this trauma everywhere, and with it came the breakdown of some families. But the book adds something else. We might see a rise of serial killers again from this generation. Why is that? Well, it's complicated. In the book we just talked about, the writer says that recent times killers might create a generation that contains more serial killers than ever before. He writes that serial killers are monstrous, misshapen reflections in a distorted mirror to human civilization. They are kids that grew up watching terror alerts on TV, kids that grew up looking at X-rated videos that showed the aftermath of such terror, kids that are not even shocked by bloody content they can easily see on the internet. While people born in the 70s and 80s and 90s can see that too, they didn't have it on their doorstep, so to speak, all their lives. Such content has been normalized. The same author is interviewed by Psychology Today. In that interview, he talks about the rise of crime novels and pulp fiction in the 50s being some inspiration for serial killers. It might not have made them go out the door and start killing, but as Psychology Today writes, it probably created pubescent rehearsal fantasies. Now with crime fiction turning into real crime that can be seen anytime on the internet, the author believes, we may easily be facing another viral pandemic of serial killing. He believes this new wave will come when the new generation grow up to the age that most men start killing, usually late 20s or early 30s. Some kids of today might turn ugly in the early 2030s. Another crime expert said this in 2018, "We're raising a generation of killers because we're raising kids to kill since they are really little." What did he mean? In his book Inside the Mind of a Killer, he writes that kids are exposed to violence from childhood, on the internet, but also movies that involve some pretty insane torture scenes. He adds to that video games that have become so realistic you might believe in the actions you are doing. He says that if you take this fascination with virtually slaughtering people and add it to a broken home, with perhaps school bullying and the availability of guns, you might be looking at more kids going on wild killing rampages. He believes things such as school shootings are only going to get much worse. But is there any hard evidence that very violent video games actually make the players more violent or have violent fantasies? A 2014 study published in the Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin did indeed say those playing violent games may become more aggressive because of it. But this is still a hot potato of a topic, and there's still no substantiated evidence that playing such games directly leads to extreme violence. We may know more later. Nonetheless, if you look hard enough, you can find some crimes which could have been said to have been partly inspired by games. You might look at the case of young killer Devin Moore, who is currently on death row in the US. His lawyer said the game Grand Theft Auto Vice City was partly responsible for the kid's shooting spree. Moore even once said, "Life is a video game, you've got to die sometime." There are some other cases, but we may be skeptical regarding if the games really were such a big influence behind the crimes. But it's not just exposure to violence, as we've said, it's the era kids grow up in. If there is familial discord, there may be more kids with problems when they reach adulthood. We might look at children born to families that grew up with World War II and the Great Depression. Those kids, when older, were part of what's called the golden age of serial killers. Now we might look at families that grew up with conflicts in the Middle East and the financial collapse. If there have been difficulties and these kids have also been exposed to violence, well, we guess that's why some people might believe we might again see a rise in serial killers. Before you get too worried, of course, this forecast may not happen. In fact, if you look at the database created by Mike Amont, a professor at Radford University in Virginia, he says that there's no doubt been a reduction in serial killers and the number of victims serial killers get away with killing. He told The Guardian in 2018, "I'm careful to say there has been a decline in the number of serial killers we can identify. There could be thousands of serial killers that we don't know about and for some reason we're not identifying today as well as we did in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. He did add, though, that even if people wanted to kill serially, it would be much harder with improved law enforcement, omnipresent cameras, and the fact that people have changed their habits and don't usually head out into highways hitching cars without anyone knowing about it. This, of course, doesn't mean that there will be fewer people with the urge to kill, just that it will be harder to get away with it. Perhaps we'll see more mass shootings and fewer people going on to kill again and again." The author of the book we discussed told the New York Post that once these killers are caught, we might well hear them tell this kind of story. "We were living as a family in a home and come 2008 my dad committed suicide. My dad lost his job, he became a drug addict, he was an alcoholic, he was never the same. He lost his pride and I lost my dad." Do you think that's going too far? Have things really been that bad that we're going to see more killers in the future? Is exposure to violence on the internet and in games really such a big deal? A question in criminology that has been asked time and again is what makes a serial killer? Do these people have killing etched into their DNA? Or did environmental factors push them over the edge? Or is it a bit of both? As one expert put it, while killing is intrinsic in humans as a survival mechanism, perhaps with some people something is broken and they don't have the intellectual moderation function in their brain working like most people do. They act on their basic instincts. Most of us process violent urges. Some reasoning takes place in the frontal lobes and we don't act on those urges. Most killers, however, have suffered some kind of trauma in childhood, but not all. And it should be said that this trauma is often self-reported. For the most part, serial killers remain a mystery, and that's why profiling is such a hard job. In 2018, the Canadian historian and journalist Peter Vronsky was interviewed by The Guardian regarding what makes a serial killer. He's just published his new book, Sons of Cain, A History of Serial Killers from the Stone Age to the Present, and is well known for his seminal work on depraved maniacs, serial killers, the method and madness of monsters. In both books, he takes a stab at understanding why these people do what they do, and in the latter, he spends the final part of the book discussing profiling techniques. He'll be the first to tell you, though, that profiling certainly is not an exact science, and time and again, serial killer profiles have got it terribly wrong. Other times, though, they were spot on. While he says childhood trauma is the single theme that seems to pop up time and again with serial killers, there are some people who have gone against the grain. One such man is Ted Bundy, who, despite being misinformed as to who his mother really was, seems to have had an ordinary childhood. We say seems because who knows what went on behind closed doors in the Bundy household, and Ted in interviews did make an effort to make people think he'd had an ordinary life. It could have been a case of thou protest too much, but who knows? Ted's dead, so not much more will be learned about him. Then again, as Vronsky said in the Guardian interview, you can take 100 kids who suffered some kind of childhood trauma, and 99 of them won't end up being serial killers. One of those kids, though, might turn out to be the guy that stalks people in the night and does unforgivable things. Maybe a lot of the other kids have violent impulses due to the violence they've suffered, but they don't act on their compulsions. It could be, like we said, that the serial killers of the world do act on these compulsions, or violent fantasies, as if their brains don't have that break of reason. Their impulses are untethered. They're both out of control and yet often know exactly what they're doing. The problem now is that there are so many kinds of serial killers. For example, very few of them are actually certified mentally insane, such as Richard Chase, aka the Vampire of Sacramento. He deserved that moniker and more because he did the most horrendous things you can imagine. He was also completely insane, suffering from a very bad case of paranoid schizophrenia. The majority, though, don't suffer from a profound mental illness, and they artfully plan their deeds and how they'll get away with it. Others are impulsive and have no interest in being around their victims once they're dead, while some take their time with their victims, sometimes doing terrible things with them while they're still alive. Others wait until after they're dead to live out their lurid fantasy. Anyone who's read Vronsky's books will have no doubt asked themselves just how on earth people could take pleasure in that. It's beyond terrible what some killers do, incredibly perplexing, and the people who do these awful things are often not how we would imagine a serial killer to be. Sometimes they're the boy next door, the guy on the street with a good job and a loving family, the president of the local bridge club, the guy who shows up for all his son's baseball games, the studious uncle, loving cousin, the beleaguered hardworking manager and father of 4. That's not always the case, and some killers have a history of violence and crime that goes back years. Some were serial misbehaviors in childhood. They were cruel and enjoyed hurting the local pets that they could get their hands on. But kids with a history of misbehaving don't necessarily become serial killers. They don't all become psychopaths. There aren't too many, in relative terms anyway, serial killers out there. They're a one-person criminal enterprise unto themselves, incomprehensible aberrations in the criminal world. Before we get into how profilers do their job, let's have a look at when they got it right. This should give you some insight as to how these people work, their modus operandi, so to speak. We mentioned this man Richard Chase, a serial killer who suffered from an acute mental illness, in his case psychosis. As we said, while most or many serial killers won't have what's called antisocial personality disorders, they are aware of what they're doing. With Chase, that was not the case. Even though he was executed in the end rather than confined to a mental health institution, his crimes were so appalling it's likely people didn't ever want to give him the chance of getting out of the asylum. We won't go into graphic detail, but we'll tell you that in 1978 in Sacramento, California, a young man returned home to find his pregnant wife dead. Despicable things had been done to her, as if a wild animal had attacked her, except the body that had had some very strange things done to it seemed as if it had been drained of blood and the killer had drank that blood. Not long after, and not far away, and 3 other bodies were found, each in a state as if something wild had mutilated him. while a baby was missing. The crime scene was unimaginable, and again there was evidence that the killer had drank the blood of the deceased. Because of the nature of the crimes, there was no doubt that this was no ordinary murderer. It had to be someone completely irrefutably unhinged, a madman, the very epitome of the word psycho. As can be the case with such crimes, the local police can contact the FBI and get a profiler on the job. Because of the chaotic and disturbing crime scene, the profiler quickly came to the conclusion that he was what's called a disorganized killer. We'll get to the meaning of that bit later, but this killer was no killer who fastidiously planned his crime. He picked a person or persons and went berserk. This was someone suffering from delusions and very likely had a history of mental health issues. So first things first, we're looking for someone who has been confined in the past to a mental health facility. But secondly, the profiler said that this man was most likely white, and that's because the victims were white. Statistics tell us that most sexual murders are intraracial, meaning certain races usually kill people of the same race. It was also a white neighborhood, and someone not white would attract attention in such a place. The profiler also said it looked like the killer was in the most acute stage of paranoid schizophrenia. He was likely around the age of 25. That's because signs of this disease usually take root around the age of 15, and usually the worst psychosis happens about a decade later. He was also likely thin. How did we know this? Well, there's data on mental patients and body types, and if he was right about the age and the illness, then he should be on the slim side. Most people this ill don't take good care of their health, if at all. They're too far gone. He would also live alone because he was crazy and no one would want to live with him. He had no friends and was likely living in a very messy apartment due to him not taking care of himself. His crime was also very disorganized, as we said. He wouldn't have finished school or college because of his mental health issues and was very likely on welfare. He wouldn't be able to hold down a job, and anyway, the murders took place in the afternoon on a weekday, so that made the profiler think this guy was out of work. Because the crimes were close together and because the man was likely too crazy to drive, he probably walked to the houses where he did his thing. If he did have a car, it would be run down and in a very messy state. Basically, they had a profile of a young man with mental health issues who lived alone, was local, was thin, had no friends, had dropped out of school, lived in a state of squalor, and likely stalked the neighborhood. To cut a long story short, that's exactly what they found. Everything was correct, right down to his truck being a total mess. It turned out that Chase was extremely gaunt, lived in a total mess, and in his house, he had body parts and animal parts. It's a long story, but he'd been suffering from psychosis for years. He'd even been confined to an institution for injecting rabbit blood into his veins. There, he was known as Dracula because he'd go out into the garden and capture birds or any other animals and just bite off their heads. 2 nurses quit because they were frightened of him. But then, for some reason, he was released, still half crazy. For years, he had been drinking the blood of pets he stole or bought, believing that his blood was turning to powder. Where he lived, there'd been a slew of missing pet reports. Chase had been busy, and while he had been pulled over by cops with a bag of cow blood and had a criminal record, he just went under the radar. He then turned to humans, and you know what happened then. The baby he had taken from one house was later found drained and half-eaten. In this case, having such a detailed profile of who police should be looking for made the job of finding him that much easier. Profiling worked. So, how did profiling get started? Some of you won't know that German leader Adolf Hitler was psychologically profiled because his enemies wanted to know what he might do next. The profile was pretty spot on, and they even guessed his death would be suicide. Slowly, psychologists were hired to profile maniacs, but it wasn't until the 1970s that the FBI had a behavioral sciences unit. In 1981, the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime was introduced by offender profiler Robert K. Ressler under President Reagan. The Behavioral Science Unit is part of this. One of its major concerns was identifying and tracking repeat killers. That's just one issue, but every division of the FBI will have a profiling coordinator from this department. It's because of the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime that we saw such movies as Silence of the Lambs. So, what do? Well, first of all, computers help a lot. When you have a database of killers and their modus operandi and their signature, you can enter a crime into that database and it'll pull up names, similar crimes committed elsewhere, a profile of who this person could be, what kind of personality he might have, or kind of life he might live. By the way, one of the most important things for profilers or agents to look at is the modus operandi and signature. With serial killers or sexual murders, the modus operandi might change. Perhaps the killer usually finds his victims on the highway hitchhiking, or perhaps outside his school, or he preys on prostitutes. But if that doesn't work, he'll change his strategy. The MO is not written in stone, but his signature, something he must do because it's part of his fantasy, will not change. Well, it can change if he decides to up the ante of his fantasy. His signature could be biting, or taking a body part as a trophy, or drinking blood. On top of that, there's something called Criminal Investigative Analysis, or CIA. This includes 6 main steps. The first step, called Profiling Inputs, is what you might imagine, which is crime scene analysis. Investigators look at crime scene photos, gather forensic evidence, look at information about the location of the crime, analyze the medical examiner's report, get background information on the victim, and also follow the victim's last steps. Step 2, called Constructing a Decision Process Model, looks at the fundamental characteristics of the murder. Was it a single murder or a part of a series of murders? Was it the primary objective of the killer, or was it just incidental? Who was the victim? Was that person a high-risk individual such as a homeless person or a prostitute, or low-risk such as a professional family person? Here they'll look more at the scene. Was the person taken there, or did it just happen there? And what were the characteristics of that scene? In Chase's case, the person was low risk and the scene was chaos, as if he hadn't planned it. The crime scene itself pointed to severe mental illness. Another scene could be a dumped body in the woods, but how it's hidden and certainly what happened to it before its death would hold valuable information. Step 3, called Crime Assessment, is very important and involves a controversial profiling technique which asks if the killer was organized or disorganized. We can't go through everything these concepts mean, but in Vronsky's book he gives some examples. If organized, the killer planned the crime and the escape route. Like Ted Bundy, this is a person that went to great lengths not to be noticed and used tricks to lure his victim into a sense of security. He also made sure he'd get away without being seen. They chose their victims carefully, but picked strangers, not people they know. They usually lure their victims and capture them, and then dump the bodies someplace where police won't discover them easily. They're prepared and will have restraints with them. They will often talk to their victims, manipulate them, and will get better at what they do each time they do it. They will likely study police investigating techniques and try to be one step ahead of the cops. They usually won't kill close to where they live. They also tend to have good jobs, have families, are above average intelligence, can be attractive, educated, charming, and full of social graces. These are the guys that often live double lives. They're not insane and they know they're doing wrong, but they don't care at all. The disorganized killer is a different beast altogether. They're spontaneous, acting without such painstaking planning. They usually won't talk to the victim, control them, and just murder them. They might use a weapon, but might not even get rid of it after the crime. They might leave the bodies where they kill them, but do things to those bodies first. They may also take the body later for gratification, and will do something to it so it doesn't look like the living person. These guys might not even use a car. They could just stalk the streets and then lash out. No planning was involved, and a victim might not have been chosen beforehand. These people are often unattractive, below average intelligence, are sometimes loners living on the peripheries of society. They might use drugs or alcohol a lot and are not great communicators. They often have problems with the opposite sex and don't hold down relationships. They might have mental issues, and during their crimes, they might feel confused and frightened. You get the picture. Some are methodical and some are erratic. You'd think that it'd be harder to catch the methodical killer given his intelligence and tactics, but at least they have more of an understandable MO. The problem when catching a disorganized killer, despite their lack of cunning and brains, is the fact that they're so very unpredictable. It gets more confusing though, because some killers are a mix of both. On to step 4, and this is called criminal profile. This is where the profiler produces a report of the killer, such as the profiler did with Richard Chase. This could be quite short or could be long. We haven't mentioned something called staging and posing. This will be in that report. Staging is when the killer deliberately moves the body at the scene to a position to mislead investigators. It might also include messing around with the crime scene to put investigators on the wrong track. This is part of the MO and can give police clues. Staging, though, this is more part of the signature. This is when the killer leaves the body in a certain way because that's part of his fantasy. The Boston Strangler would leave his victims in such a way that when someone opened the door, they'd get the shock of their lives. He seemed to like that. Step 5 is the investigation itself and looking at leads and possible perpetrators. Step 6 is apprehension, and this is when the profile is compared to the actual killer. The results will then be added to the FBI's database when they're helpful, and algorithms will learn from this and hopefully be able to help police with investigations in the future. As we said, there have been success stories. Ted Bundy, Richard Chase, Andrew Cunanan, Wayne Williams, and more. But criminal profiling has come under a lot of criticism. We won't discuss that today. We must remember that this is the American profiling system, and other countries have their own. Nations such as the UK, Germany, China, and Russia have a bloody history of sadistic serial killers, and you likely won't have heard of many of those people. We've focused on the US, but don't think such horror doesn't happen elsewhere. You just didn't see the movie because there wasn't one. The woman who will become known as one of the world's worst black widows is sitting on her porch on a blustery day at the start of fall. She places her glass of lemonade down on the newspaper and runs her index finger over the Lonely Hearts column. Her finger suddenly stops and she smiles. This is the one, she thinks, her thoughts animated with pictures of her and this other lonely heart living out the romance she's always dreamed of. Except she will murder this man in cold blood. She will kill him and people close to him. She will commit unspeakable horrors throughout her deranged life, and she will do it with a great big grin on her face. Welcome to the world of the Giggling Granny, a woman who turned being widowed into a profession. She was born with the name Nancy Hazel on November 4th, 1905, in a small town in rural Alabama. There, she and her 4 siblings did not have a happy childhood, with school and friendships being out of the question because the stern, hardworking father made them labor on his farm. Then, when she was 7 years old, something happened to Nancy that might explain why later in life she became a very serious serial killer. She hit her head while riding a train, and for years after experienced debilitating depression as well as the occasional blackout. It could have been the injury that caused her to do such horrific things, but young Nancy had more than just head trauma to deal with as a kid. Her father, a man of few words with a frightening hair-triggered temper, wasn't just strict, he was puritanical. All the young girl wanted was a life like the other girls had, going out on dates and one day having that first kiss down by the river. It never happened because the father didn't allow her or her sisters near any boys. In fact, he told them that they weren't even allowed to wear dresses or skirts. They had to dress like boys, or at least dress in a way that looked entirely unattractive. He told them he was doing them a favor, saving them from the lustful little scoundrels that would knock them up and ruin their lives. But that didn't stop her from dreaming. When her father and mother were out of the house, Nancy would go to her mother's closet to pull out stacks of romance magazines. She read for a while and then looked in the air as if seeing herself all dolled up, and out with some savior who rescued her from her life of loveless gloom. Then she'd get the newspaper and read the Lonely Hearts column. Little did she know that one day she'd be picking her victims from one. She met her knight in shining armor when she was just 16. His name was Charlie Braggs, and he worked in the linen factory with her. They dated for around 4 months and then decided it was time to get hitched. Nancy's father was actually content with the decision. Not one to embrace casual dating, he told Nancy that if she wanted to be with a guy, then marriage was the only way. The couple had 4 kids over a period of just 4 years. She smoked heavily and he drank heavily. She was sure he was cheating on her, but then during drunken fights he accused her of doing the same. Nancy's vision of romance was shattered. So what did she do about that? Well, the answer is she did what she'd end up doing lots of times: killing. When she was just 22 and had been married for 6 years, 2 of the children mysteriously died. They were healthy, lovely kids, and then just like that, they were gone. It was believed that they died of accidental food poisoning, but the real reason you could say was their mother wanted a quieter household. The serial killer was out of the gates. As for the husband, she scared the hell out of him. That's why he left her. He actually took one of the kids with him, but later returned and gave the kid back. We'll come to him later and the crazy things he had to say about Nancy. Now she was lonely again with 2 kids on her hands. There was a solution to her misery, and that was the newspaper and the Lonely Hearts column. There, she read a wonderful little ad by a guy named Robert Franklin Harrelson. As often happened in life, the perfect Prince Charming was anything but. He had a criminal record for assault and drank his way to the tune of a whiskey bottle every day of the week. Still, she and her 2 kids stayed with him for many years, despite their regular beatings and continued verbal abuses. Then, when Nancy was 37, her daughter Melvina had a child of her own. His name was Robert Lee Haynes. Now, Nancy was a grandmother, but it seems she wasn't exactly made up about that. We know this because of what happened to Melvina's second child. She was still in the hospital, absolutely exhausted after experiencing a grueling labor and still half zonked from all the ether that the doctors had given her. In this haze, she opened her eyes and she could swear that she saw her mother in the corner of the hospital room holding her newborn. Blinking her eyes, with her vision blurred, she watched in horror as her mom took out a hat pin and shoved it into the baby's soft head, right into its brain. Melvina passed out again from exhaustion, and when she came to, she thought what she'd witnessed had been some kind of nightmare. She called out to her husband. With his head down, he entered the room. He had bad news. Their baby had died. It was a mystery to the doctors. Still, it seemed Melvina didn't blame her mom. Maybe she really did think that she had a nightmare, perhaps a premonition of a natural death. After it happened, though, she and her husband just drifted apart. But Nancy was by no means done with killing. Melvina met another guy. World War II was raging and this man was a soldier. For Melvina, it was a match made in heaven, but for Nancy, it was a disastrous coupling. Nancy was now not just fighting with her abusive husband, but she was battling with her own daughter. One day, the two of them had a fight, and guess what? Someone died. On July 7, 1945, Melvina's second daughter passed away. It was thought to be from asphyxiation from unknown causes, but when you hear that Nancy later picked up a $500 life insurance policy on the kid, well, it was likely another murder. 1945 was coming to an end, and one day the American public became jubilant. That was the day it was announced that Japan had surrendered to the Allied powers. Great big parties were thrown from one side of the US to the other. Nancy's husband, not one to miss out on an excuse to get out of his mind on booze, joined in on the fun. When he got home from the party, he tried to force her to bed. The last thing he said to her was, "If you don't listen to me, woman, I ain't gonna be here next week." The next day, she was in the garden tending to some roses, when what did she find but her husband's secret stash of corn whiskey. Without so much as blinking an eye, she calmly walked back into the house. She opened a cupboard and put her hand up to the top shelf. That's where the rat poison was kept. She then returned to the whiskey bottle. Her violent husband didn't survive the night. Now she was 40, perhaps getting on in years to start another family, but with hope in her black heart, she again took to going through the lonely columns of newspapers. It wasn't long until she met another guy, but as luck would have it, he turned out to be another man fond of whiskey and spending nights in the beds of other women. His name was Arlie Lanning. The two got married, but yet again it was an unhappy marriage. Inside the house, the two argued, but outside the relationship looked like a dream to the other townsfolk. So when this guy died mysteriously, they came out in support of Nancy. With tears in her eyes, the well-liked church-going Nancy told them he just sat down one morning to drink a cup of coffee and eat a bowl of prunes I especially prepared for him. When standing over the coffin, she wept and said he looked in fine shape. Then, well, 2 days later, dead. I nursed him, believe me, I nursed him, but I failed. Poor Arlie. You know what he said to me before he breathed his last? "Nanny," he said. "Nanny, it must have been the coffee." When her house burned to the ground, they wished her well again, although she was made up after collecting the insurance. With cash in her pocket, she decided it was time to go and find one of her sisters. She did just that, but her poor sister was so sick she spent most of her days in bed. She died just after Nancy moved in with her. Now she was in her mid-40s and single again, but instead of going through the Lonely Hearts columns, she decided to join a dating service called the Diamond Circle Club. It was through that service that she met a man named Richard L. Morton. He was immediately taken in by her charms and the fact that she always had a smile on her face. It was 1952, and the couple got hitched in Emporia, Kansas. This time her husband didn't have a problem with the whiskey, but he did enjoy forming short-term relationships with other women. Nonetheless, the couple seemed to live a pretty normal life. That's what it looked like when Nancy's mom went to live with the newlyweds. She needed looking after falling and breaking her hip. A few months later, the mother was 6 feet under after unknowingly drinking one of Nancy's poison cocktails. Just 3 months later, and her husband was in the ground too. During this time, one of Nancy's other sisters also died in mysterious circumstances after getting too close to her. Okay, so you might be wondering right now why no one questioned the fact that most people who came into contact with this woman died. It's a good question, and no doubt someone should have been suspicious. But the fact is, no one expected a jovial, charming, and always bubbly middle-aged woman to be a killer. Just months after she murdered her mother and her husband, she met another man. His name was Samuel Doss. Now this guy was the salt-of-the-earth type, so Nancy didn't really have any reason to shorten his life considerably. Not only was he a minister in the Church of Nazarene, but he deserved some sympathy. Prior to meeting Nancy, he'd lost a wife and 9 children in a tornado in Arkansas. Well, in Nancy's eyes, he was far from perfect. This guy was a strict Christian, and he espoused a lot of conservative ideals. He might not have cheated or even as much looked at a bottle of hooch, but he waved a disapproving finger at Nancy when she was enthralled while reading one of her beloved romance novels. He also was controlling with the couple's finances and demanded the two were in bed by 9:30 p.m. One day she was watching TV when he walked into the room and angrily turned it off. He looked at her and said, "I've been a Christian man all my life, and you're going to be a Christian woman. You don't need a radio and television." That was a bad move on his part. Just 3 months after the couple was married, he ended up in the hospital. He told the doctors that he felt some kind of flu bug, but after some time the doctor said that he had a very bad infection in his digestive tract. He was released, but 7 days later was found dead in an armchair. Nancy wasn't at all put out by this, since she had taken 2 life insurance policies out on him. Still, this time someone did get suspicious. That doctor that had treated Doss couldn't believe the earlier sickness could have killed him. For that reason, he ordered an autopsy. The result was clear: poisoning by arsenic, enough of it to drop an elephant. It soon became clear that this was the reason he'd been admitted to the hospital the first time. Nancy later admitted that she'd first given him rat poison in a cup of coffee, but she'd gotten the dose wrong and given him too little. The next time she gave him a bigger dose, although it was hidden in a large bowl of stewed prunes. During her interrogation, she giggled all the time. After a while, she admitted to the investigators that she'd laced sweet potato pies with arsenic. When she referred to her past husbands, she'd produced a large smile and called them her sweet potato pies. That's why she got the name Giggling Granny and also the Jolly Black Widow. When asked why she killed her last husband, she replied, "He wouldn't let me watch my favorite programs on television and he made me sleep without the fan on the hottest nights. He was a miser and, well, what's a woman to do under those conditions?" She confessed to killing 4 of her 5 husbands but didn't confess to the other murders. At times, she just said some of those guys got on her nerves, but remained cheerful throughout the interviews. She told them money was never the reason she killed, saying, "I was searching for the perfect mate, the real romance of my life." In fact, after she killed her last husband, she was already writing love letters to another man. The first husband was described as the one that got away. The media caught up with him after she was arrested, and this is what he said. "When she got mad, I wouldn't eat anything she fixed or drink anything around the house." He said he only lived as long as he did because there was no life insurance policy on him. "I was afraid of Nanny, deathly afraid," he said. As the trial came to an end, the judge looked down at her and said, "You understand that all is left is for the court to decide between a life or death sentence." She responded in the positive. He gave her life in prison, saying that giving a death sentence would be poor precedent, meaning because she was a woman. As she left the court, reporters flocked to see her, laughing and smiling as she told them that she wasn't at all upset about spending the rest of her days in prison. In that prison, she was described as a jokester who got along with everyone. When a reporter went to see her one time, she told him, "When they get shorthanded in the kitchen here, I always offer to help out, but they never let me do it." In 1965, after serving 10 years of her sentence, she died from leukemia. She was 59 years old. It's thought she murdered 11 people in total. March 11, 2004. A Canadian family in Vancouver have just finished a delicious dinner of pork loin wrapped in smoked bacon when a provincial health official appears on the TV and announces some very worrying news. That meal that they just wolfed down might have had a secret ingredient: the flesh and guts of numerous murdered women, meat that might make them seriously ill. When they heard that news, one of Canada's most prolific and demented serial killers was in custody. No thanks to the Canadian cops who seemed to always allow this guy to keep on killing. Did they? That's doubtful, but what is not doubtful is that this is one of the most disturbing, perplexing, and nauseating serial killer cases in history. A story that might contain some extremely dark secrets. Robert Pickton was a meat lover. His entire life was centered around meat, almost from the day he was born. Seems he couldn't get enough of the stuff, and he certainly wasn't too picky about where it came from. Born on October 24, 1949, Pickton cut his teeth on the family pig farm 17 miles to the east of downtown Vancouver. As with many serial killers, his childhood was far from pleasant. To understand the extremely revolting things you'll hear in this show, you need to know what shaped this madman. He wasn't always a monster. Little Robert, or Willie as he was unaffectionately known, was molded into a beast by perhaps the worst parents a boy could ever have. Willie and his young brother David grew up on the farm, while their sister Linda was sent away when she was young. Her parents said the farm life wasn't suited for a young girl. They were absolutely right. This story is about Willie, but bear in mind as we tell you this tale that his siblings might have also embraced a dark streak. Willie and David slaved away on the pig farm from a very young age. Their father, Leonard, born in England in 1896, was a very violent man. He ignored the kids as much as possible, interacting with them only to dish out the occasional physical and psychological abuse. Leonard was not a nice man, evident in one story that Willie would tell police many years later. It was about this time that he was 12 and bought a 3-week-old calf. He liked the calf and made it his pet. Then one day he came home from school and it wasn't there. He asked his dad about it and he was told, "Oh, it must have got out." Willie replied, "How can it get out the door?" His father remained silent. Willie ran to the barn where he found his half-butchered pet hanging from a meat hook. He told his mother Louise, "I was going to keep that calf for the rest of my life and now it's gone." Crying, he told her, "I was going to sleep with it." He loved that calf, which was now a butchered piece of meat. Somewhere in the kid's mind, the trauma he experienced had connected love and violence, affection and slaughter. He would tell this story later in life as if that pet calf was the most important thing that ever happened to him. He explained to detectives that losing his beloved calf made him realize from a young age, life goes around and around. You're only here today, you're not here tomorrow. You should keep those details in mind, since Willie's actions later in life are still a matter of debate. His childhood might hold the keys to what is a very murky mystery. Unsurprisingly, these kids stayed away from their father, but their mother, Louise, born in Alberta in 1912, was also the embodiment of parental mismanagement. This gruesome guardian was loud, controlling, and obnoxious. She didn't look too good for her age, her balding head usually covered by a scarf, hair sprouting out of her chin, and her mouth containing just a few rotten teeth. She wouldn't have looked or sounded out of place in the movie Deliverance. She called Willie slow, a boy she believed was not quite right in the head, blaming the fact that when he was born, his umbilical cord had wrapped around his neck and cut off his oxygen. All she ever seemed to do was shout at him. She was often heard screaming, "Get over here, now!" and he always came running. She worked both kids like coal miners, up at dawn every day to slop out the pig feces. 200 pigs plus the 8 cows the kids had to slop out and milk in the morning. Both kids stank like something rotten, since Louise never taught them the importance of regular bathing. Willie was taunted in school for that. The other kids at Millside Elementary named him Stinky Piggy, and when he got home, he was faced with more hard work, often witness to the slaughtering of livestock. Death was always around him, but blood and guts didn't bother young Willie. When the adults were angry at him, he'd sometimes go hide under the gutted pig carcasses. Forevermore, death, blood, and viscera would, for Willie, be associated with safety. The Pictons were very well known in their town, Port Coquitlam, population 50,000, for having one of the biggest pig farms and slaughterhouses in the area. If you wanted pork, L.F. Picton Ranch Poultry and Pigs was the place to go. When people visited, they'd see the feral, unwashed kids running around a house that always seemed on the verge of collapse. This they couldn't understand. Everyone knew the Pictons had money from selling land. It was as if they enjoyed living in abject filth. Pigs, chicken, ducks, dogs, and the occasional cow wandered around the house, leaving dirt and excrement behind. A farmer who lived nearby later recalled, "It was just one shack after another made up of scraps of lumber. I didn't go down there, it was so repulsive." Willie, who had a good memory despite his low IQ, later recalled how when he was 2, there was no running water in the house. At that time, his bedroom was a converted chicken coop where he could lift a floorboard under his bed and get cold water from the spring below. Despite the obvious maltreatment, Louise said she loved Willie dearly. She protected him from his father. She doted on him when she wasn't treating him like a slave, feeling sorry for her boy who was put into the special education class at school due to low grades and the fact that he looked and smelled like an animal and didn't talk like other kids who wore nicer clothes. Many of those kids were the children of doctors who worked at the local Essendale mental hospital. One of them many years later admitted, "We were all terrible to the Pictons, especially Robert. No one liked Stinky Willie in school, so he was surprised one day when a girl named Lisa started being nice to him." Willie was working in the store his family had on Shaughnessy Street in Port Coquitlam, a shop they named the Meat Locker. That day, he stared at Lisa, her face slightly unique as her mother was Chinese and her father Caucasian. She smiled back at him. The smell didn't repulse her, so he gave her a free hot dog. Many years later, he'd meet Lisa again. They'd become good friends. She was probably his only friend. Lisa would also hold some of the keys that we talked about that may solve the mystery of Willie. More on that later. Rather than waste his time at school, Louise pulled him out when he was 14. He continued working at the farm and also worked as a butcher, slaving away in the back cutting meat all day. Willie became very skilled at this. One of the pivotal moments in his life came when his brother David was 16 and learning to drive. For whatever reason, David somehow didn't see a kid walking down the road. The kid was 14-year-old Tim Barrett, who was hit so hard the truck was badly bashed up. Seemed as if David had not even slowed down or braked. Instead of doing the right thing and telling the cops, David sped off and went to tell his mother. She raced out to the accident scene, looked at the kid, who she thought was obviously dead, and rolled him into a water-filled ditch about 10 yards from the road. This had a big impact on David and Willie, who already had a warped sense of right and wrong. Tim's parents, Philip and Lois Barrett, reported their son missing. His body was found the next day. The disturbing thing about this is the autopsy revealed he died from drowning, not the injuries sustained when he was hit, although there were significant head injuries and a fractured pelvis. Even so, the pathologist said those injuries would not have killed Tim. Louise was now a killer. David was an accessory, and Willie learned a thing or two about ethics and accountability. David and his mom were both exposed in the investigation due to a mechanic telling police he'd fixed the Pictons' truck. But in the end, Luis wasn't charged with a crime, and David only got 4 years probation after being sentenced at a juvenile court. Many years later, Willie would tell this story about how his mother pretty much got away with murder. In 1978, Willie's father, Leonard, passed away at the age of 91, the same year that a fire at the farm killed hundreds of pigs. Then, a year later, Luis also passed away. The kids, including the sister, inherited the land that was worth a substantial amount of money. They also each received about $90,000, around $380,000 in today's money. That was small change though. The farm and its land were now worth close to $1 million, or $4.2 million today. Willie, who was now 20, was suddenly rich, but he remained at the farm as his mother had requested in her will. Now all the animals were his. He still barely took care of the place and never really got into the old hygiene thing, but he did make some changes. One of those changes was taking care of the animals he loved. When his favorite horse, Goldie, died, he decapitated it and took the head to a taxidermist. Goldie's stuffed head was still on his bedroom wall years later when the horrors of the Picton farm came to light. Willie had never had a girlfriend. The girl in his family's meat shop, Lisa, was about the closest he'd come to falling in love. The puppy kind, at least. Willie was aware that girls were disgusted by him, the pig boy who smelled like feces. So he found pen pals. Pen pals didn't know what he smelled or looked like. Just prior to his parents dying, the teenager Willie fell for Connie Anderson, a girl he was writing to in Pontiac, Michigan. He took a few long road trips to the US where he called on the pen pals in Chicago, Kansas City, and St. Louis. But it was with Connie, a rather heavy-set girl, that he found true love. The two were both oddballs and not popular amongst their peers. They didn't bother with bars and restaurants, they just drove around all the time. Willie spent 5 weeks with her, and they later got engaged despite never sleeping with each other. The only thing Willie had slept with until then was pigs he sometime had to slaughter. He seemed to have trouble differentiating women from swine, which may have been why he and Connie never reached third base. Fourth base, with Willie, usually meant the meat grinder. One night he told her he couldn't leave the farm forever. He had to go. Years later he told the police she was supposed to come up, but she never did. Neither did he ever go back to Pontiac. Well, that's life, Willie told interrogators decades later. Life comes around and goes around. And in between, for Willie at least, there's a fair amount of bloodshed and pain. He was almost ready, primed to kill, to become a slaughterer and a meat man who would shock the world. Back at the farm, Willie did something unexpected. He opened the place up to the Hells Angels gang that hung around the area. From then on, there were wild parties at the farm. The bikers turned some of it into a chop shop and held cockfights in the barns. For them, Willie was just a weirdo sitting on a lot of money. As long as he let them party, they were good to him. They called the place Piggy Palace, always dumbfounded by Willie's relationship with his pigs, especially his 600-pound boar that would run wild around the place. They called Willie weird and slow. They laughed at him behind his back, but they sure did appreciate the use of his place. It was through the bikers and the parties that Willie met many women who worked the streets and most of the rundown areas of Vancouver. They partied with the bikers, often given the substances that got them through their day. Willie was equally as kind. Well, he seemed kind at first. In the daytime, Willie would take his meat to West Coast Reduction Rendering Facility, where the non-edible parts would be rendered into grease to make soap, candy, and cosmetics. Some of it was turned into pet food. Unbeknownst to the facility, it might have been part human. At nighttime, the parties would get louder and louder. This was kind of legal. In 1996, Willie and David registered a non-profit organization they named Piggy Palace Good Times Society, stating that it was for special events, functions, dances, shows, and exhibitions. It was more like a rave organization in which the brothers used a converted building at the pig farm for hundreds of people to party in, including a regular cast of downtown Vancouver's East Side prostitutes. One of the parties drew 1,800 people. Young folks danced away the night, oblivious to the danger they were in. It was fertile ground for a serial killer. The brothers fell foul of the law a few times, sometimes for violating city zoning ordinance and other times for holding parties with too many people and for not writing up mandatory financial statements. But Willie didn't cross in the radar of cops for his more violent proclivities until 1997, after he stabbed a prostitute named Wendy Lynn Eistetter. Willie was now 48. This woman was certainly not the first that Willie hurt, but it was the first time he got caught. He was sloppy. Her experience tells us something about how Willie worked. He picked Wendy up on the street in eastern downtown Vancouver and offered her $100. She became suspicious when she saw a bra in his van. but she went to his house, which she called a pigsty. She later said something didn't feel right. She explained, "I asked him for a telephone book and he showed me a telephone book. And as I was leaning over the desk looking up a phone number, I could feel behind me." The next thing she knew, there was a handcuff on her arm, but she fought him, managing to pick up a knife, stabbing him near his throat. He screamed, "You bleep, you got me good." He subsequently picked up a knife and stabbed her in the abdomen. The next thing she knew, they were outside fighting near his truck. He had her in his arms as she pleaded, "I have a family. I'll give you $1,000 if you let me go." She said he suddenly became heavy against her body as if he were passing out from blood loss. She ran for it, leaving him staggering in the driveway. She was picked up on the highway at 1:45 a.m., seen by the driver Ben Streleski and his girlfriend. She was handcuffed, covered in blood, and holding a knife, quite a frightening sight for the couple. The last thing Wendy remembers saying to them was, "In case I die, tell them that I stabbed him in the neck." She didn't die. Willie was charged with attempted murder and released on a $2,000 bond after telling the cops she tried to steal from him and had gone bananas in the process. A few months later, the case was dismissed, which was not unusual for cases involving so-called women of the night. The cops later had to explain this to a disgruntled public, and they admitted they dropped the cases because such women with addiction problems didn't make good witnesses. This would come back to bite the Canadian police big time. Many prostitutes went to the farm. They'd often knew something dark lurked amongst the piles of animal excrement and broken shacks. They'd heard about Weird Willie, who mostly kept a low profile at the parties. It was common knowledge amongst the sex workers that Piggy Palace was a dangerous place, but they went there anyway, knowing the booze and whatever else often came free, or at least for favors. When they arrived there for the first time, they were greeted by a sign at the farm entrance that read, "This property protected by pit bull with AIDS." Willie couldn't even get the English right. One woman who went there one time later said that farm was the dregs of the earth. It was a hellhole. She said women went anyway just for what was on offer. She said the cops always knew about what went on there, but they left the place alone for some reason. They could have shut it down whenever they wanted to, but they didn't. Many women who survived that farm still wonder why. In the 1980s and the 1990s, scores of women went missing in Vancouver, many of whom worked the streets at night. Such women have been called the less dead, meaning that when they die, no one really cares about them. In the eyes of society, they hardly existed when they were alive, and when they went missing, they still barely existed. They were less dead in the eyes of the law and in the eyes of conventional society, despite their vulnerability and hardships. After all, they hung out on the east side of downtown, a place known as Low Track and Canada's Skid Row. This 10-block section of the city was an absolute wasteland, where the sidewalks were covered with the rubber and spiked jetsam the women in the attics had dumped in the night. Pimps strolled among the many liquor stores and pawn shops. Biker gangs and Asian cartels openly flaunted their wares. Oddballs like Willie were invisible in this civic failure. Within those 10 blocks were the highest rates of HIV infection in the whole of North America. Young runaways, sometimes referred to as Twinkies, would often end up there. It was the last stop on the line of a broken life for many, the plug hole of society that sucked in the tormented and traumatized. No gutter was deeper and dirtier than the east side of downtown. These mean streets were a neglected and rejected gaping wound oozing human pus that presented some troubling questions about modern Western society. And because of Willie and his victims, soon those questions would have to be confronted. The women talked amongst themselves about this girl or that girl who went out for a job and never returned. The pimps started to wonder what was going on when this happened time and again. We're not talking about a handful of women here. We're talking about dozens of women over the years. One of them was Rebecca Guno, who on a hot summer's day in 1983 vanished from downtown East Side, never to be seen again. By the time Vancouver's World Fair happened in 1986, aka Expo 86, more women had gone missing. Some of them last seen at the intersection of Main and Hastings, the bottom of rock bottom. A face often seen lurking around that intersection was Willie Picton, the weird guy who held those huge parties at his rundown farm. 43-year-old Sherry Rail went missing, followed by 33-year-old Elaine Auerbach, who told her buddies that she was moving to Seattle but never arrived. Then there was Teresa Ann Williams, a 26-year-old Aboriginal woman who went missing in July 1988, but was only reported missing in March 1989. There was a hiatus of over a year until a 40-year-old psychiatric patient named Ingrid Suet vanished. In 1992, 39-year-old Kathleen Watley went missing. There was another break, and 3 years later, 47-year-old Catherine Gonzalez vanished into thin air. She wasn't reported missing until February 9, 1996. It took 7 months for 32-year-old Catherine Knight to be reported missing, who disappeared shortly before Dorothy Spence, a 36-year-old Aboriginal woman. That Christmas, 23-year-old Diana Melnick also vanished. The youngest victim at the time was Stephanie Lee, a 20-year-old woman who just vanished after being treated for psychosis. Tanya Holyoke was just 24, and Olivia Williams was just 22 when they disappeared around the same time. Unbelievably, a woman named Janet Henry survived a close call in the 80s with a serial killer named Clifford Olson, and on June 28, 1997, she also disappeared. After a 29-year-old black woman named Sarah Jane DeVries vanished in 1998, police found her diary. In it, she'd written, "I feel like I've come a long way on my journey. I feel like I've overcome a lot of stuff." Inspector Kim Rossmo of the Vancouver Police figured around 40 women had gone missing, most of them from the downtown east side. Even so, police still weren't sure the many missing women had been murdered. Rossmo employed a new geographic profiling technique, but despite the huge number of deaths, the case never became a major murder investigation. It was believed such women often go missing and then turn up in some other place like LA or Vegas. The cops were very wrong, but they didn't even have one body at this point. They had no forensic evidence. It didn't help matters that some of the sex workers and the gangs and the pimps were reluctant to speak with them, for good reason of course. The police then went to the families of some of the missing women in an attempt to attain their DNA. They entered the DNA into databases in North America, trying to match it with the DNA of Jane Doe's from Alberta to Arizona. They checked the hospitals, mental health facilities, drug rehabilitation facilities, and witness protection programs, and they came up empty-handed. These women really had vanished off the face of the planet. And as the years passed, 97, 98, 99, more women disappeared. Julie Young, aged 31, Angela Jardine, 28, Michelle Gurney, 30, Marcella Creason, 20. The latter was released from jail on December 27, 1998, and was not seen after. Her mother and her boyfriend waited for her at their apartment, where they cooked her a belated Christmas feast. Some men were questioned, men who had a history of violence, but none of them, it seemed, had anything to do with the disappearances. The cops checked the Downtown East Side Youth Activities Society's bad date file, where women had filed many pages regarding men to avoid. Willie's name was not on that list, mostly because if you met him, you were dead. One thing the police should have done is listen to 37-year-old Bill Hiscox. This widower had almost lost his life through alcohol after his wife passed, but his sister saved him when she helped him land a job at P&B Salvage in Surrey, southeast of Vancouver. The owners of this firm were Robert William Willie Picton and David Picton. When Hiscox collected his weekly paychecks, he had to go to the Port Coquitlam pig farm, which he later described as a creepy-looking place where the equally creepy and quiet Willie Picton parked his beloved converted bus with deeply tinted windows. But what bothered Hiscox was the wild parties and the fact that so many sex workers turned up there. He'd read about the missing women in the newspapers, and then when he heard about Willie's stabbing charge, he thought about something else. What he told the police hotline was all the purses and IDs that are out there in his trailer and stuff. Hiscox first gave that information to the hotline anonymously, but later he met with a detective, a man we'll discuss in detail later. That detective told him that he'd pushed the investigation all the way to the top of the police force, but after that cop was transferred off the case, the brothers were filed as persons of interest and left alone. The farm was not surveilled, which was a god-awful pity because Willie took a lot more women there in the 90s. In fact, cops were now pulling up names of missing women. There must have been over 50. Even so, it seemed at times the Vancouver Sun newspaper cared more about those women than the police. The cops were still unwilling to call this a serial murder case. If it were, it would have been the worst serial killing case in Canada's history. It took until 2001 for the police to finally form the Missing Women Task Force. By now, they had 54 missing women, possibly as many as 70, who'd all disappeared from the same area in the 80s and 90s. And so 18 years too late, Canada's largest murder investigation finally began. Even so, they still issued a statement to the public saying, "We're in no way saying there's a serial murderer out there. We're in no way saying that all these people missing are dead." It seemed to many people at the time, especially the women still working the streets, that the cops didn't want to admit they'd allowed a serial killer to remain loose for almost 2 decades. The Picton men's names stood out, both of whom had a rap sheet. They then looked at a 1998 report when Bill Hiscox had phoned Crime Stoppers about the farm. 14 more women had gone missing since then. Police noted that Hiscox had accused Willie of being a sicko. He told him in 1998 about those 10 purses he'd seen with his own eyes, and he explained that Willie had once bragged about being able to easily dispose of bodies. He explained a friend of Willie's, the mixed-race Chinese Caucasian woman named Lisa Yelds, had told him that she'd seen women's bloody clothing at the farm, as well as various women's belongings. This was free hot dog Lisa from Willie's childhood. She suggested to Hiscox that the belongings might be Willie's trophies. Even worse, Hiscox heard that Willie got rid of these women with his meat grinder and possibly sold the meat to the public. That might have sounded like too much of a tall story back to the cops in '98, but in 2001, they realized they should look into this again. It wasn't until 2002 that there was a breakthrough, and even that was accidental. A rookie police officer was the first policeman to find something notable on the farm. It seemed the homicide detectives were still stalling, but this rookie cop got a warrant to search the farm for illegal guns, not pieces of ground-up women. He found the guns, but he also found a bunch of personal items belonging to women, including an asthma inhaler on which was printed the name of one of the missing women. So it was this young cop, who wasn't even on the murder case, that was the cause of the subsequent forensic search of the entire farm. A farm, by the way, that was worth about $70 million. Why this guy lived in such squalor, police just couldn't fathom. What they eventually found at the farm were the remains of at least 27 women, parts of them in the freezers and lots of them mulched up into pig feed. Worse, it seemed to cops that Willie had used human flesh and whatever other parts for pork products. Even so, it wasn't until 2004 that officials appeared on TV warning Canadians they might well have become unwitting cannibals. "Don't worry," said one official, explaining that they'd probably not get sick from it and they'd only possibly contract hepatitis B if they hadn't cooked the pork well enough. Given the size of Willie's operation, there were a lot of sick Canadians for a few weeks after that announcement, especially when the Canadian government ordered a federal health risk assessment study to understand if people who ate the part human meat could have come into contact with viruses, bacteria, and parasites, or contracted diseases such as HIV and hepatitis. Both these diseases were very common in Vancouver among the highly stigmatized prostitutes. They concluded the risk was low to medium, but that didn't make people feel much better. Willie had been murdering and selling meat products for 20 years, so God knows how many people were reluctant cannibals if he had put victims into his products. It was a great time to be a vegetarian in the Vancouver area. People asked how the hell police had let this go on for so long. They'd heard about Hiscox and the fact that many women had died after he told police what he knew. Maggie Guile, known on the streets as Crazy Jackie, told the press 27 of her buddies were confirmed murdered and over 50 were missing. She added, "There are many more that the police won't add to the list. Whole buildings of women have disappeared, but no one's looking for them." Many of the victims weren't white, which led to accusations of racism and sexism. One thing was for certain, those women were less dead in the eyes of the cops. Now let's talk about Willie's interrogation. At the station, Willie is quiet, giving 1 or 2 word answers to questions, only to explode with vivid descriptions of his past when he starts to talk about his dead calf or how his father was harsh with him. To his interrogators, he seems a few sandwiches short of a picnic, as the saying goes. Willie refers to himself as the Pig Man, seemingly impressed when telling investigators repeatedly that his face is in the newspapers. At one point, he stares at the poster board with pictures of dozens of missing women he supposedly murdered and churned up. After being asked about them, he turns to Sergeant Bill Forty and says, "There's so many millions of people out there. They look so much alike, and everything else you know." Then he starts talking about how he was once mauled by a bull and another time chased by a black bear. Instead of discussing the case, he explains to the bemused cops, "That was a scary feeling, that one," referring to the bull attack. "Turn the other hoof, and if your arm's out there, rip your arm right off." Talking about once trying to split up 2 boars while fighting over a sow in heat, he excitedly explains, "I got in between them, and then they went after me. Got all slashed up." What on earth did the police have on their hands here? "Those are the good old days," Willie says. "Those are the days when I could say I got scars and really enjoyed myself, all black and blue." Detective Forty cuts in. "You do know you're never going back to that farm or that life." Willie then says there's nothing he likes about the farm anyway. Meanwhile, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police were saying that in the last 2 decades, 144 prostitutes had been murdered or are missing in British Columbia, with foul play suspected. Soon, Vancouver will be sued for not doing their job. Families of victims will come forward to reprimand the cops, who certainly would not have acted in the same fashion had scores of middle-class women gone missing. The farm was fenced off as forensics did their job. It was thought many of the bodies had already been eaten or were possibly sitting in someone's freezer somewhere, in parts anyway. In Willie's house, they found what looked like instruments of torture, kinky devices, and syringes filled with liquid. They found parts of a woman in a wood chipper. It seemed that Willie had strangled most of them, possibly after knocking them out with a substance, maybe windshield cleaner, after which he slaughtered them the same way he did his pigs. According to the court transcripts, he told an undercover police officer, "I filled the syringes up with antifreeze, and you inject this stuff and you're dead in about 5 to 10 minutes. He also likely shot some of the victims, and many of them had their bones cut with Willie's handheld reciprocating saw. But many of the women, the very last shreds of them, were missing completely, leading some people to question if Slow Willie was being set up. Canadian news outlets did not discuss the very worst details. AP issued a report asking anyone who may still have frozen pork products from Picton's farm to return those products to the police. More shock followed when a woman named Lynn Ellingson came forward and said she'd once seen Willie skinning a woman hanging from a meat hook. She was blackmailed by Willie and didn't say anything anyway out of fear for her life, but the friend at the time had tipped off the police. This friend told them that Willie made strange meat, and he explained in detail how Ellingson had seen Willie strip a body down. She told him she was surprised when she saw that human fat was yellow, not white. The testimony sounded like the real thing. Detective Constable Lorimer Shenner was the one who took the tip and the one who'd first dealt with Hiscox in 1998. But he said as much as he wanted to search the farm, he couldn't because it fell under the jurisdiction of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. They apparently talked with Ellingson on 2 occasions, but each time she remained silent. Shenner later said that the RCMP visited the farm but were told to come back when Willie and David weren't so busy. For whatever reason, they actually did that. They interviewed Willie again, and he told them that they could search the farm, but according to Shenner, they never even returned. God knows why. The investigation was botched with a capital B. Shenner said he had nightmares because of those missing women, and later he had to be taken off the case due to PTSD. This also slowed the investigation down as Shenner was on to Willie more than anyone else was. In total, there were more than 40,000 photos taken of the crime scene. 235,000 items were taken from the farm, while the lab received a massive 600,000 exhibits. For the prosecution, 98 testified, and another 30 testified for the defense. It was a long and gruesome trial. Willie admitted to killing 49 women, but not at trial. He told an undercover officer while in custody that he wanted to make it 50. He was charged with killing 26 and convicted of just 6 murders. He was found innocent of first-degree murder but guilty of second-degree murder, likely because the jury didn't think the prosecution had proved beyond any reasonable doubt that he'd planned the murders. The deputy chief constable of the Vancouver Police Department apologized, saying in a statement, "I wish from the bottom of my heart that we would have caught him sooner. I wish that all the mistakes that were made we could undo, and I wish that more lives would have been saved." More people came forward to say they knew Willie. Some had survived the usually deadly encounter with him. In 1985, he picked out a sex worker named Tracy Bunyan. He took her back to the disgusting trailer, which she immediately saw was stacked with women's clothes. Willie physically hurt her, but then drove her back to the city, warning her on the way that he was giving her one more chance to clean up her act or she was getting it like the others. His belief that he was helping women was just an excuse to justify his perverted, murderous acts. There were other survivors, such as Lenore, not her real name, a self-described hardcore alcoholic who was in and out of foster homes all her childhood, experiencing the most horrific kind of existence a child could have. She said Willie picked her up in a white van, but when she saw the rear seats had been removed, she knew something was wrong. She asked him to stop the car, but he kept driving, and in the end, she had to jump out. She later saw Willie's face in the newspaper. In 2007, Judge Justice James Williams sentenced Willie to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years, meaning his parole date is coming up soon, in 2035. Willie is 73 now, currently serving out a sentence at Port Cartier Maximum Security Prison in Quebec, where he still claims he's innocent. In 2008, David Picton and Linda Wright sued the Attorney General and Solicitor General of British Columbia. They said the police destroyed much of the farm in their search, saying they disturbed, disrupted, killed, and destroyed various plants, trees, ground covers, and other vegetation. They'd been pretty quiet about their brother, which isn't surprising given that the 4 children of 4 victims had sued them, saying they knew all along what their brother was doing on that farm. Many serious allegations have been made against David over the years, but he's denied everything and filed statements of defense. In 2016, the book Willie wrote in prison titled Picton in His Own Words, was published after the manuscript was smuggled out of the prison. The book was soon withdrawn due to the public outcry. In the book, he claimed the Royal Canadian Mounted Police made him a fall guy for the murders. He stated that some of the body parts found on his farm were in cars he'd bought at a police auction, and that some women were killed by the Hells Angels when he held those parties. He even claimed that the blood of one victim that police found on a mattress was nothing but spilled wallpaper glue. But before the book was taken down, a reviewer said it was incoherent, illiterate ranting, while another reviewer said it is tedious and boring drivel filled with tirades against the police, asinine theories about the Hells Angels. Nothing Willie says in the book sounds remotely true, but he has some conspiracy theorists on his side. They've asked why did the Vancouver cops not investigate the case for so long, even when they'd been told about the women's purses and a sicko who stripped the flesh of a woman. Why wasn't the farm at least put under police surveillance? If he murdered 49 or even 26, they say it's strange that even with the most advanced forensics equipment, they could only convict Willie of 6 murders. Willie himself managed to write to people from prison. In one of the letters filled with umpteen spelling mistakes, he said, "I, myself, is not from this world, but I am born into this world through my earthly mother, and if I had to change anything, I would not, for I have done no wrong." He also kept writing to the Canadian media, making cryptic claims that there was more to the story than everyone knew. Still, he never managed to convince anyone he was innocent. Willie was also a compulsive liar. He once told a cellmate that as a killer, he was bigger than the ones in the States, likely in reference to the likes of serial killers John Wayne Gacy or Ted Bundy. This might have been one time that he told the truth. It's the mid-1990s in Baltimore, a city so ravaged by drugs and violence some sections resemble a dystopian movie. It's close to one of those rundown places where a tall 450-pound man named Joe Matheny runs an open-pit pork and beef stand on the weekends. It's so popular that on some afternoons people queue up to be served one of his famous tasty burgers. What they don't know is that a couple of years after they consumed that delicious piece of meat encased between 2 lightly grilled buns, they'll discover they were eating people. As with many of our serial killer stories, we'll start with childhood, since in most cases, it's during the criminal's formative years where you find clues as to what drove the person to do what they did. The problem with Matheny's story is that there are conflicting reports. Matheny himself said his childhood wasn't a happy one at all. He said his alcoholic father often abandoned the family when he was just a kid, and his mother was hardly ever around because she worked double shifts in an effort to look after her 6 children. His conclusion is that he was neglected. Maybe that's true, maybe it wasn't. When he was eventually arrested for his crimes, he said he hadn't seen any of his brothers or sisters for many years, and both his mom and pop were dead. This wasn't true. His mother was found, and she said, "Maybe he just wishes I was. He pushed his family away a long time ago." She explained how it was true that her son just took off, but his family life wasn't all that bad, and he was an intelligent kid. She denied that he'd ever been in any foster homes, where he actually said he'd passed around plenty of them. What is certain, though, is that he had a homicidal rage that drove him to commit some very heinous crimes, and in his own words, enjoyed it. It's also true that from a young age he spent just about all his time taking drugs, namely heroin and crack cocaine. What led to his addiction, we can't say, but things started to go wrong for him when he was 6. That's when his father crashed his car and died. From then on, his mother worked pretty hard night and day, sometimes as a waitress, sometimes as a barmaid, sometimes as a canteen truck driver. Despite being a very large kid, he was scared of violence and didn't like to fight when prompted to do so. He wasn't a mean kid at all. He was always polite to everybody, his mother later said. He was also bright at school, but instead of pursuing academic success, he joined the army. After serving in Germany, he said he was sent to Vietnam. It's there, he said, he was introduced to heroin, and that's how he got his taste for opioids. Still, there is some doubt if he ever served in Vietnam. What is a nailed-on fact is that in the mid-70s he was already a junkie. That's when he lost all contact with his family. His mother later said, "He just kept drifting further and further away. I think the worst thing that ever happened to him was drugs." It's a sad, sad story. Sad indeed, because this once bright kid turned heroin and crack fiend was about to cozy up to doing very, very bad things, as the body of headless young women would prove, among other terrible crimes he committed. To know when all this violence started, we can look to Matheny's long confessional pieces of writing. He said that July 1994 was when he finally lost the plot. Sure, he was known before that as a heavy drinking, drug-talking man who liked to hang around some of the meanest streets, but those that knew him ironically as Tiny said he was always friendly and polite. That July, something snapped in him. He got home one day to find his wife and son gone. She'd taken away anything of value from the house and vanished. This is how Matheny described it. "I was a truck driver. I was working overtime this one night. Then I got off and went home as I always did. But when I opened the door and turned on the light, I noticed there was nothing there." He said he didn't care much that she was missing since, like him, her main focus in life revolved around little hard white rocks that provided a temporary feeling of euphoria. What drove him mad was the fact that she'd taken his kid with her. Matheny says 6 months later she was busted for drugs along with the man that had become her pimp. The child was subsequently moved into care and his wife and her pimp were back out on the streets. Matheny explained, "I took it upon myself, with the hatred I had for these two who lost my son, to go looking for them. I'd found out from someone that they were going under that bridge and getting high with some homeless." The place he mentioned was actually a home to a kind of tent city underneath Baltimore's Hanover Street Bridge. There, he didn't find his wife, but he did see two men that, in his own words, were passed out on some stinking mattress. They were Randall Brewer and Randy Piker, and they both died after Matheny bludgeoned them with an axe. That same night, he says he lured a woman down to the same spot on the promise of some free drugs. He said in exchange for information about his missing wife, she could get high on his account, except she was not forthcoming with any information. For that, Matheny killed her. Not long after, he lured another vulnerable drug addict down to the bridge and killed her too. The bodies were mounting up, and then another person became the victim of Matheny's rage. Just as he was trying to dispose of the two women's bodies, he noticed that a man who was fishing had spotted him. Matheny let go of the body, picked up a steel pipe, and raced down toward the man. Matheny explained how it went after that. "That was a very busy night for me. 5 murders within about 7 hours. I washed up in that river, cleaned up the crime scene as much as I could, and then left. 2.5 weeks later, I was arrested and charged with the murders of the 2 men I chopped up." You're probably wondering now how this extremely violent man managed to make people into burgers after being arrested for murder. The plain answer is after spending 18 months in Baltimore City Jail, the case was thrown out of court because of lack of evidence. Once a free man, he got his old job back as a forklift driver at Joe Stein & Son Pallet Company. His boss was kind enough to let him live on the premises in a trailer. And that's where some terrible things happened. On the promise that he'd ensure no one broke into the factory, his boss handed him the keys. In Matheny's own words, the company was on a dead-end road and was very isolated. It was perfect for what I wanted to do. What he wanted to do was kill again. If the first murder spree had happened out of some kind of blind rage, now he wanted to do it because he discovered he'd enjoyed it. He admitted as much in court, saying, "I got a rush out of it. I got a high out of it. Call it what you want. I had no real excuse why other than I'd like to do it." Now we'll explain how his addiction to killing evolved. In the year 1995, a 23-year-old woman named Kimberly Spicer could be seen on a video taken by her sister when the two were visiting their father in a hospital prior to him having surgery. The sister asks Kim what she's doing since she looks to be in some sort of trance. Kim responds, "I'm looking out the harbor window wishing I was on the boat." Her dream of sailing away was likely due to the fact that she was addicted to crack cocaine. That's why, not long after that video was taken, she walked into the world of the man who was going to take her life. It's likely she met Matheny in a bar, the kind of place where he spent his $7 an hour when he wasn't out buying drugs. It was there that the predator scoured the faces of women looking for the most vulnerable. Thing was, no one expected him to be a killer. Kim had an older sister who worked in one of the bars where Matheny frequented. This sister once said nobody would have thought it. He was so mannerly, saying thank you and please all the time. My sister once even said she felt sorry for him. That was her fatal mistake, because one night she ended up in his trailer, and that was the last night of her life. Her body was later discovered buried not far from the trailer. This plot, if you can call it that, wasn't far away from the buried body of a prostitute that Matheny had murdered much earlier. That was the body of Kathy Ann Magaziner, a woman who Matheny killed, buried, but then for some warped reason exhumed her body to remove the head. He later said in court, "I just took the head and threw it in a box in the trash." He also later admitted to chopping up the bodies and storing some of the meat in Tupperware bowls, which he then put in a freezer. That's when he got the idea to start a meat stand on the weekends, and he'd offer burgers to passerbys and the occasional trucker. Again, you need to hear this from the horse's mouth. Matheny said, "I had a real roast beef and pork sandwich, and why not? They were very good. The human body taste is very similar to pork. If you mix it together, no one can tell the difference." He said everything was going great, explaining that the sandwiches, which people told him had a peculiar but amazing taste, were selling really well. Thing was, he ran out of his special meat. He went out once again to the streets looking for prey. He found what he was looking for when he met a young woman named Rita Kemper. She was happy to go back to his trailer and share his drugs, but when his giant frame got too close to her, she made a run for it. As you know, this trailer was in a dark place pretty much out of sight of everything, and although Kemper managed to get a certain distance away, he caught up with her and beat her. He dragged her kicking and screaming back to the trailer. Once there, he looked at her menacingly and said, "I'm gonna kill you and bury you in the woods with the other girls." He later admitted that it was after a momentary lapse of concentration that she escaped again, this time managing to find a way out of the nightmarish factory grounds. Matheny explained in detail how this happened. There was an 8-foot chain link fence with barbed wire on top of it around the front of the company. There was a stack of wooden pallets next to the fence about 10 feet high. He said she scaled those pallets like a monkey and then jumped the fence and ran down to the main road where some guy in a pickup truck picked her up and took her to a nearby gas station where they called the cops. He knew now that he was done. Matheny said he gathered all of Kemper's clothes and calmly walked to the gates that he'd earlier locked to prevent her from getting out. Just then a cop pulled up at a car. A man got out and pointed a gun at Matheny. In his own words, that's where it all came to an end. What Matheny failed to mention in his own story was what he said to the cop. This was Baltimore City Police Officer Timothy Utzig, who explained in court how their interaction went. As soon as Matheny was cuffed and in the back of the car, he looked at Utzig and said, "You don't have to be scared." Utzig, surprised seeing as Matheny was in handcuffs, said, "Don't worry, Val, I'm not scared." Matheny replied, "You ought to be." Kemper told the police that Matheny had told her he was going to kill her and bury her next to his trailer just as he'd done with the other 2 women. Sure enough, the police soon found the bodies, including one with a missing skull. Matheny told police that he'd killed more women and was indicted but not convicted for one of those confessions. It's likely in total he murdered 10 women, most of them drug addicts, the homeless, or prostitutes. Police just didn't have the evidence to convict him of any more murders, even though chances were he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, sometimes when the poorest and most vulnerable in society go missing, what some academics have called the less dead people, investigations are often lax or hardly even started. Less dead people are often not reported missing. The jury is still out as to if he really did kill that many people. His attorney, Margaret A. Mead, who once said he was kind and gentle when he spoke to her, thinks he likely did. She said in an interview, "I have no reason not to believe him. I've always found him to be forthright and honest. I think he's telling the truth." Matheny was sentenced to death in 1998, aged 43. That sentence was later overturned because of a technicality, and he was given life without the chance of parole. While incarcerated at the Western Correctional Institution, he was found dead in his jail cell just short of 20 years into his sentence. During his imprisonment, he'd put pen to paper many times, once offering the stark warning, "Next time you're riding down the road and you happen to see an open pit beef stand that you've never seen before, make sure you think about this story before you take a bite out of that sandwich. Sometimes you never know who you may be eating. Ha ha." In December 1978, Chicago police were just beginning to uncover the evidence of one of the most heinous crimes their city had ever seen, as body after body was pulled out from under the floorboards of a seemingly ordinary suburban home. Investigators realized that they were dealing with America's most evil serial killer. John Wayne Gacy, also known as the Killer Clown, had murdered more people than any one person in U.S. history at that point in time. John Wayne Gacy was a well-known and well-liked figure in his suburban community north of Chicago. He owned a successful construction business, attended church faithfully, and was involved in the local Polish community. He was married to his second wife and seemed to be a devoted stepfather to her 2 daughters. Through his position as a precinct captain for the Democratic Party, Gacy had the opportunity to meet and be photographed with First Lady Rosalind Carter in early 1978, the very same year that his horrific crimes would become public. At the time, though, Gacy was loved and admired by his neighbors, friends, and the police, and had been known for hosting elaborate parties for his entire neighborhood. Gacy's alter ego, Pogo the Clown, was often a feature of these parties, and neighbors recall that he seemed to enjoy dressing up in his clown costume and makeup and entertaining local children. But underneath Gacy's idyllic suburban life, he was hiding a dark past. Prior to moving to Chicago, Gacy had been living in Iowa, where he was arrested for assaulting 2 young men while his first wife was in the hospital giving birth to his child. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but after serving 18 months in jail, a now divorced Gacy was released on parole and received permission from the courts to relocate to Chicago for a fresh start. Soon, though, Gacy's community and the world at large would learn that these secrets paled in comparison to the sadistic double life that Gacy had been leading for years. After telling his second wife that he was bisexual, the 2 divorced in 1976, and Gacy, now free to indulge his most sick and twisted fantasies, soon learned that killing was more satisfying to him than anything else, and he would spend the next several years trying to get his fix in the most horrific ways. It all started to unravel for Gacy with the disappearance of Robert Piest. On December 11, 1976, Robert's mother arrived to pick him up from his shift at the pharmacy where he worked. When his shift ended, Robert told his mother that he was going to talk to a man about a potential construction job that would pay more than double what he was making at the pharmacy. He told her it would only take a few minutes and then they could go home and enjoy his mother's birthday celebration. She waited outside the pharmacy, but Robert never came back. His panicked mother went home and returned to the pharmacy with her husband, other children, and the family's 2 German shepherds, but they could find no sign of Robert. The worried family then drove immediately to the police station to report their son missing. Lieutenant Kozenczak, whose son attended the same high school as Robert, took their report. One of the first calls he made was to John Wayne Gacy. Gacy's friends and neighbors may have been oblivious to his dark past, but the police were not. Not only were they aware of his past convictions, but they had also received numerous complaints about Gacy in recent years. In 1975, after an employee of Gacy's construction company went missing, the man's family pleaded with police to investigate Gacy, but their pleas were ignored. In 1976, police had run surveillance on Gacy's home related to the disappearance of a 9-year-old boy, but they were unable to build a case against him. In 1977, a young man complained to the police about Gacy, alleging that Gacy had kidnapped him at gunpoint and assaulted him. Gacy was arrested and even admitted to his encounter with the young man, but he claimed that it was consensual and prosecutors declined to press charges. Police were also beginning to suspect that Gacy was behind a string of complaints about a man named John who had been cruising local parks and picking up young men, many of whom seemed to disappear after their encounter with John. Despite these incidents, Gacy had managed to stay one step ahead of the law so far, but his luck was about to run out. After Robert's family made their missing persons report, officers quickly realized that the man he had gone to see about a construction job must have been John Wayne Gacy. His construction company had just recently finished a renovation job at the very pharmacy where Robert had worked. The coincidence was too much to ignore, and this time the police seriously considered Gacy as a suspect in the disappearance of Robert Piest. Little did they know that this particular crime was just the tip of the iceberg, and they were about to uncover one of the most gruesome crime sprees in history. Lieutenant Kozenczak contacted Gacy and asked him to come into the police station for an interview. Gacy was cordial and agreed to come in, telling officers he could be there within half an hour. Hours went by with no sign of Gacy. Officers were beginning to get suspicious when at 3 a.m., Gacy suddenly appeared at the station. His arrival did little to calm their suspicions. Gacy was more than 4 hours late to his interview, and when he arrived, he was covered in mud and grime. The officer that Gacy had come to see wasn't available, so he was sent on his way. Later, officers would learn that Gacy's car had been towed from a snowbank near the Des Plaines River at 2 a.m. immediately before he arrived at the police station. Armed with this information, officers served Gacy with a search warrant when he returned the following day for his interview. He reluctantly handed over his keys and was detained at the station while officers searched his home. There, they found a receipt for a roll of film that Robert's family confirmed belonged to him. Police concluded that Robert had been in Gacy's home, but they could find no evidence of a crime, and so Gacy was released and placed under surveillance. The next day, officers found a ring that they linked to another missing boy, and employees of Gacy's construction company told police about 2 different employees of Gacy's who had mysteriously gone missing in recent months. A few days later, Gacy had the audacity to invite the officers on surveillance duty outside of his home inside for a cup of coffee. Once inside his home, both officers noticed the unmistakable stench of death. That same day, Gacy's lawyers filed a lawsuit against the police department for harassment, but before long, Gacy would have much bigger legal issues to worry about. While he was under 24-hour surveillance, officers witnessed Gacy selling marijuana to a gas station clerk, and they jumped on the opportunity to arrest him. While Gacy was in custody for drug-related charges, police officers threatened to tear up the floorboards in his home, prompting him to admit to murder. He tells officers that yes, he did kill a man in his home, but claims that it was self-defense. He shows police the exact spot under his garage where he buried the body, and during their search for the body, officers find a trap door leading to a crawl space under Gacy's home. Inside, amid the terrible stench of decay, officers find parts of at least 3 other bodies. Once he realized that the police had found the first bodies, Gacy cracked. In a rambling, hours-long confession in which he referred to himself in the third person, Gacy told police that John or Jack had killed at least 32 young men and that he had buried 27 of the bodies on his property, and he had disposed of the rest, including the body of Robert Piest in the Des Plaines River. In fact, Gacy had been dumping Robert's body in that same river on the night he was towed out of the snowbank before he showed up at the police station covered in mud. Gacy was charged with the murder of Robert Piest, although police had yet to find his body. By January 8, 1979, police had uncovered the remains of 29 bodies, but only 7 had been positively identified. Gacy was charged with the murders of 7 young men as police continued their efforts to identify the rest of the victims. Parents of missing boys from around the world contacted the Chicago police to find out if their sons were among Gacy's victims, and forensic specialists and dentists were called in to help identify the bodies using dental records, which in the time before DNA testing was the most reliable method of identifying victims. In April 1979, a grand jury indicted Gacy on a total of 33 murders, the largest number attributed to one person in U.S. history at the time. Throughout this, Gacy continued to give interviews to the police and even described his first murder to officers in gruesome detail. He admitted that he had stabbed his victim to death in his bedroom before burying him in the crawlspace, and police found a large blood stain on the underside of the bedroom carpet that matched his story. Investigators also found a red light and a police radio in Gacy's car, prompting them to conclude that he had posed as a police officer in order to kidnap his victims. As the trial date loomed, police had still not found Robert Piest's body, but they had found his jacket under the floor of Gacy's laundry room. In January 1979, during the height of the investigation into the killer clown, the Chicago Metropolitan Clown Guild held a press conference, stating that the Gacy investigation was negatively impacting the city's professional clowns. Parents were too afraid to have their children near a clown after the details of Gacy's crimes and his alter ego Pogo the Clown were made public. Gacy's friends and neighbors recalled that he frequently joked about how clowns can get away with murder, though at the time they thought he was referring to his tendency to grope women while in costume. Gacy's trial began on February 6, 1980. Due to the graphic nature of the crimes and the evidence, the judge banned anyone under the age of 16 from the courtroom. Gacy, who was facing the death penalty, pled not guilty to the charges, and his lawyers attempted to launch a defense based on insanity. But after a 5-week trial, it took the jury just 2 hours to find John Wayne Gacy guilty of the heinous murder of 33 young men. State Attorney Bernard Carey was quoted as saying, "He certainly qualifies for the death penalty. If he doesn't, who does?" Gacy was sentenced to death by lethal injection and sent to Menard Correctional Center to await his execution. Gacy would spend the next several years on death row while his automatic appeals were exhausted. During his time on death row, Gacy took up art, painting numerous creepy pictures, of course, of clowns. Several of Gacy's paintings were auctioned off along with other inmates' art to raise money to buy art supplies for prisoners. Years later, after Gacy's death, 2 local businessmen purchased 30 of these paintings and invited the families of his victims to destroy them in a public bonfire. After nearly 15 years on death row, all of Gacy's appeals were exhausted, and his execution date was set for May 10, 1994. Gacy's last meal consisted of fried shrimp, a pound of fresh strawberries, and a bucket of KFC chicken with fries. Prior to his murder spree and subsequent incarceration, Gacy had actually managed 3 KFC restaurants owned by his former father-in-law. As he was strapped into the gurney awaiting his execution, Gacy was asked if he had any last words. He snarled at his executioners, "Kiss my ass," and at 12:58 a.m. he was executed by lethal injection. At the time of Gacy's execution, only 26 of his 33 victims had been positively identified. The advent of DNA testing helped police identify more of Gacy's unknown victims, including the 2011 identification of William George Bundy, a Chicago man who told his family he was going to a party and was never seen again. To this day, 6 victims of the killer clown remain unidentified. As a direct result of Gacy's unthinkable crimes, Chicago police spearheaded the creation of a computerized database of missing and murdered children and youths to make it easier for various police departments across the country to communicate and share information in the hopes that similar crimes could be avoided in the future. John Wayne Gacy brutally murdered 33 young men and buried their bodies under the floorboards of his home. He had appeared to be a successful businessman and a pillar of his community, but neighbors would soon learn that appearances can be deceiving. Hiding behind the facade was America's most evil serial killer, John Wayne Gacy, the Killer Clown. The psychiatrist, a man named Bukanovsky, sits opposite Chief Investigator Burakov. Burakov hands him a photograph. "It's him," says Bukanovsky. "You can put that down as kill number 40. The photo glistens under a lamp as he lays it on the table. The victim is partially exposed. Both her eyes are missing. Bukanovsky knows the police are dealing with a man filled with an indescribable rage. He's as cruel as they come, maybe the worst ever, and he won't stop. This man is married to murder." When that scene we've just discussed took place, the police had almost given up hope of finding who they believed was Russia's first serial killer. Not only was his kill count incredibly high, but he did things to his victims that cops couldn't even bring themselves to tell loved ones when they got home. The term monster was certainly deserved. That's the reason they brought in a psychiatrist, someone who understood sexual rage. who could explain why a person would mutilate someone and derive carnal satisfaction from it. These were dark times indeed in Rostov, a place which gained the unfortunate epithet of the serial killer capital of the world. Moscow wasn't happy about bringing in an egghead to solve the crimes, and the cops themselves, for the most part, were a bit embarrassed. But what could they do? This killer needed to be stopped, and then they were shocked, almost appalled, when Bukhanovsky handed his profiling report in. It said, "You're not exactly looking for Hannibal Lecter, but your maniac is very well educated and getting on in years. And yes, he could definitely be cannibalizing his victims." It was only then that the police started looking in some of the right places. It's an assumption, mostly a faulty assumption, that serial killers should look like people on the edge and live like people on the edge. That they should stand out and not even be the guy next door who plays with his dogs and pushes his kids on the swings in the park. On the outside, Andrei Chikatilo looked like he lived a normal kind of life and didn't pose a danger to people. But he was in fact one of the most demented, deranged, and dangerous people that's ever walked the earth. We'll get around to some of his crimes soon, but what happened in this man's childhood needs to be talked about. He was born in 1936 in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. This was a time of famine when Soviet leader Joseph Stalin had introduced collective farming policies that had disastrous consequences. Chikatilo, along with his father and mother, were literally starving. When there was no bread to eat, they ate leaves and grass. When he was old enough to understand, his mother told him that before he was born, his brother Stepan had been kidnapped and eaten by starving neighbors. When his father went off to war and the Nazis occupied Ukraine, Chikatilo shared a single bed with his mother in what can only be described as a wretched hut. Many nights he wet the bed, after which his mother would teach him a lesson. It's a grim story, and it doesn't get much better after the war, since in Ukraine there was a post-war famine. In fact, young Chikatilo was so starved he often passed out at school. He was bullied for his meager size, and since he spent much of his life being humiliated by his mother, he wasn't exactly sociable with girls. His shyness became even worse when he discovered that even though he liked the opposite sex, he was impotent. He passed the entrance exam for Moscow State University. He dated, he remained impotent, and so the relationship didn't last long. This happened again after he joined the army. In fact, after his arrest, he said, "Girls were going behind my back, whispering that I was impotent. I was so ashamed. I thought no one would want such a shamed man. So I had to run away from there, away from my homeland." Away he went to Rostov-on-Don, where he landed a job as an engineer. He even married, but to conceive a child, he and his wife were forced to inseminate in a way that didn't involve penetration. Soon after, he obtained a degree in Russian literature and philology, and not long after that, he got a job teaching Russian literature. So yes, to onlookers, this man might have looked harmless, but of course he had some serious issues. Those issues were soon understood when students complained that Chikatilo had groped them. Other students had complained that they'd seen him fondling himself in class. He was removed from one teaching position only to get other teaching positions elsewhere. This man should have been on the radar of police, of course, and it's surprising he hadn't been sent to prison already. Never mind leave one school and be able to gain employment at another. We don't know the reasons why he was able to do this, but it was likely because exposure to a teacher's wrongdoings would have reflected badly on the school, which in turn would have reflected badly on the entire education system and Soviet-style education in general. But the students, or at least some of them, weren't putting up with it. Some of the boys beat him up while the parents complained on several occasions. Chikatilo was eventually pushed out of the schools, but he landed the perfect job for a killer, a purchaser for a company whose job required a lot of travel. This way, he could commit murders in various places as he was on the move. Prior to finding this job, he'd already murdered a girl. Her backpack was found close to a house that he'd bought. A witness said she'd seen a man fitting his description talking with the girl. Even blood spots were found near his house. But as would happen later in his life, police looked right through him. An upstanding Communist Party member, he simply didn't fit the profile of a deranged killer. Another man was later arrested for the crime, who himself had a history of violence. He hadn't killed the girl, though, and only confessed to the crime after some heavy-handed police interrogations. He had a watertight alibi for the night of the crime, but was eventually executed by firing squad for the murder that Chikatilo had committed. There is a gaping problem, of course, when police pacify the public and relatives of the victim when they announce that they've got their man, and they know they likely don't. It means the real killer is still on the loose and they've closed the case. The next murders involved killing women when he was away on business. He hadn't planned the murders, but when the urge took him, his monstrous side overwhelmed any amount of decency he had somewhere deep inside him. Each time, he'd find a woman or a girl, less so a young man or a boy walking the streets. He'd initiate a conversation and lure them to a quiet place such as a forest. There, he'd achieve his state of arousal by mutilating them with a knife, and sometimes with his teeth. Police discovered bodies that had been ripped almost from head to toe. Hence, the killer would later become known as the Rostov Ripper. Some of the victims were prostitutes or runaways, which is one of the reasons why Chikatilo got away with the crimes for so long. Much has been written about the so-called less dead people, who are usually poor folks whose death may not be a pressing concern for cops. Even so, Russian police were finding bodies in such terrible states they knew they had someone monstrous on their hands. Locals who knew about the cases started talking about a werewolf being on the loose. At the time, though, strict state-controlled media didn't talk about serial killers. In fact, they weren't supposed to be a thing in the Soviet Union. Moscow at first played down the possibility of a serial killer being among the people, saying that that kind of thing was a Western phenomenon. This is one reason why information about Chikatilo's crimes was suppressed, but in the end, Moscow had to admit that a terrible person was repeatedly killing and taking apart bodies bit by bit. An investigation ensued, even though the news media for the most part kept quiet about the madman on the loose. The forensic analyst Viktor Burakov, whose name we mentioned at the start of the show, was tasked with the heading of the investigation. After seeing an eyeless, eviscerated body of a girl lying in the undergrowth, he understood that he was dealing with no ordinary killer. Nonetheless, the cops thought that such savagery had to be the work of something darker than one man with a warped mind. They wondered if some group wasn't harvesting people's organs, and that's why the bodies were mutilated. Or maybe they thought a satanic cult was to blame. At the very least, they said that the killer had to have a history of serious mental illness. But as you know, this line of investigation didn't lead anywhere. As they looked into Satan worshippers and folks released from psychiatric wards with a history of violence, the bodies piled up. They also employed their heavy-handed tactics once more to interrogate suspects, some of whom were mentally disabled. Sure, they got confessions, but more bodies were found while they were in custody. Those confessions were only scrubbed from the record a year later. They just weren't looking for an educated traveling businessman, which was unfortunate because Chikatilo was tearing people apart in an astonishing frequency. Then, on September 13, 1984, he was spotted by police talking to a woman outside Rostov bus station. He looked suspicious, and so when he left, they followed him. After talking to more women and rubbing himself against some of them, they stopped him. In his bag was a knife and lengths of rope, as well as a tub of Vaseline. Not only did police discover his crimes as a teacher, but his description also matched the man last seen with one male victim. The cops took some of Chikatilo's blood, but on being told that it didn't match the type found on some of the victims, he spent some time in jail for a theft he'd committed, but then was once again a free man. He killed twice more in just a few months after his release from jail, each murder displaying the hallmarks of the Ripper. It was about this time that police stepped up their investigation, now stationing undercover female officers at areas where it was thought victims were being picked up. It was then when Russian authorities did something they'd never done before. They brought in a psychiatrist, Dr. Alexander Bukhanovsky, a man who was able to produce a criminal profile. This was some report, too, at 65 pages in total. In it, he explained that police were looking for what's called a necrosadist, meaning someone who is aroused by other people's pain and death. He surprised cops by saying this guy is well-educated and, unlike they assumed, in his autumn years, possibly around 50. Bukhanovsky called this person Citizen X, and so now police put together a Citizen X investigation team. This is what Bukhanovsky told them about serial killers. Many think that serial killers get pleasure from killing. This is not so. Their urge to kill is like breathing, it's irresistible. They want desperately to stop. Some are even relieved when they're finally caught. He told police they were looking for someone who had a very difficult childhood and had struggled to form meaningful relationships throughout his life. He also said the killer was likely impotent. The knife he used in killings was the replacement for his penis. Bukhanovsky added that even though this man might have had a strained relationship with women, he was probably living with a family of his own. Not only that, but because of the times and places where the murders happened, police should be looking for someone with a job that involves traveling and one with a tight production schedule. Meanwhile, the murders were now all over the press. Chikatilo read about them, which is why he slowed down somewhat. Still, he couldn't stop, just as Bukhanovsky had warned. In 1986, the body of a woman was found. She'd been mutilated and her eyes had been removed. Things were quiet again. In 1987, he killed 3 times, committing each murder only when he was on a business trip far from Rostov. All 3 victims were boys. The following year, he killed a young woman and later 2 boys. In each case, the people had been violently mutilated in the same ways the other victims had. Chikatilo's signature was unmistakable. No other murder victims in the country had been sliced up and had parts of them cut off. They knew it was the same guy who killed in 1988, 1989, and 1990. But how could a team of hundreds not get this man? Cameras were secretly fixed on trains and around train stations. Undercover cops hung around bus stations. The government demanded answers. The public, now quite aware of the horrors, demanded justice. How had this gone on for so long? Then came the plan. It had been known that the killer found many of his victims at train stations on the route from Rostov Oblast. There were a lot of stations, but Detective Bukharov said there should be a major police presence at some of the larger stations and undercover cops posted at smaller stations. This way, the killer would likely strike next, where he saw no police presence. The 3 smaller stations chosen were Kirpichnaya, Donleskos, and Lesostep. This operation started on the 27th of October 1990, and on October 30th, the body of a boy was found near Donleskos. He had been stabbed numerous times and was missing his tongue and an eye. He'd been killed 16 days prior to the beginning of the operation. Nonetheless, during the operation, Chikatilo had lured another young male victim from a train at Kirpichnaya station and killed him in a forest close by. The trap hadn't exactly worked, but some days later, Chikatilo killed a woman he'd met at Donleskos station. The undercover cops hadn't noticed anything suspicious when he left the station with her, but on his return, an officer noted how a man was covered in grass stains and one of his fingers seemed to be injured. It also looked as if blood was smeared on his cheek. The cop who noticed this immediately recognized that this well-dressed man was certainly no mushroom scavenger, and that was usually why people went off into the woods near the station. On top of that, the guy was carrying a duffel bag, not the kind of thing scavengers used. Chikatilo was stopped and his papers were checked, after which he was told to move on. After another body was found, police asked to look at all the reports from the observed stations. Chikatilo's name popped up, and that set off light bulbs in some officers' heads who recognized his name from the 1984 arrest. His name also appeared on a separate suspect list. The guy was a dead ringer for the criminal profile, and when officers spoke to his employers over the years in his various jobs, they could put Chikatilo where the crimes had happened. Not only that, but after speaking to the schools he'd been kicked out of, his history of molestation was again apparent. For the first time in his life, Chikatilo was put under some serious surveillance. He was followed to bus stations, around markets, to train stations, and elsewhere, and what cops saw was that he spent much of his time stopping and talking to young men and women. On November 20th, he went to a park and drank some beer. There, he talked to local kids, and that's when police swooped in and arrested him. He denied any wrongdoing, saying cops had already questioned him about the murders years back. Medical examiners then looked at the wound on his finger. It was no small deal. A bone was broken, some flesh was missing, and the nail was missing. Even so, Chikatilo had not sought any treatment for it. A police report also noted how the last murder victim was a strong youth, and it looked as though a violent struggle had happened. It was obvious to the police and the medical examiner that someone had bitten Chikatilo's finger. They put him in a cell, knowing that under the law, they only had about 10 days to get something before they had to let him go. It wasn't as easy as it might seem, with most of the evidence they had likely not enough to charge him with the murders. To get him to confess, they told him if he did so, he'd receive psychological help and deemed not sane enough to stand trial. This was a lie, of course, but even under some serious questioning, he didn't crack. Police put an informant in his cell, and he had managed not to get anything out of Chikatilo either. Time was running out. Police then turned to someone who'd been right in the past. Maybe the psychiatrist Bukanovsky could make him talk, seeing as he seemed to know the mind of a killer even before he met him. In just a matter of 2 hours after Bukanovsky had read from his 65-page report on the man sitting opposite him, he confessed. With tears running down his cheeks, he said, "It was me. I did it. I killed them all." Chikatilo could describe in detail where he'd killed and how he'd done it, and it matched what the cops had on file. He admitted to murders that police had never linked him to, and he denied a couple too that the cops thought he'd done. He explained how he slowly eviscerated his victims to fulfill his urges, and how he had perfected this so as to not get covered in their blood. He told the police how the cries, the blood, and the agony gave me relaxation and a certain pleasure. As for the eyes, he explained an old wives' tale, which said the image of a murderer shall always be imprinted on the victim's eyes. There was more, but we think you've heard enough. On October 15, 1992, Chikatilo was sentenced to death for the 52 murders he'd been convicted of. On February 14, 1994, a bullet to the back of the head put that sentence to rest. He was buried in an unmarked grave in the prison. When asking the question of how to get away with murder, there's no better place to start than the case of Samuel Little, a man that could have killed 93 people in the US over several decades. He died in 2020 aged 80, but before he bit the dust, he let his story be known. He said he started killing people in 1970, and he kept on killing without detection for over 4 decades. He was eventually arrested in 2012, but it wasn't until a few years later, when he started confessing to many more crimes, that he became known as one of the worst of the worst. He told the authorities in lurid detail what he'd done, and his stories added up. But how did a guy get away with killing for so long? Well, there are a few reasons in the case of Little. Firstly, he moved around a lot, killing in 19 different states. He might have had a criminal record as long as your arm, but all that movement made it hard to connect him to various murders. When a criminal moves a lot, various police departments might not be working together, which was certainly the case when he started killing in the 70s. But perhaps the main reason why he evaded capture for so long was that he killed people who might not have prompted the most rigorous investigations. Many of his victims were very poor, some were homeless, and many were addicted to drugs or selling their bodies on the streets. Some people he killed were unidentified, remaining Jane Does. There was a matter of race. When Little confessed, he made people take a long, hard think about race and class. Wealthy white girls and women he stayed far away from, knowing that this would elicit a meaningful response from the police. Little told the Washington Post, "I'm not going to go over there into the white neighborhood and pick out a little teenage girl." In a separate interview, he echoed that statement, saying, "I never killed no senators or governors or fancy New York journalists, nothing like that. I kill a journalist, it'll be all over the news the next day. I stayed in the ghettos." He was actually picked out in a photo lineup by a woman who'd gotten away from him, but the district attorney's office said they were not comfortable prosecuting a man when the only witnesses were prostitutes. In his own words, "They was broke and homeless, and they walked right into my spiderweb." There's a theory related to police work in murder which states there are less dead people. They're less dead because they were less alive, meaning they were the most vulnerable folks in the society whose lives, in terms of how the authorities looked at them, weren't as important as other people's lives. One academic put it like this: "A great deal less pressure is felt by the police when victims of a crime comes from the marginal elements." Just about all of Little's victims could be said to have been less dead. And because he moved around so much when picking his victims, this was why he wasn't caught for so long. But not all serial killers go for this type of victim, and certainly not all serial killers have a colorful rap sheet. Sometimes it's quite the opposite. Take the case of Ted Bundy. He was a good-looking, charming, well-educated man that was proud to say he worked in politics on election campaigns. He was liked by the people he worked with. He was also greatly admired by the women he married and had no idea what he was up to in his spare time. What's even more shocking is one of his jobs was working as the director for the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Commission. When he killed, and by God he killed a lot, he usually chose pretty middle-class young women, many of whom were studying at university. These people did not fit into that less dead category that we just talked about, but Bundy didn't fit the mold of a maniac either. For that reason, he could hide in plain sight. There's no way Little could have done such a thing. Killers often look for ideal victims, just as companies look for a target audience. Bundy was seen numerous times by people in places where women had gone missing. People reported seeing a guy with his arm in a sling. If you didn't know, Bundy did this to make himself look more vulnerable and needy. Those people told the cops what he looked like, and later others would come forward and describe the man they had seen. The sketches looked just like him. The thing with Bundy was he was a psychopath. His narcissism made him think he was too clever for the cops, and he was able to use his so-called winning smile to gain people's trust. The authorities weren't exactly looking for a guy with a great job and a wife. He even once worked for the Department of Emergency Services and talked a bit about missing women. Part of his job was to look for women that he'd killed himself. He was basically armed with a kind of cloaking device based on society's biases, rather like what is depicted in the novel American Psycho. On top of that, they didn't have much forensic evidence to work with, and some of the bodies were missing. At one point, cops were looking for a guy named Ted since someone had given them that name. They had the description of his face and body, and they knew about the VW Beetle. One of his colleagues even called the cops and said, "I think Ted Bundy could be the man you're looking for." But then police received around 200 similar calls every day. Then, when the going got tough and bodies were being found, Bundy left the state. He started killing again, of course, but again, when different states are involved, it can be hard for police to link murders. There's an actual term for this called linkage blindness. Even an ex-girlfriend of his called the police and said she thought she had dated the killer. Her name was Elizabeth Kopfler, and it seems her story fell on deaf ears. It was only when the cops had computerized databases to work with that they realized that from the 26 names they had, one was Ted's. Later, when he was pulled over driving around Salt Lake City and his car was searched, police found these items: a ski mask, trash bags, handcuffs, a crowbar, lengths of rope, and an ice pick. That was pretty much the serial killer's starting kit. Bundy escaped from custody twice and killed again, but we won't go into that. In conclusion, he got away with it for so long for a few reasons. He just didn't fit the description of a killer. Moving across states created a linkage blindness, and of course DNA evidence wasn't available. While the cops did have an archaic database, Bundy might have been caught earlier if they had had a kind of tracking technology they had today. But sometimes police just do very bad work, as you'll now see. In 1979, in a suburb of Bradford in northern England, a policeman turned up at a house to interview its occupant. His name was Peter Sutcliffe, the man that would later become known as the Yorkshire Ripper. That cop had a sketch to go on provided by some of the women who had escaped the clutches of this maniac, and the guy he talked to that day over a cup of tea looked identical to the sketch. When the cop went back to the station to tell the chief about the man, the chief shouted back, "Anybody mentions photo fits to me again will be doing traffic for the rest of their service." That chief was following one line of investigation, which is a reason why some killers have gotten away with their crimes for so long. Sutcliffe was married to a teacher and lived in a house on a quiet suburban street, and so yet again he wasn't what police immediately thought of when they looked at the bodies of women that had been torn apart. He was interviewed by the cops 9 times before he was eventually arrested, and he killed quite a few times in between those interviews. It's natural for cops and the public to think of some kind of monster when we hear about people being eviscerated down dark alleys. In the past, sometimes werewolves were blamed for such crimes, but more often than not, the killer looks and behaves just like you and me. Police know better now, but there is little doubt that a man who lives a very ordinary life might be the last person police look at. In this case of bad policing, you could say the cops had a one-track mind. First, they said the killer only chooses prostitutes as victims, even having the gall to call non-prostitutes normal women. Police at first said one of the attacks on a girl was not the same man because the killer only chooses prostitutes. She survived and gave the police a description of Sutcliffe. She also said he definitely had a strong Yorkshire accent, which, if you know English accents, is pretty unmistakable. Police dismissed her story as not linked to the serial killings. When they finally realized the guy kills indiscriminately, they called one of the victims the first innocent person. These were the kinds of people on the job. They had closed minds. They weren't the best investigators. They also worked with paper, not computers. They had so many files after years of investigations that they had to reinforce the floor where they were kept. That didn't help the investigation at all. They finally got a break when a banknote was found hidden in one of the victim's purses. Sutcliffe had given her the money before he killed her, and when cops looked at the numbers on that crisp note, they had a list of places where it could have been used to pay people. One was T&WH Clark Holdings, where Sutcliffe worked. He was even interviewed there by the police. Still, even with an entire Ripper squad looking for him, he killed again and again. What happened next is one of the biggest police bloopers of all time. They received a recorded message from a man claiming to be the killer, although this man didn't have a Yorkshire accent. The man speaking to the head of the investigation said, "I'm Jack. I see you're having no luck catching me. I have the greatest respect for you, George, but Lord, you're no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started." Linguists who were hired said this accent is not from Yorkshire but Tyne and Wear in the northeast of England. They were right, and the cops were very, very wrong to pursue a line of investigation into this tape. They looked for the mysterious Jack rather than the Peter on their doorstep. Meanwhile, Peter kept on killing. The person who actually faked being the killer even called the police to say he lied, but for some reason they kept looking for Jack. The FBI's fairly new behavioral science unit went over to England and told the investigators, "You realize, of course, that the man on the tape is not the killer, don't you?" They said, "You're looking for a man with mental health issues who likely works as a driver." That theory was spot on. Then one of Sutcliffe's former friends wrote to the cops in Bradford. The anonymous letter marked priority number 1 went like this: "I have good reason to know the man you're looking for in the Ripper case. This man has dealings with prostitutes and always has had a thing about them. His name and address is Peter Sutcliffe, 5 Garden Lane, Heaton, Bradford, Shipley. He said he was with Sutcliffe one night and he likely killed someone. For some reason, that letter was just filed and left alone. The guy even went to the police station the next day and told the cops again he was pretty sure the killer was Sutcliffe. The report of that meeting mysteriously vanished. Sutcliffe was eventually caught, but only after he was pulled over on a traffic stop. Even when he was in handcuffs, the ignorance of the authorities didn't stop. When he stood in court, a prosecutor said, while some of the victims were prostitutes, perhaps the saddest part of this case is that some were not. The last 6 attacks were on totally respectable women. As for what went wrong in the case, well, take your pick. The police were single-minded. They seemed to embrace a top-down structure in which newer cops could not criticize more experienced cops. They also likely discounted Sutcliffe as a possible perpetrator because of his normal home life. They followed false leads. They had way too much paperwork and dots didn't get connected. Those Yorkshire cops were behind the times when it came to understanding the minds of serial killers. Still, he didn't cross state lines and killed mostly close to where he lived. He should never have gotten away with it for so long. The British media rightly called the investigation stunningly mishandled. Sticking with Britain, let's have a look at the case of Dennis Nilsen, the serial killer that strangled boys and young men and then spent time watching TV with the corpses. This bespectacled man was well liked at work, where he held the role of executive officer in a civil service job. Prior to that, he'd been a soldier and even worked as a policeman. He was quiet and intelligent, so when he smelled of booze or took days off work to dismember and burn his decomposing victims, no one thought anything of it. He didn't just come across as normal, but so harmless that people felt a bit sorry for him. Nilsen drank heavily, and it was his astounding tolerance for alcohol that he used to subdue his victims. When he invited them around and plied them with booze, they collapsed in a drunken heap and he was just fine. Nonetheless, one guy survived Nilsen strangling him and he went to tell the cops. This is where the police again showed some amount of short-sightedness. They just dismissed the crime as a homosexual lover's tiff. This was the 80s when homophobia was rife among the English police forces. The cops, it seems, thought that what happened was consensual, and they didn't press any further when the man said he wasn't going to press charges. Another survivor of Nilsen didn't even report what happened to him for fear of being outed. A very similar thing happened in the US to a very similar kind of killer. Jeffrey Dahmer also enjoyed spending time with his dead victims, and he had a similar run-in with homophobic cops. Dahmer plied one of his victims with alcohol containing sleeping pills, after which he drilled a hole in the kid's head and injected hydrochloric acid. Like Nilsen, he had a thing about people leaving him. Dahmer wanted to create his own kind of obedient zombie. The kid eventually escaped, only for 3 women to find him in the street looking very confused and distraught. They called the cops, but when the police turned up, they didn't believe the women when they told them something was very wrong here. They believed Dahmer, though, when he arrived on the scene and told them they'd just fallen out. The police almost used the same words as the cops had done in the Nilsen case. They wrote it down as a lover's quarrel, even though blood could be seen around the victim's backside. They helped walk the kid back to the apartment. One of the cops even noted how Dahmer's apartment smelled disgusting. That was because bodies were decomposing in there. It should also be said that Dahmer also had a criminal record involving sexual deviancy. Dahmer killed the teenager shortly after. With that in mind, we can come to the conclusion that some killers have evaded capture from time to time because of police discrimination. In both these cases, the cops either felt uncomfortable with homosexual men or had outlandish preconceptions in regard to what goes on in the gay community. In Dahmer's case, he certainly should have been on the police radar. He had a record and after arrests had been called a sociopath with sadistic tendencies by psychiatrists. They also said this man will strike again. He did, but one drugged man survived the ordeal. Dahmer was arrested yet again, with the psychiatrist this time saying he was seriously disturbed, impulsive, and dangerous. Still, Dahmer went back to the streets. He was only caught after one of his victims got away, still in handcuffs, and flagged down a cop car. As for Dennis Nilsen, he didn't have a history of criminality, and unlike Dahmer, from the outside he looked like a respectable office worker who just liked to spend a lot of time alone in his quiet, leafy London suburb house. It did seem, though, that the police turned a blind eye when it seemed obvious that Nilsen had seriously assaulted someone. We should also point out, in fairness to the cops, Nilsen did a pretty good job at disposing of bodies, at the start at least. Because the cops in London and elsewhere for that matter have been accused of such prejudice, they might at times have kept their distance. This could lead to negligence, and such stigmatization of the gay community could lead to serial killers getting away with crimes. We can't stress enough that keeping an open mind is very important where serial killers are concerned. Nilsen would likely have not been caught if he hadn't made a very big mistake. After being forced to move and not having a garden anymore to burn bodies, he had to make do with a flat to dispose of his victims. He did his best to chop them up and liquefy them, but what he shoved down the drain led to some blockages. He was actually one of the tenants that called the landlord and said something had to be done about those blockages. When some workers opened the drains, they discovered something horrible. What looked and smelled like bits of rotting flesh. Nilsen actually went outside and told the guys it was likely discarded KFC. There was no brilliant or particularly bad police work after that. After finding a head, arms, feet, and other body parts in his flat, Nilsen turned to the cops and said, "It's a long story. Goes back a long time. I'll tell you everything. I want to get it off my chest." He killed 12 to 15 people over a 5-year period, and as the English might say, the police didn't have the foggiest. Now, for the last one. What if there's a serial killer out there that is the worst you could possibly imagine, and yet police still haven't uncovered this crime? It's very possible. Richard Cottingham, aka the New York Ripper, is currently serving time in prison in New Jersey. Police know he definitely killed 11 people, most of them vulnerable young women who he brutally tortured before killing. He started in 1967, but wasn't arrested until 1980. Since he's been in prison, he's had a change of heart at times and admitted to more murders. In fact, he said he killed in the region of 100 people. He's spoken about it to the serial killer historian Peter Vronsky, but sometimes he says he can't recall what he did with some of the victims or their body parts. Cottingham was another family guy that no one ever expected of killing people. Never mind doing the atrocious things he did to his victims. He held down a very good job as a computer operator at an insurance company, and he was adored by his 3 kids. He was also not on the police radar when he was finally arrested. That happened because he was confident enough to try and kill a girl at the exact same hotel he'd mutilated and killed another girl just weeks earlier. When the staff thought they'd heard screams, they called the police, their minds still traumatized by what happened 18 days earlier. The question is, though, could this man be the most prolific serial killer ever in the US, and the cops just don't know about it? Well, as Vronsky points out in his books, there are massive gaps between his first murder and when he was caught. Cottingham said he never stopped killing in those 13 years, but he was only convicted of just a handful of murders. By the way, Vronsky was inspired to start writing about serial killers after bumping into Cottingham in a hotel after he just dismembered 2 women. When Cottingham got out of the elevator, his bag hit Vronsky's knees. It was heavy and it hurt. That's because there were 2 heads and 2 pairs of hands in that bag. In one of his books, Vronsky writes of the time when Cottingham was on the loose. On 8th Avenue north of West 42nd Street, there were so many hookers that the NYPD put up wooden barricades along the sidewalks to keep them and their pimps from spilling off the sidewalks onto the avenue and blocking traffic. At the time, the city was awash with crime, and there was in the region of 40,000 prostitutes working there. When Cottingham wasn't showing off his computer skills in his Manhattan job, he was frequenting a red light district, which was also an analog porn hub nicknamed The Deuce. Women and girls went missing a lot. In 1974, Marianne Pryor, age 17, and Lorianne Kelly, age 16, were last seen at a bus stop in the area. Their naked bodies were found later behind a parking lot. It wasn't until April 2021 that detectives, with the help of Vronsky, finally solved the case. Cottingham had savagely killed them both. Other cold cases were also solved after Cottingham's confessions. But did he kill 100 people? That's the riddle Detective Robert Anzalotti tried to solve for a long time. Over the years, he visited Cottingham, each time building up a kind of rapport to make him open up about what he'd done. One day, Cottingham just said, "I'm gonna give you one." He described a murder he committed, saying things only the killer would have known. Anzalotti told the New York Times in 2021 he remembers certain aspects of a person. One would remind him of a TV actress. Look her up, she looks like her. Others he remembered from a haircut. Unfortunately, since Cottingham didn't know his victims at all, he couldn't recall any names. Detectives are still working on many cases, so perhaps the extent of Cottingham's crimes will one day become known. He's getting old, though, and according to Anzalotti, getting anything out of him is hard. I think sometimes he grapples with his own gruesomeness back then, Anzalotti said. Richard Cottingham might be in prison, but it seems in some respects he's still getting away with murder. The year is 1894, and police in Chicago enter a building known as the Murder Castle. That day, the cops find rooms with movable walls. They discover chutes in those rooms that lead to a basement, where vats of acid could turn a human body into mush. Around the entire building are a labyrinth of corridors, some that lead nowhere. Some of the hallways contain rooms that have vents built into them, where noxious gases can be released. Down in the basement are the grisliest discoveries: an operating table where bodies have been dissected, and worse, a kind of stretching rack where one could perform the most diabolical experiments. This shocking discovery would open the floodgates to the discovery of the atrocities committed by Mr. Henry Howard Holmes, real-life Saw villain and one of America's most evil serial killers. And this is how it all unraveled. He wasn't born Henry Howard Holmes, he made that name up later in an effort to distance himself from his dastardly deeds. He was actually born with the name Herman Webster Mudgett. On May 16, 1861, he became the 3rd child of Levi Horton Mudgett and Theodot Page Pritz, English immigrants living in New Hampshire. As a kid, he excelled in school, which landed him a place at the respectable Phillips Exeter Academy. He graduated, he took work as a teacher, he married young and had a child. This was a young man that seemed destined to live a quiet life within the middle classes of the American public. But something happened, and darkness encroached on the young man's life. Age 18, now with wife and child, he enrolled at the University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery. He graduated and was said to be a brilliant student, if not a person with some strange inclinations. It was while studying in the anatomy department at this university that he began his life of crime. The crimes were simple, if not macabre. He worked in the anatomy department of the college, a job that gave him access to bodies that were to be dissected. Some of those cadavers he sneaked out of the department and bashed them around a bit, making it look like they died in an accident. Prior to doing this, the young student had taken out insurance policies on those people. You'd think this would not be so easy to do, even back then, but it's alleged he committed this scam on quite a few occasions. He had cash in his pocket, a wife, and an infant child. But it seems he wasn't interested in staying settled down for long. One day, he just took off, leaving the two behind, and they would not see him again for a very long time. Just before he left, he created a highly fictitious story that he knew would get back to them. They heard from others that he'd been in some kind of train accident and lost his memory. As outlandish as it seems, it kind of worked, and such lies would work again for him in the future. He ended up in New York State, and while there, he was connected to the disappearance of a young boy. Did he kill the boy? It's now thought he did, but no one can be sure. He also tried to scam an insurance company out of $20,000 by using another cadaver he'd taken a policy out on, but this time he was caught. He was now getting quite the name for himself, so naturally, he changed his name. Herman Webster Mudgett became H.H. Holmes. It was at this point that he moved to Chicago, a place where his name would be cemented in history. He married again, illegally of course since he hadn't divorced, and he started to make plans for future scams. He made sure to marry into a wealthy family. He was obviously well-educated, well-spoken, and you could say he had the gift of gab. That's why he was always able to secure loans to buy properties. To pay those loans back, he got loans on the properties he already had. He bit off more than he could chew, but when creditors went after him, he always seemed to get himself out of the fix. One of the ways he did this was to move around a bit, and so now we come to one of the most recognized addresses in crime history, that of 63rd and Wallace Streets, where he worked as a clerk in a drugstore that was on the bottom floor. With some cunning, he managed to take it over, and once that was done, he took over much of the building. This was a massive place with rows of stores at the bottom and apartments on the third floor. Then there was a second floor where Holmes would create his house of horrors. And as you know, the basement is where the very ugly stuff went on. He was still scamming, of course, selling from his drugstore magical drinks that could allegedly stop alcoholism in its tracks. He sold a Canadian man an invention for $2,000, although the gas-making machine wasn't what it seemed. He also sold water that he said was a cure for every ailment, which was water Holmes was stealing from the water mains. Suffice to say, this man knew his way around industrial piping. This would help him later when he gassed people to death. Holmes never stopped working on his building, telling people that he was creating a hotel for the soon-to-arrive World's Fair. In truth, he was creating a monster of a building that didn't make any sense. He'd hire contractors and then fire them partway through the job. He was creating a house of many doors, landings, and rooms that just didn't look like anything anyone had ever seen. You could walk down one hallway and it would just end. Rooms had no doors. Others had trapdoors. How did he get away with not paying all the people to build his horror castle? The answer is he'd lie through his teeth. And when that didn't work, he changed the names on the ownership documents. Fictitious people owned the building, as did a fictitious company run by people that didn't exist. His mother-in-law even owned the place at one point. It was at this point in time that Holmes began killing people in that building. There was his assistant, Julia, who was with child and husband when she started working in the drugstore. She began an affair with Holmes, so her husband took off. She and her child one day went missing and were never seen again. There were other women who Holmes' wife didn't know about since she didn't live at the castle with him. Holmes could meet someone on the street, use his gift of speech to impress them, and within no time at all, found themselves staying in a weird room on the second floor. Holmes had learned a thing or two while building the monstrosity. He fitted alarms around the building, so when someone opened a door or stepped on a certain step in his room, he'd hear a bell ring. He'd then know they were on the move. Many rooms could be locked only from the outside. So when one of those rooms started to fill with poisonous gas, the occupant would not be able to get out. It's also alleged that one person was burned to death in a room whose walls had been made from fireproof material. There were other rooms that once the door had been closed, they became almost airless. So within a matter of time, the victim would be suffocated. After such an event took place, Holmes could easily get the body down to the basement, since the room had been fitted with a chute. Other rooms were connected to small elevators. Sometimes he might have just locked a door and let that person die of dehydration. Years later, he admitted he starved a woman in that room. When the bodies hit the dissecting table, Holmes would go to work on them. Having worked in the medical profession, he knew very well that organs and other body parts were expensive and in high demand. He would take what he wanted from the bodies and throw the waste into vats of lime or acid. He might have done something much worse, too. Okay, so surely someone must have been onto him. This was a man with a lot of skeletons in his closets, possibly literally as well as figuratively. But first, you need to know that during the time Holmes had met a man in Chicago named Benjamin F. Pitzel. Pitzel was no stranger to crime himself, but the jury's still out on whether these two became partners in crime. Holmes then met and married a woman named Minnie Williams. He was actually married to 3 women now, and there'd also be a 4th. After marrying Williams, he managed to get her to sign the deed to her property to a man that was just another alias of Holmes. The deed would eventually be signed over to another man who was an alias of Pitzel. And if that all looks suspicious, it was. Minnie's sister Annie went to Chicago to meet her sister and her mysterious new husband, and neither she nor her sister were ever seen again. They both likely became unwitting organ donors. To cover his tracks, Holmes wrote a letter to the girl's aunt signed by Annie that said things were going swimmingly and she and her sister were heading off to Europe. An actual, real letter was written much earlier to Minnie from Annie. In that missive, Minnie wrote that she'd met a man named Harry Gordon, whom she described as handsome, wealthy, and highly intelligent. Holmes would later tell cops that Minnie had killed Annie after the two of them had vied for his attention, but it's unlikely this was the case. What we know for sure is that Holmes had many relationships, some with the 150 young women who worked for him during those years. It's also true that when the World's Fair came to Chicago, there were a lot of missing persons cases. In 1893, things started to come undone for Holmes. He ripped off too many creditors, and some of them were after him. For that reason, he tried to claim on insurance for a fire at the building, which he actually started himself. The police now knew this guy had a bad reputation, and one investigator named F.G. Cowie looked into Holmes's past. The conclusion of the cop was something seemed awfully wrong about this educated fella. In 1894, Holmes already fled Chicago to go live in the house he'd scammed out of the Williams sisters. While there, he was jailed for trying to commit another scam. While in that jail, he told a man about a plan he had to take out a life insurance policy on himself and then fake his own death. He needed the guy's help, and if that was forthcoming, he'd cut the guy in on the scam. In the end, faking his own death didn't work and the other criminal didn't receive any money. It was then that Holmes turned to Pitzel again for help. He told him that he should fake his death. The plan was for Holmes to create an inventor named B.F. Perry, who was actually Pitzel. This guy would die in a lab experiment gone wrong, but the body that police would find would be a cadaver that Holmes had acquired. After that, Holmes and Pitzel would collect on the life insurance policy. Except Holmes, being Holmes, didn't want to share the loot, so one day he turned up at Pitzel's house, knocked him out with chloroform, and burned his body, making it look like an explosion had happened in the lab. Holmes was then in the money because he'd actually taken out a life insurance policy on the real Pitzel. Holmes went to Mrs. Pitzel's house and told her that her husband was doing some business in London, England. He told her that he could help take care of her 5 kids, of which 3 left that day with Holmes. The kids were never seen again. Holmes later said he forced 2 of them to get inside a large trunk. Once they were in, he made a hole and pumped gas in there through a hose. Not long after, an investigator was on the lookout for Holmes and the 3 missing kids. The cops discovered the remains of the girls at the house where Holmes was staying, and they found teeth and some chopped up bits of the boy in the chimney. The game was almost up. Investigators now started to put this man's life under a microscope. It didn't take long to understand that many people had gone missing who'd been unfortunate enough to cross his path. It's then they went to the castle and they made those grisly discoveries. What's worse, they found what looked like a rack. It was assumed by some that Holmes had used it to torture people into telling him what he wanted to know. It was also understood that for a while Holmes had been working on a theory. He believed that if you slowly stretched a body, it would become taller over time. He wrote that by doing this, humans could create a race of giants. It'll never be known if he actually stretched some of his victims in an attempt to see if he was right. On October 28, 1895, Holmes represented himself for the first day of his trial. It was said that he showed a remarkable familiarity with the law. Still, today a lot is uncertain about his crimes and his motives. The biggest number put forward is that he killed 200 people, although it's certain that he killed 9. He confessed to 27 murders, but then again, he told a lot of lies. May 7, 1896, the day of his execution by hanging. Holmes was said to have looked very calm. His neck didn't break immediately, so his body twitched for a good 15 minutes. After 20 minutes, he was pronounced dead. As for his final words, not long before he departed this world, he had asked if he could be buried deep under concrete. He was worried someone might steal his body and sell his organs. Did you know some of the most vile, sadistic, warped killers in history got away? Most of them you won't have even heard of. Some of them right now could be living in a town near you, watching you, stalking you. And if 2 hardworking former detectives are right, they're conspiring to plan your murder on the dark web. This is for real. You'll hear about this underground group of modern American killers in due course, but before we talk about the present, let's look at the past. The New York Ripper murders. Many serial killers enjoy being front-page news. They thirst for the attention, which, as you'll see throughout this video today, is very problematic for society as a whole. Perhaps no one has had more attention than Jack the Ripper, the unknown maniac that worked at a time when London was the center of the media world. His story has been told a quadrillion times, and it seems he might have inspired copycat killers. Between March and May of 1915, the Ripper came back to life, although he was now called the New York Ripper. He brutally killed 2 young folks in some East Side tenements of Manhattan. Only 27 years after Jack did his business in London, stories of the New York Ripper filled the American press, leading to angry mobs taking the law into their own hands. The Brooklyn Daily Times said there was a ghetto Ripper. People read that a lunatic was on the loose. This caused panic in every household in this mostly poor area. This new Ripper taunted police with letters signed Jack the Ripper, saying he would kill again at random. 100 cops were soon assigned to the case. What's shocking is the Ripper wrote letters to the mothers of the victims. In one letter he wrote, "Dear Mrs. Murray, I really feel sorry for you, but when the excitement cools off again some evening after dinner, I'm going out to kill again. You must understand that I must see blood and cut flesh." So Jack the Ripper, or someone like Jack the Ripper, chose New York City as his hunting ground. The press sold newspapers while the public lost its collective mind. Soon a news report stated "man mobbed as Ripper." It explained that a cop had to draw his gun to stop the mob from killing the man. Another story talked about a man who was seen hanging around outside Lafayette Street School. 100 students chased him down. It was a delirious time, full-on mass hysteria. For Italians, then mostly quite new to the city, it became a perilous time after a cashier who'd sold one of the victims some milk before she was killed said she'd seen a foreign-looking man who she said looked Italian. Some newspapers then discussed these new immigrants and their alleged strange customs. The New York Tribune wrote, "It's well known that among certain ignorant immigrants from the south of Europe, there is a superstitious belief that by sacrificing a little girl, they can be cured of certain complaints." This immediately put Italians' lives at risk from the mob, even though the story was based on nothing but an idle rumor. Alas, the New York Ripper was never found, and things eventually calmed down. The next killer deserves a place in the serial killer hall of infamy. If there was such a thing as the Ripper's Ripper, it would be this guy, the worst of the worst, the Cleveland Torso Murderer. The story of this very real Ripper takes place around the southeast side of Cleveland, Ohio, in an area that was known as Kingsbury Run. That's why the killer was also referred to as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. The killer gained his nickname after his custom of dismembering all of his victims, 7 men and 5 women, who were all found in pieces here, there, and everywhere. The hand that killed them obviously knew a lot about anatomy, just as Jack the Ripper had. As happened in London, the Cleveland Ripper chose poor, disenfranchised people as his victims. Modern researchers have called such people less dead because when they're dead, they don't matter as much as other folks with a higher social status. The Kingsbury Run area was then known as the Hobo Jungle, famous for its gambling dens, raucous brothels, vagrants, booze, and nightly punch-ups. It was one of the so-called Hoovervilles, depressed and often violent shantytowns that popped up all over the U.S. during the era of the Great Depression. Still, the authorities did try to get the man. They even put Elliot Ness on the case, the leader of the so-called Untouchables that went after the illegal booze maverick Al Capone during Prohibition. It was the sheer gruesomeness of the case that compelled the U.S. government to send their best man. In September 1934, a woman who was in her mid-30s was found. Well, her torso and thighs were, which were reported back then as rotting slabs of human flesh, found on the shores of Lake Erie. 2 fishermen on Lake Erie later said they found her head bobbing up and down in the water. She became known as the Lady of the Lake after a young girl swimming in the lake said she saw a hand waving at her from the water. What's notable is that the coroner, Mr. A.J. Pierce, said there were signs of a preservative chemical on the skin of the victim. Where would one find such chemicals? You'll see soon. It was about a year later that 2 young men were found, each missing their head. One body had been drained of blood. Coroner Pierce said the cause of death was decapitation. The victim was later identified as 28-year-old Edward Andrassy, described by newspapers and cops as a snotty punk who occasionally got involved with prostitution and weed. The other body, which had signs of a chemical preservative on the skin, was not identified. Both men were also missing their manhood. Notably, unlike Jack the Ripper, the mutilations happened while the men were still alive, but the decapitation part was given as the actual cause of death. This was utterly brutal, but cops believed the killer must have drugged the victims first. The Cleveland News at the time had asked, "What fantastic chemistry of the civilized paralyzed mind converted him into a human butcher. In January, June, and July of 1936, more bodies were found, and the signature of the murders was the same. They were headless, and if they were men, they were found missing their genitals. In September of that year, a man tripped over something while trying to hop onto a train. He soon realized it was the upper half of a person's torso. When the police were recovering the other half from a muddy pool nearby, 600 people turned up to watch. The case shook America. Still, the Cleveland Ripper, while arguably 100 times worse than Jack in terms of severity, was not major global news. His story was never printed on thousands and thousands of newspapers or even given the major Hollywood blockbuster treatment. Despite Ness's efforts, including 5,000 interviews, he couldn't get his man. He decided the best thing to do was burn the entire shanty town down, making very poor people even more desperate in the process. Even back then, such a hardline act elicited widespread criticism. Ness was made more furious in 1938 when the killer left 2 of his victims, or parts of them, right near City Hall in clear view of Ness's office. This was an obvious taunt. Body parts were now being found on local streets. As one writer explained, they were literally tripping over bodies. In 1939, County Sheriff Martin O'Donnell arrested a 52-year-old bricklayer named Frank Dolezal, who was thought to be a potential suspect. He made a confession which some say now was staged. Cops broke 6 of his ribs, after which Dolezal was found dead in his jail cell. That hardly sounded like top detective work. The press then wrote about a mysterious man they called the Dr. X, an alcoholic physician that had lost his mind and eventually his practicing license. His name was Francis Edward Sweeney, a well-known member of an influential Cleveland family, and was the cousin to the U.S. Congressman Martin L. Sweeney. Francis was a veteran of World War I and no doubt suffered from what we now call PTSD. He drank all day, often flying into blind rages. He was crushed by anxiety and depression. He also had nerve damage from a gas attack in the trenches. What's more, he worked as part of a medic unit which performed amputations in the war. After the war, he worked in a hospital. Between 1933 and 1938, when the murders happened, Sweeney's erratic behavior at the hospital resulted in 5 competency hearings. He barely passed each one. A man also accused Sweeney of once drugging him. This man claimed to have been given the drugs in an office, which was Sweeney's, and just so happened to be next to the coroner's room where sharp scalpels and preservative chemicals could be found. Sweeney also failed a polygraph test once he became a prime suspect. Still, Ness didn't think he had much of a chance of convicting a man of such high standing in Cleveland. Before he could be tried, Sweeney committed himself to a mental hospital from where he wrote Ness threatening letters for years to come. There was only ever circumstantial evidence against him though, so Sweeney was never charged. It's worth noting that as soon as Sweeney committed himself, the murders stopped. Now for the exceptionally grisly murders that inspired many of the horror movies you've enjoyed. Still, we bet you've never even heard these stories before. American Maniacs and Mad Axe Murderers. On May 23, 1918, husband and wife Joseph and Catherine Maggio were sleeping soundly in their bed in New Orleans when a mysterious man walked up to them and slit their throats with a very sharp razor. For good measure, he took an axe to them. Joseph actually lived long enough for his brothers to discover him crawling around, although he died soon after. The killer became known as the Axeman of New Orleans, who may have hacked and killed 6 and injured 6 more. He, or someone pretending to be him, once wrote a letter that was published in the local newspapers, in which he threatened to besmear New Orleans with blood and brains if he didn't see jazz being played on a particular night all over the city. That night, every bar, every hotel, and even people in their homes listened to jazz. He didn't kill anyone that night. This was shocking to Americans all over the country, but in those days, they were hearing more and more about crazed killers than they had in the past, particularly axe murderers. According to serial killer researcher Peter Vronsky in his book Sons of Cain, between 1900 and 1950, the U.S. saw an increase in serial killers, and many of them chose the axe as their preferred tool for their nasty deeds. In that half-decade, Vronsky counts 171 serial killers, or 3.4 new ones every year. Other researchers have written that there were particular bad runs from 1911 to 1915 and also from 1935 to 1941. It seems war years were bad years, but that's hardly surprising given the madness of war. But there was one axe murderer that came before the 2 wars. He was later referred to as the Servant Girl Annihilator. A cool title for a video game, but a scary one for a person to have. This killer struck between 1884 and 1885 in Austin, Texas. And guess what? people started saying it was England's Jack the Ripper, who may or may not have decided that the weather was much better over the pond. In 1885, the New York Times wrote that 2 servant women in Austin were dragged from their beds and murdered. The article said, "The crimes of last night surpass all others in brutality." The Times said, "The servant women of Austin had been under attack for over a year." The article said 7 black women and 4 white women had been killed the same way, mutilated by an axe. The article explained that most of the women had been outraged, which back then meant something very different from what it means today. We think you can guess what that entailed. We'll just say it had to do with indecency. There's no need to go into details. Word spread about the attacker. Everyone had their own theory about who it was. Some of the African American community who practiced voodoo thought the killer was a white man who had magic powers to make himself invisible. Otherwise, they said, how do you explain how he got in and out without even making a dog bark? Indeed, this guy was like a ghost. Hundreds of cops were then assigned to look for the man. Some thought there might be a group of men doing it and that there was some kind of dark conspiracy. No one was ever convicted. As we said, axes were often the weapon of choice, likely because axes were everywhere in those days, and perhaps there were copycats. A man named Henry Lee Moore would walk into people's houses and massacre everyone with an axe, usually one he found lying around near the house. He'd just knock on the door and proceed to murder everyone. This is the theory. There could have been multiple mad axemen. The theory states he killed 23 people in total, all with an axe. In September 1911, he chose a house in Colorado Springs, using a handy axe to kill the father, mother, and 4 kids. A month later, he traveled to Illinois, where he did the same to a family of 3. That same month, he massacred a family of 5 in Ellsworth, Kansas. He went to Villisca, Iowa in 1912, when his axe rampage killed 6 members of a family and 2 of their guests. Moore was a prime suspect for that one, but was never convicted. There are so many axe murders back then that it's very likely that some of these deaths were caused by copycat killers. Moore was only arrested after he murdered his mother and grandmother, and even then, the cops didn't immediately link the crimes with the other axe murders. This is sometimes called linkage blindness. In the early 19th century, cops from different states didn't collude. They barely even linked anything if it happened in another state. On July 4, 1911, the Baltimore Sun ran a story about another axe killer. It was said the victim so far had been mixed race, although some later stories refute that. The axe killer was very much real, though. The so-called Atlanta Ripper sent shockwaves throughout the city. People were afraid to leave their houses. The maniac was doing terrible things to these people's bodies with his axe. A daughter of one victim survived an attack, describing the man as a large black man who was powerfully built and neatly dressed. But no one was ever convicted for these horrific murders that took 21 people. Police didn't even know if they'd all been committed by the same person. The question should also be asked, did the cops try very hard given the victims were poor and, in this case, black? Were they less dead? In 1911 and 1912, there were equally brutal murders, 49 in Louisiana and Texas. Again, the killer walked into family houses, probably just after knocking on the door, and then wiped everyone out in the most extreme fashion. In San Antonio, this axe killer, or someone copying him, murdered a family of 5. It's likely the same killer returned to the city the next year and axed to death another family of 5, and then 3 days later, in Hempstead, did the same to a family of 3. In Louisiana, he slaughtered the 3 members of the Byers family. In February 1911, he killed a family of 4 in Lafayette, and later in November, he returned to the same city and chopped and slaughtered a family of 6. Over in Denver and Colorado Springs that year, 7 women were bludgeoned to death by an axeman or an axewoman. In just about all of these cases, no money or valuables were taken from the houses. This was a time of axe madness, recently discussed in the book The Axes of Evil. Back then, the stories barely even made it out of the state, never mind being exported worldwide. They were likely the work of males, since males generally kill more than women. These days, only about 17% of all serial murders in the U.S. are committed by women. About 10% of all murders in the U.S., serial or not, are committed by women. We don't know the stats for the early 1900s, but we can be sure women did kill back then. Still, we imagine there were more mad axe men than mad axe women. All ethnicities have had their serial killers throughout American history. White males have made up the brunt of American serial killers. African Americans, according to Scientific American, comprise the largest racial minority group among serial killers, representing approximately 20% of the total. Still, it's mostly white males whose murderousness gets turned into movies and TV shows. It's also interesting that the data shows that serial killers tend to kill people of their own ethnicity. Oftentimes, they start in places they're familiar with, but then expand to new areas as they progress. What's important is that the American serial killer was becoming something of a household celebrity in the early 20th century. more so than in other countries, which might be one reason why the US has way more reported serial killers than anywhere else. We have to make this distinction because while it seems like the US is the serial killer capital of the world, that's not the whole truth. According to data from the Radford University Serial Killer Information Center, the US is top with 3,204 recorded serial killers since serial killers started being recorded. Keep in mind that the US was one of the first countries to recognize the phenomenon of serial killers, so data from the US started to be collected a lot earlier than in other countries. England, which is super close to the US in cultural terms, was next with just 166 serial killers, but if we take population into account, this figure is not as impressive considering the US has around 5 times as many people. No country, large or small, can touch the US where serial killers are concerned. Although for countries with larger populations, like India and China, we have to keep in mind the previously mentioned population difference. Maybe the US is a country where serial killing for fame has become attractive to many people, because it wouldn't make sense that the US just breeds more natural-born killers than other nations. Or maybe countries with similar or larger populations are underreporting or just not publishing their serial killer data, and countries with strict media censorship are not letting the stories get out there. The second seems a lot more likely. The Doodler. The Doodler was like no one else. He was the artistic type, which you don't often find with serial killers. In 1974 and 1975, he murdered between 6 and 16 men in San Francisco, with each victim showing similar types of stab wounds. He met the men in areas known for the city's gay scene. The reason he got the name the Doodler is that one of the men he assaulted but failed to kill said he met the man while he was sketching caricatures. Police say they had a good description of the Doodler. They say he was 19 to 25 years old, he was described as black, lanky, and around 6 feet tall. Police have also released a sketch of what the man might look like now in his early to mid-60s. One of the problems with the case is some of the witnesses were not willing to testify since they wanted to keep the fact that they were homosexual under wraps. In fact, investigators said they were pretty sure their suspect was guilty, but they had their hands tied as some witnesses just wouldn't have their day in court. In 1977, the Associated Press wrote, "Murder suspect free because gay is silent." Such a headline didn't seem fair to some people. The activist Harvey Milk, who became San Francisco's city supervisor only to be assassinated in 1978, said there was pressure on the men. They had families to think about, wives and children. So, this is a strange one. Police think they know who killed those men but are powerless to do anything about it. The case is still open, with detectives now trying to secure a conviction through DNA technology. As things stand, serial killing only makes up about 1% of all the murders in the US. The National Vital Statistics System said in 2021 there were 26,031 homicides in the US. So that would mean, if FBI estimates are correct, about 260 of them would be the work of active serial killers. The FBI said before that at any given time there are between 25 and 50 serial killers operating in the US. By the end of the show, you'll believe that's a fact. You might also believe the estimate is too low. Obviously, these numbers can change year to year, and it's not an exact science. 1970 to 2000 saw a bumper crop of serial killers. This is referred to as the golden age of serial killers. And we wonder why there are so many serial killers in the USA. These days, it's much harder to go around chopping people up with axes, as there are so many CCTV and other cameras around. The axe murder of Texas and Louisiana wouldn't have gotten far in 2023, not with smart doorbells and such. It's sometimes said there are 70 million surveillance cameras in the US, although the number changes a lot depending on the source. Still, you're never far away from a camera. Serial killers are now at least more forensically aware, and they pick their moments and places better, as you'll soon see. Now let's turn our focus outside of the US. Bible John. Imagine if you were a woman and you were on the dance floor of a nightclub dancing across from a good-looking fella. He then went over to you and shouted in your ear, "If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death." What a turn-on that'd be. The guy's a hottie for sure, so despite his strange sweet talk and the fact that he won't even have a drink, you decide to go home with him. On the taxi ride there, he's suddenly very quiet. Then all of a sudden, he leans into you and whispers, "To preserve you from the evil woman, from the smooth tongue of the adulteress, do not desire her beauty in your heart, and do not let her capture you with her eyelashes." You'd be somewhat turned off, which is how we imagine the 3 women felt who'd met Scotland's notorious Bible John at a ballroom in Glasgow in the late late 1960s. A place Bible John told a victim's sister was an adulterous den of iniquity. This guy got his strange nickname because women who met him before he killed his third victim said he'd introduced himself as John, only to start quoting the Old Testament on the topic of adultery. In the taxi with the last victim, he told one of her friends, "I don't drink, I pray." John beat and strangled his dates just minutes from their homes. This should have been a fairly easy case. Many people had seen him. He was obviously very religious. He was young and handsome. A sketch of him was seen by just about every person in Glasgow, while hundreds of men stood in lineups. Yet Bible John disappeared, and he remains on the loose today. Or more likely he's dead, not in ballroom heaven, but in disco hell. The Butcher of Mons. The same goes for the Butcher of Mons in Belgium. He just disappeared. From January 1996 to July 1997, he dismembered 5 women with what police said was precision skill. The killer put various parts of their bodies into bags, whereafter people found them, some containing feet or a head, and some hands and organs. He didn't even hide the bags, he just left them close to the road. The case remains a mystery today. Cops have no idea who committed the crimes. There is ample evidence that serial killers don't just get bored and start having scruples. Killing is addictive. Once they start, they can't stop. What do you think happened to this Belgium Ripper? The vending machine killer. It was a similar story for cops in Japan, who investigated a case in the 1980s in which 12 people were murdered and 35 more were made seriously ill when a killer put poisoned drinks in the troughs of vending machines. The victims would buy a drink and then discover there were 2 drinks in the trough, possibly believing they'd got 2 for 1. Unbeknownst to the victim, the free one had been laced with dangerous herbicides. This man became known as the vending machine killer. Why he stopped, no one knows. What's worrying is there are copycats in Japan. A new kind of serial killer was born. The New York Times in 1985 quoted a Japanese psychologist who said there was a new breed of thrill-seeking criminal in Japan known as Yukai-Han. The psychologist said they cynically enjoy superiority by imagining the victims groaning and do not feel any remorse. This reminded the Americans of the so-called Tylenol poisonings, in which the killer laced the drug Tylenol with potassium cyanide in various parts of Chicago. 7 people, most of them in their 20s and 30s, all bought spiked Tylenol capsules and died from September to October 1982. In those days, you could just open the bottle and put it back on the shelf. Mary Lynn Reiner bought some regular Tylenol capsules at Frank's Finer Foods, took 2, and fell into a coma. Teresa Janis took 1 pill around dinner time. She told her husband Frank her chest hurt. She was dead just after midnight. No one was ever caught, but what's really disturbing is there were copycats. People saw the news about the murders on TV or read about it in a newspaper, and instead of naturally feeling shocked or upset, they went out and did the same thing. A year later, in 1986, a young woman in Yonkers, New York, took 2 tablets of extra-strength Tylenol that had been laced with cyanide. She died soon after. The New York Times said the FBI had found a second bottle of extra-strength Tylenol capsules laced with cyanide that had been seized from a store in Westchester County. Like the Chicago crimes, no one was ever convicted. Police later said there were hundreds of similar cases throughout the U.S., which led to changes in how Americans took their meds. It might have also inspired the vending machine killer. Again, it is worth noting that there was a significant increase in serial killings when global media exploded right at the time of Jack the Ripper. Sure, there were serial killings in the 17th and 18th centuries, sometimes called vampires or werewolves, but when newspapers took over the world, serial killers got going. The Danilovsky Maniac. Russia's Danilovsky Maniac killed at least 7 people from 2004 to 2007 in the city of Cherepovets in the Vologda Oblast. Despite a massive investigation, no one has ever been caught. Seems the killer had a change of mind, unlikely, or died or went to prison. The Stone Man. Did the Stone Man in India just stop, or did he die or go to prison? In 1989, this guy went up to people sleeping in the street in Calcutta and dropped a massive stone on their heads. The cops said he was probably quite strong since the average stone weight was about 30 kilograms or 66 pounds. There were similar murders in other Indian cities, quite a lot in Mumbai, but no one was ever caught. The Monster of the Mangones. There was a killer in Colombia who was active between 1963 and 1974 and had the whole country in a state of shock. Some people thought stories about him were so far out that he was a myth. He wasn't. This so-called Monster of the Mangones should not have come as much of a surprise. After all, Colombia is infamous for its prolific serial killers. 2 of the most prolific in history are Luis Garavito, aka the Beast, who viciously tortured and killed as many as 300 young men, with 142 convictions in the late 1990s. He really was a beast, the sadist of the highest degree, who often amputated parts of his victims before allowing them to die. Pedro Alonso Lopez, aka the Monster of the Andes, chose girls and young women as his victims, as many as 350 from 1969 to 1980 in various South American countries. But get this, he only spent 14 years in prison in Ecuador and another 4 years in a mental hospital in Colombia. He was released on a $70 bail order in 1998. Lo and behold, he disappeared and didn't see his parole officer again. Interpol and the Colombian National Police now want him in connection with some new murders. As for the Monster of the Mangones, he would shove needles into his male victims' throats and draw out blood. He may have drank the blood, making his murders partly an act of vampirism. He killed up to 38 guys like this and dumped many of their bodies down an alley locally known as the Mangones. Jack the Ripper of Rwanda. We don't have time to cover every country, but we think you need to know about the so-called Jack the Ripper of Rwanda. Rwanda is now an infinitely safer place than it was back in the 90s, when in 94 there was genocide. But in the capital of Kigali, where prostitution is said to be rife, there's a new version of the Ripper. On August 28, 2012, this guy killed 2 sex workers in the poorer part of town in broad daylight. Another woman saw the act, so he killed her too. It's reported he's killed 18 women so far, but what shocked Rwandans the most is on one of the victims' flesh he carved the words, "I will stop once I have killed 400 prostitutes." The New Times of Rwanda said eyewitnesses have seen this guy many times, who's described as a slender, light-skinned man who appears to be in his early 30s. Some people accused the cops of not looking hard enough given the social standing of the victims. Police responded to these slights by saying the government of Rwanda values every person living in Rwanda regardless of what they do. Police said the reason for the murders is likely conflicts over money and revenge following an HIV/AIDS contamination. 45.8% of sex workers are HIV positive and apparently at the root of the problem. But his criminal profile might also meet the criteria for the missionary killer, a special kind of serial killer who tells himself he's on a mission to exterminate something he feels is evil, dangerous, or just bad. The next story is so horrible it would shock Ted Bundy. The Forest of Horror. In 2014, Nigerian media reported about the Ibadan House of Horror in the city of Ibadan, Oyo State in Nigeria, the country's third largest city. The house had been used for human sacrifices. All around it were buried bodies and body parts in various states of decomposition, including skeletons. Inside the house were 21, maybe 23 victims, many shackled and driven half-mad by despair. The entire area stank of rotting corpses. One Nigerian writer summed it up saying, "No adjective or description is too much to express the horror." A Nigerian newspaper said the police rescued no fewer than 20 corpses and 21 living persons described as lunatics in various horrible health conditions from the scene. The discovery of so many human skulls and the continued exhuming of many more point to the idea that the spot might have existed for a long time. The discovery caused small riots. Families soon asked if their loved ones who'd gone missing had ended up at this horrible house of torture and death. Worse, the Nigerian media and some of the public pointed to wealthy people and even officials and politicians who were accused of hiring kidnappers to find young folks for their sacrifices, which were believed to bring them good fortune. Police still haven't found the culprits, but it's widely believed people of high standing are behind this obscene set of crimes that have gone on for years and possibly claimed hundreds of victims. Some of the victims said, indeed, when they were kidnapped, the people taking them had said they were officials. This case remains a mystery, but according to the press and the public, something stinks to high heaven here. Someone knows more than they're letting on. Now for some killers you might bump into one night on your way home from work. The West Mesa Bone Collector. In 2009, out in the desert of West Mesa in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a woman's dog dug up a bone. It was a human bone. Police got on the case and soon the remains of 11 women aged between 15 and 32 were found after a crime scene said to be as large as 75 football fields was cordoned off for the dig. It was believed most of the victims were sex workers. One of the victims was 4 months pregnant at the time of her death. A news reporter wrote, "All young women heinously murdered and then deep-sixed into the grit in a forlorn desert." Their families claimed the local police made no effort to find them after they were reported missing. Was this the work of human traffickers, a deranged serial killer, or perhaps drug lords? It was said these women knew each other. They worked the streets and scored drugs in what's sometimes referred to as Albuquerque's war zone. How had they ended up in the ground not far from each other? There have been plenty of suspects, and yet again the case remains open. This next one will chill you to the bone. The Colonial Parkway Killer. You've heard of the Zodiac killer, but we doubt many of you have heard of the Colonial Parkway killer. You'll likely recall the movie Zodiac, which shows the Zodiac killer shooting a couple in a car parked down a lover's lane. This happened in real life. That's what the Colonial Parkway killer did too, down a dark, mostly deserted road called the Colonial Parkway in Virginia. But he did it to 3 couples, killing them all, while another couple went missing. The murders happened between 1986 and 1989. They might have all been the work of one man, but since the deaths involved strangulation, gunshot, as well as stabbings, they might have also been the work of multiple killers taking advantage of the very dark stretch of road. Then again, in each case, the victims weren't robbed, and each time the killer drove their car away. In the first case in October 1986, the victims were both United States Naval Academy class of 1981 graduates. Kathy and Becky were a gay couple who at some point during the night must have been approached by a man, perhaps armed with a gun. Both victims were found with rope burns on their wrists and necks. They'd both been slashed so violently that they were almost decapitated. The killer then doused their bodies in gasoline, although he didn't light it. There might be other victims of the same killer not part of his official 8 count, such as 25-year-old Brian Craig Pettinger, who'd been hogtied and thrown into a river while still alive, or 18-year-old Lori Ann Powell Compton, who'd slammed a car door shut on her boyfriend after an argument and walked off into the night, only to be found later with stab wounds in her back. Maybe the killer struck again in 1996. That year, the bodies of 24-year-old Julianne Marie Williams and 26-year-old Laurel Salisbury Winans were discovered. The two had been camping in Virginia's Shenandoah National Park. Like some of the other victims, they were bound and stabbed. Like those other people, the killer wasn't directly sexually motivated. Now for perhaps the strangest case of them all, and arguably the one you should be the most concerned about. All you good-looking sporty types out there, listen carefully. The Smiley Face Killer. The story of the Smiley Face Killer is like a campfire horror tale you tell to your friends. It's a movie, a myth, and yet it might just be real. It's the story of at least 3 dozen young white men who in the 1990s and 2000s, up until the present day, were all found drowned in a body of water. The cases were mysterious, given that the men could swim and no one saw them fall into the water. Some people blamed booze and the hijinks young guys are apt to get up to, but others found the cases very, very strange. 3 dozen mysterious drownings of a similar kinds of young men is a lot, and there might be dozens more. One of the reasons this has been blamed on a serial killer or a group of connected serial killers is the fact that next to or near where the men drowned, there was always a smiley face piece of graffiti drawn on the wall. Something like 45 males have been found dead in the water in 11 states, often seen last at a party or a bar. The smiley face was always nearby. Detectives who worked on the case noted that these men fit a certain kind of profile. They were successful, popular, sporty types, the kind of guys some people might resent. 19 of these dead men were found in just 2 states, Minnesota and Wisconsin, but the detectives believe the killers have struck all over the U.S. One of those detectives said he's sure there's a well-structured, organized gang with cells in major cities across the U.S. who drug, abduct, hold the victims for a period of time before they murder them and then place them in the water. This isn't a joke, they are deadly serious. Some critics of the detective's theory believe the smiley face is so common, it's just a coincidence the men died close to where they were painted. Others have argued that it wasn't always possible to know exactly where the men died. The FBI has said it has no evidence there was a serial killer, stating these instances appear to be alcohol-related drownings. Tell that to the family and friends of a young man named Dakota James, who on December 15, 2016 called his friend Shelly on the phone sometime in the evening. Dakota was in total panic, crying. He told her, "I don't know where I am. I'm so cold. Please help me, I'm lost." He sounded unbelievably desperate. She found him by using a cell phone location app. He was somewhere on Pittsburgh's south side, still in shock. He hardly spoke at first, but told her the police had refused to help him. He'd actually asked them for help, and they just shrugged him off. Dakota explained to Shelly he'd been at a work Christmas party hosted by the transport company he worked at, and the last time he remembered anything was about 7:15 p.m. 4 hours later, he was walking around Pittsburgh not knowing where he'd been or what he was doing. Shelly thought it might have been a matter of too much booze, or maybe at worst he'd been drugged, but Dakota seemed okay the next day. 5 weeks later, he went missing, and this time Shelly would not get a call. On March 6, 2017, some 40 days later, a woman walking her dog found Dakota bloated and dead in the Ohio River. During the autopsy, the powerful general anesthetic GHB, known as the date assault drug, was found in his system. Did Dakota run into the same people as he did 5 weeks earlier? Had he been stalked? Had he actually been lucky to survive the first attack at his work party? He was young, good-looking, and athletic, the profile that fit the victims of the smiley face killer. His PayPal account had been used just 2 days after he'd vanished. His body certainly had not been in the water for 40 days, according to pathologists, so where had he been for 40 days? Why hadn't he called home? He wouldn't do that kind of thing. His death had been ruled an accident, but a pathologist named Cyril Wecht, who later reviewed his case, said Dakota had ligature marks on his neck. And guess what? On the closest bridge to where he was found, the Roberto Clemente Bridge, there were 11 smiley face symbols spray painted onto the concrete. This bridge was a few miles away, but it was still the closest bridge to where Dakota was found, and where police say he fell in. By now, you guys watching this video understand very well how serial killers copy each other. They watch something on the news and they replicate it. For power, for infamy, to satiate a sick urge. That's what some detectives think has happened here. That in the USA, there were and maybe still are ruthless and brutal people killing for fun and drawing a smiley face near to where they dumped the bodies. Now retired, these detectives say the smiley face killers have murdered around 100 people and they've linked 250 cases to them in total. One of the detectives is so sure of this that he's remortgaged his house and maxed his credit cards trying to solve the case. Both detectives say this depraved gang is highly organized, using various medications on people, stalking them, and choosing a specific target, with each murder being meticulously planned on the dark web. One of the detectives said in an interview in 2019, the level of sophistication of the group is a lot greater than we'd imagined. Now we know they communicate with each other on the dark web. We know there's surveillance and counter-surveillance. Maybe the FBI is right, and there are about 250 murders a year that are the work of American serial killers, or maybe something much darker lurks behind the headlines that we see in our day-to-day media. The U.S. serial killers you've never heard of. Henry Lee Moore, 25 murders from 1911 to 1912, across Iowa, Kansas, Illinois, and Colorado. Then there's the unsolved Jack the Ripper-style murders in Atlanta during the same period. From May 20th to July 1st, 1911, he killed one person almost at the same time every Saturday night. But the killer that really stands out from the past is the axe murderer, who killed dozens of people in Texas and Louisiana from January 1911 to April 1912. This gruesome story is the stuff of horror movies. In terms of American serial killers, you could call him the worst of the worst, before serial killers were ever actually discussed in everyday society. In 1911, this killer entered a house in Rayne, Louisiana, and he left 4 family members dead. The murder weapon was an axe, although he used the dull side of it when he stuck his victims. Not long after, just 10 miles away in the small town of Crowley, he walked into the Byers family home and killed 3 people much the same way. 2 weeks after that, he headed over to the city of Lafayette in Louisiana. He opened the door to a family home and went on a bloody rampage, killing all 4 family members. He decided to go to Texas next, where a couple of months later he killed a family of 5 in their home. 6 months later, he was back in Lafayette. Again, he skulked around a family home at night, waiting for the right time to pounce. He entered the home and struck with his axe with furious anger against 6 people who before that had never dreamed such a monster could exist. He didn't wait long for his next bloodbath. He killed a family of 5 in Lake Charles, Louisiana. He left a note after that one. When he maketh the inquisition for blood, he forgetteth not the cry of the humble, human 5. This maniac killed 49 people in all. What's even more shocking is he committed so many murders in such a short period. If that happened today, there wouldn't be a person in the world who owned a smartphone or TV that didn't hear about it. Back then, hardly anyone knew about the axe murderer, the killer of innocent families. We're pretty sure you've never heard of him, so now it's time to investigate some more. There's been a fairly recent book written about this killer called Axes of Evil, the true story of the Axeman murders. This book is correct in saying that those murders are still today the worst instance of serial killing in the US for which no one has been found guilty. Here's the blurb from the book. It's a tale of ritual murder, voodoo mayhem, and wholesale killings that leads the reader on a shocking train ride across 2 states and into the chapters of a real American horror story. The fiendish slayings of 10 sleeping families nestled in their beds. That's no exaggeration. And it's not an exaggeration to say the unsolved crime is comparable to the crimes of one serial killer you all know, Jack the Ripper. In fact, what the Ripper did was nothing compared to what the axe murderer did in terms of body count. But how he got away with it is just as confounding. As for why you've never heard of these murders, they just didn't fall on enough editors' desks. According to Vronsky, the small Texas and Louisiana towns where the murders took place were kinds of outbacks back then, while London during the time of Jack the Ripper was the center of the world, especially when it came to the newspaper industry. First of all, why so many axe murderers and not so many knife or gun murders? The simple answer is axes were used a lot back in those days. They were just the weapon of choice for a lot of people since they were always close by. As the Smithsonian magazine points out, almost every family in rural districts owned such an implement and often left it lying in their yard. The same article said that most axe murder victims were killed in their beds. Axes aren't so useful when a person can see what's coming, but they're ideal when the victim is stationary. Some people called this span of crimes the mulatto axe murders because the victims were all usually mixed race. The scant reports we can find say the first murders in Louisiana all happened when the families were fast asleep, usually in the early morning hours. The first slaying in Texas happened on March 22, 1911, in the city of San Antonio. The victims were the entire Cassaway family who lived in a house on Olive Street. The father of the family was Lewis, an African-American man who worked at the Grant School. When he didn't show up for work that day, someone went around to his house to see why. That's when all 5 family members were found. In one room, police found Lewis and his daughter. In another room was everyone else, including his wife, who also, according to reports, was white. She was reportedly in the worst state when police discovered the awful scene. This has led to some people to believe the killer not only held some racist belief that black and white people shouldn't have families together, but he mainly blamed the women of mixed-race families. There was certainly a motive which pointed to intense hatred. The killer stole nothing from the house, even though he could have. According to one writer, nothing in the house was disturbed, and Lewis's trousers were still hanging from the bedpost with several dollars in the pocket. The same author said the family had no known enemies in the town and got along with everyone. The killer then returned to Louisiana, where he killed all 6 members of the Norbert Randall family. As he'd done in the past, he used the blunt side of the axe rather than the sharp side, hitting his victims with such force that they died from head injuries. Yet again, the father of the family was an African American and the mother was white. Someone was actually arrested for this. That's something we want to come back to later. While this person was in custody, more murders took place, and again, they involved mixed-race families. They also involved an axe, so it was hard not to connect the murders with the previous ones. For instance, in Crowley, the killer used an axe to kill a white woman and her 3 mixed-race offspring. Crowley's Daily Signal newspaper wrote this on January 22, 1912. In every Negro house in Crowley, lights are kept burning all night, and adult family members remain awake during the night. The same newspaper wrote, "Many believe that religious mania is responsible for the killings. Negro servants in Crowley are in a panic. The more superstitious believe that some supernatural agency is at work. Just so you know, we are aware this word can be construed as offensive and anachronistic, but using the actual language that was written serves a purpose here." The family that was killed in Lake Charles was also of mixed race. They were the Felix Prasad family, whose address was 331 Rock Street in North Lake Charles. They lived in a small house close to the Southern Pacific Line. This was one murder with a clue because, as you know, the murderer left that note behind. "When he maketh the inquisition for blood, he forgetteth not the cry of the humble." It comes from the Bible, Psalm 9:12. The New King James Version goes like this: "When he avenges blood, he remembers them. He does not forget the cry of the humble." Next to the note were the words human and 5. There were also the words pearl art or ort, which were written below everything else. People actually started talking about some crazy cult that called itself the Human 5. According to Christian scholars, this part of the Bible means people should not pursue revenge themselves, but let the Lord settle all scores on behalf of the humble. What's also strange is that the victim decorated the fingers of all the younger victims. He used paper tied with a pin and put each piece between the victim's fingers. The killer had also placed a bucket below the bodies to catch the dripping blood, which was another reason local people thought they had a killer cult on their hands. In February 1912, the killer struck again, this time in Beaumont, Texas. He killed a mixed-race woman and her 3 offspring. Just over a month later, he killed a woman and her 4 kids, as well as a man who was staying over at her house. The police had previously tried to link the murders with religious fanaticism, and of course noted the fact that many of the victims were of mixed race or were all African American. One news report we found said this about the killer in its conclusion: "In all probability, they have been perpetuated by the same person who no doubt is insane or affected with some fiendish mania against the Negro race." Police now understood that most of the murders took place close to the Southern Pacific Railroad line, so they came to the conclusion that the killer rode the train, got off, killed, and got back on. Hopping trains back in those days wasn't anything out of the ordinary. At this time, they were thinking there was only one killer, but the possibility of there being more than one didn't escape their minds. There were some other clues too, which many decades in the future would have stirred the minds of criminal profilers. In the first Lafayette murders, the bodies had been what profilers call posed. All the victims had been placed on their knees as if praying. The killer had put the wife's arm over her husband's shoulder, and the younger family members were in front of them. The sheriff at the time, Mr. Lacoste, first believed the murders could have been the work of an escaped lunatic. That guy was arrested, but soon released and returned to the asylum. The sheriff said he had several people he wanted to speak with, but so far things didn't look good. A story in the Lafayette Advertiser said since so many murders were looking like the same person had done them, a terrible monster was on the loose. Later in 1912, the killer struck twice in Texas. First, he killed William Burton and 4 members of his family while they were asleep in their San Antonio home. Just 2 nights later, the killer struck in Hempstead, Texas, killing 3 family members. African Americans and mixed-race families were understandably panic-stricken. People took to arming themselves and staying up all night long. Neighbors took turns guarding each other's homes. A man named Ernest Smothers was guarding his home one night when he heard a noise at the door. He shot a man dead. Only that man was a well-meaning neighbor who'd just come to check in on him. After Smothers shot the man, a guy named Max Warren went to see what happened. When he saw the body of a dead man lying on the floor, he ran away. As he was running, someone shouted that he was the Axeman. Warren was shot after that by another person who was close by. We can't find the original news report describing this neighborly chaos, although podcasts and blogs have talked about it. The craziness does ring true when you look at one news story from back then. We found an article in the Lafayette Advisor dated August 20th, 1912. The headline reads, "Axeman Again." The first paragraph reads, "The dreaded Axeman, who is believed to be implicated in the murder of over 40 Negroes in Louisiana and Texas, has been foiled at last, but not caught." The article explains that the killer went to a house owned by a man named James Dashiell, described in the story as mulatto. It says the killer had tried once before to kill this man and his family but had not succeeded. On his second attempt, he crept into the house through the kitchen window. He saw Mrs. Dashiell asleep and struck her with his axe, missing her head but almost severing her arm. She screamed and kicked out, only to be struck again on the leg. Her screams woke up her husband, who armed himself and fired on the person. The story goes on to say 2 families of 5 each, nearly white, have been murdered with axes in the last 18 months. Since the murders were so similar to others farther afield, the newspaper said they might be connected to a roving gang. The story ended by saying, "Negroes here are greatly aroused and many are purchasing pistols and guns, and it's said that the night vigils will be kept." It seems this last attack was the Axeman's last. Like his other murders, it left police scratching their heads. It left the public, especially African American and mixed-race families, fearing for their lives and living in a climate of constant fear. We told you the police had a suspect for one of the attacks previously. It wasn't actually a he, but a she. Her name was Clementine Barnabette. She was just 19 years old. She was the daughter of Raymond Barnabette, who himself had been accused of being the killer. He was arrested and let go, and then rearrested for the killing of the Randall family, although the evidence against him was not very substantial. His daughter Clementine had told the police her father was the killer. Her brother had said the same. Still, while Raymond was in jail, the murders kept happening. When the other Lafayette family was murdered, it obviously couldn't have been him. The suspicion fell on Clementine, who lived just a few blocks away from where the murders had taken place. Police also found blood and parts of brain on her clothes. Dr. Metz in New Orleans said the body matter matched that of the murdered family, but back then, it was hard to say that conclusively. In one news report, it just says the doctor said the blood was not menstrual. During questioning, Clementine admitted to killing that family. She said the murders were to show her devotion to the high priestess of the Church of the Sacrifice. She, like others in this church, apparently believed that human sacrifice could bring riches and even immortality. Clementine also said the high priestess had given her some conjure bags, kind of good luck charms, that would help her get away with murder. She also said this in her statement to the police. One of the gang was instructed to go to New Iberia and interview the Hoodoo Man, who said we were safe in any and all actions which we might do. Our lives would at all times be fully protected by the power of the Hoodoos. It all sounds very strange and gruesome, but could a young woman have done all those murders by herself? Human Rights Watch has written about the axe murders and believes it was indeed the same person or people who were responsible for the 49 murders comprising various families. Clementine was arrested, as were Edwin Charles and Gregory Porter, two men that had been with her on the night of the last Lafayette murders. But then a guy named King Harris was also arrested. He was said to be the leader of the Church of Sacrifice, which had members in Crowley and Lafayette and Lake Charles. After his arrest, police found this passage underlined in the Bible. And now also the axe is laid unto the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, which bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Matthew 3:10. Here's what one newspaper story wrote about him. It is known that on the night of the murder, this Harris held a meeting in a house about 1/2 block from the Randall home, and Randall and his family are said to have been at the meeting. It's since been theorized that if this guy had anything to do with the murders, the reason he had that bit underlined was that he believed it meant that trees that bring bad fruit were equal to mixed-race families. That's why they were killed. Still, not all the murders were of mixed-race families. News reports called him the Negro Preacher, who was head of the church, but investigations into him led to nothing. Some people even questioned if the church existed at all. Other people were arrested, some linked to those strange churches and others to the practice of hoodoo. Then everything went crazy again because, as you know, while Clementine and her father were in jail, more axe murders happened. So there's just no way that Clementine could have been behind all 49 murders. She told police she had committed 17 of them, although she said she had 4 accomplices, 2 men and 2 women, who she wouldn't name. She said they drew straws as to who was the one who struck with the axe, the others just watched. In her own words, she said to the police about one attack, "We took the man and woman, placed them in a kneeling position beside the bed and left the house. I was one of the first to aid the relatives the next day and help prepare the bodies for burial." She also said these families were not selected particularly. "We started out not knowing who the victims would be." Still, investigators wrote that she was very self-contradictory. So at times, she said one thing and then later said another thing. Sometimes she just told outright lies. It was as if she was making the whole thing up, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Sheriff Lacoste did not think she was innocent, saying Clementine Barnabette is rational, and I believe it is true, except as to details given with the purpose of confusing officers as to her accomplices. She was eventually convicted of one murder, Mrs. Randall, and sentenced to life in prison, although after having some kind of surgical operation, it was said she was cured of her ills. It's not known what operation was performed on her, but the prison said it restored her to a normal condition. She was released after 10 years, and no one knows what happened to her after that. Today, people doubt whether she committed any of the murders. Maybe she did commit the one murder. As for the ones that happened while she was behind bars, perhaps she was part of the Sacrifice sect, and various other members committed other killings. After researching this story, we can say with certainty that we are certainly uncertain about who did what. The local newspapers thought it was her, with one writing, "While the woman at times seems practically insane, she yet has a certain intelligence and cunning. Ever since her incarceration, she has successfully foiled the officers in their attempts to get at the true facts of the case. And when she deceives the officers by giving them some false clue, she smiles with devilish delight and chuckles over her victory. We will never know the answer. Perhaps there was a general hysteria around the time, and perhaps there were copycats. In 1909, a family was murdered by a person wielding an axe. That murder also happened in Crowley. In 1911, right after Clementine went to prison and vowed for more murders to happen while the moon was full, William Walmsley and his loving wife Sally and their daughter were all killed in Philadelphia, Mississippi. In 1912, 8 family members were brutally slain in what became known as the Villisca Axe murders in Iowa. A few years later came the Axeman of New Orleans, who was never caught. Scott Lee Kimball, a name you've likely never heard before today. Probably because the FBI doesn't want you to know about this serial killer they paid and protected. Kimball was born in 1966 to an unhappy home. He and his brother were witnesses to their parents' divorce when Kimball's mother came out as a lesbian shortly after his 10th birthday. His father immediately left her and remarried, but the boys went on to live with their mother. Deeply troubled by his home life, Kimball had his first run-in with the police when they were called after he fired a gun out of the window at neighboring homes. Kimball and his brother eventually moved in with their grandmother, but there, a neighbor, Theodore Payton, began bullying both of them. The bullying continued until Kimball's early 20s. Then he was involved in a gun accident that would change his life forever. The bullet glanced off his skull, leaving a distinct scar. The accident nonetheless left Kimball in critical condition for several days, but once he recovered, one of his cousins commented that he had changed dramatically. In his own words, he had lost his conscience. The trauma, however, gave Kimball the courage to face his bully, and he, along with several others, reported him to the police. Peyton would be convicted and imprisoned, but according to a former girlfriend, Kimball still felt like he was less of a man due to the bullying he suffered. The trauma had left deep scars, and the emotional and psychological damage would one day manifest itself in horrifying ways. Years later, an imprisoned Peyton was asked how he thought the bullying had shaped Kimball into the killer he would turn into, but Peyton had no comment. Kimball would make a living as a hunting guide and dabbled in numerous nonviolent crimes. In 1988, he scored his first felony for writing bad checks in Montana. Then later that year, he was arrested once more for passing yet another bad check and for breaking and entering in 2 separate homes and stealing several firearms. Kimball managed to avoid jail time and moved in with his second wife to Spokane, Washington, where he could start a new life of crime. Getting into the lumber business, he began to scam timber companies. Almost as if he couldn't even help himself, Kimball also stole money from his wife's dentist and the church they attended. In 1997, the couple divorced, and 2 years later, Kimball kidnapped his wife, though charges were never filed because the two had continued a sexual relationship even after the split. Kimball's laundry list of crimes were finally catching up, and in 2000, he finally landed prison time. After passing 3 more forged checks, a court revoked his suspended sentence from his 1988 sentencing, landing him in prison for about a year. After his sentence, he was moved to a pre-release prison in Helena, Montana, where he was allowed to work as a cashier at a gas station. Inevitably, Kimball ended up stealing $671 from the gas station, along with a truck. Kimball fled north, going up to Alaska and living under his brother's name. There he met Catherine Curtis, the woman who would become his third wife and who never knew him as anyone but Brett Kimball. However, soon Kimball found himself in need of cash, and he bought himself blank check stock and a computer, with which he could print checks in his brother's name, forging almost $25,000 in bad checks. Eventually, the authorities once more caught up with him and they threw him in an Anchorage prison. Kimball knew that with all his old warrants surfacing now that his identity had been revealed. He'd need to make himself valuable somehow if he was going to be a free man anytime soon. That's when he turned to the FBI and sold them a story they bought hook, line, and sinker. Kimball might have been a monster, but he was charismatic and had a knack as a confidence man. He warned the FBI that his cellmate was plotting to kill a federal judge, federal prosecutor, and 2 witnesses. He also told them that he could provide information about the October 2001 assassination of a federal prosecutor in Seattle. Given his nonviolent, white-collar crimes, the FBI bought his stories and discarded his warrants, moving him from his prison in Anchorage, Alaska, to FCI Inglewood in Colorado. 6 months later, he was released, officially an informant to the FBI. Of course, Kimball had no actual intelligence to provide for the FBI, so he fed them a continuous line of exaggerations and useless information. To this day, not a single arrest or warrant has ever stemmed from Kimball's service as an informant. Kimball, however, took right back to his old ways right under the FBI's nose. He began cashing bad checks again, but soon took on the biggest score of his life. He had started a legitimate business buying and selling organic beef, and took to financing that business with bad checks. Getting greedy would lead to his downfall, though. Impersonating Cleve Armstrong, a local optometrist, Kimball wrote more than $83,000 in bad checks to his own companies. Kimball had gained access to the necessary info thanks to his mother, who ran an insurance company in the same building as Armstrong. Kimball had set up a small office for himself in the basement of the building, right next to a poorly secured closet that kept many of Armstrong's financial records. Breaking in and stealing the necessary info let Kimball impersonate Armstrong over the phone to his bank, making the payments without detection. As the police began to look for Kimball, though, he'd already fled the state. The FBI pulled their protection of Kimball after an internal review found that Kimball had provided no good intelligence to date. The officer who had recruited him and overseen his short career as an informant was immediately reassigned, probably to a listening post in the Arctic Circle somewhere. To this day, though, the FBI refuses to comment on the situation, likely to avoid even more public embarrassment. Kimball's marriage eventually imploded, and he took up with a 25-year-old waitress. She would later remark that while he acted like a gentleman at all times, he was prone to rough sex, bondage, and taking photos of her. Eventually, he pressured her to buy him a rifle, as he was not allowed due to his status as a felon. Upon receiving the rifle, Kimball disappeared once more. With the FBI now issuing a warrant for his arrest and cooperating with local law enforcement across several states, a disturbing picture of Kimball's activities in the last few years began to emerge. Sometime toward the end of 2002, Kimball had reached out to Leanne Emery, the girlfriend of an inmate he had served time with, and turned into authorities as the mastermind of an escape plan he had actually engineered himself. As part of the plan, his cellmate had told him to make contact with Emery once he was out of prison, in case he wasn't able to, and Emery was also told to listen to Kimball and do as he said. Kimball contacted Emery and drew her into his scams, the two stealing mail from local post offices to forge checks. On January 16, 2003, Emery told her parents that she was going on a trip to Mexico to go caving. Her parents hoped that this was a sign she was taking some time off and getting a grip on her out-of-control life. Instead, she'd end up losing it. Emery and Kimball went on a road trip, stealing checks worth $15,000. Kimball also made sure that their gas and expenses were paid on Emery's credit card, as well as a laptop and a handgun. Kimball would use that handgun to shoot Emery in the head shortly after, leaving her body in a box canyon in Utah. Kimball would also go on to kill the girlfriend of another cellmate, Jennifer Markham. Markham was a 25-year-old single mother and high school dropout working as a stripper. Kimball had told Markham that he had opened up a chain of coffee shops and had an opening for her in Seattle. In preparation for the move, Markham moved her belongings to Kimball's home. She'd never be seen again. Markham's car was discovered at the Denver airport, though there was no evidence she had ever boarded a flight. On the insistence of her father, the police opened an investigation into Markham's disappearance, and through a contact at the FBI, he was able to get a meeting with an informant who had news on the murder and went by the alias Joe Snitch. The informant said that Jennifer was dead and knew where the body was buried, which made Markham's father believe that this informant had actually killed Markham himself. The FBI didn't believe him until Joe offered to show Markham's mother exactly what happened to her daughter, or a sex escort if she paid for one. At a meeting, Markham's father had managed to write down Joe's license plate number and had a police friend run the plates, revealing that the informant was none other than Kimball himself. Kimball, however, had already struck close to home. In 2003, he had met a single mother, Laura McLeod, and now lived with his new girlfriend and her 19-year-old daughter, Casey Dawn McLeod. One day, Kimball presented a bag of drugs to Casey's mother, claiming to have found them in her room. In a confrontation with her mother, Casey grew angry after denying the drugs were hers and left the house. Kimball got Casey a hotel room where she could stay and came by to pick her up and drive her to work. He reassured Casey's mother that she just needed some time to cool off, but then Casey went missing. One day she didn't show up at the hotel room, she was sharing with her boyfriend, and she had never shown up to work. Kimball claimed to have been on a hunting trip that day and conveniently left on a work trip for a whole week right after Casey went missing. Kimball had already murdered Casey though, burying her remains in a national park. Casey wouldn't be the only family member Kimball would kill though. Soon after Casey's disappearance, Kimball's uncle, Terry, had the good fortune of winning the lottery and promptly retired to Mexico. There was just one problem: the Ohio State Lottery had no record of Terry winning. What was known is that Kimball had immediately begun to sell Terry's items shortly after he went missing. In 2008, Kimball was finally jailed for check fraud and was the prime suspect in at least 4 disappearances. Authorities grilled him, but Kimball refused to confess to any murders, though he dropped the enigmatic clue which stuck in one of the investigators' minds, asking what if one of the girls had simply disappeared in a national forest, presumably seeking to offer a plausible explanation for Casey's disappearance that didn't involve him. Kimball had inadvertently offered a clue that would bring him down. Investigator Jonathan Grusing happened to remember a receipt that had been sitting in evidence after Kimball's arrest. The receipt placed Kimball at a grocery store very near the Route National Forest on the day after Casey disappeared. Contacting park staff, they confirmed that a skull had been found in the fall of 2007. Subsequent DNA testing proved that it belonged to Casey McLeod. Perhaps the most disturbing of all, though, is the fact that Kimball had taken Casey's mother on their official honeymoon to that same forest, just a few days after he had killed and buried her, not far from where they made camp. With that discovery, the pressure ramped up on Kimball. He resisted at first, but eventually caved, helping lead investigators to the remains of 2 of his other victims. A third, however, couldn't be found, but he admitted to the murder. Despite this, Kimball is suspected in the murders of several other individuals, including the attempted murder of his own son, covered up as a serious car accident. His son just happened to have a life insurance policy made out to Kimball himself. Today, Kimball rots in a prison in Florida where he'll never see another day as a free man. The FBI, meanwhile, continues to do its best to sweep under the rug the several years that they unknowingly protected a serial killer as an informant. Mr. Yang Shanhai was as wicked, if not more wicked, than any serial killer that has ever plagued the towns, cities, and villages in the USA. He was certainly worse than anyone who's left blood splatters and body parts within the pleasant green borders of the UK, the home of Jack the Ripper. So why, you might be thinking, is Yang Shanhai, aka the Monster Killer, completely unknown to you? The short answer is he was so incredibly barbaric and so infinitely cruel that he became an embarrassment to China. don't hold your breath waiting for the Chinese true crime series about him. Yang is yet to hit Netflix, but for us, he certainly deserves a place on the list of the worst of the worst of the world. The Chinese Communist Party had never seen anything quite like him. They were shocked such a specimen of a human could exist in their country, and when they heard his troubling excuse as to why he did what he did, they relegated him to the dustbin of communist history. He was a big black mark on society, a mostly peaceful society where violent crime is concerned. Yang himself would one day have a lot to say about society. So here at the Infographic Show, we're bringing him back. We think his excuse for becoming a prolific serial killer is fascinating. So first, let's have a look at what, in general, makes a person become a serial killer. While only about 1% or less of the general population is considered to be full-blown psychopaths, and maybe 1/4 of people exhibit various psychopathic traits such as narcissism, impulsivity, lack of empathy, and superficial charm, many serial killers are psychopaths. A study at Columbia University found that 86.5% of serial killers on record met the criteria for psychopathy, which means ticking the right boxes on something called the Haigh psychopathy checklist. That same study said 87.5% of serial killers met the criteria for sadistic personality disorder. They actually enjoy seeing people suffer at their own hands, as Yang certainly did. Killing was sport to him. Unlike some serial killers, he wasn't interested in the aftermath. He didn't want to stay near the bodies or take parts of them home with him. He was driven by violence and the fear of his victims, some of whom he didn't kill immediately. He was a sadist. At least that's what we can gather from the little information the Chinese police have made public about his crimes. But psychopaths in general don't kill people. You all likely know or have met a psychopath. You might have dated one or worked with one, and despite their flaws, they probably aren't going out at night and tearing strangers to pieces. There's more to serial killers than psychopathy, a lot more. It's hard to predict who will become a serial killer. They're not easy to pin down. Otherwise, we'd have minority reports on certain kids and they'd never become killers. Even so, researchers in the US have found many serial killers share certain childhood traits, such as chronic bedwetting or setting fires, and a big one, seeming to enjoy hurting animals. But this might just be a consequence of childhood neglect. Neglected kids don't usually start killing, but we can say that the majority of serial killers faced childhood trauma. Something else usually happens, perhaps a serious head injury that affects their faculty of reasoning. Or maybe they learn to associate violence with sex, and in many cases the kids witness or experience extreme violence and then later normalize it. There aren't many serial killers in the world because so many things have to go wrong for one to develop and begin killing. It's thought right now, in the US, there might be 25 to 50 serial killers, and the majority of them would have abnormal childhoods. With this in mind, let's look at the childhood of today's killer. Are there any clues in his childhood that might help us understand why he became such an incredibly cruel adult? Yang was born on July 17, 1968, which isn't a great time for the rural poor in China. This was the time of the leader Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution, May 16, 1966 to October 6, 1976. Prior to this, from 1958 to 1962, Mao had failed in his campaign to make China great again in what was known as the Great Leap Forward. Up to 50 million people died, mostly from starvation, disease, or being worked to death. And according to the historian Frank Dikötter, at least 2.5 million people were beaten or tortured to death. In Dikötter's book, The Great Leap Forward, he cites the Chinese historical archives describing unbelievable horrors such as people selling their kid for a bowl of rice, or in one case a parent being told by local officials or cadres to bury his child alive because the starving kid stole some grain. Such horrors were widespread. Imagine growing up in that environment, which was not very long ago. In the Cultural Revolution, when much of China got behind Mao to weed out the counter-revolutionaries and the so-called bourgeoisie elements of society, teachers were sometimes dragged out of their classrooms by students and beaten to death. Neighbors snitched on neighbors, property was violently confiscated, and the intellectual class were often publicly humiliated and sent to the countryside in the millions. Persecution was pervasive, violence and fear were everywhere you looked. This all happened when little Yang was learning how the world worked. The investigative historian and writer of numerous books on serial killers, Peter Vronsky, states that in Europe and the US, there was a boon of serial killers in the 20th century, with those killers being the children who grew up around World War I and World War II. Vronsky has stated that there might be a connection between widespread economic hardship and kids who become killers. He said there might be another serial killer surge when the children of the 2008 economic crisis get older. Maybe the pandemic and the Ukraine war, with all the hardship they've caused, could bring about another golden age of serial killers. If they can get past the omnipresent CCTV, that is. It's interesting that in the early 1990s and early 2000s, China experienced a serial killer boom. The killers, or most of them, had grown up in the age of Mao. This included a man who murdered 25 students he lured from gaming arcades in Henan. Then there was the man known as China's Jack the Ripper, Gao Chengyang, a devoted family man and greengrocer who viciously mutilated 11 women in the Gansu province from 1988 to 2002. And let's not forget Chang Peng, who from 1988 to 1995 killed 6 people and fed some of them to his beloved dogs. If you look at the full list of Chinese serial killers during this boom, many were born and grew up during those dark days under Chairman Mao's rule. Little Yang certainly experienced economic and social devastation in his town in Shenyang County, Henan. His desperately poor parents would have known famine very well. There's a good chance that they saw people fight over flesh of dead animals or eat tree bark or boiled leather. They were brutally poor in what was an extremely poor part of China. Henan province was one of the worst places to be during the famine. Over 1 million people, 1 in 8, died from starvation or cadre brutality. There were reports of people being beaten to death for trying to leave their village. In the city of Shenyang, which was close to where Yang grew up, almost entire villages starved to death. You could walk into a village and there'd be no one around at all. The trees all stripped of bark, even the dogs eaten. Talk about eerie. According to a witness who spoke to the writer Yang Jisheng, bodies were scattered on the roads out of Shenyang, many of them with chunks of flesh removed for human consumption. His famous book on the matter, Tombstone, talks about a girl. Both her parents died, and she then killed her brother and ate him. The book is banned in China. Such barbarity is not often discussed in public. We don't know what horrors Yang saw as a child, but he couldn't have escaped the brutal impact of those times completely. Judging by what he'd later say, we are confident he didn't. He did at least grow up after the famine of the Great Leap Forward, but since his own town was at the epicenter of this Chinese disaster, he no doubt knew what hunger and cruelty felt like. He had very little trust or faith in society. Yang was the youngest of 4 children living in what the press called a dilapidated house. He was smart but was said to be very introverted. He didn't have many friends, and despite his relatively high IQ, he had little interest in studying. At age 17, in 1985, he took one look around his impoverished village and told his parents he was leaving. There was as yet nothing to suggest this boy would become unimaginably cruel. His father just said he was angry and he left, never to return to his home village. It didn't take long for him to fall afoul of the law. Little is known of his life back then, perhaps due to the Chinese government wanting to keep his case quiet, but we do know that he would drift from town to town looking for work. He was arrested in 1988 and 1991, both times for theft, which led to stints in labor camps. It seems he had a girlfriend around this time, but she didn't wait for him to get out of the labor camp. The angry young man got angrier. It's also worth pointing out that another trait of psychopathy is getting involved in petty crime at a young age. Almost all serial killer psychopaths, such as Ted Bundy, can't resist stealing or engaging in other small crimes. Yang graduated to murder in 2000. Again, it's unclear where he started, since Chinese police seem to have put a gagging order on his crimes. Often, reports of murder were left out of the Chinese daily newspapers, and Chinese citizens only found out about them online on internet forums. It was the same in communist Russia. The government would often cover up cases of serial murder, since the communists like to say such depraved behavior only happened in the decadent West. What we do know is that Yang would often get around by bicycle, traveling from town to town in the provinces of Anhui, Haigh, Henan, and Shandong. He would ride to a village and scope it out, carefully picking out his prey. These were usually families who lived in isolated houses at the edges of the village. When Yang had secured the information he wanted, he'd ride to their house in the middle of the night so he could catch them sleeping. His murder weapon of choice was usually a knife, a hammer, or an axe, or even a shovel, and he never used the same murder weapon twice. Yang would enter the house and immediately go to the bedrooms, bludgeoning, stabbing, and slicing the men and the older boys first. He'd leave the girls and women until last, and no matter how much they pleaded for mercy, he'd kill every last person, or at least he would try to. If anyone ever survived, they looked like they'd been in a fight with an angry pterodactyl. Yang was what criminal profilers called forensically aware, meaning he knew how to evade detection. He'd bury the murder weapon or throw it in a river, as well as burn the clothes he was wearing when he committed the crime. He also changed shoe size to make cops believe several different killers were at work. Sometimes he'd plod around in shoes way too big for him, knowing that cops often looked for footprints. Yang must have known something about serial killing. After he was caught, some media reported that he had a notepad where he'd write down his ideas for movies about serial killers. Details of each murder are scant, but some of the ghastly crimes did become public knowledge. In October 2002, he sneaked into a house, killed the husband first, then the daughter, and lastly he tried to kill the pregnant wife, though she miraculously survived her injuries. His weapon this time was a shovel. On December 6 that year, a grandfather named Liu Zhongyuan arrived at his house in the village of Luzhuang in Henan to find his son and daughter and their 2 children dead. He said his wife was alive, her eyelids noticeably moving, but she died 10 days later in the hospital. The grandfather, who'd stayed at their new house that night, told the press, "We plan to move to the new house on December 9th. Who can imagine that they experienced such a tragedy only 3 days before? Yang had used a hammer, which he buried, and he threw his bloody clothes in a river. Regarding the modus operandi, Yang's murders weren't difficult to connect. Even though the police never let the public know that there was a serial killer on the loose, the first time Yang killed is thought to have been September 19, 2000, when he slaughtered 2 family members. Less than 2 weeks later, he slaughtered 3 members of a family. Each time he sneaked into their house at night and slaughtered them as they slept. His crimes were similar to those of the USA's Richard Ramirez, the Nightstalker, but Yang offered no devil excuses, and he'd rack up a much longer list of victims. Yang kept on killing, murdering just 7 people in 2001, but in 2002 he murdered 33 people, each time attacking a family or a couple. In Jumadian in Henan, he murdered 5 people in one house, the highest number he'd kill in one night's work. He murdered 4 people at once a few times, and on August 8, 2003 he killed another 5-person family in a village outside the city of Shijiazhuang, Haigh province. What China had on its hands wasn't dissimilar to the axe murders in the US at the start of the 20th century. The Chinese police wouldn't ever fully explain what Yang had done in those houses, but they did talk about extreme cruelty and bloodbaths. 3 months after his massacre of 5 in Shijiazhuang, Yang was in the city of Kangzhou in the same province when police picked him up at what the media described as an entertainment venue. Some media stated it was a nightclub. Reports say he acted suspiciously, so police asked him to go with them to the station. Again, details are scarce, but it's likely they recognized his face because they soon took a DNA sample from him, and the game was up. Yang might have been forensically aware, but it's not as if he committed those murders with a hazmat suit on. The cops soon connected him to the crimes in 4 provinces. He subsequently confessed. All added up, his reign of terror in just 3 years had led to the violent deaths of 67 people, with 10 people very seriously injured. His crimes also included very serious sexual misconduct, something we can't describe here. Had he not been caught when he was, he might well have gone on to kill over 100. If you look at the crimes and what he had to say about them, it seems he was just getting started. Soon the Chinese media was aflame, with some Chinese news reports stating that Yang was even worse than the killers in the USA. Some Chinese citizens vented their concerns about how the Ministry of Public Security had kept his crimes under wraps. In China, everyone is familiar with the term Wai Qi Wen Ding, which translates to maintaining public stability. Things must never look like they're getting out of hand, so the cops don't always tell the media what's been going down regarding crime. Still, had people known a madman was in their midst, they might well have put better locks on their doors. Now we'll ask the question that we asked at the start. Why would a man do such things? Yang always tried to make sure everyone was dead. His barbarity was about as bad as it gets in the world of serial killers. The crime scenes he left were absolutely devastating. Young or old, he attacked them like a monster. His answer to that at first was that he was upset that his girlfriend had broken up with him when he was first sent to a labor camp. To most Chinese citizens, that seemed stupid and not the least bit sincere. There had to be more. His second answer made more sense. He said, "When I killed people, I had a desire to kill more. This inspired me to kill more. I don't care whether they deserve to live or not. It's none of my concern." These were the words of a psychopath. He had zero empathy. Many serial killers who'd been caught also discuss killing as an addiction, one that usually spirals so much out of control that they get sloppy and get caught. Yang's childhood may also have played a part in his crimes. He also explained, "I have no desire to be a part of society. Society is not my concern." In another interview, he said, "Killing people is very usual, nothing special." Where did he learn that killing was usual? Maybe when death was a common occurrence back in the days of Mao. It's also interesting what a policeman told the Jiangnan Times about Yang. The cop said Yang was never interested in getting money from his victims. He added, he committed crimes to merely hurt society. We should also mention that despite many Chinese citizens living through hell in the recent past, the country does have a very low crime rate on the whole, including a very low violent crime rate. China only has a murder rate of about 0.5 per 100,000, compared to the USA's 7.8 per 100,000. China is a relatively safe and friendly nation. It feels safe when you visit, but no country in this world, it seems, is 100% serial killer proof. On February 14, 2004, the 35-year-old Yang, then already known as China's worst ever serial killer, breathed his last breath and was put to death by firing squad. Now we think you need to hear about Germany's serial killer boom back when its population was feeling the brunt of the hard times. World War II serial killers even the Nazis wanted dead, Dr. Satan. Or this one, serial killer who sold his victims as hot dogs.